Chapter 1 The Earl's Son. Minimize Murray Green, male, unmarried. Perhaps it was a fortunate et was stafati, or perhaps a divine compensation, booty, one si marinina to 5 the office worker have now found Mijolf transformed into the son of a nobleman. Standing before a fool in Timur, Murray Green gazes with unfamiliar visage before him, handsome and striking, with ceruleoneus clear and radiantes thesci, long black hair, and a slight smileth that exudaceeth full exuberance. This is the body he now inhabits. If it were to return to my previous world with this countenance, you would surely attract no fewer than 2 girlfriends sede. A nearby servant reaches out to the scholar, prompting Murray to instinctively straighten his posture, standing talon proud, adorned in an embroidered denable ruby that perfect like implement shistesh appearance. Young master, do you find thys ensemble suitable? Indeed. Murray Green and with asmile, the gentle press hand against this stand abdomen, relieved to discover that the pain is manageable. It has been just over a week since I first arrived in these world. Murray Green had gone out hunting with his older brother when they were unexpectedly ambushed by a horde of magical beasts. During thecos, he was thrown from a shore and trampled, sustaining severe injuries that left him unthebering cough death, even experiencing a temporary cessation of his heartbeat. After lying in for over a week, apart from some malingering discomfort, I am nearly healed. Today, I shall not dine alone in Mixambury will join my parents and elder brother in the hall. Having spent a week acclimatizing, Hebeli evasitis to meet venturi out and up to his new world. Upon hearing his intentions, the servant beams with delight. Lord Dearland Lady Countess will undoubted Libby overjoyed to see you in the dining hall. To aid in your swift recovery, Lady Countess personally concocted several vials of healing potions for you. Indeed, after breaking so many bones, to heal with an eye speaks volumes of the miraculous potions crafted by my mother. Ash speaks excitement tan for Vorgeeman Murray Green size. Unlike his previous world dominated by technology, this realm is imbued with martial nerge and magic, a wondrous land denobited bidragons and magical beasts. His mother, the Countess, is a remarkable sorceress, while his father, the esteemed Earl, is a valiant warrior. His elder brother is also a formidable fighter. Though he may currently appear as an ordinary individual, his future brims with promise. With the servant's assistance, Murray Green completed his morning ablutions and approached his bedside cabinet, pulling open a drawer to reveal a meticulously crafted wooden box. Inside, nestled in the corner, lay a test to be like glass vial filled with a vibrant green liquid, glimmering with an otherworldly like clearly ordinary item. Healing potion, Thelastone. Murmuring to himself, Murray unhesitating grasped the vial, removes the stopper, and discreted be our freshing air bell aroma that wafts forth, soothing his senses and alleviating mucho of his discomfort. As the potion enters his mouth, it initially resembles plain water, however, a delightful aftertaste follows. Soon he feels a gentle warmth spreading through his abdomen, akin to spring breeze caressing his wounds, causing the pain to dissipate rapidly. Thoughtisnethus first experience with healing potions, he remains astounded by their efficacy each time, marveling at their sheer magic, wiccan la deepensches curiosity about their realms of sorcery and martial prowess. Stepping out of his room and traversing the dim lilac corridor, he arrives in the grand hall. At the fair end, 7 portraits of green famulas post patriarchs adorn thul. A massive elunctable dominates the center of the room, above which hangs a magical crystal lamp suspended by a iron chain saith the lamp remains sunlit, only to be illuminated during grand feasts or significant celebrations. Even for a family of such wealth, the royal household typically relies in candles for illumination, reserving the crystal lamp for special occasions. At present, 3 individual serial deceit around the elunctable. A robust middle-aged man with a bushy-beard, clad in noble attire, occupies the head of the table, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his event portrait. To his left sits a beautifully young woman with light blue hair and eyes, while to his right is a tall and handsome young man, his father, mother, and older brother. As Murray Green enters, all 3 turn their gazes toward him. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he steals his resolve and approaches, bowing respectfully as per his original memories. Good morning, father, mother, brother. Upon hearing his greeting, both his father and mother nod with warm smiles, while his brother Ryan Green raced in strides toward him, beaming Gasha claps a hand in his shoulder. Good morning, Murray. How is your health? I am full recovered the healing patushon scrafted be mother ara troli miraculous instant relief. Murray Green stretches light lato demonstrata his recovery, then follows brother to thelontable, to kinga seat besidum. Hepic suffisk na fork, gazing down at the silver plate set before him. On his plate alias a juculent steak, accompanied by a glass of milk. Thesticus from shadow leopard, the barai creature responsible for reason injurious during theme bush. Ithid lurked beneath thegasophoter beasts before launching gajud natak that left Murray grievously wanted, onlato beslane and afito frigibi Ryan Green, allowing Murrado consumites fleshturg in his strength. However, when his eyes drift to his father and brother's plates, he observes a large piece of cured hound Ryan Sulti at first glance, while his mother's plate fetchers 12 fluffy cream roll sundae glass of grape juice. La Tustine. With a family assembled, his father proclaims, lifting the cured ham with both hands. With a firm grip, he tears the tough meat into fragments, swift lie bringing gay pisito his mouth hand chewing voraciously. Ryan Green follows suit. Murray Green, feeling an inexplicable twinge in his teeth, wins a slight lie and lower his gaze, cutting into his steak with his knife and fork. The Earl sa strict militara main evenithome, his meal smurr the ration soft hear me. A his successor, the future Earl, Ryan Green, is subject to a rigorous training. As for Murray Green, thanks to his mother's pleas, he has been spared such grueling training, receiving gone le basis instruction otherwise, his plate would have been filled with currid hameswell. His teeth are renitas resilientes those of his father and brother, making such unprocessed meat a daunting challenge. As Murray Green enjoys his breakfast, he engages in conversation with Countess and Ryan Green, maintaining a semblance of normalcy, relying on his memory as to navigate the dialogi. Habeli evshuel sun fitzium les lie into this family. Young Murray, tomorrow marks your 16th birthday, and we shall celebrate with a grand Kaminga Faj ceremony. While he's preoccupied with his meal, Agent Levoisericha Shizers. He looks up to find his mother gazing gatham, her light bloisof ten tenderus hunnables in her cream roll, causing Murray shar to flutter. Thoth has in lebinin this world for reality over Ike, he can already feel the profound affection emanating from his loving mother. High's about to turn 16. Chapter 2 The Earl's Collection Room. Unlike Ethelworldian Sknu, here Ponais considered an agel tot Theagov 16. According to the research of this realm, this is the optimal legit to engage with Marshal Nurjan to earn magic. Tomorrow, you will come Iofaj. Ishal Havri and take you out of the family collection room to select Tapisi Sheer Kaminga Faj gift. Thank you, Father. The Green Family Collection Room is existed for over 1200 years, housing treasuries a massive generations of Famolipa triarchs. Unless the head of the family, the heir, orthose granted permission the head may enter. Murray has long coveted the collection room bethasna verset food inside. To think would have the opportunity today to choose a gift for his Kaminga Faj ceremony is exhilarating. He has to live in a sheshis de condrantious glass of milk. I am done. With palpable excitement, Hegaz eagerly a triangreen. Seeing his brother's eagerness, Ryan chuckles softly, finishing his skewered ham a few bites before leading Murray Greenotov Kihalan toward the collection room. At the entrance, Togard Sladin Fuller Morand wielding longsword stand sentinel. Upon their arrival, Thagured immediate libo in respect. Young master, little master. Open the door, Father Hassan struck Tethadium Marime enter touches his Kaminga Faj gift. Upon hearing Ryan Green's command, Thagard's expressnadab Ryan, bang the here, possesses the authority to access the collection room, especially under thorough sorters. Wanagard produciki, in certain jitan tathala can turn in jit weiss. With their sounding click, the heavy door creaks open slightly, and both guards extend their hands, pushing against the door with all their might. With a series of groaning sounds, the formidable door slowly swings open, and Murray Greenskeen into the Inkidarness within, glancing at his elder brother. Step inside. With that, Ryan Green strides confidently forward, prompting Murray Green to follow close Libby and as they enter the collection room. The collection room was rowdy in darkness, a pitch-black void whereon could not see their own hand in front of their face. Murray Green felt a pang of confusion, but before he could voice his thoughts, a faint click echoed through his space, and the previously opaque chamber was instantaneously illuminated. Instinctively, he raised this gaze towards the source of tea light, where I beheld a magic crystal lamp, somewhat smaller than the oni in the hall, suspended from the ceiling. It radiate to pure, white glow, transforming the dark room into a realm of daylight. Amagi crystal lamp? Indeed. The Thames within the collection room are either exceedingly precious or hold significant meaning. Lightened Turkesur candles within would risk damaging these treasuries and hinder their preservation, thus a magic crystal lamp was installed here. As the lamp flickered to left the enigmatic collection room unveiled true nature before Murray. The first sight to capture high attention was the successful. Each set was distinct, some even incomplete, marred by cracks and bearing Thesker soft battle, testament to strike soft swords and axes. These were, unmistakably, Thirmer soft green from Alice ancestral heads, each avaliant warrior of T. Bertlefield. The legacy of green family was built upon their sacrifices. Fetwa brothers bowed respectfully before the successful farmer. Positioned centrally within the collection room, Thirmers were flanked by numerous Helvesan tables, laden with an array of attempt swords, spears, hand axes, longbows, precious materials, and magical staffs. Upon encountering this wondrous artifacts, Murray Green casually grasped the nearest longsword. The blade shimmered under the magic lamp's illumination, exuding an aura of sharpness. This waist-handed sword, 4 fingers wide and measuring approximately 1 meter in length, yet seeing trival thought of a 12-handed sword. Thus, he couldn't wield it with both hands, gently swinging it, producing a sound reminiscent of a keen blade slicing through the air. The Zist drone-handed sword, a level 5 weapon. It was acquired over 50 years ago from the Notarius Marauder, the great warrior Dar, whom my grandfather vanquished. This were disforged from tempered steel, combined with magic Aron and exquisite gold, capable of cleaving through Arona's though were reamer clay, exceedingly sharp. Murray smacked his lips in astonishment, unable to suppress a gasp of admiration. Truly, Thetria Sursofti collection room were remarkable even casual picky of elded we happen since we elded be formidable warriors. Returning the sword type's rightful place, he turned at a attention to the other weapons. Having thorough opportunity to explore the collection room, he felt compelled to discover our remarkable treasure. She mean to read through the exhibits, whenever Murray expressed interest in Oppen Rhine Green, akin to an eligible curator, would provide insights. Since Murray aspired to become image after surveying a few weapons, he proceeded directly towards these action designated for magical artifacts. The first item Takachizai was a wooden magic staff, measuring approximately 1 meter 32 meter 40. Intrigued, Murray acted out to grasp it. The staff was crafted from a pillared wood and adorned with a crimson crystal, emanating a warm radiance that left Murray utterly astonished. The size of fire-type magic staff, a level 12 staff, constructed from Thebron Kesoth fire leaf tree and infused with fire-type magic crystals. It amplifies the potency of fire spells. The fire leaf tree is a species that thrives in high-temperature climates, producing the Lavesta tree's humble flames in such conditions, thus earned its name. During the months of June and July, the branches bearing fire leaf reach their zenith of fire energy, making them ideal for crafting fire-related magical items. Fingering the pigeon egg-sized fire crystal, Murray set the staff aside and picked up another. This staff was entirely blue, embellished with flowing water patterns, measuring less than an meter in length, made from a stone-like material. It felt smooth to the touch, almost reminiscent of water, offering an exceedingly pleasant sensation, which Murray found well suited to him. The size of water-type magic staff, a level 3 staff, crafted from waterstone inscribed with a magic array that amplifies water spells, providing common effects and theme and stabilizing magical release. It enhances the efficacy of water-type spells. Rhine continued this exposition, thing as a dinto Murray slight bluies, saying, this should align quite well with the our magical affinity. What do you think, shall you see it? You wish to see more, he replied. The Green family, being on ascendable lineage with a mere 1200 years of a story, lacked profound heritage. In comparison to the Vestario for our artifacts, the magical items were a considerably fewer in number and of inferior quality. Moreover, the highest tier magical items merely catered to the needs of advanced sedmodies, represented by Velfor staffs, unlike the warrior section, which boasted an abundance of level 5 weapons and even some level 6. In this world, the classification of warriors and medicus delineate into 10 levels. For warriors, Thesa level Singpluti Apprentice Warrior, Junior Warrior, Intermediate Warrior, Advanced Warrior, Great Warrior, Earth Warrior, Sky Warrior, Star Warrior, War Saint, and War God. Mitsuri categorized as Magic Apprentices, Junior Mages, Intermediate Mages, Advanced Mages, Great Mages, Magi, Magic Tutors, Great Magic Tutors, Saint of Magic, and God of Magic. Each level is further subdivided into 3 tiers: Novice, Seasoned, and Perfected. Thetan levels represent detailed classifications with recognized rankings and badge soft status. The 3 tiers are based on individual circumstances, including training progress, combat prowess, and promotion timelines, lacking uniformity yet proving indispensable, a significant disparity exists even within the same level. The ranking of weapons is determined by the level of user. They can accommodate the disparity in value between level 4 and level 5 weapons if. This left Murray in a quandary, uncertain whether to select an appropriate magical item or abandon his aspirations of becoming a magi in favor of choosing a higher tier warrior weapon. Chapter 3: The Magic Crystal Gun. Not long after Murray Green, having perused the magical robe, approached the final long table adorned with arcane artifacts, where several boxes lay. These were the last magical items he had yet to inspect. Should he find nothing satisfactory among them, he would have to reconsider his future career aspirations. Carefully, Murray picked up one of the boxes and opened it, only to witness a startling sight that caused his pupils to constrict and his complexion to pale. "Goodness, such a thing exists in this world," he exclaimed in shock, extracting a peculiar item measuring 30 centimeters in length from a wooden box that was 50 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. The contraption gleamed in a brass hue, its surface embellished with bizarre patterns, appearing to be a fusion of two parts. The straight segment resembled a cylindrical tube, with an opening inside approximately the width of a finger. This was a flintlock gun. Although it was his first encounter with such an object, Murray instantly deduced its identity. "Brother, what is this?" he inquired, turning to his elder sibling for clarification. Ryan Green, well versed in all the artifacts within the collection room, did not disappoint him and promptly began to elucidate. "This is the Magic Crystal Gun, a unique weapon devoid of rank. Even an ordinary person can wield it. Its body is forged from a blend of brass and bronze, inscribed by a magician with fortified magical arrays and shock absorption enchantments, rendering its structure remarkably robust. It is a marvel of magical weaponry, capable of firing specially crafted magic crystal powder and copper balls through mental energy. Magical power, or by pulling the trigger, the ignition of the magic crystal powder triggers the magical array, propelling the copper balls with a force equivalent to that of a fireball spell. As Ryan spoke, he retrieved 2 exquisite boxes from the wooden case. One contained copper balls while the other held several small fabric pouches. He lifted one, opened it, and offered it to Murray, who, upon accepting the pouch, discovered it filled with translucent magic crystal powder. "This shall be my coming-of-age gift," he mused. As he touched the icy exterior of the magic crystal gun, an intense heat surged within him. What young boy would not yearn for a weapon of his own? Upon hearing Murray's determination, Ryan posed a question: "Will you not examine the treasures behind?" "No need, for this is the treasure most suited to me," Murray replied confidently. Ryan nodded in agreement. Following one's heart is indeed a commendable choice. "Let us proceed to the training grounds to test its might." Without hesitation, Murray carefully placed the magic crystal gun back into its wooden box, cradled it, and followed Ryan out of the collection room. Making their way to the training grounds behind the castle, the training area behind Green Castle was divided into 2 sections. One was a public training ground for family guards and trainees, while the other was a private training ground reserved for members of the Green family. At that moment, dozens of youths were engaged in sword drills under the guidance of several instructors. Upon noticing the arrival of the 2 brothers, they immediately halted their movements and bowed in respect. After exchanging greetings with the instructors, the brothers continued toward the private training ground. Upon entering the private area, Murray spotted Count Green, clad in warrior garb, halting his training at the center. He had plunged his unsharpened greatsword into the ground before him, pressing down on the hilt with both hands. His eyes narrowed as he regarded the 2. "Father, have you chosen your coming-of-age gift?" "Indeed, I thank you for your generous gift, Father. I have selected this magic crystal gun." Without hesitation, Murray retrieved the gun from its box and presented it to Count Green. As Count Green accepted the magic crystal gun, a surge of crimson energy enveloped his hands, his battle aura. The moment the aura flowed into the gun, the magical array within activated, and strange red patterns momentarily covered its surface before fading away. An intriguing little gadget, a magician's defensive weapon. It seems you aspire to become a magician in the future, Count Green remarked, turning to Murray, under the intense gaze of his father, dark and profound as an abyss. Murray felt a surge of anxiety, yet he steeled himself, widening his light blue eyes to meet the scrutiny, for Count Green had little patience for the faint-hearted. Yes, father. Observing the determination in Murray's eyes, Count Green nodded. You have inherited Penny's talent. It is indeed fitting for you to pursue the path of a magician. Remember, do not disappoint your mother. I shall become a source of pride for my mother and for the Green family, Murray declared resolutely. Returning the magic crystal gun to Murray, Count Green regarded his son with mild surprise, noting the transformation in his younger sibling's demeanor since his grave injury. He seemed markedly more resilient and extroverted. Finally resembling his lineage, however, he dismissed further contemplation, recognizing that growth post-trauma was entirely natural, and offered an encouraging pat on Murray's shoulder. Murray located a table and set the wooden box upon it. Grasping a pouch of magic crystal powder with his right hand while holding the barrel of the magic crystal gun with his left, he poured the shimmering powder into the barrel. Then retrieved a compatible wooden stick from the box, using it to compact the powder firmly, and next, he inserted a copper ball, pressing it down with the stick to secure it in place. Once prepared, he approached a wooden post, standing over 10 meters away, raised the gun with his right hand, and aimed at the target. Ahem, I believe you should use both hands, although the magic crystal gun possesses shock absorption magic. The recoil may still be considerable for you. At that moment, Ryan offered a reminder from the sidelines. Heeding the advice, Murray tightened his grip on the gun with both hands aimed at the post. Inhaled deeply, and slowly squeezed the trigger, igniting the magic crystal powder. The magical array on the gun flared to life. With a resounding boom, the wooden post, situated several meters from Murray, erupted into splinters, sending wood chips flying. Murray instinctively took 2 steps back to mitigate the overwhelming recoil. Steadying himself, he exhaled sharply, his hands trembling as he gazed at the destruction wrought upon the post, astonished to find that the towering barrel-thick structure had been obliterated. This is no mere flintlock. Bring forth a Barrett, and its power would scarcely compare. Its might rivals that of a grenade. Truly, it was a wondrous magical weapon, bestowing an ordinary individual with the lethal prowess akin to that of a magician. Leaving one utterly astounded. Observing the incredible power of the magic crystal gun, Ryan could not help but marvel, yet Count Green shook his head in disapproval. It is merely a clever magical contrivance. While it allows an ordinary person to wield significant destructive capability, its upper limit is predetermined. Even a god cannot elevate its potential further. Moreover, aside from its lethality, it offers no other advantages, for enemies do not stand idly by to await your shot. Only through self-improvement can one achieve true strength. Following this, Count Green grasped his greatsword with one hand, executing a sweeping strike that unleashed a crimson blade of light, severing any wooden posts in its path. Leaving deep fissures in the stone wall of the training ground with a thunderous crash, the sheer might of Count Green's strike left Murray awestruck, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Is it too late for me to pursue the path of a warrior? Chapter 4, Training in the Origin of the Magic Crystal Gun. Put away your gift. Let us commence today's training. As the session began, Murray donned a set of warrior attire, stretching his limbs and discovering that his injuries had healed without issue. Selecting an unsharpened one-handed sword, he began to refine his swordsmanship based on recollection. When initially his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, but as he grew accustomed, his technique became notably smoother. Meanwhile, Ryan, now a mid-level warrior, required no repetitive drills and set about honing his combat skills and practical experience. He seized an unsharpened greatsword and engaged in practice with Count Green. With a battle cry, Ryan swung his sword, only to have Count Green effortlessly parry it with a single-handed block. Count Green then executed a swift maneuver, deflecting Ryan's blade before launching a thrust aimed at his brother's chest. In response, Ryan brought his sword down to counter the thrust. However, before he could catch his breath, a powerful figure surged forward. Seizing his sword's hilt, and with a deft motion, thrust the sword's pommel against Ryan's abdomen, pushing him back. You recall the sword techniques well, but you must learn to adapt. Combat cannot afford the luxury of deliberation. Make your swordsmanship instinctive. Again, feeling the sharp pain in his abdomen from the pommel strike, Ryan inhaled deeply, stifling his discomfort, and raised his greatsword to strike at Count Green. However, mere moments later, he found himself sent flying by a kick from his father. Witnessing his brother's predicament, Murray silently abandoned any thoughts of becoming a warrior. Instead, he resolved to pursue a noble and elegant path as a magician. Before Murray could revel in his newfound clarity, Count Green's penetrating gaze fixed upon him, intent on offering a measure of paternal affection to his soon-to-be adult son. This might hurt a bit, faced with his father's command, a mix of curiosity and trepidation coursed through Murray as he wielded his one-handed sword. Instinctively employing the techniques he had practiced, thrusting directly toward Count Green, yet his footing faltered, and his strike lacked the decisiveness required. As Earl Green imparted his guidance, he deftly sidestepped Murray Green's thrust with a subtle shift of his body. Raising his sword to parry the attack from Ryan Green beside him, with a sudden impact, his shoulder collided with Murray Green's blade, deflecting it away. Though the force was not substantial, the unprepared Murray Green felt his wrist bend involuntarily. His body propelled away as if by the sword itself. He stumbled 2 steps to the side, and before he could regain his footing, Earl Green delivered a swift chop with his hand. Striking Murray Green squarely in the back, the impact sent him sprawling onto the specially designed sandy ground, landing in a most undignified manner, spitting out sand. Murray Green, aware of his impending defeat yet astonished by the thoroughness of his loss, having not even grazed his opponent's sword, felt a rising indignation. Thus, with sand still lingering in his mouth, he executed a sliding tackle aimed at Earl Green's legs, only to be promptly kicked out of the training area. What a disgraceful affair! Ouch, my old injury has flared up again. I must return to my quarters for recuperation. This hardly resembled training, it was sheer humiliation. Pressing against his previously injured chest, Murray Green executed a strategic withdrawal from the training grounds. Once in his room, he washed up and, after clearing the sand from his mouth, donned a casual outfit. After a brief moment of playful examination of his magic crystal gun, he placed it in his collection cabinet and, with a thought, made his way to the library of Green Castle. Good morning, Teacher Roy. Upon entering the library, Murray Green spotted Teacher Roy engrossed in a book. Teacher Roy, a kind-faced man in his 50s with neatly groomed hair now streaked with gray, was a scion of nobility and a well-versed scholar, serving as the library's curator and part-time instructor. He had imparted lessons on noble etiquette, literacy, and foundational knowledge to Murray Green. Why, it's young Murray. Are you feeling better? Teacher Roy looked up, his aged face breaking into a warm smile. Murray Green patted his own body and replied, I've fully recovered. What book are you reading, Teacher Roy? Just a recently published travelogue. Are you here to read today? Teacher Roy teased. Murray Green had never been fond of reading. Most of his lessons on noble etiquette and basic knowledge had been imposed by the Countess, who had sat beside him, compelling him to complete them. Involuntarily visiting the library was indeed a rarity. Yes, tomorrow I turn 16 and officially come of age. My father gifted me a magic crystal gun, which is simply marvelous. I wish to find some books related to it to learn more. The magic crystal gun. I recall there are several tomes detailing it. Wait a moment, I'll go fetch them. Realizing the purpose of Murray's visit, Teacher Roy stood, grasped his nearby cane, and made his way, albeit slowly, to the bookshelves. The library spanned over 200 square meters, housing more than 20 shelves, yet only one was filled with tomes bound in animal hide. The rest were ordinary paper volumes. Before long, Teacher Roy returned with 4 books, 1 bound in hide and 3 paperbacks. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Murray Green departed the library and returned to his room. The titles he perused included The History of the Fall of the Moss Kingdom, Research on Explosives, Ranger Anthony, and the last, a hidebound volume titled Keypoints on Inscribing Magic Arrays for the Magic Crystal Gun. Murray Green skimmed through the texts. It was the year 4225 of the Divine Enlightenment calendar, and the Moss Kingdom had perished over a millennium ago, its demise occurring in the year 3123 of the Divine Enlightenment calendar. The king of that realm had a penchant for the peculiar, surrounding himself with artisans who created whimsical inventions. Among them was a fireworks craftsman who first fashioned a matchlock gun, which the king deemed cumbersome and subsequently innovated into a flintlock pistol. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, the king's prey would fall. Much to his satisfaction. Following the demise of the Moss King, the new monarch waged wars abroad, discovering that the flintlock not only excelled in hunting but was also formidable in combat. With the flintlock's assistance, the Moss Kingdom triumphed repeatedly, compelling neighboring nations to unite against it. Despite the numerical advantage of cold weapons against hot ones, the existence of battle aura and magic in this world shifted the tide. Eventually, several nations formed a legion of armored warriors, swift as the wind, which decisively crushed the Moss Kingdom, leading to the obliteration of its palace by a united magical army, resulting in the new king's death and the kingdom's disintegration. Witnessing the fate of the Moss Kingdom, Murray Green swiftly eradicated the audacious thought of conquering the world that had suddenly arisen in his mind. While technological advancements had great potential, unless he could cultivate large mushrooms in a short span, a magical catastrophe would surely befall him. Previously an ordinary individual, merely a cog in the machine, he had watched military programs and firearm videos, as boys often do, yet the notion of mushroom cultivation was beyond his capabilities. The research on explosives detailed the material compositions of various explosive devices, including the magic crystal powder for the magic crystal gun, which was essentially a magical upgrade of the flintlock. The volume on Ranger Anthony was a novel narrating the adventures of a ranger named Anthony. Wielding a sword in one hand and a magic crystal gun in the other, a tale of virtue and vice, rather mundane, to his mind the hidebound book, key points on inscribing magic arrays for the magic crystal gun. Served as a manual for mages on how to engrave magical arrays, a topic beyond Murray Green's comprehension, although he understood that the magic crystal gun he possessed bore a sturdy magic array and a shock absorption array. Chapter 5. The coming-of-age banquet. The following day, time slipped by unnoticed, and night descended. The once dim and secluded Green Castle now shone brightly, as lavishly adorned carriages transported elegantly dressed nobles, hastening to the castle to partake in the celebratory banquet held in honor of Murray's coming of age. The tranquil atmosphere of Green Castle transformed into a lively gathering brimming with vitality. This evening's protagonist, Murray Green, was subjected to an elaborate dressing by the Countess, adorned in a splendid noble robe and lavish cosmetics that rendered his already fair complexion strikingly pale. His lips a vivid crimson. Gazing into the bronze mirror, he barely recognized the unfamiliar visage before him and felt a pang of despair at the thought of his current predicament. Splendid, truly, my little Murray. You resemble me, so beautiful. Amongst his family, the one who cherished him most was his mother, Penny Campbell. In terms of appearance, Murray bore a closer resemblance to the Countess than Rhine did, with handsome features complemented by a touch of refinement. The Countess's lineage was more pronounced in Murray, as he possessed the same light blue eyes as her, while both Earl Green and Rhine had dark eyes. Mother, do you think this appearance is too lacking in masculinity? Perhaps you could remove my makeup. Upon hearing this, the Countess playfully smacked him on the head, feigning annoyance. You've become foolish like your father, always thinking about fighting and being rough. Devoid of any noble etiquette. In time, when you attend school and interact with your fellow magic students, you'll learn to temper yourself. You are destined to be a noble mage, not a reckless warrior. The Countess, Penny Campbell, was the third daughter of the current Marquis Campbell. Unlike the Green family, which had only a mere 200 years of noble history, the Campbell family was a prominent lineage that predated the founding of the kingdom. Renowned for their magical prowess, for over 6 centuries they had maintained their Marquis title and were one of the 4 great Marquis families in the northern territories of the kingdom, with a profound heritage. In contrast, the Green family was merely a newly risen power. Throughout Campbell family history, there had been a great water mage, a being whose prowess could be woven into the very fabric of their bloodline, thus granting descendants the potential to become water mages. Murray's light blue eyes were proof of the Campbell lineage manifesting within him. Regrettably, he did not inherit the same light blue hair as the Countess, but instead bore the Earl's dark locks, indicating that while his potential for water magic was not as high as the Countess's, he still possessed the capability to become a mage. Penny Campbell was a mid-tier water mage, skilled in healing magic, and had also trained as a potion master, capable of brewing potions independently. Her aspirations for Murray mirrored her own path, to become a water healing mage, thereby increasing the chances of survival for her elder brother Rhine on the battlefield. If Murray could also transition into a potion master, it would be even more beneficial. Splendid. Today, my little Murray looks truly dashing. I wonder how many noble ladies he will enchant tonight, after 2 hours of meticulous makeup and preparation. The already handsome Murray appeared even more striking. Perhaps heeding his earlier suggestion, the Countess had styled his long hair into a wolf's tail with a golden headband, adding a touch of mature wildness to his demeanor. Thank you all for attending the coming-of-age celebration of Murray Green. I hope everyone enjoys a delightful evening. Let the banquet commence. The Earl, a man of few words due to his military background, succinctly expressed gratitude to the guests before raising a toast to mark the beginning of the festivities. Afterward, he stepped down to engage with the nobles and key figures of the earldom in the hall. While the Countess led the other noble women to the rear hall for entertainment, the remaining children mingled freely around the hall. As the guest of honor, Murray found himself surrounded by numerous attendees. Hey, Murray, now that you have reached adulthood, shall we arrange something for you tonight to transform you into a true gentleman? A corpulent figure squeezed in beside Murray, whispering conspiratorially into his ear while exchanging knowing glances. Although the words were intended for Murray alone, several others nearby caught wind of the exchange and began to jest in hushed tones. Indeed, Murray, when we previously took you out for some merriment, you lamented that Lord Earl was rather strict and that you were not yet of age. Now that you have come of age, my friends, and I shall host a genuine celebration for you. Haha, a cohort of like-minded companions erupted into soft laughter, and Murray Green felt his cheeks flush crimson before he sternly admonished them, "Get lost, you lecherous old toads." Hearing these words, with one boy on his left and another who was not truly an adult on his right, Murray's face darkened with annoyance. He retaliated with a light punch, yet his mischievous friends merely erupted into louder laughter. "Oh, brother Murray, now that you are of age, your tastes have become rather discerning. Are you perhaps contemplating making advances towards the noble ladies present? Tread carefully, for they are thorny roses, and should you engage with them, be prepared for matrimony. If such thoughts cross your mind, I could reluctantly introduce you to my sister and my younger sibling. I can certainly mention your interest to them. His sisters bear a resemblance to him in their plumpness, but my younger sister is indeed quite beautiful. Just say the word, and I shall bring her to you." "Who are you calling fat?" "That is merely voluptuousness. Being slightly plump is exquisite. Your sister is no more than a beansprout, although Murray is merely the second son of the Earl. As long as Ryan Green remains, he will have no chance of inheriting the title. However, being the Earl's son, the second young master of the entire earldom, makes him a coveted prospect among unmarried women, second only to those who possess noble inheritance rights. The nobility within the earldom is limited. While the number of noble ladies may not be vast, it certainly surpasses that of noble gentlemen. There simply aren't enough noble women to go around. Under the Earl's protection, Murray, aside from his noble status, will undoubtedly lead a more luxurious life than many nobles. Should he accompany the Earl into battle and earn some military merit, the possibility of being ennobled is not out of the question. Today, this group of friends, who usually enjoy Murray's company, has taken it upon themselves to act as matchmakers for him and his sisters. Murray finally comprehended why these lecherous old toads did not pursue the noble maidens but instead clustered around him. As being the Earl's son, he was privy to many secrets of the nobility, yet he thought they might be seeking a change of pace, especially since today, under the Earl's wife's careful grooming, he appeared quite handsome. "No, I must keep my distance. Who knows what rumors may arise by tomorrow, and my reputation could be irreparably tarnished. It was entirely normal not to have a girlfriend when I was unattractive. But now that I am handsome, if I remain unattached, it would spell disaster." Chapter 6, Anchy Het. "Do I still need your introductions? I can manage on my own." Raising his glass of wine, Murray Green forcibly extricated himself from this little circle and made his way toward a gathering of noble maidens. A few of his friends exchanged amused glances and followed behind him, presenting Murray Green as a general about to embark on the battlefield, full of vigor and determination. "I wager 5 silver coins that Murray won't last more than 2 minutes before he turns red and flees." "I'll race you 3 minutes. I'll bet 1 minute." Knowing Murray, the shy and introverted lad, won't last a minute. As the general prepared to step onto the battlefield, his companions discreetly initiated a betting pool on his imminent defeat. Though they whispered, Murray Green heard every word clearly, his mouth twitching in exasperation. Were they doing this on purpose, or was it merely a careless slip meant for him to overhear? Moreover, was it truly accurate to describe him as shy and introverted? Murray Green briefly reflected but dismissed it. There was no time for such thoughts. At the edge of the grand hall, a group of noble maidens gathered, savoring exquisite pastries and fragrant tea, engaged in low whispers about cuisine, fashion, and gossip, occasionally erupting into light laughter, brimming with youthful exuberance. "Look, here comes Murray Green. Wow, he looks so handsome tonight. I never realized he was this dashing before. Though he sports a wolf's tail hairstyle, there's a certain delicate charm about him, such an intriguing combination." Upon hearing her friend's remark, the noble maidens straightened up, sitting primly on the sofa, their eyes fixed on Murray Green with composed expressions. "Good evening, ladies. Thank you for attending my coming-of-age celebration this evening. I hope you have a delightful night." The noble maidens nodded in acknowledgement, but just then, a languid voice interjected. "The fragrance of lilac is exquisite. The pastries and tea are a new recipe, unlike anything I've tasted before. And it's evident great effort has gone into perfecting them. This soiree is lovely, yet not without its imperfections." At this remark, Murray Green turned to the speaker, the light from the magical crystal lamp illuminating her figure. Her fair complexion contrasted beautifully with her deep black gown, making her appear even more radiant than snow. Adorning her neck was a diamond necklace, shimmering alluringly under the magical lights, beneath elegantly arched willow-leaf brows. Her eyes languidly regarded him, a playful smile dancing on her exquisite features. "Oh my, how utterly captivating, though in that world, one could simply pull out a phone to find a plethora of beautiful faces." In reality, how many ordinary individuals could remain indifferent upon encountering a striking beauty? Murray Green's heart raced uncontrollably. Perhaps the description of him as shy and introverted was indeed accurate. Oh dear, he felt utterly overwhelmed. He yearned to flee. Taking a deep breath, he recalled some past encounters and replied, Anchi, it has been quite some time, you look even more stunning than before. While perfection is a challenge in this world, the pursuit of it remains a noble goal. Might you share some insights to elevate this gathering closer to perfection? Thank you for the compliment, Murray. It truly has been a while. Anchi scrutinized Murray Green closely, noting his handsome features and well-proportioned physique, observing the slight tension in his stance. Although their interactions had been limited to polite nods at significant gatherings, she could discern his nervousness, recognizing that today marked his coming-of-age celebration. Anchi felt a surge of interest and playfully raised an eyebrow, her teasing nature ignited as she gestured for him to sit beside her on the sofa. Of course, I can share my thoughts. Come, take a seat, and I shall elaborate. Mother, there's a beautiful rogue trying to accost me. Recognizing the opportunity, Murray Green, emboldened by the prospect of not losing out, turned to his friends, who nodded in solidarity. Thus he steeled himself and stepped forward, boldly taking a seat beside Anchi. A subtle yet enchanting fragrance wafted into his nostrils, one he had never encountered before. It was delightful. As he glanced up, he was astonished to see his friends, who had once pledged their support, now keeping their distance. They looked on, fists against their chests, signaling their solidarity with him. You lot are a bunch of unreliable allies. Faced with this unexpected predicament, Murray Green gathered his composure, placed his wineglass on the table, and surveyed the room. He noticed several noble maidens smiling at him, though their expressions bore a hint of peculiarity. Oh no, I've wandered into a den of wolves. No matter, he resolved to plunge ahead. I apologize if this evening's hospitality is lacking. I kindly ask for your understanding and guidance, dear ladies. Lord Murray is jesting. The Earl's wife has meticulously arranged this banquet. How could there be any shortcomings? We merely wish to offer a small suggestion. If you would indulge us, please do, Miss Anchi. I am all ears. Noticing that Murray Green was gradually finding his footing, becoming more at ease, Anchi's smile broadened. She lifted her cup of tea and addressed her companions. Ladies, today is Lord Murray's coming-of-age celebration. Let us toast to him and extend our congratulations. Cheers, Murray. Happy adulthood, happy adulthood. Murray. Several noble maidens raised their teacups, uttering their well wishes as they focused intently on Murray Green. Under their watchful gazes, he smiled, though a twinge of anxiety gripped him. Toasting with tea, what a peculiar custom. Thank you, everyone. Though perplexed, receiving the blessings of these lovely ladies filled Murray Green with joy. He lifted his wineglass once more and clinked it gently with theirs before downing the contents in one go. Before he could swallow, Anchi leaned closer, her lips gently brushing the rim of her teacup as she softly remarked, Alas, a banquet is a feast of wine, yet here we are merely sipping tea. Is there not a dashing young gentleman willing to join us for a drink? Lord Murray, do you not agree that a banquet devoid of wine cannot be deemed perfect? As her words lingered, several noble maidens nearby snapped their fingers, beckoning the male servants carrying wine bottles to approach. A knock. A series of wine bottles were uncorked and placed upon the table, while the attentive servant graciously removed the red tea from several guests. Taking away the empty wineglass of Murray Green and replacing it with a uniform high-stemmed goblet, once filled, Anchi waved her hand to signal the servant to depart. Then, with a smile that conveyed 3 parts inquiry, 3 parts anticipation, and 4 parts provocation, she directed her gaze towards Murray Green. My lord, your son has inherited your charm, yet he has not inherited your robust physique. I wonder if he can withstand this scene. The nobleman took a hearty gulp of ale, cast a glance towards the back hall, then swished the wine in his mouth. Turning to Murray, although he held little faith in Murray, he nonetheless proclaimed, Rest assured, my son, though he may appear somewhat frail, is more than capable of handling a few girls. My lord, the young master has now come of age. Do you have any plans regarding his marriage? In comparison to Murray Green, while many would prefer to see their daughters wed to Ryan Green, the heir to the title of Count, his status carries considerable weight not only within the Count's domain but throughout the northern realm. Even the daughters of marquises vie for the position of future countess. Given the fierce competition for the future countess's role, some have shifted their focus towards Murray Green instead. Matters of youth are all handled by Penny. Now let us drink. Once we finish this cup, we shall retire to the back hall and leave these young ones to their merriment. Chapter 7. The Green family. Adulthood signifies the freedom to partake in activities once deemed forbidden, such as drinking, yet it also subjects one to certain unavoidable circumstances like the inability to refuse when offered a toast, or the necessity to maintain composure while imbibing. Murray Green understood that the trials of adulthood are formidable, but he did not anticipate such difficulties on his very first day. When he finally rose from his bed, it was already the afternoon of the following day, and it took until the 3rd day for him to fully recover. That night, as he reflected on his experiences, a sense of dread washed over him. After the departure of Count Green and the others, the servants had cleared the central hall, and the orchestra, which had initially played soft melodies, began to perform dance tunes. The once tranquil banquet erupted into revelry, with young men and women dancing wildly. Murray Green found himself encircled by a throng of noble maidens, and although he had previously engaged in clandestine drinking, it had only ever been in moderation. However, that night, he drank with abandon left and right until he lost consciousness. According to his elder brother Ryan Green, an inebriated Murray resembled a fool, sitting vacantly on the sofa. Governed only by instinct, anyone could lead him away to dance, and after the dance, he would return to his stupor, making for a most amusing spectacle. Thus, numerous noble maidens sought him out for a dance. And had it not been for Ryan Green's vigilant oversight, that very night, Murray would have been whisked away by one of those young ladies. Indeed, he had truly transitioned into adulthood that night. Murray did not recall how many bottles he had consumed, nor did he remember the dances he had shared with several girls. All he retained was the memory of having drunk excessively, his desire to excuse himself thwarted by Angela's insistence to dance, her soft touch and enchanting fragrance lingering as his final recollection. How embarrassing! In the days following his coming-of-age ceremony, Murray remained at home, training with his father and elder brother in the mornings, and studying in the library with his tutor Roy in the afternoons. His performance brought great satisfaction to Roy, who regaled him with tales not found in books, thus enriching Murray's understanding of the world. In his bedroom, Murray meticulously examined several blueprints he had designed for firearms over the past few days. Alas, he sighed, realizing that in this extraordinary world, such creations were merely toys. With a resigned breath, he ignited the blueprints in his hand and cast them into the fire pit, watching as they reduced to ash. After disposing of the blueprints, Murray donned a set of casual attire, hesitating for a moment. He, feeling a lack of security in this world, opened his storage cabinet and retrieved his magical crystal gun, stowing it in a specially designed holster, which he secured around his waist. Jim, prepare the carriage. I wish to venture into town shortly. Certainly, young master, replied the servant Jim, hastening away to arrange their departure. As Murray stepped through the castle gates, a carriage awaited him, accompanied by 2 guards clad in half armor. This was a single-horse, 4-wheeled carriage striking in its black and red exterior, with a side entrance. Jim opened the door, revealing 2 rows of sofa-like seating within. Murray settled into his seat, inhaling the fragrant incense that had only recently been lit. Feeling a wave of tranquility wash over him. To Sam's Tavern, he commanded. At once, my lord, the driver replied upon receiving Murray's order. The guards mounted their horses and cleared the way, while the elegantly attired coachman flicked his whip, urging the horse into motion. The carriage bore the banner of the Green family, a red and black war hammer flag, fluttering proudly as they descended the hill towards the town. Green Castle is situated atop a low hill to the north of Green City. Or rather, Green City was established around Green Castle, given that the Green Domain lies on the kingdom's border. To the north, beyond the frontier, dwell the savage orcs, beings distinct from humans, who frequently descend to pillage food and abduct people. Thus, Green Castle serves as the first line of defense for Green City. The castle's history predates that of the Green family itself, spanning several centuries. Since its founding, it has seen numerous noble families come and go, undergoing numerous renovations. Over 200 years ago, an ancestor of the Greens, a blacksmith by trade, led a band of fellow smiths, children, and apprentices in a rebellion against the orc invasions, fighting for several years until they earned the surname Green, becoming the first baron of the land, establishing the illustrious foundation of the Green family. Subsequent generations of Green barons were equally valiant, not only preserving the Green domain but actively sending troops to combat the invading orcs, ultimately ascending to the status of Viscount. The most recent Green Viscount, Murray Green's grandfather, led his father, Count Green, into the northern plains to retaliate against the orcs, but tragically fell in battle. Count Green succeeded him, achieving victory and driving back a 10,000-strong orc tribe that encircled the border, decimating 3 other tribes and seizing their lands, thus earning the title of Count. Today, the Count's domain comprises what was once a viscountcy, 3 baronial lands, and a vast expanse of northern plains, encompassing 7 cities and 3 fortresses, making it a powerful and renowned noble house throughout the northern territories, even earning acclaim across the entire kingdom. The carriage bearing the Green family crest sped down the streets, parting crowds of pedestrians without any obstruction. Through the window, Murray observed the townsfolk, noting the mixture of reverence and trepidation in their gazes upon the carriage. For the first time, he felt the weight of the Green name, and a whirlwind of emotions surged within him, prompting him to murmur softly, "This journey through time truly feels right." When the carriage came to a halt at Sam's Tavern, Murray's emotions remained tumultuous. As he alighted, he gazed up at the establishment, a grand 4-story building occupying an area of 300 to 400 square meters, standing out conspicuously amidst the predominantly 2-story structures of the common district. This was the tavern of Fat Sam, the son of a knight under Count Green. He had 2 elder brothers, and his eldest brother was currently making a good impression, with prospects of continuing the family legacy. Thus, upon coming of age, Sam's father bestowed upon him a sum of money and 3 shops. However, Sam sold all 3 shops, gathered a few friends, and even pooled a bit of money from Murray Green to purchase this building, transforming it into Sam's Tavern. Young Master Murray, welcome. Before Murray could step through the doors of Sam's Tavern, a young doorman's eyes lit up, and he hurried to greet him with obsequious enthusiasm. In the past, Murray had harbored a distaste for sycophants, but confronted with the doorman's radiant smile, warm demeanor, and sincere gaze, he found himself unexpectedly charmed. Whereas Sam, the proprietor, is resting on the 4th floor. I shall summon him for you right away. I can find him myself. Murray nodded slightly, then waved away the doorman's offer, ascending the stairs with confidence, while Jim, the servant, tossed a silver coin to the attending doorman. Thank you, young Master Murray, for your generosity. May you enjoy your time here. Sam's Tavern spanned 4 floors. The first served common folk and small merchants, the second catered to larger merchants and those of noble blood, the third was reserved for the nobility, and the 4th floor housed the banquet hall, capable of hosting feasts, alongside various lounges in Sam's office. At this hour, around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, patrons had begun to trickle in, primarily small merchants seeking leisure after completing their business, while the true nightlife had yet to commence. Chapter 8, Fat Sam. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? The knocking grew louder, and Sam's impatient voice finally echoed from within the lounge. It's me. Upon hearing Murray's voice, a flurry of activity erupted from the lounge, accompanied by Sam's frantic rummaging through clothing and the sound of a woman's voice. This revelation led Murray to comprehend the happenings within. He had not anticipated that Fat Sam was living such a carefree life. Recalling how he had been betrayed by that very group of individuals not long ago, a scowl crossed his face. Murray, please wait in the office for a moment. I just woke up and haven't dressed yet. I'll join you as soon as I'm presentable. Make haste. Upon entering Sam's office, one is greeted by a plush carpet, an expansive solid wood desk, a row of liquor shelves, and a grand floor-to-ceiling window crafted entirely of glass. The leather sofa, reminiscent of those found in the World of Warcraft, offers a seating experience that rivals that of the illustrious Green Castle. Gazing out the window, one can catch a glimpse of the distant city walls. The view is pleasant. Although it does not compare to the breathtaking panorama from the heights of Green Castle, it still allows for a clear observation of the myriad human activities below. Before long, Sam, clad in sleepwear that subtly reveals his ample belly, pushes open the door and bursts into laughter as he greets Murray Green. Ah, what a rare visitor. Murray, what brings you here today? I hosted a banquet last night and indulged a bit too much. My head is still spinning from the revelry. I suspect it's not merely a lack of sleep, but rather that you've had a second round of slumber. Murray Green's words carried a hint of sarcasm, prompting a chuckle from Sam, who sidled up beside him, playfully patting his shoulder and lewdly suggesting, now that you're of age, I have a banquet this evening. How about I arrange for you to join? I assure you, the company will be exquisite. Murray narrowed his eyes and replied, that sounds tempting. However, if you're not concerned about your tavern being demolished by my mother, or about my elder brother hanging you up and whipping you, I wouldn't mind staying with you for a few days. These words, Sam shuddered involuntarily, a chill racing down his spine, despite the Countess's gentle demeanor towards Murray, portraying herself as a benevolent mother. She was outside of her domestic role, the financial minister of the entire Green Count domain, wielding immense economic power. A mere word from her could spell financial ruin for Sam, leaving him destitute on the streets. Ah, your mother continues to maintain such stringent control even after your coming of age. Is it truly necessary? In the kingdom of Laney's, where he currently resided, noble titles were inherited through primogeniture. The laws mandated monogamous unions, with the legitimate firstborn son as the primary heir. In the absence of sons, daughters could inherit the noble title, and if no children existed, siblings would follow in succession. Consequently, the nobility of Laney's focused their efforts on cultivating their firstborn sons, ensuring that family legacies were preserved through training in martial or magical arts. According to research in this world, the ages of 16 to 20 marked the golden years for training in martial skills and magic. If a child could maintain a state of purity, their training would yield additional benefits, resulting in a higher rate of advancement in potential compared to those who lacked such purity. Purity here simply meant that boys refrained from female company. and girls from male company, thus, noble firstborns generally married around the age of 20. However, should one lack talent for cultivation, they might be encouraged to marry early and produce offspring to foster the next generation. As for children outside of the firstborn, some would establish their own households upon reaching adulthood, while others would receive familial support for their training, albeit with less intensity and scrutiny than the firstborn, leading to a lesser concern for maintaining purity. Despite being from a noble family, Sam was left to his own devices before reaching adulthood. Rumor had it that he had already come of age at the tender age of 12. Having lost his purity with a maid in his household, resulting in his family relinquishing their efforts to guide him, ultimately casting him out upon his reaching maturity. I am unlike you. I aspire to become a powerful magician. My mother has allocated a substantial sum for my studies and plans to send me to Elris Academy for magical instruction. What, Elris Academy? Murray Green exclaimed with pride, while the rotund Sam was momentarily taken aback. His expression one of disbelief. Indeed, it is the very Elris Academy you are thinking of, the foremost academy in the north. My mother is preparing to send me there for my magical studies. After taking a hearty sip of red tea to quell his astonishment, Sam remarked, Murray, this is remarkable. I never would have imagined you gaining admission to Elris Academy, especially for the study of magic. I have heard that the tuition for Elris Academy is 300 gold coins per year. 300 gold coins, that is nearly equivalent to the profits of my little tavern over 1 or 2 years. In this world, the predominant currency consisted of gold, silver, and copper coins, with 1 gold coin convertible to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin to 100 copper coins. Essentially, 1 gold coin equated to 10,000 copper coins. A copper coin's purchasing power was comparable to that of $1 in the previous world, thus 1 gold coin amounted to approximately $10,000. 300 gold coins total 300,000, a substantial sum in any realm. Yet merely a year's tuition here. Elris Academy operated on a 4-year curriculum, which totaled 1,200 gold coins in tuition fees. However, for aspiring magicians, paying tuition merely granted access to the most fundamental knowledge. To attain greater strength and secure powerful careers, one must invest further in additional learning, which constituted the most significant financial burden. While 1,200 gold coins may not seem excessive for the formidable Green family, it was still a considerable amount, as the family's rapid and somewhat unbalanced growth had endowed them with formidable combat prowess but insufficient foundational resources and economic stability to combat the savage orc threat. The Green family maintained a substantial military presence, with at least 70% of their tax revenue and business profits allocated to the army, in addition to expenses for developing the Green domain, war reparations, and nurturing local talent. Ultimately, retaining even 10% of their income was a remarkable feat, and prolonged warfare or natural disasters could force them to deplete their reserves or incur debts. Thus, Sam was genuinely astonished that the Countess would arrange for Murray Green to attend Elris Academy for magical studies, although the Academy's educational capabilities were indeed impressive, producing students who could graduate as intermediate magicians. He still believed that the decade-long magical institutions offered more value for money. I too was taken aback by the opportunity to study at Elris Academy. In a few days, I will be departing for my studies. Today, I wanted to gather with you all before we part ways. Our next meeting will be at the year's end. Murray Green echoed a similar sentiment of surprise, to which Sam patted his chest and declared, Tonight, I shall make arrangements that will surely satisfy you. But I am not entirely at ease. Following the night of the coming-of-age ceremony, Murray Green had lost all trust in Sam's assurances. Had it not been for the presence of a few familiar companions, he would not have bothered to bid farewell. Chapter 9. Enrolling at Elris Academy. After wandering around Green City for a few days and witnessing firsthand the peculiarities of this different world, Murray officially bid farewell to his few close friends. Under the careful arrangements of the rotund Sam, he encountered Angie once more, who had previously bested him in a drinking contest in a one-on-one drinking scenario. He found himself once again outmatched by Angie. In response, Murray lamented that it was merely the body he inhabited that had recently come of age, having rarely indulged in alcohol before or upon his return from school. He vowed to ensure Angie would face repercussions. Subsequently, he accompanied Ryan Green, escorted by a cavalry unit, and arrived at Elris City without incident, successfully enrolling at Elris Academy. Murray Green, here is your student card, dormitory key, and basic course schedule. Please keep them safe. Many matters within the school require the student card. If lost, please report to the administration office immediately for a replacement at the cost of 10 gold coins. Should you have any other inquiries, feel free to consult the staff at the front desk. Next student, please proceed to make your payment. Murray Green accepted a grey card, the words Elris Academy prominently displayed, followed by the designation of the Magic Division, and then his name, Murray Green. The card bore the date of his enrollment, the 1st of March in the year 4255 of the era of Divine Enlightenment. While the reverse side featured his magical portrait. Elris Academy, the premier institution in the North, was established by the ruling Elris family, the Duke of the North, over 5 centuries ago, specializing in the training of warriors and magicians. Essentially, any noble family in the North with the means would send their children to this academy for education. Here, students not only acquire structured knowledge but also expand their social networks. Ryan Green, aside from receiving training under the Count, was also studying in the warrior division of Elris Academy. After carefully storing the 10 gold coin student card, Murray turned to Ryan Green and inquired, "Where is the dormitory for the Magic Division?" In contrast to Murray, who was a new student, Ryan was now a third-year veteran, having completed more than half of his academic journey. "I've been to the Magic Division a few times, follow me." Elris Academy sprawled over nearly 10,000 acres, surpassing many universities from the previous world in size. However, the number of enrolled students barely exceeded 5,000, and with faculty, staff, and attendants, the total population remained below 10,000. Making it a vast yet sparsely populated institution. As Murray approached the Magic Division, he was immediately struck by the sight of hundreds of towering magic towers. These structures varied in height, with the shortest standing at 50 meters and the tallest reaching several hundred meters. Having witnessed the modern world's skyscrapers, Murray Green was astonished to find such towering edifices in this seemingly primitive realm, where stone was the primary construction material, standing beneath one of the towering spires. Murray's initial reaction was one of insignificance, feeling dwarfed by the sheer scale of the structure above him. What an astonishing height for this tower, the Tower of Stanley Ellis, constructed over 2 decades by Duke Ellis and the Grand Sorcerer Stanley Ellis 5 centuries ago. The day the Tower of Stanley Ellis was completed marked the founding of Ellis Academy, with the Grand Sorcerer Stanley Ellis serving as its inaugural headmaster. The guest lecturer, Ryan Green, began his steady narration as they walked, soon arriving before a 3-story edifice. In comparison to the towering magical spire, the structure, standing at a mere 40 meters, boasted an expansive footprint. This was the teaching building of the Magic Division. As they passed the teaching building, Murray Green observed 5 5-story structures, which constituted the magical dormitories. Surrounding these 5 residence halls were numerous standalone small castles: water, wind, earth, fire, and mystery. These 5 dormitories were known, with Murray assigned to the water tower. Ryan Murray pointed toward a dormitory tinted in blue, and the 2 brothers registered at the dormitory's entrance. The dormitory supervisor entered Murray Green's student ID into the magical array and reminded him to keep his card safe. Otherwise, he would be unable to come and go freely from the residence hall. Listening attentively to the supervisor's guidance, Murray Green nodded vigorously. After bidding farewell to the supervisor, he examined the tag on his dormitory key: Magical Dormitory, Water, 305. Following the tag's directions, Murray Green quickly found his dormitory. Upon opening the door, he was astonished to discover a 1-bedroom apartment with a living room and a private bathroom, furnished with many noble quality amenities, opulent and comfortable. Truly, Ellis Academy was lavish, providing each student with such an extravagant chamber, which surely came at a considerable cost. Hearing this, Ryan Green shot a glance at Murray, exclaiming, "You're overthinking. This dormitory costs 30 gold coins a year. Sorcerers can earn money faster than robbing. 30 gold coins? My heavens, that's exorbitant. 1,000 students would amount to 30,000 gold coins, or 300 million copper coins. The annual accommodation fee for the Magic Division alone is a significant target." Murray exclaimed, "Robbing doesn't yield such swift returns. Robbing may not be quick, but capturing a sorcerer could be even faster. So little Murray, do not let us down. Strive to become a formidable sorcerer. If you transition to an alchemist, you shall be among the most lucrative sorcerers, reaping wealth." Ryan's eyes sparkled as he stared at Murray, making him feel a chill run down his spine. What was going on? "We are blood brothers, connected by kinship. He wouldn't be contemplating robbing me, would he?" "Surely not." The next morning, after completing his morning routine and enjoying breakfast in the dormitory dining hall, Murray Green set off towards the teaching building with great enthusiasm. Along the way, he noticed many classmates also departing their dormitories, hurrying towards the teaching building, their bustling presence infusing the otherwise quiet magical academy with life. With steadfast determination, Murray quickly arrived at the teaching building. Guided by the attendants to the meditation classroom as indicated on his schedule, entering the classroom, Murray was taken aback by the absence of traditional desks and chairs. Instead, there was a spacious area covered with wooden planks, upon which 20 cushions were neatly arranged. Currently, 10 or so students were seated cross-legged on the cushions. After selecting a spot, he quietly settled onto an empty cushion, joining his classmates in serene anticipation of the lesson to commence. Before long, more students trickled in, filling the 20 cushions. Perhaps due to the first class of the new term, everyone remained silent, sitting with solemnity, awaiting the commencement of the lesson. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, as the class bell chimed. A middle-aged sorcerer clad in a magical robe suddenly floated through the classroom door. Yes, floated. Murray Green initially doubted his vision, but as he observed this sorcerer's feet hovering 20 centimeters above the ground as he glided to the podium, he realized this was indeed magic, a wondrous manifestation of sorcery, finally beginning to reveal itself to him, and even this slight glimpse was enough to leave him entranced. Chapter 10, The First Class. Good day, esteemed teacher. Although no one was prompted to stand, all seated students rose simultaneously, bowing respectfully to the sorcerer. The middle-aged instructor maintained a composed demeanor and gently nodded. Please be seated. I am Lyndon Bill, your introductory meditation instructor. You may call me Teacher Lyndon. Now, I will take attendance, and I encourage you all to introduce yourselves. As Teacher Lyndon's body gracefully descended to sit cross-legged on a cushion at the podium, he produced an attendance sheet from his robe and began calling names. Liway Ellis, present. A student named Liway Ellis stood up, greeting Teacher Lyndon and his classmates. Hearing the surname Ellis, Murray Green's heart skipped a beat. He immediately recognized the individual as a member of the Ellis family. However, upon observing Liway's physical traits, his pale black and white eyes, black hair, and fair complexion, it was evident that the familial characteristics were not pronounced. Murray realized that Liway Ellis was likely a distant relative of the Ellis family, retaining the surname without strong ties. Chi Clemens present. Hello, everyone, I am Ma Chi Clemens. A strikingly beautiful young lady with an impressive stature rose gracefully, flashing a smile at all present. The Clemens family was one of the 4 major marquis families from the northern regions. Watching each classmate introduce themselves, all with distinguished names, confirmed that this classroom was filled with noble offspring. Within no time, the attendance was completed, and Teacher Lyndon stored the sheet, his gaze calm as he addressed the assembly. Welcome to Ellis Academy, and to my class. A polite round of applause resonated before subsiding, as Lyndon Bill nodded and continued. To maintain discipline and coherence in this classroom, I have a few rules. They are quite simple: no absences, no tardiness, no early departures, no disturbances, and maintain silence in the classroom. If you have matters to address, please submit a report. You may request leave with appropriate justification. That is all. Should more rules be necessary, we will add them later. I hope we won't be seeing each other in this classroom for long. Teacher Lyndon was instructing the introductory meditation class. Once a student developed magical energy, attendance for this class would no longer be required. The students chuckled softly, accepting the teacher's well wishes. What I will teach you is the standard magical meditation method of Ellis Academy, created by the first headmaster Stanley Ellis and refined by the Academy's esteemed sorcerers, ultimately forming 5 volumes, allowing mastery up to the 5th level of Grand Sorcerer. And now, you will begin with the first volume, which will enable you to enter a meditative state, mobilizing and strengthening your mental energy, and cultivating magical power. It is a fundamental meditation technique. I hope you will all study diligently. Upon hearing that Teacher Lyndon Bill would instruct on the meditation technique, Murray Green straightened his posture, his eyes fixed on Lyndon Bill. In response to the eager gazes of his classmates, Lyndon Bill wasted no time. All right, everyone, close your eyes. I shall commence teaching you the meditation method. Wait, aren't we getting textbooks? Murray pondered, slightly bewildered. The 300 gold coin tuition only for tuition, excluding the cost of textbooks. Despite his confusion, Murray Green obediently closed his eyes. As he observed all the students closing their eyes, Lyndon Bill took a deep breath, channeling his magical energy into the cushion beneath him. Soon, mysterious patterns illuminated the podium, forming a magical array. With Lyndon Bill continually infusing magical energy, the patterns flowed like water, cascading from one student's cushion to another, ultimately enveloping the entire floor, culminating in a complete magical array. Focus magic array, activate. With his eyes shut, Murray Green felt a sudden chill enveloping his head, akin to touching ice. He instinctively gasped and abruptly opened his eyes. Whoa! Every student in attendance sensed the unexpected cold. Exclamations of surprise erupted as they opened their eyes, only to see the floor covered in magical patterns. It's a magic array. Silence, all of you, close your eyes. Before the students could engage in further conversation, Lyndon Bill promptly interjected. Complying with the instructor's command, the students suppressed their curiosity and closed their eyes once more. feeling the chill, which helped to clarify their minds. Soon, Lyndon Bill's voice resonated in their ears, soft, somewhat muffled, as if he were whispering right beside them. Murray Green found it somewhat awkward after about 10 minutes. He finally grasped that Teacher Lyndon was reciting the meditation method, but he hardly remembered a few lines, just as he intended to open his eyes and request a textbook for memorization. Lyndon Bill's voice drifted into his ears again, commencing the second recitation. During the second recitation of the meditation method, Murray Green noticed that Lyndon Bill's voice had become significantly louder and clearer, allowing him to comprehend much more of the meditation technique. Although he merely sat cross-legged on the cushion, listening to the meditation method, Murray felt an exhilarating rush of energy coursing through him. Almost euphoric, however, thanks to the focus magic erase suppression, he managed to control his emotions and continue meditating. Throughout this process, his body felt as if it were engaged in exercise, leaving him somewhat fatigued. As the third round of the meditation technique resonated, Murray Green perceived Mr. Lyndon's voice as if it were spoken in a normal tone, allowing him to comprehend each word distinctly. By the fourth round, the voice rang like a resounding bell. By the fifth round, Murray Green felt Mr. Lyndon's voice akin to a chisel, while his own head resembled a stone tablet, with the chisel meticulously inscribing each word onto the tablet. Having fully committed the entire meditation technique to memory again and again, round after round, he lost track of how many times he had repeated it. Not only had Murray Green memorized the entire meditation technique flawlessly, but he also began to meditate independently, following the prescribed method. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. When the class bell tolled, Murray had long since lost count of how many times he had listened to the meditation technique, leaving him dizzy and weak. The lesson concluded here for today. Remember to reflect on the meditation technique after class and attempt to meditate on your own. If you encounter any questions, jot them down and raise them in the next class. Alright, class dismissed. Goodbye, teacher. Upon hearing the words class dismissed, although Murray Green felt utterly exhausted, he instinctively stood up and bowed respectfully to Lyndon Beale, expressing his farewell. However, when he hazily opened his eyes, he discovered that he was the only one standing while the others remained slumped on their cushions, leaving Murray Green momentarily bewildered. Observing Murray Green standing alone, a hint of surprise flickered across Lyndon Beale's otherwise impassive face. After scrutinizing Murray closely, he finally smiled gently and said, "Your spirit is commendable. Remember to recite the meditation technique after class and strive to enter a meditative state independently. Should you have any questions, feel free to consult me at my magic tower." Thank you, teacher. Although Murray Green was puzzled as to why Lyndon Beale was treating him with such kindness, preparing to offer him special attention, he considered it a fortunate turn of events and promptly conveyed his gratitude. Chapter 11, History of Magic Class. Today's class focused on the enlightenment of a wizard's meditation. After finishing his lessons, Murray headed to the cafeteria for lunch before returning to the dormitory, where he sat cross-legged on his bed, attempting to meditate independently. In this world, warriors cultivate their battle energy, while wizards nurture their magical power. Meditation serves as an essential means for the latter. Through meditation, wizards concentrate their minds, enhancing their mental strength to capture the magical particles roaming the cosmos, drawing them within themselves to merge with their mental force, thereby generating magical power. With the theory established, it was time to put it into practice. Sitting on his bed, Murray repeatedly chanted the meditation incantation, following Lyndon Beale's guidance to initiate the meditation technique. However, after 3 rounds of recitation, he failed to experience the exhilaration he had felt during class. As for the so-called mental strength, he felt none whatsoever. Before long, fatigued, Murray leaned back on his bed, pulled the covers over himself, and fell into a deep slumber. Yet, not long after, an imperceptible gray particle materialized from thin air and slowly drifted into his mind. At that moment, Murray found himself in a peculiar dream, where he envisioned being struck by a freight truck, soaring through the air 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, 50 meters, thousands of meters, ascending into the sky, piercing through the clouds and breaking free of the atmosphere. He continued to fly, watching the earth shrink before his eyes until it vanished, passing through a misty gray expanse where his entire being seemed coated in gray paint, transforming him into a shadowy figure. Nevertheless, he pressed on, incessantly flying. Suddenly, with a forceful kick, a sensation of emptiness surged through him, causing Murray Green to awaken abruptly from his dream. Damn! What a nightmare! Gaining clarity amidst the familiar surroundings of his room, Murray realized he had experienced a frightful dream. However, upon reflection, he found he could not recall the details of the nightmare. Only a persistent sense of flight and an overwhelming grayness. Yawning, he rose from his bed, stretched, and moved his limbs, discovering that he had enjoyed a restorative sleep, feeling invigorated unlike his usual sluggish self. Yet, he paid little mind to it. Gazing out the window, he noted the sun setting in the west. He had slept for a considerable duration, awakening to find the sky darkened. The foundational curriculum consisted of 5 subjects: the enlightenment of wizard meditation, history of magic, fundamental knowledge of magical flora and fauna, appreciation of magical artifacts, and magical etiquette and spells, with 1 subject scheduled each morning and weekends off. The history of magic is extensive, with people engaging with and utilizing magic for millennia, albeit in a disorganized and chaotic manner during earlier times. Unlike the meditation class with its mere 20 students, this was a larger lecture, with hundreds of students gathered in a spacious classroom. A venerable old wizard was animatedly expounding upon the evolution of magic at the podium. This subject piqued Murray Green's interest, as this world differed from the last. Here, much knowledge could be found online in various formats: authentic, revised, and modified versions, as well as audio readings. Knowledge in this realm is exceedingly precious, especially magical knowledge, with each piece having its own price. Consequently, many types of knowledge are monopolized. Thus, the history of magic class also lacked a textbook. All information was conveyed orally by the instructor, allowing students to take notes but forbidding the dissemination of content, lest the Academy impose penalties on those who leaked knowledge. Present-day researchers of magical history categorize the evolution of magic into 3 eras. The ancient era of blood magic, approximately 10,000 years ago; the ancient chaotic era of magic, spanning from 10,000 years ago to the first year of the Divine Enlightenment; and finally the current era of elemental magic. I shall now elaborate on the ancient era of blood magic. As the old wizard elaborated, Murray Green gradually grasped the historical development of magic and its civilizational progress. Though he could not witness it firsthand, he could sense the barbarity and bloodshed of the ancient times through the instructor's concise descriptions. In the inception of magic, people lacked meditation techniques and teachers to guide them. Everything relied on personal exploration and the natural world's wonders, giving rise to naturally awakened superhumans. Some individuals were born powerful, others awakened through training, while some utilized rare herbs and treasures to achieve awakening. Their powers and mental fortitude far surpassed that of ordinary humans, enabling them to harness elemental forces. These superhumans were referred to as the messengers of the gods. And with their emergence came those who studied them. After a period marked by bloodshed and cruelty, wizards who manipulated blood and flesh emerged on the historical stage, dominating the ancient era of blood magic. The ancient chaotic magic era was characterized by a flourishing of diverse schools of thought, while the year of divine enlightenment heralded the advent of the formal meditation technique when disinterested in the classroom content. Time stretched endlessly, yet when captivated, it felt as though one were entranced. Murray Green found himself transported back to his childhood, enchanted by the mythical tales he had first heard. Ding dong, ding dong. Alright, I shall conclude my lecture here for today. We will continue next time. Class dismissed. The once fervent old professor, who had been passionately delivering his lecture, did not linger and promptly exited the classroom, leaving Murray Green momentarily stunned. Actually, I wouldn't mind if you extended the class a little, Murray Green muttered softly as he picked up his notebook and slowly rose to leave the classroom. Murray, please wait a moment. As soon as Murray stepped out of the classroom, a voice suddenly called out from behind him, prompting him to halt. Turning around, he saw that it was Levi Ellis who had called him. Hello, Levi, how can I assist you? Levi Ellis replied with a smile. I am planning to host a student dinner this Friday evening at 7 o'clock at the Rose Courtyard in the student service area, and I would like to invite you to attend. I wonder if you are available. A dinner and hunting are 2 principal means of aristocratic socializing. Faced with Levi Ellis's invitation, Murray Green immediately donned a noble smile and nodded in agreement. Of course I'm available, thank you for the invitation. It is truly an honor. Receiving Murray Green's affirmative response, Levi Ellis beamed with delight and quickly walked alongside him, engaging in conversation. Murray, could you provide me with your room number? I needed to arrange for someone to deliver the dinner invitation. Of course, my room number is. The two walked together, heading to the cafeteria for a meal before returning to the dormitory area. Murray Green noticed that Levi Ellis did not reside in the dormitory but in a nearby standalone villa. This 2-story villa offered accommodations for servants, facilities for cooking and laundry, a separate magical research room, and a meditation room. The living conditions and tranquility were vastly superior to those of the dormitory, though the cost was significantly higher as well, with the study funds approved by the Countess. Murray Green could afford a villa, but he had chosen not to because he currently had no need for one. Chapter 12. Aristocrats abound as relatives. Back in his dormitory, Murray Green eagerly sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and silently recited the meditation technique. hoping to enter a meditative state. Today, he had yet to meditate, and his energy and vitality were at their peak. However, perhaps lacking the teacher's guidance, apart from feeling a slight restlessness in his body. He made no further progress. After an hour of attempting to meditate alone, Murray Green, feeling somewhat disheartened, opened his eyes, took a moment to adjust, and sought to calm his body. This method of meditation is truly remarkable. Etched in my heart, yet I find it difficult to articulate. When I attempt to write, the words escape me, otherwise I could verify whether my recollection of the meditation technique is accurate. Murray Green let out a bitter smile and sighed softly. Then gently reassured himself, "It's all right. It's only the second day. Generally, it takes an individual a month to enter a meditative state alone, so there is still time." Perhaps having encouraged himself, a relaxed Murray Green began to feel a touch of fatigue. He closed his eyes once more, reclined on his bed, and soon drifted into slumber. When Murray Green opened his eyes again, a glance out the window revealed that the sun was preparing to set. Is this what life is like for a university student languishing in apathy? No, I must strive tomorrow. I cannot continue to sleep like this. Resolving to change, Murray Green promptly rose, tidied himself, and departed the dormitory to dine in the cafeteria. Inside, he noticed several students partaking in their meals, among whom were a few familiar faces from his meditation class. Some greeted him politely, and after returning their nods, he approached the cafeteria counter to place his order. "Hello, I would like 2 pieces of honey-glazed meat patties accompanied by a cup of grape juice, please." The cost for the 2 meat patties was 60 copper coins, and the grape juice was 20 copper coins. Totaling 80 copper coins, this price was considerably higher than that found outside. However, within the capital of the northern region, particularly at the esteemed Ellis Academy, such rates were deemed reasonable. Murray Green produced his student card and swiped it across the magical array at the counter. Recording the transaction before taking his tray to find an empty seat, the student card, valued at 10 gold coins, connects to the vast magical network of Ellis Academy. It grants access to a grand combination of magical arrays throughout the academy. Without it, one must register to return to the dormitory or enter classrooms, and even dining in the cafeteria requires cash. By depositing a sum of money at the school, students can utilize the card for transactions across the campus. Akin to card payments in the real world, this revelation truly opened Murray Green's eyes. Although the world lacked technological advancements, magic had evidently flourished just as impressively. Of course, this convenience was exclusive to Ellis Academy. Once outside its magical coverage, the student card would merely possess value equivalent to its material worth. Murray Green lifted his knife and fork, deftly slicing the meat patty, and dining with an air of elegance. Just then, a tall figure approached him. Sensing the presence, Murray Green looked up to find a strikingly handsome young man standing before him, exuding a calm demeanor. Upon recognizing the face, a name sprang to mind. This was a classmate from his meditation course, presumably named Nick Brown. "Hello, Murray Green. I am Nick Brown of the Brown family, holders of an earldom." Although only 16, Nick Brown towered over Murray Green, rivaling his older brother, Ryan Green, in stature, a promising candidate to become a warrior, though he had chosen the path of a mage instead. "Greetings, Nick. May I inquire what brings you here?" Murray Green set down his knife and fork, wiping the remnants of sauce from his lips with a white napkin, and stood to formally acknowledge Nick Brown. "May I take the seat before you?" Of course. The two settled into their seats, and Nick Brown fixed his penetrating gaze upon Murray Green's pale blue eyes, softly inquiring, "Is your mother a member of the Campbell family?" "Indeed, my mother is Penny Campbell, the 3rd daughter of the current Marquis Campbell." While Murray Green remained somewhat puzzled by Nick Brown's intent, he answered truthfully. Upon receiving confirmation, Nick Brown suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, what a coincidence! My grandmother is the current Marquis Campbell's sister-in-law. We are relatives. By this connection, I suppose I could be considered your distant uncle." WTF? Faced with this unexpected revelation, Murray Green found the meat patty before him suddenly unappetizing. However, considering Nick Brown's grandmother's relationship to his own grandfather, this towering young man of the same age could indeed be regarded as a generation older. "Uncle, ha, no need to call me uncle, my dear nephew. Let us regard each other as classmates and brothers. You may simply call me Nick, or even just Nick." Nick Brown's previously composed expression morphed into a sly grin, causing Murray Green's temples to throb and his fists to clench. Yet, upon observing Nick Brown's imposing physique, he chose to relax his hold. It was unexpected to find that beneath his robust appearance lay such a character. The history of noble families is often intricate, the larger and older the lineage, the more diverse its bloodlines. Much like in the past world of Europe, where most monarchs were related, here too, one could never discern the true nature of those around them. The prospect of finally noticing a girl one fancied only to discover she was a distant relative was an experience fraught with nuance. The Green family, a newly established noble line in the far reaches of the north, had remained insular through generations of intermarriage, failing to develop a noble circle. However, the current Earl Green's marriage to the daughter of the Marquis Campbell, followed by his rise to fame in the First War and subsequent elevation to earldom, had suddenly thrust them into the limelight. Thus, as the son of Penny Campbell and grandson of the Marquis, the Green brothers found themselves swiftly integrated into the noble bloodline of the North. Entering this elite circle held both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits included a plethora of noble relatives, which often facilitated dealings, an adage that rings true in any realm. Particularly for a newly minted noble family like the Greens, integration into the noble bloodline significantly eased the process of trading goods, acquiring strategic resources, and even borrowing funds for warfare. However, the downside was evident. Murray Green found himself in a position of lower status. Feeling the weight of the generational gap, this nearly shattered the calm demeanor of the quiet and handsome Murray Green. Chapter 13. The apothecary's prestige, classmates, peers, and relatives of similar standing. When these factors combine, aside from the discomfort arising from the generational divide, their relationship indeed became considerably closer. As Murray Green conversed with Nick Brown while savoring the meat patties, he suddenly realized that his sense of satiety today was not as pronounced as usual. Typically 2 patties would leave him nearly full, yet today he felt merely 7/10 satisfied. Has my appetite increased? I hope I won't gain weight. It shouldn't be a concern. At 16, it's normal to have a hearty appetite. With this thought, Murray Green finished the decorative vegetables on his tray and downed the grape juice in one go, concluding his meal. I must not be picky, I need to replenish my vitamins. Hey, Murray, do you have time tonight? Shall we explore the student service area together? Noticing Murray Green's empty tray, Nick Brown glanced at the remaining food on his own plate, but he seemed unbothered, his face alight with excitement as he invited his companion to join him in the student service area. Absolutely, I've heard the service area is quite lively. I've been eager to check it out. Responding affirmatively to Nick Brown's invitation, Murray Green, equally intrigued by the student service area, followed him as they made their way there. Ellis Academy comprises 3 distinct sections: the Magic Division, the Warrior Division, and the Student Service Area. The Magic and Warrior Divisions occupy the lower corners of the Academy, serving as the educational zones. Including faculty and student dormitories, the Student Service Area, however, is far more complex, a bustling hub catering to the needs of both students and teachers, featuring shops, eateries, clothing stores, weapon shops, potion apothecaries, bars. Every conceivable need is met here. Akin to a miniature city. As they walked, they noticed numerous students from the academy heading towards the service area, predominantly new arrivals. This made sense. The evening hours are optimal for mages to meditate, and only newcomers would have the leisure to explore the service area, especially given the academy's tranquil atmosphere. Young students, brimming with energy, would hardly tolerate the solitude of the academy. Upon entering the student service area, they were greeted by a vibrant shopping street, lined with shops on either side and throngs of students shopping and enjoying themselves. Several students had set up stalls in open areas, selling various items. Come take a look. Freshly hunted level 2 magical beast, Swiftwind Wolf. Check out its fangs and claws, essential for crafting. The wolf hide is incredibly tough. With a little tailoring, it becomes armor. Its carcass is still fresh, having been killed within 3 hours, great for strengthening one's physique. A senior clad in armor energetically promoted the wares, flanked by a ranger equipped with a one-handed sword bloodied from the hunt, as he beckoned customers. They displayed a well-prepared Swiftwind Wolf carcass, roughly the size of a water buffalo, surrounded by curious students. Excuse me, how much for the wolf's fangs? Inquired a student wearing leather armor and carrying a longbow. Scrutinizing the fangs closely, 1 gold coin for the tusks, and 50 silver coins for the sharp fangs. A single fang and 2 sharp teeth. Classmate Chang Gong did not haggle, producing 2 gold coins to hand to the warrior senior. He then drew a dagger from his calf, pried a fang and 2 sharp teeth from the wolf's mouth, carefully wrapping them in cloth before delicately placing them into his pocket. Beasts, having been sanctified by magical particles, are formidable creatures imbued with power. Even the weakest first-level beast surpasses the might of an average warrior apprentice or magic apprentice. Each part of their bodies possesses unique functions, with their teeth being exquisite materials for arrowheads, capable of effortlessly piercing the resilient hides and scales of magical beasts. Classmate, how much for the wolf claws? Inquired a student of slight stature and frail appearance, dressed as an assassin, as he touched the wolf's claws. The ranger senior immediately replied, they are sold by the paw. 3 claws for 2 gold coins for the front paw, and 1 gold coin for the back paw. The forepaws of the Gale wolf are significantly larger than the hind paws. Hence the higher price for the front paws. A classmate, isn't that a tad expensive? Look at your Gale Wolf. The claws are not large enough to be fashioned into daggers. I'll take 2 front paws for 3 gold coins. Very well, I shall also include 2 hind paws for you. At that moment, the warrior senior, who had been shouting, interjected. Upon hearing this, the assassin was taken aback and asked, Really, you must be joking, you were the one who first jested. The warrior senior retorted, I have slain no fewer than 8 wolves, all of which were used for claws and throwing knives. You are the first to wish to use wolf claws to craft daggers. Ha! Laughter erupted from the surrounding customers, causing the assassin's face to flush red. He swiftly turned and vanished from the scene. Murray Green was astonished by the speed of the disappearing assassin. Such swiftness would easily shatter records in a competition. I'll take these 2 wolf eyes. How much? Before the laughter subsided, a senior dressed as a magician adorned with 2 medals on his chest pulled out his wallet. How could we allow Master Patey to pay? These 2 wolf eyes are fortunate to be chosen by you. Please take them free of charge. In the face of this magician-clad customer, the warrior senior, who had been laughing at the assassin, immediately donned a sycophantic smile. Free, indeed, he began, pausing before continuing with a pleading tone, but could you spare us a vial of the night vision potion you concocted? This was a first-level potion master. Murray Green recognized his identity immediately upon seeing the potion bottle-shaped medal. Adorned with a single golden line, for his mother, Penny Campbell, also bore a similar medal, but with 2 golden lines, indicating her status as a second-level potion master. Certainly, come to my laboratory the night after tomorrow to collect it. Master Patey pondered briefly, pocketed his wallet, nodded, accepted the carefully packaged wolf eyes from the ranger senior, and departed amidst the farewells of the crowd, leaving behind a rather distinguished silhouette. So being a potion master is indeed highly esteemed. Murray Green gazed enviously at the retreating figure. His mother had once said that potion masters held a prestigious status and intended to cultivate him into one, but he had not anticipated their status to be so exalted and impressive. How fortunate to have such a visionary mother. This journey through time is truly fortuitous. Before long, that 2-meter-long Gale Wolf had been completely dismantled and sold. Even its bones and entrails were packaged and sold to a nearby restaurant. After the sales concluded, the 2 vendors gathered their blood-stained cloths from the ground, discarded them into a refuse pile, and left, arms slung over each other's shoulders, laden with coin-filled pouches. Chapter 14. Simona Look. A potion shop. Let us go in and see what potions might be suitable for us. As they wandered aimlessly, Nick Brown suddenly pointed at a shop, excitedly addressing Murray Green. Turning to look, they saw a potion shop with a sign reading Simona's Apprentice Potion Shop. The name Simona sounded somewhat familiar to Murray Green, yet he could not recall where he had heard it before. A welcome, upon entering, a youthful waitress in her early 20s, with a charming visage, approached them. Are you 2 looking to purchase some potions? Our shop has just stocked a new batch of meditation potions, magical affinity potions, mental potions, and concentration potions, all concocted within the past week, ensuring both efficacy and quality are of the highest order. The waitress, with an experienced gaze, immediately discerned that both were newly enrolled magical students and recommended potions that would assist their meditation practice. Upon hearing about these potions, both students' eyes brightened, prompting them to request a look at the goods. Meditation potions can assist meditation for 4 hours, enhancing the speed of meditation. For those yet to achieve a meditative state, they increase the likelihood of entering such a state. The magical affinity potion temporarily boosts the user's magical affinity, drawing magical particles to facilitate meditation, lasting for 8 hours. The potion shop boasted over 20 varieties of potions broadly categorized into 3 types: those assisting magical and warrior training, those temporarily enhancing combat effectiveness, and those with special effects, all highly marketable and selling well. Murray Green gazed longingly at the meditation potions but recalled his mother's counsel, ultimately abandoning his purchasing intentions until he independently cultivated magical energy. He should refrain from using enhancement potions lest they affect his aptitude assessment, disrupt his subsequent career development, and foster dependency, making it difficult to wean off such aids later, after departing from the potion shop. The 2 visited a magical weapon store, broadening their horizons for over 2 hours before returning to the magical academy. They agreed to attend class together the next day before parting ways. Back in the dormitory, invigorated, Murray Green attempted meditation for another hour, yet achieved little progress, finding the situation largely unchanged from earlier. On the 3rd day of classes, Murray Green and Nick Brown walked together towards the classroom. Today's lesson was an introduction to magical flora and fauna, a mid-sized class of 40 students, combining classes 1 and 2. As the bell rang, Murray Green halted his whispered conversation with Nick Brown. Sitting upright in his chair, awaiting the arrival of the instructor, just then, a petite, exquisitely featured female teacher entered the classroom, her age indiscernible, dressed in a green magical robe. She adorned a medal on her chest. "Hello everyone, my name is Simona Linde. For the coming year, I shall be your instructor for this course, and I hope you will all behave appropriately." Standing under 5 feet tall, this female teacher exuded an aura that seemed to stretch 2 meters outward. As she spoke, an overwhelming presence enveloped the classroom, causing Murray Green, who was already seated straight, to feel a tremendous pressure upon his spine, as though it might bend under the weight. Simona Linde's gaze swept across the room. Akin to a regal beast surveying its domain, those caught in her sight, already pale-faced, turned even more ashen, instinctively lowering their heads to avoid meeting her eyes. Her gaze soon landed on Murray Green, and he felt the invisible pressure intensify as their eyes locked. His body instinctively urged him, "Lower your head, do not meet her gaze." Just as this thought crossed his mind and he prepared to bow his head, his spirit, which had remained dormant during his solitary meditations, suddenly began to simmer, producing an equivalent invisible force that resisted the pressure and commanded him, "Do not lower your head," caught in a conflict between 2 conflicting urges. Just as Murray Green contemplated which to heed, Simona Linde shifted her gaze away, but not before he caught a glimmer of approval in her eyes. Simona Linde appears quite pleased with the students' reactions," she remarked, her eyes narrowing slightly as she nodded. "In my class, it matters not if you listen attentively, as long as you pass the final exam, that suffices. However, should any student excel and voluntarily request a more rigorous assessment, achieving commendable results, I may consider them as my assistant in the potion laboratory until graduation." With that, Simona Linde leaned slightly backward and puffed out her chest, making her medal even more conspicuous. The medal, shaped like a potion bottle and silver in hue, did not reflect sunlight but rather appeared somewhat dulled, and anyone with a modicum of knowledge could discern its material, mithril. Most notably, the medal was embellished with 5 golden lines. 5. A 5th-level potion master. In this extraordinary world, warriors and magicians are overarching classifications. Anyone who cultivates battle energy is termed a warrior, yet, within the warriors exist ranks such as Dragon Knights, Holy Knights, and Annihilation Knights. All categorized as warriors, yet far more powerful than ordinary ones. The same applies to magicians. Those who cultivate magical energy are called magicians, but within them reside battle mages, alchemists, rune engravers, potion masters, telekinetics, and numerous other professions. Potion masters are magicians who concoct potions, utilizing unique methods to transform magical plants and animals into potions with special functions, applicable in healing, training, combat, and various other aspects. Essentially, everyone seeks the aid of potion masters, resulting in their elevated status and considerable wealth. The 5th-level potion master, a true master among masters, holds a remarkable status not only in the northern regions but also in the royal capital and the empire at large. To learn under her guidance, even as a mere laboratory assistant and not as a disciple, would still provide a significant opportunity to become a potion master, given her slight pointers and the enriching atmosphere of the lab. The students, upon recognizing the esteemed identity of their forthcoming magical instructor, were all taken aback and subsequently directed their fervent gazes towards the proud figure of Simona Linde standing at the podium. Who wouldn't aspire to be a noble and wealthy potion master? In the face of the students' ardent stares, Simona Linde remained unfazed. "Very well, we shall commence our lesson now." Chapter 15, The Space Ring After a Single Class. If one were to encapsulate the experience in 2 words, it would be luxurious, in 3, grand opulence, and in 4, Murray Green could only describe it as wealth beyond measure. The absence of textbooks was something he had reluctantly accepted. Assuming that Professor Simona would share her knowledge orally, akin to the history teacher from the previous lesson, however, to his astonishment, he witnessed Professor Simona's left hand delicately grasping the air, conjuring a magical plant that materialized seemingly out of nowhere. Such feats could be attributed to illusionists, yet in this realm of genuine magic, such lowly tricks were unnecessary. It was the result of authentic sorcery. Consequently, all students instinctively turned their attention to Simona's left hand. Unsurprisingly, upon her alabaster fingers rested a great ancient ring that seemed incongruous with her exquisite appearance, a space ring, a marvel of enchanters. Even the most rudimentary space ring, with a mere cubic capacity, commands a starting price of thousands. With no upper limit, most importantly, this treasure is priceless and scarce. Even offering several times its worth may not procure a single space ring. Long after the class had concluded, while dining in the cafeteria, both Murray Green and Nick Brown continued to marvel at Professor Simona's immense wealth. "I absolutely adored this class. Professor Simona's insights on those plants were utterly fascinating. Murray, lend me your notebook. I wish to review the material afterwards and aim for a perfect score on the final exam. To secure the top position, Murray Green smirked derisively at Nick Brown, contemplating whether to jab his fork into his cheeks to test the man's audacity. Didn't you say before class that it didn't matter if you brought a notebook? After all, your focus certainly wasn't on this lesson. The beautiful and graceful Professor Simona, with her outstanding teaching abilities, has truly moved me. It is only fitting that I prioritize this course during my 4 years of study. How unfortunate for you. I had already designated this course as a priority before enrollment, so do you truly believe I would assist my competitor? Oh, Nick Brown lowered his head to gaze at the impassive Murray Green, inwardly exclaiming, a remarkable fellow indeed. I previously thought you rather earnest, but it seems you are just another opportunist. Humph, in that case, do not blame me for being merciless, my friend. Prepare to experience my secret weapon. With a swift motion, Nick Brown seized Murray Green's wrist, adopting a mournful expression as he pleaded, Murray, don't be like this. I am your uncle, after all. Together, we could easily dominate this class. Let us not provide our peers with a spectacle. Witnessing Nick Brown's towering figure perform his melodramatic act, Murray Green felt a wave of nausea wash over him. It was simply unbearable. Let go. He shook his arm vigorously, attempting to dislodge Nick Brown. But the latter's imposing stature was not easily shaken off. Little Murray, keep my notebook far from you. All right then, I shall take my leave at once. Nick Brown snatched the notebook from Murray Green and, without finishing his meal, hurriedly exited the cafeteria. Ah, what a poor choice in friends. Observing Nick Brown's retreating form, which bore an air of triumph akin to a successful thief, Murray Green sighed in exasperation. Nick Brown's departure had somewhat improved Murray Green's appetite, and after finishing the 2 meat cuts on his plate, he used his fork to spear the untouched piece of fried fish from Nick Brown's tray. Continuing his meal, the clean plate initiative begins with me. Once satiated, Murray Green rose and instinctively glanced around, noticing numerous classmates dining. He spotted a group from Class 2 conversing animatedly. Class 2 should be comprised of the noble offspring from the Northern Territories. Yet their accents suggest otherwise. Reflecting briefly, although most of his attention during class had been on Simona, he clearly recalled the appearances of all the students from Class 2. Their darker skin tones and refined features indicated they were not from the northern regions. However, this observation did not linger in his mind. It was not uncommon for Southerners to study in the North, as many students pursued education abroad. Thus, he dismissed the thought and turned to leave the cafeteria. Heading back to his dormitory. 2 letters. Upon entering, he noticed 2 envelopes lying at the entrance. Picking them up, he sat on the sofa and opened the first, which was an invitation to a banquet from Leeway Ellis. As he had previously mentioned, the second was a casual greeting from his elder brother, Ryan Green, inquiring about his adjustment to school life and inviting him to return to the estate purchased by Count Green just outside Ellis City this Saturday morning. As a Count's family, the Green family had established numerous enterprises in the northern metropolis of Ellis City, including shops, butcheries, and procurement centers, as well as properties, one of which was a vacation estate. Unfortunately, due to financial constraints, they could only acquire an estate outside Ellis City. After reading the letters, Murray Green penned a response to his brother, briefly outlining his recent experiences. As for the reason behind his brother's invitation to the estate this Saturday, he merely acknowledged it, not pressing for details, knowing he would learn in due course. With the letter completed, Murray Green descended the stairs. Students admitted to Ellis Academy were typically children of affluent merchants. Even if not of noble lineage, having been raised in comfort and attended to by servants. Therefore, in the dormitory, there existed personnel specifically catering to these students. As long as one could pay, most tasks could be accomplished. Sending a letter was a trivial matter. Once Murray Green paid, someone promptly took his letter to Ryan Green's dormitory. In the following 2 days, the classes included magical item appreciation and magical etiquette in spells. The former taught students how to identify and distinguish magical artifacts, while the latter covered the etiquette of mages and the importance of incantations when practicing and casting magic, explaining the significance and composition of spells. Both classes were taught by competent instructors, and the content was substantial, allowing Murray Green to acquire a wealth of knowledge. However, perhaps due to the lasting impression left by Simona, these 2 instructors' teaching styles lacked the same flair. Leaving Murray Green feeling somewhat discontented and unenthusiastic during the lessons. Chapter 16, The Classmate Banquet. On Friday evening, the banquet hosted by Leeway Ellis was approaching. Checking the time, Murray Green felt it was nearly time to depart. He retrieved a set of noble attire from his wardrobe and donned it, looking quite dashing. Standing before the mirror, he grinned, thoroughly pleased with his current appearance. Once ready, Murray Green exited and awaited Nick Brown. who had also received an invitation. During dinner time, many students were either heading out to dine or returning, creating a bustling atmosphere. Wow, that student is incredibly handsome. Who could he be? Indeed, quite striking, though not fully attentive. Murray Green caught snippets of gossip, turning to see two female classmates covertly observing him. A smile crept across his face as he offered them a gentle smile. The two girls, caught in the act, turned pale and quickly covered their faces with their hands, scampering away, and as he watched their youthful figures retreat, Murray Green couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Such moments, in his previous life, he could only fantasize about. Yet now they had materialized into reality. How could he not revel in it? Tsk, is that you, Murray? Engaging with female classmates. However, joy is often fleeting. Before Murray Green could fully savor the moment, the tall figure of Nick Brown obstructed his view, teasing him. Come on, we're going to be late, let us get moving. Murray Green chose not to engage, instead shifting the topic. The two then purchased small gifts along the way, chatting as they proceeded towards the banquet venue. As they walked along the street, the shops on either side grew increasingly opulent, yet the business seemed to decline. Undeterred, the pair continued until they departed the street and arrived at the estate area designated for students. Ultimately, they reached a quaint estate, its entrance adorned with the words Rose Garden, flanked by vibrant rose bushes. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Rose Pavilion. I wish you both a delightful evening. Upon entering through the invitation, kindly place your gifts at the reception, where the staff will greet you with warm smiles and heartfelt blessings. As you step into the banquet hall, Lee Wei Ellis, who is hosting classmates in the center, immediately approaches and shakes hands with both of you, expressing his gratitude. Haha, welcome to my banquet. It is truly an honor to have you here. You are too kind. Receiving your invitation is our privilege. They reply courteously. After exchanging pleasantries, Lee Wei Ellis, ever the busy host, greets them briefly before attending to other arriving guests. Once at the banquet, Murray Green separates from Nick Brown and begins to roam freely. He approaches the food table, requests a glass of juice, and fills his plate with some roasted meats, vegetables, and potatoes. He retreats to a quiet corner to dine alone. For some reason, he has been feeling particularly hungry lately. He returns for a bowl of stew, and ultimately indulges in several slices of pizza and blueberry pie, along with a fruit platter. By the time he feels moderately full, the banquet is nearing its end, and nearly all attendees have arrived. Over 100 people, roughly half of this year's incoming freshmen. After wiping his mouth with a napkin and cleaning his hands with a warm towel provided by the staff, Murray Green lifts a wineglass and strides toward the center of the banquet. Hey, Lee Wei, the food tonight is splendid. The roasted meat is tender and juicy, and the blueberry pie is baked to perfection. I accidentally overindulged, and I hope I can enjoy it again in the future. He clinks his glass with Lee Wei Ellis, expressing his gratitude to the host. Upon hearing Murray Green's compliments, Lee Wei Ellis smiles in response. Haha. Thank you for the praise, Murray. The pie was prepared by our pastry master. If you wish to have more in the future, just let me know, and I will ensure it is delivered to your dormitory. Haha, is that so? Then I shall not hold back. After greeting Lee Wei Ellis, Murray Green and Nick Brown share a brief conversation before approaching a female classmate. Good evening, beautiful miss, I am Murray Green. Maggie Clements, she replies. They gently clink their wineglasses and take a sip. Murray Green gazes at the woman before him, clad in a white dress, youthful yet statuesque, her lustrous black hair cascading down to her waist. With a slight tilt of her head, her captivating eyes curiously meet his gaze. From the Green family. I initially mistook you for a member of the Campbell family. Hee. I take after my mother. My mother is Penny Campbell, my grandfather is the Marquis of Campbell, and my father is the Earl of Green. When introducing oneself to unfamiliar nobility, it is customary to mention one's lineage, allowing the introduced party to grasp their status. Much like Liu Bei, who before rising to power was merely a straw sandal seller, few knew him until he claimed descent from the royal family of the Han Dynasty, effortlessly winning over Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. You are the brother of Ryan Green, indeed. In contrast to the relatively unknown Murray Green, the name Ryan Green is widely recognized, and his introduction suffices as the first heir of the Green family. In the entire Northern Territory, the Duke of the North is the most esteemed and powerful noble, followed by 4 marquises and 11 earls. These 16 nobles essentially hold dominion over the North. Renowned as the great nobility. As the first heir of the Green family, Ryan Green has been under the watchful eyes of the entire Northern Territory since birth, with countless young ladies aspiring to be his future countess. And Maggie Clements is no exception. Murray Green casts a somewhat discontented glance at Maggie Clements, realizing that he mistakenly viewed her as a classmate, while she harbors ambitions of becoming his sister-in-law. His father, after winning over his mother, was heralded as a talent destined to surpass him, and Ryan Green's standards for a mate are set high, primarily targeting the daughters of marquises. His father is fully supportive of Ryan's aspirations. As his mother has significantly elevated the noble lineage of the Green family, the Earl of Green has even provided Ryan with ample funds for courting, inciting envy in Murray Green. Moreover, he has not heard of Maggie Clemens from his older brother, indicating she is likely not a direct descendant of the Clemens family but rather a distant relative. After a brief conversation with Maggie Clemens, Murray Green reflects on the names of his classmates and approaches another student with his wineglass in hand. Following the order of attendance taken by Professor Linden, Murray Green toasts to a few marquises and earls before departing from the banquet center. He walks over to a bar, orders a fruit juice, and seeks out a sofa to take a brief respite. After sipping a couple of times, Nick Brown, who has been wandering around the hall, plops down beside him on the sofa. I am utterly exhausted. Did you manage to invite a few ladies to dance? Murray Green teases. However, Nick Brown waves his hand dismissively. Let us not discuss that. I have discovered something monumental. Take a look. Doesn't this banquet seem a bit off? Hearing Nick's words, Murray Green glances around but notices nothing unusual, let alone anything monumental. What seems to be the issue? I think everything is perfectly fine. At home, the Countess has always scrutinized Murray Green closely. As he typically attends formal gatherings with relatives and elders, this is his first experience at a banquet full of peers, so he is unaware of any differences between the two. Look at that group over there. Pointing at the students from Meditation Class 2, Nick Brown elaborates, there are over 20 students here who do not belong to the Northern Territory. Some hail from the Central Royal Capital, while others come from the East, West, and South. All of them are of high status, with at least Earl lineage. Upon hearing this, even though Murray Green is not well versed in the complexities of the world, he senses something amiss. If Ellis Academy possesses strong educational capabilities, there are equally prestigious institutions throughout the entire Laney's kingdom, particularly in the Central Royal Capital, which boasts the kingdom's finest school. How could such noble families travel such distances to study in the Northern Territory? Surely it is not merely for the snow. Enough of this nonsense. They must have ulterior motives. Narrowing his eyes, Murray Green silently observes the group, finally noticing an unusual detail. They are all men. You've noticed too. The two exchange glances, and Nick Brown swirls his wineglass, leaning back with a cold gaze as he bitterly remarks, they actually dare to covet our Northern Ice Lotus. It is utterly unforgivable. Northern Ice Lotus? What is that? Although Murray Green has recently begun to study diligently, spending time at the library to broaden his knowledge, he cannot recall ever encountering the term Northern Ice Lotus. He is aware of the region's famed snow lotus but finds it hard to believe that such a precious item would warrant sending a group of noble youths at such great expense. Besides, if it were truly so valuable, sending a handful of small fry seems a futile endeavor. Noticing the confusion in Murray Green's eyes, Nick Brown realizes he has not grasped the significance of his words. Frustration mounts as he acknowledges his nephew's ignorance. It refers to the most beautiful woman in the north, Her Royal Highness Elizabeth Ellis, the Northern Ice Lotus. You have never heard of her? Elizabeth Ellis, the second heir of the Duke of the North, is a name that one must be familiar with as a noble. Ignorance of her existence would be a grave offense. Yet what is this Northern Ice Lotus? That is the nickname I have given her. How fitting is it? Murray Green clenches his fist, instinctively wanting to curse Nick Brown's entire family, but realizing the man before him is family, he suppresses his frustration. The world is so beautiful, yet I am so irritable. This is not good at all. However, upon hearing Nick Brown's words and glancing again at the foreign students milling about the hall, Murray Green begins to piece together the situation. Elizabeth Ellis, 17 years old, is the current ruler of the North, granddaughter of the Duke of Ellis, the guardian of the North. As the second heir of the Duke. Unlike Murray Green, who is the second heir of an earl, her father is the first heir. With no siblings, Elizabeth Ellis is certain to inherit the title of Duchess of Ellis, becoming a remarkably rare female duke. In a world dominated by nobility, women with noble inheritance rights do not marry outside their lineage but instead select men to adopt their family name, due to the unique circumstances surrounding noble women. These men may share some noble privileges. The allure of sharing the rights of the Duke of the shared territory captivated the remarkable talents of non-noble heirs throughout the kingdom, drawing them to the north. Prepared to stake their fortunes for the latter half of their lives, having come to this realization, Murray Green took a sip of juice, suppressing his anger towards Nick Brown, and then shifted back into the embrace of the spacious sofa. But what does it have to do with me? Hey, what do you mean by that? with that look on your face, are you on the verge of surrendering? Murray, we cannot concede defeat. If we lose and this wretched group of outsiders seizes our northern ice lotus, then what face will we have left in the north? We will be the laughingstock of the entire Laney's kingdom. Nick Brown spoke through gritted teeth to Murray Green, but Murray Green replied softly, "It is not that I do not wish to fight. But look at me, my small arms and legs. How could His Highness possibly take a liking to me? It would be a case of perishing before the battle has even begun. Nevertheless, I concede defeat. But that does not signify our loss." Murray Green paused and spoke in a low voice to Nick Brown. "The future husband of Her Highness Elizabeth must be a towering man of great stature, capable of providing for Her Highness and safeguarding the entirety of the North. The phrase towering man seems tailor-made for you, Nick Brown. Hee. Where did this come from?" The usually brazen Nick Brown found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Murray Green's flattery, causing him to feel a bit giddy. However, before he could finish his thought, Murray Green interrupted and continued, "Just look at your robust physique, your imposing stature, your massive biceps, strong and powerful, with a quick mind and strategic acumen, exemplifying the body of a warrior and the wisdom of a mage, all exquisitely embodied in you. You are the great creation of the Creator, a man among men, the finest of the finest. Thus, Nick, I voluntarily concede defeat, not because they are formidable, but rather because of your presence in the North. I willingly withdraw to give you the space to unleash your might, so that you are not hindered. Go forth, Nick, the battlefield is laid out before you, a path for your heroism. Go and vanquish them. I shall stand behind you, offering my blessings and wishing you triumph." Watching Nick Brown stride with determination towards the center of the hall, Murray Green finished his juice in one go, swallowing down the earlier wave of nausea. He then adjusted his attire slightly, raised a glass of wine, and gracefully approached a beautiful noble maiden. "Hey, fair lady, might you indulge me in a dance later?" Chapter 18. The turmoil of the banquet. The towering Nick Brown embarked upon the path of a hero, but halfway through, the intelligence that had been clouded by Murray Green's flattery suddenly returned, and he realized he had been duped. "Wait, this isn't right. I have been fooled. That wretched lad, how did I not notice his silver tongue before? He's nearly catching up to me." However, having already taken this step, retreating would surely lead to 4 years of mockery from Murray Green, and what joy would remain for those 4 years? Thus, Nick Brown's eyes shifted to a noble youth engaged in conversation with Margie Clements. "It is you, Hayden Majory." Hayden Majory, one of the 4 great marquises of the North, the third son of Marquis Majory, was the most prominent male among those present, second only to Leeway Ellis, with his target in mind. Nick Brown organized his thoughts and approached Hayden Majory, softly saying, "My apologies for the interruption, but may I speak with Lord Hayden privately?" Surprised by Nick Brown's sudden approach, Hayden Majory excused himself to Margie Clements and followed Nick Brown to the edge of the hall. "Lord Nick, what brings you here?" Upon hearing Hayden Majory's question, Nick Brown's expression darkened, revealing a sorrowful demeanor that made Hayden Majory's heart skip a beat. "He isn't asking to borrow money, is he? If he is, how do I refuse? This is quite the dilemma." Before Hayden Majory could devise an answer, Nick Brown spoke gravely, "Lord Hayden, our North is currently facing a monumental challenge, one only we can confront. Should we fail, the entire North will become the laughingstock of the Laney's kingdom and may even become a vassal of another region." "What?" Hearing this, Hayden Majory's face turned pale, and he exclaimed in astonishment, drawing curious glances from nearby peers engaged in conversation. Realizing he had overreacted, Hayden Majory quickly composed himself, apologizing to the surrounding students before leading Nick Brown to a more secluded corner. "What challenge?" Seeing Hayden Majory take the matter seriously filled Nick Brown with joy, knowing he had captured his attention. He stated directly, "Those outsiders have come to Ellis Academy with ulterior motives. They seek to become the husbands of Her Highness Elizabeth and share in the rule of the North. If they succeed, our future will be bleak." Upon grasping the situation, Hayden Majory's expression darkened, his fury igniting as he cast a furious glare at the outsiders. "Her Highness Elizabeth is already 17, and the matter of selecting her partner is no longer a secret among the nobility." As the son of a marquis, Hayden Majory was even more informed about this than Nick Brown. As Elizabeth approached adulthood, the Duke of Ellis had sent emissaries to the 4 great marquises, and Hayden Majory underwent a thorough inspection by the Duke's envoy. Before the inspection, he had asked his father for clarification, but received only a serious admonition to present his best self. After the inspection, his typically stern father had joyfully informed him that he had been placed on the short list of candidates for Her Highness Elizabeth's husband, ranking within the top 5. Overjoyed by this news, who wouldn't want to be the husband of Her Highness Elizabeth? To revel in the embrace of a beauty while wielding power over the realm is temptation beyond compare, particularly since he had become one of the candidates. With success seemingly within reach now, hearing Nick Brown reveal that a horde had come to the north to snatch away his Elizabeth, his wealth, and his position as Duke of the North, how could he not be enraged? Observing the furious Hayden Majery, Nick Brown smacked his lips, though uncertain why. He silently praised himself for having chosen the right person. With such a valiant warrior, he could comfortably navigate the tumultuous waters behind the scenes. Thank you, Lord Nick, for your warning. Had it not been for you, I would have remained oblivious to this matter. These people dare to come to the north and covet Her Highness Elizabeth, utterly reckless. Indeed, Her Highness Elizabeth is our northern ice lotus, pure and sacred. These outsiders shall never lay their hands upon her. We northern men will not permit it, Nick Brown exclaimed indignantly, then revealed a cunning smile. Whispering into Hayden Majery's ear, I have a small idea to give these intruders a taste of their own medicine. Upon hearing Nick Brown's plan, Hayden Majery's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. Excellent idea. We shall act separately, gather our forces, and strike in half an hour. Today, I shall ensure that these outsiders enter standing but leave horizontally. Having arranged 3 dance partners, Nick Brown felt satisfied for the evening. As he took action, Murray Green was not idle either. In the realm of noble banquets, a social paradise filled with beautiful noble maidens of their age, tall, graceful, pure, and charming, left Murray Green dazzled, casting aside the insecurities and restraint of his past life. He embraced the surge of youthful hormones, taking the initiative, presenting himself as handsome and charming. Each invitation was met with acceptance. Had he not restrained himself, he could have secured more than 3 partners. What are they gathering for? Previously focused on the noble maidens, Murray Green redirected his attention, scanning the hall, only to discover that the outsiders were surrounded by the northern male students. Curiosity piqued, Murray Green maneuvered his way into the circle, where he found the awkward Leeway Ellis at the center, flanked by the outsiders and Nick Brown's group, all wearing the polite smiles of nobility while their eyes locked in fierce competition. The atmosphere thick with tension. Welcome everyone to my banquet, Leeway Ellis proclaimed. I hope you all enjoy yourselves tonight. Ha! Thank you, Leeway Ellis, for providing us with such a splendid banquet. We shall undoubtedly have a delightful evening. Come, let us raise our glasses in gratitude to Leeway Ellis. Hayden Majery raised his glass, prompting all present to follow suit and toast to Leeway Ellis. However, after receiving this toast, Leeway Ellis sighed and turned to leave the circle. Chapter 19, each with their brilliance. Everyone was captivated by the forthcoming spectacle, oblivious to the forlorn departure of Leeway Ellis, whose lips curled into a triumphant smile, satisfied with the success of his scheme. Let the games begin. As the great waves wash away the sand, true gold remains unscathed by the fire of trials. The stage for the performance has been set, and it is now up to you to showcase your brilliance. For the future husband of His Highness must undoubtedly be the most outstanding. With this thought, Leeway Ellis shifted his gaze to the side, where Murray Green was squinting to watch the spectacle. Feeling the weight of Leeway Ellis's gaze upon him, Murray Green instinctively turned to meet his eyes. Noticing the intense focus directed at him, Murray Green felt a twinge of confusion but smiled and nodded. Returning to the lively scene before him, this fellow possesses an indomitable spirit, surpassing all of us in such a short time, a true genius. I wonder if he has the potential to become a general. If so, there is a glimmer of hope. Leeway Ellis raised his gaze to the conductor of the banquet orchestra, extending his right index finger to twirl it twice before sharply pulling it up. The previously gentle banquet music soared to a triumphant crescendo, with the conductor fervently gesturing, making the music increasingly exhilarating. The invigorating dance tune resonated in the air, heightening the excitement between the 2 opposing groups. Hayden Majery exchanged glances with his companions and boldly stepped forward, while the rival group of local students also surged ahead, each eager to take the lead. A motley crew of wandering knights seeks to lay claim to Our Lady Elizabeth. How absurd! The taunted local students' expression shifted, yet the 3 who had taken the initial step showed no signs of retreat. Instead, they steeled themselves and pressed on. I am Hayden Majery, the son of Marquis Majery, and I wish to make your acquaintance. Holding a glass of wine aloft, Hayden Majery's expression turned serious, signaling the commencement of hostilities. Marlon Reed, grandson of Duke Reed from the south, Bennett Lytton, son of Duke Lytton from the capital, Gustav Pierce, son of Duke Pierce from the capital. No wonder these 3 are unwilling to yield. Their statuses are comparable, and to back down would tarnish their noble lineage. This gaggle of meritocratic nobles seeks to join the fray. At that moment an unexpected voice rang out, causing Bennett Lytton and Gustav Pierce from the capital to exchange glances, their expressions slightly altered. Nevertheless, they clinked glasses with Hayden Majery and downed their wine. The entire kingdom of Laney's can be divided into 5 parts, east, west, south, north, and central. The king presides over the central capital, serving as the kingdom's backbone, while the 4 great dukes guard the borders. Renowned for their valor. In the north, all nobles are vassals of the king, albeit with varying ranks. The difference between a marquis and a duke is merely a single tier, yet in practice, the disparity is vast. The Duke of the North not only collects taxes from his domain but shares in the revenues of the entire North with the king. Moreover, in times of war, the Duke of the North automatically commands all military forces, possessing the authority to conscript and lead. Thus, the four great dukes, aside from certain limitations regarding taxation and declarations of war, wield power akin to that of a sovereign ruler. Their status is second only to that of the king, making them the only four territorial dukes in the Kingdom of Lannes. In addition to these territorial nobles, the kingdom also recognizes meritocratic nobles, who lack territories but receive stipends, and whose titles cannot be inherited. From the perspective of the territorial nobles, these meritocratic nobles are merely high-ranking henchmen sustained by the king. As long as one possesses formidable strength, one can be ennobled. Consequently, the territorial barons look down upon the meritocratic dukes. Now, however, the offspring of these meritocratic nobles aspire to ascend to the position of the Duke of the North's husband, seeking to usurp the duke's power and dominate over them, inciting great ire among the northern aristocracy. When Hayden Majeri finished his drink and stepped back, another individual raised their glass, eager to assert dominance over the opposing faction. Bored, Murray Green thought, another round of drinking. The dance music has begun. I must go dance with the lovely lady I promised. The sorrow of one does not resonate with another, and thus Murray Green could not comprehend the fury of the northern students, nor their obsession with noble status. To Murray Green, life was already quite splendid, ample food and drink, and the freedom to pursue beautiful women at will. Why sacrifice the entire forest for a single tree? Given a second chance by the heavens, he vowed to relish every moment, leaving no regrets in his wake. Beryl, would you care to dance with me? Murray Green approached a noble young lady, whose eyes resembled red apricots, her willow-like brows framing cherry-red lips, her skin as fair as snow, and her tall figure clad in a fitted black gown adorned with flecks of silver dust, shimmering like stars against the night sky. Upon seeing Murray Green extend his hand, Beryl Pett smiled radiantly, casting a glance at the most animated gathering in the hall before teasingly remarking, "Hee hee. Murray, they are all vying for the attention of Lady Elizabeth. As the son of an earl, why not join them?" When a woman discusses another woman in the presence of a man, it is highly likely that jealousy is at play. In his past life, Murray Green was no expert in romance, merely a humble soul, yet as a single man striving to find companionship, he diligently studied romantic strategies, thus becoming well-versed in theoretical knowledge. However, the application of these romantic techniques requires the presence of another individual. Facing Beryl Pett's question, Murray Green suddenly realized that his previously learned skills could now be put to use. He gazed deeply into Beryl Pett's eyes and softly declared, "I am but a humble earl's son. Your highness is like the bright moon in the sky, an unattainable dream. I shall respect her, but I cannot love her, for my heart is small and can only hold one person, you." "Dear Beryl," Murray, you are quite the smooth talker, but I like it." Beryl Pett giggled, covering her face with her hand, then gently placed her immaculate hand atop Murray Green's palm, accepting his invitation to dance. Murray Green led Beryl Pett to the dance floor, turning to face her as they swayed to the music. Chapter 20, Family Mission. "What? You want me to pursue Lady Elizabeth?" The next day, upon arriving at the Green Manor, Murray Green's voice was filled with astonishment, while Ryan Green nodded calmly in response. "Indeed, little Murray, this is a family mission. What absurd task is this, brother? Do you not realize that the men vying for Lady Elizabeth's affection stretch from the north to the south?" Last night, in a clash of pride, a group engaged in drinking games, and not even the people of Lady Elizabeth's entourage were spared. 4 or 5 dozen noble youths were carried back to their dormitories. Likely still unconscious, Murray Green sat on the sofa, his legs trembling with unease as he recounted the events, while Ryan Green replied, "Is the conflict at the Magic Academy truly so mild? Just a drinking contest? Do you know what transpired at the Warrior Academy? What? 36 were injured, 6 seriously, 1 lost an arm, and 2 remain in a coma. Today is Saturday, a day of rest. The casualty count may rise." Murray Green, Well, compared to the Warrior Academy, where disputes escalate to violence, last night's drinking contest was indeed a mere trifle. But what can they do? Cast spells? They are all new students who have yet to grasp the fundamentals of meditation. Where would they find magic? Unlike the warriors, who can simply swing a sword and engage directly, this situation is perilous. "How can you expect me to go?" Details determine success or failure. Attitude dictates everything. Ryan Green uttered these 12 words, gazing at Murray Green with concern. To be honest, Ryan Green did not wish for his younger brother to partake in this silent war, yet the nobles from the east West, South, and Central regions had sent their heirs to compete. How would the esteemed Duke of the North view the situation? Did he find fault with his granddaughter's appearance, or was the Duke's power insufficiently enticing? Or did he believe that his sword was dull and his fists ineffective? As for the Green family, aside from Ryan Green, who had inheritance rights, only Murray Green remained as a contender for competition. Hearing those 12 words, Murray Green felt speechless. It was merely a formality, yet such formalities were unnecessary. Today, I have called you here not only to discuss this matter but also to prepare you for training. To bolster your abilities, you must pay heed to your safety and avoid being caught off guard. Hey, brother, must you speak in such ominous tones? My heart is beginning to race. It's just an enhanced version of a martial contest. I can simply concede as soon as I step forward. Only the dead make the best adversaries. Ryan Green's expression turned grave as he looked intently at Murray Green, his tone somber. Our Green family has risen from humble beginnings, enduring over 2 centuries of relentless struggle, bloodshed, and sacrifice for the title of Earl. With countless family elders and kin lost along the way, the toll of war has claimed no less than 100,000 soldiers. One general's triumph is built upon the bones of the fallen. Now, this is truly a struggle for power among the 4 great dukes of the kingdom, even though a person who marries into the family cannot wield significant authority. Within the scope of a duke's influence, even a slight maneuver can yield benefits substantial enough to potentially recreate a family like the Grins. In this fierce competition, you will encounter numerous dangers, assassinations, poisonings, and all manner of treachery. You must take this seriously and not be careless. I do not wish to collect your remains. Of course, should you unfortunately meet your demise, it is imperative that you leave behind information about your assailant, so that I may avenge you. Upon hearing this from Ryan Green, Murray Green was momentarily taken aback. What is this? A noble version of palace intrigue, where 3,000 suitors vie for the affection of a single lady? A tale of overt and covert conflict, akin to those popular narratives featuring strong female leads. Although I still find it somewhat perplexing, I have grasped the general context of the situation. I may not be able to outmaneuver others, but they had best not provoke me, lest we all suffer the consequences. You would do well to understand this. Father's expectations of you are quite simple. Express your stance, survive, and endure until Her Highness Elizabeth selects a satisfactory suitor. Ryan Green nodded, greatly pleased with Murray Green's change in attitude. Had he continued to be so indifferent, he might have become the first casualty in this silent war. Observing the pensive Murray Green, his handsome features and well-proportioned physique, it was undeniable that he was quite the sight. Compared to other competitors, he possessed commendable innate attributes. However, having grown up in a nurturing family environment, Murray Green developed a gentle disposition, kind-hearted and devoid of ill intent, with the worst of his vices being the occasional secret indulgence in alcohol. While these traits are admirable, they may now prove to be fatal weaknesses. Thus, today, he summoned Murray Green to this estate not only for training to bolster his resistance but also to temporarily distance him from peril. At that moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, Murray Green abruptly lifted his head, his face pale as he asked, "Brother, what if hypothetically Elizabeth is attracted to women? What would that render this contest?" To which Ryan Green retorted through gritted teeth, "Then you shall don women's attire." He seized Murray Green, intent on taking him to the training grounds, exasperated that even now, he was entertaining such frivolous thoughts. "Oh, brother, take it easy, my legs are weak, I can hardly keep up." Hearing this, Ryan Green's expression shifted, shock etched across his face as he gripped Murray Green's collar, drawing him close, his gaze piercing into Murray Green's eyes in an interrogation-like manner. What did you do at last night's banquet? Surely you did not succumb and tarnish your purity." It is worth noting that while Ryan Green had reached the age of 18 and had been an adult for 2 years, as the primary heir of the family, he faced exceptionally stringent expectations. Additionally, driven by lofty ambitions, he had maintained his chastity. To his astonishment, his shy and earnest younger brother had fallen into depravity in less than a week of schooling. Thus, rigorous training was in order. Clearing his throat, Murray Green recounted, "At last night's banquet most boys engaged in drinking contests. The event was heavily populated with women, and quality men were few and far between. I was the most outstanding among them. Initially, I had only invited 3 girls to dance, yet I ended up dancing with 13 from the moment the music began until the banquet concluded. Ultimately, it was Nick Brown, nearly inebriated, who escorted me back to the dormitory. Had you not summoned me here today, I would likely still be in bed recuperating. Brother, perhaps we should forego training today and let me rest." As Murray Green spoke of the previous night's events, his eyes glistened with moisture. Dancing with beautiful women was a blend of enjoyment, joy, indifference, surprise, boasting, and ultimately, suffering. By the end, Murray Green had become a pained, human-shaped dancing machine. Although he longed to refuse the advances of those who had invited him to dance, he ultimately bore the burden of their pleas. Observing the pitiful Murray Green, Ryan Green felt a twinge of sympathy. And relenting, he finally said, "Rest today, we shall hunt tomorrow." With the following day, Ryan Green and Murray Green rode to the hunting grounds of Caius Mountain. This mountain serves as the exclusive hunting ground for Ellis Academy. Each year, the Academy dispatches instructors to survey the area, compiling records of the distribution of magical beasts and the locations of magical plants to inform the upcoming year's Academy tasks, under the Academy's regulation. The highest level of magical beasts in Caius Mountain is ranked at 4, though they dwell deep within the mountain. Barring special circumstances, these 4-level beasts do not stray from their territories. At the entrance to Caius Mountain, students embarking on tasks and trials abound, with upperclassmen setting up stalls nearby to sell supplies and gather magical materials, creating a bustling atmosphere. Dismounting, Murray Green rubbed his sore thigh and, leading his horse, followed Ryan Green to stow their mounts before entering a 3-story building. The student task hall of the two, without specific tasks, sought to hunt. Ryan Green and Murray Green presented their student cards at the task hall. A girl of similar age took their cards, placing them on a small pedestal inscribed with magical runes, then formally inquired, "Are you aware of the rules for entering the mountain?" "Yes." "Will you be staying overnight in the mountain?" "No." After posing several questions, the service girl retrieved 2 signal flares from beneath the counter and handed them, along with the student cards, to Murray Green, who stepped forward to accept them. "Thank you. No need to thank me. Should you encounter danger, fire the signal flare, and the instructor on duty will respond immediately." Exiting the task hall, Murray Green checked the gear he carried. Clad in leather armor, he bore a longbow with a draw weight of 100 pounds. A quiver of arrows, a single-handed sword hanging at his side, a magic crystal gun inserted, and a water flask along with some convenient smoke neat for sustenance. Glancing at his brother Ryan Green, he noted that he wore only half armor and carried a 2-handed sword along with a backpack for emergencies. "Ryan, it's Ryan Green." At the mountain's entrance, numerous students called out his name as Ryan Green and Murray Green approached. Just then, an elven ranger-style upperclassman strode up to Ryan Green. "Ha, Ryan, what brings you to the mountain?" "I have taken on a task. If you have none, why not join us? I can offer you 30% of the reward." "No, I brought my brother for hunting. We won't be going deep into the mountain, so I shall not accompany you." In response to the upperclassman's invitation, Ryan Green pointed at Murray Green and shook his head. Declining, the upperclassman, seeing Murray Green beside Ryan Green, looked somewhat disappointed but said little else, bidding them farewell before leading his team into the mountain. Others who had intended to invite Ryan Green to join their tasks also dispersed after noting his plans to stay near the entrance and refrain from hunting beasts. "Brother, you seem quite popular. So many wish to join you on a task." "Because I am sufficiently strong," Ryan Green replied confidently, despite enduring many beatings from Count Green at home, being belittled to the point of feeling worthless. At the Warrior Academy, as a third-year student, he had become an intermediate warrior with exceptional combat experience. He was a coveted asset. Who wouldn't want to align with him? The graduation standards for Ellis Academy require students from both the Warrior and Magic colleges to achieve at least level 3. Meaning intermediate warriors or intermediate mages. Thus Ryan Green had already met the criteria for early graduation. However, he felt he could still accumulate experience, enhance his skills, and scout for valuable talents to build his future Count's foundation. So he opted not to graduate early. "Murray, do you know why I brought you to hunt?" No. Logically, Murray Green's future rivals would be those adept in schemes and cunning, thus one might expect him to train under 2 seasoned veterans on palace intrigue, enhancing his skills in framing others or boosting his resistance to poison. Ryan Green turned to Murray Green, sighing, "Murray, ever since your last hunting experience, where you fell and were gravely injured, I've noticed a lingering sense of unease in you. Particularly regarding your travels. Since that incident, you have only traveled by carriage, never riding a horse. I observed during our ride here that your equestrian skills have significantly declined, and you seem to harbor a fear of riding. You are afraid. In the days to come, fear may make you more cautious, but it could also lead to a swifter demise. Our family was founded through war, having endured countless battles. In warfare, the safest approach is to charge forward, overwhelming the opponent until they lose the will to resist him. There is a patrolling wolf. Go kill it." Just as Ryan Green was imparting his life lessons and insights to Murray Green, he suddenly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at the patrolling wolf, striking it and causing it to howl in distress. A howl of anguish escaped the wolf as its limbs curled slightly, poised for a charge, its fierce gaze fixed upon the 2 figures. Having completed his task, Ryan Green stepped back, retreating over 10 meters behind Murray Green, his expression calm and composed. "May I finish my broth before rejoining the fray?" Murray Green's mind was rife with complaints. Yet his hands were swiftly removing his bow and arrow, knocking the arrow with a steady hand, its tip aimed directly at the wolf. The beast seemed to sense the threat, cautiously shifting its stance. 30 meters, a sufficient distance. Without hesitation, Murray Green let loose his arrow, which whistled past the wolf. Already prepared for the eventuality, he quickly drew another arrow, yet the wolf, a creature of ferocity, would not simply await its fate. It propelled itself forward with powerful strides, resembling a streak of gray lightning, swiftly closing the distance to Murray Green. As the wolf approached, Murray Green released another arrow, and perhaps due to the diminishing distance or the wolf's own strength, this arrow struck its front shoulder. The wolf howled in pain, twisting its body in an attempt to flee. Just then, Murray Green's third arrow found its mark in the wolf's lower back. The anguished creature managed to stagger a few paces before collapsing to the ground, its mournful cries echoing in the air. With a swift motion, Murray Green's final arrow pierced the wolf's nape, the tip emerging from its throat, silencing its cries and ending its suffering. Observing Murray Green's decisive 4 arrows bring down the wolf, Ryan Green raised an eyebrow in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Murray Green's hunting prowess would not only remain intact following that grievous injury but would even improve significantly. Both the decisiveness of his shots and the accuracy of his aim had evidently advanced. This is commendable, but how shall I articulate the remainder of my thoughts? Ryan Green pondered. In his estimation, considering Murray Green's capabilities, the best outcome would involve a frantic kill of the wolf, while the worst would necessitate his intervention. At that juncture, he would unveil his meticulously prepared words of courage and fear, followed by an excursion into the surrounding wilderness to hunt, thereby achieving the day's objectives. However, Murray Green's unpredictable actions left Ryan Green somewhat vexed. Though curiosity soon eclipsed his frustration, your shots have become markedly more decisive and precise. Have you been practicing? Upon hearing Ryan Green's inquiry, Murray Green scratched his head, perplexed by his own newfound strength. No, but before I shot, I felt that I could hit it, so I let the arrow fly wide out. As for my accuracy, I too am quite surprised. Ryan Green gazed into Murray Green's eyes, discerning the confusion within, and found no indication of deceit. Thus he led Murray Green to seek another quarry for further evaluation. Moments later, Ryan Green delivered a swift kick, sending a rock the size of a fist soaring into the branches above. A pained howl soon followed as a leopard tumbled down from its perch. Fortunately, its agile form allowed it to land gracefully, rolling onto its feet. It shook its head and lowered its body, baring its fangs in a fierce display, glaring menacingly at the unexpected intruders, emitting low growls that hinted at an impending attack. Go for it, Ryan Green declared, nodding in satisfaction at the sight of the leopard, its sleek body glistening, a clear indication of its prime condition, superior to the previous wolf. Responding to Ryan Green's command, a poised Murray Green stepped forward, executing a fluid motion of knocking, drawing, and releasing his arrow. Yet, the wary leopard anticipated the move, darting aside to evade the shot, landing gracefully before launching itself toward Murray Green. The leopard's speed surpassed that of the wolf, effortlessly dodging Murray Green's second arrow. It closed the distance to a mere 20 meters, with only one arrow remaining, and facing such peril for the first time, Murray Green held his breath, fixating on the approaching leopard. Suddenly, he recognized the moment the leopard's limbs left the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Murray Green shot without hesitation. There was no time to assess the outcome as he relinquished his bow, drawing his sword with one hand while aiming his pistol with the other. The third arrow flew like a darting fish through the air, its tip unwaveringly aimed at the leopard's chest. The sharp point pierced through the glossy fur and robust muscles, embedding itself in the leopard's rapidly beating heart. Before the creature could fully register the excruciating pain, its limbs faltered, yet it instinctively propelled itself forward a few more paces. Finally, it collapsed, uttering a few confused cries before realizing the severity of its wounds. Gasping for breath as it succumbed to its fate, suddenly, the sound of applause echoed, jolting the vigilant Murray Green from his reverie. He gazed in disbelief at the leopard he had felled with a single arrow. Could this truly be his achievement? "Ah, a splendid job, Murray, you performed magnificently," Ryan Green exclaimed, clapping his hands and approaching Murray Green, enthusiastically patting him on the shoulder, his eyes sparkling with excitement as they met Murray Green's bewildered gaze. Then, as though caressing a rare treasure, he gently ruffled Murray Green's hair, provoking an involuntary shudder from the young man. "With such mastery over your body, I now understand why your arrows are so precise. Your mental fortitude has reached a divine level." "Divine level? What does that even mean?" Murray Green queried, a hint of discomfort in his tone. "Could you refrain from touching my head? It feels rather disorienting." "Ha, you are not dazed from my touch," Ryan Green retorted, though he ceased his actions, urging Murray Green to sit against a tree and rest. Shortly thereafter, as Murray Green settled down, he felt not only a lingering dizziness but also a sharp pain. Reminiscent of a hangover after a long night, compounded by the necessity of an early rise for work. My head aches terribly. What could be the cause? This is a good sign, Ryan Green replied. His expression one of delight as he observed Murray Green clutching his head in agony. He had not expected such a high level of mental talent from his protege, having only been in school for a week. Murray Green had achieved a level of mastery that even many first-level magicians could not attain. To command one's body through mental strength, aligning physical actions with mental intent to accomplish feats that surpass ordinary limitations, that is what it means to reach a divine level. For instance, Murray Green's ability to shoot the leopard through the heart stemmed from his mental focus locking onto the target, even if his physical capabilities alone would not have allowed for such precision. In a moment of intense desire to succeed, his thoughts propelled his spirit, which in turn governed his body, enabling him to unleash an extraordinary shot. However, his current limitations in mental strength meant that following such an astonishing feat, he experienced considerable exhaustion, with the pain merely a consequence of this depletion. A period of rest would soon restore him. Drink some water, take a moment to recuperate, and once you're feeling better, we'll return to school. After quenching his thirst, Murray Green closed his eyes against the trunk of the great tree, gritting his teeth to withstand the pain, and before long succumbed to slumber. Witnessing this, Ryan Green shook his head and chuckled softly. Then turned his attention to the leopard he had felled with Murray Green's arrow, taking up his sword and approaching the fallen creature. In his dreams, Murray Green found himself in a dim, gray expanse, unable to discern his surroundings. He ran, yet found no escape, no end in sight, which filled him with despair. Just then, an enticing aroma of sizzling meat wafted through the air, igniting his senses. He closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. With a sudden gasp, Murray Green awoke, his eyes fluttering open to the sight of Ryan Green roasting meat amidst the lush green forest. Realizing it had all been a dream, he touched his head and noted the pain had significantly diminished, no longer hindering his movements. You're awake. My roast is nearly ready. You didn't wake up just because of the smell, did you? Ryan Green teased. Hey, you guessed correctly, let me see if it's cooked through. After devouring most of the roasted meat, Murray Green felt considerably better. He then picked up the leopard skin that Ryan Green had prepared, rolling it up as they made their way down the mountain together. Upon discovering this phenomenon, Murray Green was instantly captivated, his attention sharply focused as he prepared to attune to Professor Linden's voice. Before long, Professor Linden recited the meditation technique once more and commenced the next iteration. Murray Green perceived the professor's voice resonating within his mind, and he immediately concentrated all his focus on his head. To his astonishment, he felt his attention collide with an invisible current rather than experiencing pain. Murray Green was amazed to find that his focus seamlessly merged with this ethereal flow, much like a gentle stream joining a mighty river, natural and comforting. This invisible current, in harmony with Professor Linden's voice, flowed continuously through his body, and Murray Green sensed it gradually expanding, akin to numerous tributaries converging into the Yangtze River, ultimately surging forth with all its might into the vast ocean. At that moment, the invisible current, similarly gathering its strength, returned to Murray Green's mind, crashing into a familiar gray space. As this energy surged in, the previously tranquil gray expanse suddenly rippled. Beneath it lay not solid ground but a sea, a gray ocean. This was the realm of the mind and the sea of consciousness. Observing his surroundings, Murray Green was struck with realization. He could indeed perceive the mental space and the sea of thought. Understanding that the invisible current represented his own mental power. He had achieved inner vision. Although it initially appeared as a mere gray haze, it filled him with exhilaration. With this newfound ability, he could discern his internal state. Circumventing countless missteps, just then, guided by the meditation technique, a strand of mental energy was separated from the sea of consciousness. Murray Green observed it taking a different path than before, ultimately merging with the mental sea, adding a ripple to its gradually calming surface. Time passed, and Murray Green discerned a pattern. A complete meditation cycle could be performed in 3 iterations, culminating in an equilateral triangle. Each cycle augmented his mental power, albeit insignificantly relative to the vastness of the mental sea. To broaden its expanse, considerable time would be required for accumulation. Naturally, the increase in mental power was not without cost. With each cycle, the increment diminished while the sense of fatigue grew, indicating that the mental energy gained in subsequent cycles was less than that of the previous, yet the weariness was more pronounced. Upon recognizing these patterns, Murray Green felt he had grasped the essence of his training. After class, utterly exhausted, Murray Green ordered a serving of beef stew in the cafeteria. As the savory broth touched his lips, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, alleviating his fatigue significantly. No wonder my brother insists that beast meat pairs perfectly with training, urging me to consume it regularly to enhance my physique and aid my practice, with his hunger satiated and a sense of drowsiness creeping in. Murray Green swiftly returned to his dormitory for rest, falling into a deep slumber until nightfall, at which point he indulged in another meal of beast meat, now rejuvenated and brimming with energy. He sat cross-legged on his bed, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. As he silently recited the meditation technique, Murray Green entered a state of inner vision, cautiously drawing upon his mental powers from the sea of consciousness. He separated a small orb of mental energy, however, lacking the support of a magic circle. This self-extracted energy remained somewhat unstable and began to dissipate. After observing it for a moment, Murray Green gritted his teeth and directed it into a cycle. Unfortunately, his fears materialized. The orb of energy not only failed to grow but scattered during the process. As it traversed, Murray Green felt a warmth coursing through his body, and by the time this orb had traveled 1/5 of the way, it vanished completely. Witnessing this, Murray Green realized the importance of having a good mentor. Those who self-taught were truly exceptional talents. However, he quickly regained his focus and resumed the meditation technique, viewing this setback as merely a minor hurdle. Rejuvenated, he separated another orb of mental energy, and perhaps due to the experience gained from his earlier attempt, this orb was considerably more stable and traveled further. On the third attempt, everything flowed smoothly, reaching halfway, which greatly encouraged Murray Green. On the fourth and fifth attempts, he finally succeeded on the seventh try, with the orb completing the entire cycle, albeit with only a remnant remaining. Yet, success was still success. Thus, Murray Green pressed on, separating another orb of mental energy and embarking on the second cycle, achieving a third of the way on the first attempt, completing the second cycle after 5 iterations. Having completed 2 consecutive cycles, Murray Green felt invigorated. Even amidst his exhaustion, he could not bring himself to stop. He began the third cycle, completing it after 3 attempts. Oh yeah, Murray Green exclaimed, elated at having completed his first independent meditation. He clenched his fists and joyfully leapt from his bed, bouncing twice in celebration. However, he quickly realized it was late at night, and knowing that making a commotion was inappropriate, he ceased his exuberance. Yet, he could hardly contain his joy, covering his mouth with his hand, stifling laughter beneath his blanket, rolling about like a caterpillar. I did it. I finally succeeded in independent meditation, even if I'm not a genius. I can at least consider myself a minor prodigy, chuckled Murray Green, and as he relaxed, he succumbed to fatigue, drifting off to sleep with a smile on his face. Chapter 24, Nick's Unexpected Encounter. Murray, open the door, we're going to be late for class, Nick Brown shouted, banging on Murray Green's dormitory door. After a prolonged silence, his irritation grew, and he kicked the door twice in frustration. Murray, open up, if you can sneak off with a noble lady. Surely you can manage to open a door. Hurry up and let me in. Fine, you won't open the door, huh? Don't blame me if I bring the dormitory supervisor to catch you in the act. What? A weak voice from within responded. It's too late, Murray, now you realize the fear. Where have you been all this time? Just wait and see, I'll make you the talk of the school. With that, Nick Brown began pacing, feigning departure. Soon after, the door swung open. As Nick Brown, who had been eagerly anticipating the sight of Murray Green, caught a glimpse of his face, he was taken aback. Murray Green appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot, and dark circles prominent beneath them. Oh my, you really did sneak off with a noble lady, let me see who it is. Before he could finish his sentence, Nick Brown rushed into the dormitory, his gaze fixated on the disheveled bed where Murray had been rolling around the previous night, his expression shifting rapidly, envy, jealousy, and begrudging admiration. Well done, you sly dog, managing to pull off such a feat without a word. Who is it? What are you talking about? Murray Green, rubbing his eyes and yawning, his head still spinning, was utterly confused by Nick Brown's antics. What on earth are you saying? Just speak clearly, and what does Beatrice Pett have to do with this? I haven't seen her since that banquet. Ha, you start defending her the moment I mention her. You talk about purity, yet what kind of purity do you two have, if I don't catch her here? I'll head to class and see if she's around. If she isn't, well, Nick Brown's words trailed off as he took off towards the classroom, intent on confronting Beatrice Pett, who had apparently escaped from Murray Green's dormitory. Nick Brown sprinted at full speed to the history classroom, where Beatrice Pett was also attending. Upon entering, his eyes darted around the room, scanning the faces. Not her, not her, not her. Wait, just Amir Murray thinks he can hide this from me. Do you not know I'm known as the eagle-eyed detective around here? As he contemplated leveraging this secret against Murray Green, Nick Brown suddenly recalled a face he had glimpsed earlier. It can't be Beatrice Pett. I must have seen wrong. Not if I turn my head, I'll confirm it's definitely not her. Reassuring himself, Nick Brown took a deep breath and slowly turned his head back, only to find the exquisitely dressed Beatrice Pett sitting at her desk. Curiously observing him from the doorway, "This can't be happening." In disbelief, Nick Brown involuntarily shouted, drawing the attention of the entire class. Behind him, classmates who had wanted to urge him to move aside were equally astonished. "I haven't even said anything yet, and you're reacting this way. Why are you blocking the door?" Realizing Nick Brown was the son of a count, the students reluctantly stepped aside, feeling somewhat wronged as they entered the classroom. His classmates behind him were similarly astonished. Witnessing this scene, all gazes in the classroom directed towards Nick Brown were filled with contempt. The audacity of Nick Brown to engage in bullying was utterly deplorable. My apologies, I did not mean to offend. I was simply taken aback by a rather shocking situation." Nick Brown hastily apologized, and upon hearing his words, the eyes of his classmates softened somewhat, though skepticism lingered. Faced with such circumstances, Nick Brown let out a bitter laugh, scratching his head, feeling remarkably unfortunate today. He had intended to catch a glimpse of Murray's misdeeds but nearly ended up as the vilified rat. Seeking refuge, Nick Brown settled into a corner seat, leaning back against the wall, his gaze fixated on Belial Pett, noting her exquisite makeup, which surely took at least half an hour to perfect. He had dashed from Murray Green's dormitory to the classroom in no more than 5 minutes, raising questions about who could have been in Murray's room, or perhaps there truly was no one else. That seemed implausible. Having made such a spectacle of himself today, he could not afford to let Murray escape unscathed. With this thought, a cruel smile crept upon Nick Brown's lips. The classmates surrounding Nick, who had been quietly observing him due to the earlier commotion, now recoiled in fear at the sight of his terrifying grin, instinctively shifting seats to distance themselves from him. "Sigh, why is Nick running so fast? He doesn't even offer to help me. I'm utterly exhausted. I shall never overexert myself with meditation again." Regretting his weakened state, Murray Green chastised himself, cursing his past self for insisting on completing the meditation. Realizing that merely finishing 2 cycles would have sufficed, stumbling yet hurried, Murray finally entered the classroom just before the bell rang. Scanning for an available seat. To his surprise, he spotted Nick Brown in the far corner, staring intently at him. How did he manage to secure such a spot? Moreover, there were numerous empty seats surrounding him. Just as Murray began to approach Nick, a familiar voice called out to him, "Murray, come over here. There's a vacant seat." Turning at the sound, Murray beheld Belial Pett, her cheeks flushed, indicating that the seat she referred to was one vacated by her group of friends. To this, Murray could only think, "The figures of these noble ladies are indeed remarkable." He glanced at the blushing, bashful yet composed Belial Pett and then at the intensely staring Nick Brown, making his decision with ease. "Thank you for saving a seat for me." Sitting beside Belial, he felt the warmth lingering from the previous occupant and inhaled the fragrance wafting from her, feeling utterly at ease. Chapter 25. Notes in class. There was something amiss, undeniably so. Nick Brown, fixated on the 2 figures before him, muttered under his breath, while Murray Green, oblivious to being scrutinized, felt his eyelids growing heavier than mountains, on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Yet, he fought to stay awake, knowing that if he fell asleep beneath the weight of those metaphorical mountains, he might very well find himself incinerated by the ancient, gray-haired wizard instructor. This thought jolted Murray awake, invigorating him, for human potential is boundless. One never truly knows the depths unless tested. With a newfound clarity, Murray lifted his head, propping his elbows on the desk, his eyes fixed on the history teacher delivering a lecture. In ancient times, the primary source of a wizard's power stemmed from blood and flesh. They discovered that the blood of divine messengers possessed miraculous properties. As the lesson continued, Murray felt drowsiness creeping back in, prompting a struggle against his heavy eyelids. Just then, a piece of white paper slowly made its way towards him. A little note. Turning his head, he noticed that Belial Pett, still fixated on the teacher, appeared earnest in her attentiveness. A smile crept upon Murray's pale face. How delightful! This is the essence of youth. Revitalized by this interaction, Murray straightened up, adopting the demeanor of a diligent student, shielding the note between his arms. His gaze directed forward. A glance down revealed the words scrawled on the paper. "You seem rather exhausted today. Did you not sleep well last night?" "Indeed, last night I was so engrossed in my training that I lost track of time," he replied, pen in hand. After completing his response, he slightly raised his arm, creating a gap through which the paper slipped into Belial's hands. As she felt the note, she discreetly pulled it closer. "Ha, you're lying. I don't believe you, deceitful man. You likely haven't even memorized the meditation properly, yet you claim to have practiced." Having been in school for just over a week, most of their classmates, including her, had yet to fully grasp the meditation techniques. To attempt meditation without proper knowledge would surely lead to failure. If successful, he would be a remarkable talent capable of creating his own methods. An ordinary person crafting their own meditation technique was unheard of in history. In contemporary discourse about wizards, they are often characterized as brutal and bloodthirsty. However, it cannot be denied that they are the ancestors of practitioners, the origins of many current training methods, and the beginning of humanity's mastery over power. Though the original superhumans were divine messengers, extensive research has shown that they were merely humans with exceptionally strong innate mental powers and high magical affinity. Over time, magical particles accumulated within them, resulting in a transformation of their physical bodies. Those who succeeded became divine messengers, while those who failed faced dire consequences. This fate, however, was determined by divine providence, deciding who would become a divine messenger. Wizards, on the other hand, are those who did not achieve this status yet sought the powers of divine messengers. They studied them meticulously, documenting their findings in notebooks. Through extensive research, some scholars would inevitably discover useful insights or methods, which they compiled for future use. After their demise, their notebooks would be inherited by others who, through these records, gained strength, thus forming the foundation of early training methods. Successive generations would continue to build upon these foundations, borrowing from other training methods to create new ones, setting the stage for the ancient chaotic magical era. As Murray read the note from Belial, a chuckle escaped him. Am I not a foul man? You would know better than anyone, considering how close you were that night. After this playful tease, he continued writing, I am indeed a genius. Mastering the meditation technique is a trivial matter for me. While most of their classmates were still struggling to memorize the meditation methods, he had not only memorized them all but had also successfully meditated alone. If he was not a genius, then who was? In the presence of beautiful girls who wouldn't boast a little, yet Murray's claims were not mere bravado, they were truths that Belial Pet was reluctant to accept. Pa, you are indeed a foul man. That night, I was forced to breathe with you while dancing, lest I faint from your stench. You say you have memorized the meditation techniques, but I do not believe you unless you write them all down for me to check. Murray quickly penned, You know very well that the meditation cannot be spoken of. If I take up my pen, I will forget the words. You are being unreasonable. I don't care if you cannot write it down. It means you haven't fully memorized it. Now, confess, what were you doing last night? Murray couldn't help but smirk at the playful yet audacious tone of her words. Of Belial, the first time I met you, you were the epitome of a cold, aloof queen. How is it that in just a few days, you have transformed so completely? Could you not revert to your former self? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he realized that even the most aloof of queens at 16 radiate the charm of youth. Their banter continued as the white paper quickly filled with their exchanges, leading them to use the backside and eventually necessitate a new sheet. Amidst the history teacher's lecture, Murray became engrossed in this clever interplay with Belial, forgetting his exhaustion and dismissing his drowsiness. Meanwhile, Nick Brown, who had been watching them intently, recognized their facade of seriousness while they secretly flirted, harboring resentment. Damn it, Murray, after just 2 days apart, how did you manage to stray so far from the group? As the class bell rang, Murray Green, Belial Pet, and her friends, along with Nick Brown, made their way to the cafeteria for lunch. After the meal, Nick lounged sideways on the couch, crossing his legs and observing Murray with a scrutinizing gaze. Now, tell me honestly, was she in your room last night? If not her, then who? Speak up, or do not blame your uncle for being unkind. I have already stated, it was just me. Currently, Murray Green has only just begun to comprehend the peculiar behavior of Nick Brown this morning. He explained that his fatigue stemmed from his training, and the disarray of his bed was a result of his excitement after achieving progress in his practice. However, he refrained from divulging the specifics of his training advancements. His reasoning was sound, yet I remain skeptical. Well, think as you please. I am off to take a nap, so do remember to close the door upon your departure. With an eye roll, Murray Green abandoned any further explanations, yawning as he retreated into his bedroom, locking the door behind him, and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 26. Playful brawling. Upon awakening, Murray Green proceeded to consume a piece of beast meat as was his custom, then found himself idly seated on the sofa, contemplating what to do that evening. Perhaps he should train, yet the painful aftermath of his prior exertions loomed over him, making the prospect of abstaining from training equally appealing. How was he to navigate the long night ahead? Ultimately, with a firm resolution, he decided to engage in training for a short while, ensuring he would strictly limit his time, lest he suffer the consequences the following day. Having made up his mind, he sat cross-legged on his bed and commenced his practice. Having completed 3 full cycles the previous day, he was now capable of meditative introspection, with experience on his side. It wasn't long before he completed his first meditation of the day. The results were noticeably improved compared to his initial attempt, as he retained a greater reservoir of mental energy. However, he remained uncertain as to when he might elevate his mental prowess as advised by his meditation instructor. Nevertheless, this was not entirely disadvantageous. Murray Green raised his hand, clenched his fist, and struck forward with a series of punches, feeling a slight increase in his physical strength, although meditation primarily aimed to enhance mental faculties. The process inadvertently fortified his body as well. As his mental energy coursed through him, it absorbed his physical vitality while concurrently refining his physique. Coupled with subsequent rest and nutritional replenishment, a wizard's physical strength would gradually surpass that of an ordinary individual. Of course, this could never rival the fortitude of a warrior dedicated to physical enhancement. 1 cycle completed. 2 cycles completed. 3 cycles completed. Meditation complete. With increasing familiarity with his meditative practice, Murray Green executed his second meditation of the day, which proved to be more effective and quicker than the first. The growth he experienced was evident, and buoyed by positive feedback, his excitement surged. He felt surprisingly little fatigue, compelling him to continue with a third meditation without pause. Training resembled the agony of a sleepless night. The body may suffer, yet the soul reveled in satisfaction. Who could resist such a temptation? Knock, knock, knock. Murray, let us go. Nick Brown, bursting through Murray Green's door, was taken aback by the sight of Murray, whose complexion appeared even worse than the day prior. Rushing into the bedroom, he discovered the bed neatly arranged, save for the unkempt covers. Sighing, he mused, not Beatrice Pett, nor any other female classmate. Could it possibly be a male classmate? Nick Brown nearly rendered Murray Green speechless with his next words. You're hardened, your fists are hardened. I told you this was a result of my rigorous training last night. Why can't you believe me? Why is trust between people so difficult? Do you not harbor even a shred of faith in me? Upon hearing Murray Green's inquiries, Nick Brown scoffed, responding slowly, well, I once had considerable trust in you. However, since that evening banquet, when you coaxed me into confronting those outsiders while you danced with 13 noble maidens, oh, what a dance you had, the 13 lords of the ball, but one cannot frame it so. You were fighting for Princess Elizabeth. How can you claim I coerced you? That is quite unreasonable. Murray Green countered. It is our duty to protect Princess Elizabeth from those outsiders, yet, you, Murray, have not fulfilled your obligations well. Rights are commensurate with duties, thus, you must harbor no improper thoughts regarding Her Highness in the future. Murray Green opened his mouth to acquiesce, for he deemed himself merely a son-in-law. He would refuse such an offer even if it were free, let alone compete for it. Yet he suddenly recalled the familial task entrusted to him by Ryan Green. In this world dominated by nobility, family was the very foundation of the aristocracy, providing the nourishment necessary for growth. Each family member bore responsibility for their clan, and the tasks assigned could not be taken lightly. They demanded earnest attention. After a moment of contemplation, recalling that he was still using family funds for his education and benefiting from familial support, Murray Green managed a wry smile and shook his head. That will not do. I have received a family task, and I believe you have as well. For now, we cannot extricate ourselves from our families or resist their mandates. At this, Nick Brown's fury ignited, and he lunged forward, grasping Murray Green by the neck, exclaiming loudly, if that's the case, I shall eliminate you here and now. Alas, Murray, you shall become my first defeated foe. Prepare to die. This left Murray Green in a state of sheer terror. He had heard tales of the horrors of war, yet he never imagined it would be so dire. What a disheartening end to his promising life. However, he soon realized that Nick Brown's ferocity was merely a facade. He was not exerting any real force. It became clear that Nick was merely attempting to intimidate him, jesting all along. Relief washed over him, and he retorted playfully, you vile Nick, even if you were to slay me, I would not beg for mercy, nor would I regret my fate, for I die in service of the pure and beautiful Princess Elizabeth. Even if you were to murder me, countless others would rise in my stead, for the North and the princess are eternal. The two youths engaged in playful banter, wrestling and frolicking until they reached the school building. Entering the classroom, they composed themselves, adopting the demeanor of refined young nobles. Today's lesson was conducted by the 5th-level potion master, Professor Simona Lind, whose presence left a lasting impression on Murray Green. Beautiful, exquisite, powerful, and wealthy, she embodied it all. As soon the class bell rang, prompting the students to sit attentively, awaiting Professor Simona. Just then, a well-proportioned young man clad in a wizardess robe entered the classroom, cradling a wooden box. Murray Green felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing him. With a moment's reflection, he recalled that this was the senior who had sold wolf eyes in the student service area. What was he doing in this classroom? If memory served, this individual introduced himself. "Hello everyone, my name is Petty Bruno, a fourth-year student and a potion master under Professor Simona." With a confident smile, he stood tall, making his two badges, one for a second-level wizard and another for a first-level potion master, more pronounced. Today, Professor Simona is busy concocting potions and cannot spare the time to teach, thus I have been assigned to take over this lesson. My knowledge and experience may not be as vast as Professor Simona's. So if any of you have questions during the class, please feel free to raise your hands. I will do my utmost to assist you. Petty Bruno surveyed the room, noting the absence of any troublemakers, and continued. "Now let us commence our lesson." Chapter 27, Enlightenment. With his elbows resting on the desk and his hands cradling his chin, Murray Green was lost in thought. Ryan Green had previously mentioned sensing an unsettling feeling about him. At the time, he had dismissed it, believing that as a traveler from another world occupying Murray Green's body, he should remain wary of being discovered as an imposter among Ryan Green and the others. This was what he initially regarded as his anxiety. However, this morning, when Nick Brown erupted in jest, it felt as though he had danced perilously close to the gates of death, compared to his peers. This body felt somewhat frail, the reason being that Murray had been born with deficiencies and had only safely reached this age through the Countess's nurturing and care. Thus, even with the improvements from meditation, progress was painstakingly gradual. Nick Brown's stature dwarfed him significantly, and had Nick's intentions been genuinely lethal, he might have met his demise. Despite sitting quietly in class now, Murray Green was haunted by the thought that what Ryan Green had previously identified as true anxiety was surfacing. He found himself unable to concentrate on the lesson, struggling against drowsiness as he endeavored to clarify his thoughts. In his former world, he labored hard for scant rewards, yet he felt no anxiety there. He could rely on his own strength to survive. While he may not have thrived, he managed well enough. In that world, there were no martial or magical energies, just ordinary people. A person could be killed and would die. Hence, regardless of how strong, wealthy, or powerful one might be, they remained human and could be slain. This understanding provided him solace, for even if he could not win, he could take solace in the thought of a mutually assured destruction. However, in this world, where martial and magical forces existed, the disparity between individuals was stark. Some, despite being labeled as humans, could withstand attacks from ordinary people without flinching. These individuals are referred to as cultivators. Before ordinary people, they are but monsters cloaked in human guise. In my possession lies the green lantern grass, a rudimentary magical plant typically thriving along riverbanks or in marshy terrains, once fully matured. It reaches a height of 20 to 30 centimeters, exhibiting a vibrant green hue, resembling common weeds. However, upon maturation, it emits a luminous green glow at night, hence its name, yet, its life cycle is fleeting, lasting merely 3 days before withering away. Therefore, on the podium, Petty Bruno passionately lectures while holding the weed-like green lantern grass, as below him, Murray Green shifts his posture, resting his chin on his left hand and gripping a pen with his right. He feigns earnestness in taking notes, yet his thoughts have long drifted beyond the classroom, contemplating profound matters of existence. Faced with these humanoid monstrosities, the still ordinary Murray Green is filled with trepidation. Fearing that a moment of carelessness might lead to his demise at their hands, it is noteworthy that he currently enjoys a promising beginning. To perish now would be a tremendous loss. Thus, upon encountering the method of meditation, he dedicates himself fervently to its practice, driven not only by the allure of newfound power but perhaps also by an inner disquiet. This morning, a jest from Nick Brown ignited his unease, illuminating his most significant flaw, his own insignificance. Weak and helpless, he finds himself disquieted. "Tonight, I shall continue my training. As long as I can endure, I will push myself to the limit," the thought suddenly springs forth in Murray Green's mind, to which he instinctively nods in agreement, aligning with his inner resolve. "Oh, this junior is quite commendable, taking notes in class and even nodding at me. It seems my lecture is resonating well." His gaze wanders, and he suddenly spots Murray Green nodding, prompting an internal chuckle and a radiant smile to grace his face, compelling him to lecture with even greater diligence and fervor, oblivious to the misunderstanding his nodding has caused. Murray Green continues to reflect. "Training will empower me, yet it is a protracted journey. If I can cultivate, so too can others. What if someone surpasses me in speed and strength? Would my efforts then be in vain?" Contemplating this, Murray Green feels a surge of irritation, gripping his pen and scribbling aimlessly in his notebook, venting his frustration before pondering how to surpass others in strength. A cultivator's combat prowess is influenced by their cultivation level. Combat skills, weapons, armor, and potions cultivation arises from rigorous training. As long as he perseveres, he shall progress. Combat skills stem from diligent study. Warrior techniques and mage spells are integral to this. He must strategize carefully, selecting formidable spells to master. As for weapons and armor, acquiring quality magical staves and robes or rare magical items necessitates wealth. Currently, relying on his family's finances feels somewhat restrictive. He must devise a means to earn his own income. The mere thought of earning money sharpens Murray Green's focus. His previously unfocused gaze becomes intense, fixated on Patty Bruno, the first-level potion master lecturing before him. This individual can procure goods without monetary exchange and concoct potions, surely. He could amass wealth effortlessly. If only he, too, could become a potion master, he would not only earn substantial riches but also brew potions to enhance his cultivation and assist in battle. A sudden thought strikes Murray Green: while he can purchase weapons with money, so can others. What weapons could he possess that others cannot? After pondering for a while, he finds no answer to this conundrum and resigns himself to the thought. Nevertheless, the clarity he has gained regarding his life's direction brings him a sense of relief. With newfound purpose, he bows his head, preparing to refine and elaborate on his plans in his notebook. Abruptly, his pupils widen in astonishment as he gazes at the chaotic sketches in his notebook. Where a gun is depicted, this sight evokes memories of his magical crystal gun and the firearm schematics he had previously incinerated. Though this world has seen the development of firearms, they have been overshadowed by the prevalence of combat energy and magic, leading to a stagnation in firearms technology. In contrast, his original world was solely focused on firearms, birthing many potent weapons rivaling magic. If he could fabricate such weapons, albeit lacking the capability and the industrial foundation within this realm, he muses, what if I could employ this world's knowledge and techniques to ingeniously modify the formidable weapons of my former world? Could I create unique, powerful weapons exclusive to this realm? A fervent light ignites in Murray Green's eyes. Chapter 28, Individual Guidance. After lunch with Nick Brown, Murray Green did not return to his dormitory but instead ventured to the school library. Compared to Earl Green's private collection, the Ellis Academy Library is vast. Spanning over 1,000 square meters and comprising 3 floors, the first floor houses paper books and publicly accessible documents, available for students to peruse freely. The second and third floors contain esoteric texts and knowledge inaccessible to the average individual. Only those who have become mages or warriors may ascend. And it is said that the literature there is not free. Access requires payment in gold or academy contribution points. However, at this moment, Murray Green does not require those texts he cannot comprehend. So he scours the first floor for any books that might prove useful. Seeking knowledge related to firearms, after several hours of dedicated reading, fatigue overtakes him, and he can no longer suppress it. Thus, he borrows a dozen books from the library and returns to his dormitory, collapsing onto his bed and succumbing to slumber. Eating, sleeping, training, attending classes, and reading. Murray Green's life has become remarkably regimented and busy. In the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have slipped by, ushering in the third week of the term. During the meditation class, augmented by the magic circle, Murray Green's pace in completing his meditation surpasses even that of instructor Lyndon's guidance. And each time he returns to the sea of consciousness, his mental strength has significantly increased. At the conclusion of the third cycle, a surge of mental energy floods into his sea of consciousness. In that moment, he notices an unusual phenomenon. The entire expanse of his mental sea seems to rotate slowly under the impact of the incoming energy, initially mistaking it for an illusion caused by his unclear introspection. However, after several more meditative sessions, he realizes this is no mere illusion. His mental sea is indeed rotating, albeit at a pace so sluggish it is easily overlooked if one is not attentive. What could be the cause of this? Murray Green halts his meditation, opening his eyes to gaze with confusion at instructor Lyndon, who is guiding the entire class. Lyndon, ever the proficient educator, possesses formidable mental power. Despite dedicating much of his focus to guiding the students, he instinctively senses someone observing him. Which student is it, keeping their eyes open and not meditating properly, but instead slacking off? Upon opening his eyes, Lyndon's gaze meets that of Murray Green, who is filled with questions. Noticing Murray Green's evident perplexity, Lyndon muses, "This student appears to be Murray Green. His mental faculties seem quite impressive. What could he be pondering?" Following the first class, Lyndon had formed a positive impression of Murray Green, perceiving him as a potential prodigy, prompting him to send a telepathic message: "Close your eyes and continue meditating. But if you have questions, come to my magic tower afterward." Surprised by the sudden voice in his mind, Murray Green obediently closes his eyes and resumes his meditation. As he progresses through the cycles with increasing speed, he finds that each subsequent meditation takes less time than the last, consequently, with the continuous influx of mental energy, the rotation of his mental sea accelerates, forming the early semblance of a vortex. Due to Murray Green's previous exceptional performance, instructor Lyndon has directed considerable attention toward him. At that moment, a faint attraction emanates from within Murray Green's being. Mental gravity? He can actually cause his mental sea to rotate and generate mental gravity. In just 2 weeks, his mental strength has developed to such an extent remarkable. Note, even among those with combat skills, none possess mental strength as formidable as this young man. Recognizing the mental gravity emanating from Murray Green, Lyndon quickly deduces the nature of his inquiry. In Lyndon's magic tower, Murray Green sits across from him as Lyndon hands him a glass of crystal clear water. This water, imbued with a delicate fragrance, stirs a restlessness within Murray Green's fatigued body, compelling him to drink. The sensation is wondrous, and without hesitation, he raises the cup to his lips and takes a sip. The sweet fragrant water invigorates him, and he swiftly drinks the entire glass. As the warmth spreads from his abdomen throughout his body, the fatigue wrought by meditation begins to dissipate. Teacher, what is this? Realizing the significance of the situation, Murray Green surmises that this must be a specially formulated potion designed to replenish the body's energy post-meditation. This is a body-replenishing potion. A single glass after meditation can restore physical vitality, serving as an excellent aid for cultivation. However, at present, he must refrain from consuming it in excess. At the tender age of 16, you find yourself amidst the vibrant throes of youth, a golden period of cultivation. Sufficient rest and ample nutrition serve as the most effective and natural means of recovery. However, excessive consumption during this crucial time may lead to drug resistance, rendering it ineffective when you truly need it. As he spoke, Lyndon Beale downed a potion infused with magical essence, sighing deeply and imparting his wisdom. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Murray Green expressed his gratitude promptly, yet Lyndon Beale waved his hand dismissively and continued. Indeed, one must not indulge excessively, nor can one abstain entirely. Every medicine carries a degree of toxicity, thus one must refrain from indiscriminate use. Nevertheless, when illness befalls you, it is essential to take medication. Hence, when your body is in deficit, do not hesitate to consume restorative tonics and supplements, as you did earlier. Lyndon Beale's demeanor shifted, his expression serious as he fixed his gaze upon Murray Green, who instinctively straightened in his seat. In just 2 weeks, many students have yet to grasp the meditation techniques, while you have managed to set your mental sea in motion, creating a mental force field and generating spiritual gravity. Your mental aptitude is exceptional, far surpassing that of your peers, and you have not shied away from pushing your limits post-class. While diligence in practice is paramount, one must avoid the pitfalls of haste. Overexertion in cultivation, apart from occasional breakthroughs, should be approached with moderation. Sacrificing your health for a mere increase in cultivation speed is an unwise endeavor. With that, Lyndon Beale took another sip of the magical potion, preparing to address Murray Green's queries regarding his training. Your speed in meditation has already surpassed my guiding pace. The rate I set serves as a standard. If one is slower, it indicates insufficient spiritual strength that requires enhancement. Conversely, if one is faster, it suggests readiness to progress to the next stage of cultivation, termed attracting magic, which involves drawing magical particles from the heavens and the earth into one's being. Chapter 29. Testing the waters. Even if a human body reaches its physical limits through exercise, it remains incapable of contending with magical beasts, necessitating a breakthrough, one that transcends human limitations by harnessing the power of the universe, whether warrior or mage, when the strength of the body no longer meets the criteria for enhancement. As is the case for Murray Green, who strains his bodily energy to bolster his mental prowess, the growth of the body may lag behind the demands of the spirit, leading to depletion. However, Murray Green cannot afford to spend excessive time recuperating, thus, he must seek alternative sources of energy, known as magical particles. These magical particles, traversing the realms of existence, represent natural energy capable of replenishing the body's deficiencies, eventually becoming integral to its composition. Attracting magic is the method of drawing in these magical particles through meditation, strengthening and rotating the mental sea to form a gravitational field that draws the energies of the universe into oneself. This marks the next step in Murray Green's cultivation journey. Meditating in this secluded chamber proves significantly more effective than within a classroom setting. Upon concluding his meditation, Murray Green opened his eyes and exited the chamber, traversing a corridor until he arrived at a counter where a middle-aged man sat, eyes closed in repose. You have returned. "How do you feel?" "Quite well," Murray Green replied, producing his student card and presenting it to the supervising teacher of the meditation chamber. The teacher accepted the card and recorded its usage on the magic array. As Murray Green's meditation speed eclipsed Lyndon Beale's guiding pace, his learning progress began to accelerate beyond the standard curriculum. The academy could not impose restrictions on his learning rate, nor could it neglect the remaining students in favor of hastening the lessons. In this light, the meditation instructor could issue a certificate permitting exceptional students like Murray Green to utilize the independent meditation chamber for their training 2 hours a week, amounting to 8 hours monthly. Following Lyndon Beale's counsel, Murray Green meditates for just 1 hour each session, allowing him to utilize the chamber 8 times a month, a much more advantageous arrangement than the 4 meditation classes offered monthly, reflecting the Academy's special privileges for gifted students. After leaving the meditation chamber, Murray Green visited Lyndon Beale's Magical Tower, where he received further insights into cultivation practices. Before long, the third week of study concluded. On Saturday, Murray Green departed his dormitory, heading to the student service area and entering a blacksmith's shop. Uncle Mike's forge. The forge buzzed with activity, the sounds of hammering ringing in his ears as Murray called out, "Boss, I'm here to collect my order. Is it ready?" Young Master Green, your items are prepared." Upon hearing the call, Mike, who had been dozing behind the counter, peeked out. Upon recognizing his visitor, he greeted Murray with enthusiasm. Dressed in a simple merchant's robe, Mike was tall and slender, hardly the imposing figure one might expect of a blacksmith. Rising from his chair, Mike retrieved a wooden box from the counter's drawer and placed it before Murray, opening it to reveal 30 metallic cylinders, each the size of a fingertip, with sealed bottoms. In that world, nearly everyone would recognize them as bullet casings. Murray's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached for one, feeling its icy surface, smooth and unyielding to the touch, expertly crafted with no seams. Forged as a single piece, Master Green, we went to great lengths to create a mold for these 30 little items. The price includes the mold as well. Understanding Mike's implication, Murray Green wasted no time, producing his student card to settle the payment, accepting both the bullet casings and the mold before departing amidst the shopkeeper's farewells. Exiting the forge, Murray Green visited several other blacksmiths to collect parts he had commissioned, bringing back the original templates as well. With these components in hand, he promptly returned to the Green estate. The estate was expansive, equipped with a blacksmith's area for crafting and repairing agricultural tools and basic weaponry. Murray Green commandeered a forge room, reworking the pieces he had brought: barrel, frame, trigger, grip. Murray Green assembled all the parts, ultimately giving birth to a simplified handgun reminiscent of a revolver but devoid of a cylinder. Upon unlocking the mechanism, the connection between the grip and barrel revealed the cartridge loading area, designed similarly to a double-barreled shotgun. Remarkably straightforward. Grasping a bullet casing, Murray Green pulled out a carving knife. Carefully etching the bottom, once completed, he retrieved his homemade gunpowder and projectiles. Assembling the bullet, raising the bullet, he loaded it into the chamber, closing the mechanism, pressing down on the striker, and preparing to aim at a specially designated testing plate. Containing his excitement, he secured the gun to a metal stand, using a wooden stick to pull the trigger. Bang! A crisp sound resonated, and he immediately turned his gaze toward the testing plate. To his dismay, a bullet hole had appeared on the plate's surface, though upon closer inspection, the 1 centimeter thick steel had not been penetrated. Instead, it bore a dent. This power seemed somewhat lacking, reflecting on the earlier incident with the magic crystal gun blasting through wood. He contemplated for a moment before drawing the magic crystal gun from his waist, holding it firmly with both hands as he pulled the trigger, the magic array flashing to life. Bang! The testing plate was sent flying. And once the commotion ceased, Murray Green picked up the plate to find a bullet-sized hole, with the impacted area significantly indented. The disparity between the two impacts was stark. Murray Green held the simplified gun in one hand and the magic crystal gun in the other. Deep in thought, the gunpowder he had crafted from the initial formula paled in comparison to that produced by the magic crystal, revealing a substantial difference in explosive power. This disparity highlighted the technological divide from magic. No matter how he advanced his studies in technology, it would be a considerable time before he could catch up to the realm of magic. With this realization, Murray Green produced a small pouch of magic crystal powder. Carefully separating a portion to mix with the ordinary gunpowder, ultimately forming a new bullet, after loading it into the chamber, he lifted the gun, ready to fire, but hesitated, feeling it prudent to secure the gun back onto the metal stand and use a wooden stick to pull the trigger instead. Bang! Thud! The bullet shot forth, and the gun's chamber jolted violently, sending a thrill of fear through Murray Green. Without pausing to assess the power of the shot, he swiftly opened the chamber and ejected the bullet casing. only to discover cracks forming on the once unblemished casing. Chapter 30, Gold, Silver, and Copper. Startled by the sight of the cracked bullet casing, Murray Green examined the simplified gun closely and was relieved to find it unharmed. This simplified weapon was crafted from standard blacksmith materials, and though he had refined it, its appearance was deceptive. The joints and airtightness were not particularly robust, and the fit between the loading area and the bullet was loose. The casing's fracture did not compromise the integrity of the gun itself. Murray Green remained uncertain whether this was a blessing or a curse, offering a wry smile before turning his attention to the bullet containing the mixed magic crystal powder. A cursory glance revealed that the 1 centimeter thick plate had indeed been penetrated. While its power did not rival that of the magic crystal gun, it far exceeded the ammunition made from ordinary gunpowder. Realizing this, Murray Green lifted the magic crystal gun once more, scrutinizing it intently. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the words with which Ryan Green had once introduced him to the magical crystal gun. The main body of this weapon was forged from a blend of brass and bronze. How enlightening! Murray Green pinched a bullet casing between his fingers and flicked it, producing a crisp sound. This was cast directly from molten iron, a material distinct from that of the magical crystal gun. In this world, copper was significantly more robust than iron. The monetary foundation of this realm comprised copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins. The choice of these three metals for coinage raises the question of why paper currency is not issued, a topic worthy of discussion. In fact, the kingdom of Lanyas, along with the three other formidable empires, has issued paper currency, yet its acceptance remains low. Even the paper currency of these three empires is seldom utilized by their own citizens, let alone outside their borders. This is not due to a lack of authority or inability to promote their currency, but rather because gold, silver, and copper are irreplaceable. Indeed, they are irreplaceable. In this wondrous world, it remains uncertain whether the materials have undergone mutation, or if the gold, silver, and copper here differ fundamentally from those in the previous world. Perhaps these three metals merely share names with their counterparts, resulting in gold being harder than silver, silver harder than copper, and copper harder than iron. An ordinary farmer typically fashions his tools from iron. Should he desire greater durability or sturdiness, he would pay the blacksmith to incorporate some copper into his implements. To forge a longsword, regulations dictate that it must contain at least 1 kilogram of copper to be deemed a qualified weapon. However, such conventional arms can only satisfy the needs of the average individual. Those with greater strength, or warrior apprentices, generally wield weapons crafted from a mix of copper and iron, often enhanced with silver. As for gold, in this realm, it is considered a relatively hard metal, prompting higher-tier warriors to opt for weapons that incorporate gold. Consequently, gold, silver, and copper embody not only monetary attributes but also strategic significance. It is precisely due to their strategic value that they have been chosen as the foundation of currency. A lord possessing a wealth of gold, silver, and copper can forge a multitude of standard weapons, transforming his financial resources into tangible combat power. A mere piece of paper, regardless of the figures inscribed upon it, cannot supplant the importance of gold, silver, and copper, for to command these metals is to command strength. Who would trust their power to others, if one were to use their own currency to forge weapons and armor, only to be defeated and compelled to cede territory and pay reparations? It would be a farcical scenario indeed. The magical crystal gun, forged from brass and bronze, possesses a sturdiness superior to that of the bullet casing, and when combined with a robust magical array, its strength amplifies upon activation, allowing it to withstand the explosive force generated by the magical crystal. Murray Green reached out to caress the dormant magical array pattern. The true value of the magical crystal gun largely derives from the inscribed magical array. According to Murray Green's understanding, magical crystal guns are typically crafted only by third-tier enchanters, specifically third-tier magical enchanters. The creation of weapons initially fell under the purview of blacksmiths. However, some blacksmiths, possessing exceptional skill, can forge weapons capable of slicing through iron with ease. Such individuals are referred to as enchanters. Traditional enchanters ascend from the ranks of blacksmiths, specializing in the crafting of conventional weapons and armor, and are predominantly warriors. Given the existence of traditional enchanters, there must also be non-traditional enchanters, magical enchanters, who, through their studies of enchanter techniques, utilize magic to create enchanted items. By inscribing a flame magical array upon a long sword, the wielder can unleash flames during combat, inflicting terrifying fire damage upon their foes. Not only can magical enchanters inscribe magical arrays to enhance lethality on weapons, but they can also produce peculiar items. such as earrings that confer focus, by inscribing a focus magical array upon them. Magical enchanters of Tier 3 and below are referred to as enchanters, limited to adding magical arrays onto existing weapons. While those of Tier 3 and above can utilize magical methods to forge the item itself and inscribe magical arrays, the magical crystal gun is an extraordinary weapon, a non-traditional armament, thus only a third-tier magical enchanter can create it. As traditional enchanters lack the capacity to forge unconventional weapons and armor. First-tier and second-tier magical enchanters lack the ability to fabricate the magical crystal gun itself. A third-tier magical enchanter can create a magical crystal gun from common copper materials, typically commissioned by affluent individuals seeking to safeguard their heirs or by mages wishing to prevent ambushes. An ordinary object crafted from common iron could hardly rival the hardness of a weapon forged by a third-tier magical enchanter using blended copper materials, let alone one inscribed with a magical array. Having pondered this matter, Murray Green retrieved a piece of pure copper from the nearby iron cabinet and unhesitatingly tossed it into the smelting furnace, intensifying the heat to transform it into molten copper. The founding ancestor of the Green family was a blacksmith, and as a member of the Green lineage, he felt compelled to uphold the family tradition. Thus, Count Green, Ryan Green, and Murray Green all possessed blacksmithing skills. However, Murray Green had been somewhat lacking in his craft, having failed to forge a satisfactory silver-infused longsword before his transmigration. Yet, despite his inability to create a silver-infused longsword, transforming the copper block into molten copper was a task not beyond his capabilities. Pouring the molten copper into the bullet casing mold, he awaited its cooling, ultimately producing 5 copper bullet casings. After polishing these casings to a smooth finish, Murray Green fashioned a bullet using the copper casings. Loading the bullet, he secured it in the iron stand and prepared to fire with a wooden stick. Chapter 31, A Glimpse of Brilliance. When the bullet casing failed, he reinforced its hardness. If the casing held, he would increase the proportion of magical crystal powder. As power surged, the iron gun could not withstand the force and cracked under the strain. With the mold in hand, he reinforced any damaged areas. If everything else was satisfactory, he increased the ratio of magical crystal powder. Through extensive experimentation, Murray Green crafted a simplified firearm made from a mixture of silver, copper, and iron, featuring a silver bullet casing and copper projectile, with the magical crystal powder ratio reaching 1/4 of the gunpowder. A smile graced Murray Green's face as he tirelessly disassembled and reassembled the gun, repeating the process of loading and firing while occasionally pausing to polish and adjust the weapon in his hands. Finally, he wiped all components with magic beast grease for the final touch-up. As he emerged from the blacksmith's workshop, cradling the gun case, night had fallen. Gazing up at the stars, Murray Green stretched and loosened his muscles, at which point the fatigue that had been suppressed by excitement surged forth. He was so weary that he skipped his meditation that evening and went straight to bed. The following day, he was awakened by Ryan Green, who had just arrived at the estate. "I heard you were hammering away in the blacksmith's shop all day yesterday, scaring the other blacksmiths half to death, worried that you might meet an untimely end. What on earth were you up to?" Ryan Green, who seldom visited the estate due to its distance from Ellis City and the school, had returned upon receiving word from the servants that young Master Murray Green was back at the estate, causing quite a commotion in the blacksmith's workshop. Murray Green squinted and yawned, quickly becoming alert. With a mysterious look, he pulled the gun case from under the covers, beaming as he declared, "This is my greatest secret. Unless you take me hunting on Kaya Mountain today, I will absolutely not divulge anything." "You rascal, if you want to hunt, just say so. No need to put on airs. This treasure of mine is sure to astonish you." With that, he seized Ryan Green's arm, and they swiftly rode to Kaya Mountain. As they ascended the mountain path, Ryan Green observed Murray Green opening the gun case to reveal an array of small parts he did not recognize. "You head into the mountains to hunt without any weapons?" "Just this. Are you planning to feed the beasts?" Upon hearing Ryan Green's skepticism, Murray Green laughed heartily and patted his brother's shoulder. "Fear not, for your brother is a magical prodigy, unmatched in spiritual power among his peers. Even the teachers commend my abilities. How could I possibly engage in anything reckless? Geniuses and madmen are often but a thought apart. I worry you might inadvertently become the latter. Have no fear." As Murray Green chatted amiably with his elder brother, his hands never ceased their movements. In the blink of an eye, he skillfully assembled all the components, revealing a handgun resembling the magical crystal gun but smaller. Witnessing this, Ryan Green's confusion deepened. "This toy is less effective than the magical crystal gun. At least the latter has power, and its sound could frighten beasts, even if it doesn't kill them. Your toy is made of ordinary materials and lacks a magical array." "What are you thinking? This gun may not possess the power of the magical crystal gun, but it is far more convenient. Murray Green loaded a bullet and secured it in a holster designed for quick access. Fastening it to his right thigh, while the magical crystal gun hung from his waist, armed with 2 firearms, Murray Green strode boldly ahead. "Well then, I shall watch how you perform today," Ryan Green remarked. Shaking his head as he followed behind, wielding a greatsword. Mount Caius may not be particularly grand, yet it witnesses a significant influx of students each year. The pathways leading into the mountains are relatively well maintained. And guided by the distribution map of beasts, Murray Green soon discovered a patrolling wolf. The 2 men observed the creature, and the wolf, in turn, became aware of their presence. With a sudden crack, the wolf, having detected the intruders, opened its jaws wide, but before it could howl, its head was shattered in an instant, followed by the resounding report of a gunshot. With a light exhale, Murray Green blew away the wisps of smoke that billowed from the muzzle of his firearm. A smile curling at the corners of his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Ryan Green. Witnessing this scene, Ryan Green fell silent for a moment, then looked incredulously at the handgun in Murray Green's grasp. Losing his grip, his sword clattered to the ground, and in a swift motion, the handgun appeared in Ryan Green's hands. Examining the firearm closely, Ryan Green scrutinized it from every angle, occasionally tapping it to discern its composition. As the first heir of Count Green, Ryan Green possessed significantly more expertise in blacksmithing than his counterpart, having delved deeper into the craft, had he not opted to pursue other warrior professions. "He might have very well become a master artificer." "Remarkable," he remarked. "I can sense the energy of the magic crystal explosion. This amalgamation of silver, copper, and iron is utterly incapable of withstanding the force of such an explosion. Yet, astonishingly, the bullets it fires can directly slay a wolf. While their lethality may not rival that of a pure magic crystal gun, they could still pose a threat to first-tier entities, even a first-tier magical beast. If struck in the head, would stand little chance of survival." As he critiqued the handgun, Ryan Green swiftly made his way to the wolf, now lying 50 meters away, to examine its injuries closely. He noted the complete shattering of its skull, leaving behind a gaping wound at the back of its head. Given that such power was retained even at a distance of 50 meters, it could indeed serve as a low-tier substitute for the magic crystal gun. "Hey, this is my exclusive creation. Once you've had your fill of it, return it to me." Murray Green, having jogged over, seized the handgun from Ryan Green's grasp and opened the chamber, extracting a silver bullet shell, its surface marred by fine cracks and emanating intense heat. Noticing this, Ryan Green reached out without hesitation. Grasping the hot bullet shell, which was entirely silver but with a blackened interior and an irregular hole at its base, after squinting at it for a moment, Ryan Green applied force and split it in 2. Using his fingers to wipe away the remnants of the explosive powder within, he discovered a multitude of minute cracks. In a flash, Ryan Green comprehended that this bullet shell was the key to why such ordinary materials could endure the magic crystal explosion. Magic crystals are energy stones formed by the fusion of magical particles with certain minerals. When triggered, they unleash devastating power. If the bullets fired from a magic crystal gun are comparable to a first-tier fireball spell, then the explosion within the gun itself is equivalent to at least 2 fireball spells, were it not for the fact that activating the magic array on the magic crystal gun consumes a portion of energy, and that this array reinforces the gun's structure to mitigate recoil. The gun would not withstand the full brunt of a magic crystal explosion. Chapter 32, Testing the gun on the wolf pack. Since the gun's body cannot endure the explosion, separating the magic crystal from the gun and isolating it with a bullet shell seems prudent. Even if the explosion's force is overwhelming, the silver bullet shell would absorb the majority of the impact, leaving little to endanger the gun itself. Having contemplated the implications, Ryan Green shook his head and said, "Your method is quite clever, yet perilous. Ordinary materials will always remain just that. Even a small amount of magic crystal powder presents a challenge with each shot. You cannot predict whether the gun will hold up next time, nor whether the bullet shell will survive. Should it fail to withstand the pressure, it would be akin to a diminutive fireball spell detonating in your hands. If fortune favors you, only your hand may be injured. If not, it could cost you your life." Pausing briefly, Ryan Green's expression turned serious, and he continued in a measured tone, "Little Murray, your magical aptitude is commendable. You should devote your time to honing your skills rather than pursuing what may seem like shortcuts, but are ultimately misguided paths." Upon hearing Ryan Green's counsel, Murray Green felt a mix of emotions. Having destroyed 3 guns and expended over 30 bullet shells in his research the previous day, he had finally arrived at his best result thus far, the innovation he had created, blending knowledge from 2 worlds. was swiftly grasped by Ryan Green, indicating that the principles behind his use of bullet shells were not overly complex. It was evident that, after a millennium of firearms development, there had been little progress due to prevalent misconceptions or biases. In the eyes of the populace in this world, cultivation promises the ability to soar through the skies and conquer all. When faced with challenges, the solution lies in relentless training, and with strength comes the alleviation of many hardships. In this context, Ryan Green might express admiration for the gun, but he would not regard it with any serious weight, for even more potent magic crystal guns did not command his attention. In fact, he held them in a measure of disdain. Yet, with Ryan Green's status as a third-tier warrior, even if his opponent stood still, Murray Green would not be able to breach his defenses with mere gunfire. For Ryan Green, the path of cultivation, to grow stronger, was a broad avenue, one on which he should gallop forward. Thus, he struggled to comprehend why Murray Green would waste precious training time on such clever contrivances. Prompting him to offer gentle advice, understanding his elder brother's intent, Murray Green could not help but chuckle inwardly, while he was acutely aware of the vast potential for technological advancement, until it materialized. It remained merely a jest. With a smile, he patted Ryan Green on the shoulder, saying, "As for how impressive my magical talent truly is, I remain uncertain. That if possible, I would prefer to spend every waking hour in the meditation chamber." However, Master Linden advises against haste, asserting that the cultivation of magic requires patience and tranquility to yield the best results. "Previously, I overexerted myself and nearly reached my limit. Had it not been for my teacher's timely intervention, I would have faced serious trouble." This Murray Green patted his heart, a look of trepidation crossing his features. "So, for the next couple of days, I will focus on researching ways to relax and see if I can develop some life-saving weaponry." As a magical prodigy and a budding warrior, it would be quite unfortunate to fall victim to someone else's schemes in the competition for Princess Elizabeth's favor. "Oh, I see," Ryan Green remarked, stroking his chin as if enlightenment had struck him. His stern demeanor melted away into a grin as he said to Murray Green, "I inquired and learned that the princess plans to host a banquet 2 months after the start of school, during which time all will remain peaceful." This Ryan Green narrowed his eyes. "After the banquet, it will be a test of skill, but fear not, our father and mother have already made arrangements upon receiving this news. Focus on your training and strive to astonish everyone in just over a month to capture the princess's attention. Even if you cannot become her husband, being her lover would not be a loss." "Ha, get lost. I, Murray Green, embody the essence of a mage god capable of toppling the 3 great empires and establishing a supreme divine realm. She would have to queue up just to be my lover." With that, the two brothers erupted into laughter. "Little Murray, how come I never realized you possessed such a talent for humor? Your wit is simply delightful." "That was then, and this is now." A soldier who has been away for 3 days should be regarded with fresh eyes. "I, Murray Green, have undergone a transformation in just 3 weeks of schooling." As he spoke, Murray Green reloaded his handgun, sharing his plans with Ryan Green, who nodded in agreement. Picking up his discarded sword, Ryan Green bent his legs and leaped onto a branch, concealing himself among the foliage. Meanwhile, Murray Green stood not far from the wolf's carcass, listening intently to the distant howls of wolves, awaiting the arrival of the pack. Before long, noticing that the fallen wolf had not responded to the pack's alpha call, a robust alpha wolf approached stealthily, accompanied by 4 strong guards. Standing still, Murray Green slid the handgun into the holster on his right thigh, his hand resting on the grip, poised to draw and shoot at a moment's notice. His mental acuity, far exceeding that of an ordinary person, allowed him to maintain heightened awareness of his surroundings, ready to react to any movements nearby. Suddenly, a chill ran down Murray Green's spine. As if he were being watched, without hesitation, he drew his gun, swiftly turning his body to aim at the source of the cold sensation. Upon closer inspection, he spotted an exposed wolf's tail protruding from a thicket. With decisive action, Murray Green pulled the trigger without awaiting the outcome, then disengaged the lock, folding the barrel down to reveal the loading chamber. He tipped the remaining bullet shells out, and with his left hand, retrieved a fresh bullet from his pocket, inserting it into the chamber and closing the lock. Just then, a mournful howl pierced the air, and upon glancing up, Murray Green witnessed the powerful guard wolf being struck in the midsection, the bullet tearing through one of its hind legs. This is a fatal wound, leaving it no choice but to remain prostrate, wailing in agony while awaiting the arrival of death. Under normal circumstances, Murray Green could have granted it a swift end, but he soon realized that the 3 sentinel wolves had revealed themselves, agilely darting through the thicket to encircle him from 3 directions. It turned out they had long since surrounded him. However, they had not anticipated that before the encirclement could tighten, Murray Green would tear open a corner of their trap, with a resounding bang. Aided by his mental prowess, Murray Green merely had to take aim and pull the trigger, causing yet another sentinel wolf to collapse under the thunderous report. As he reloaded, before he could fire upon the third wolf, an authoritative howl echoed, prompting the remaining two wolves to swiftly alter their course and flee. Chapter 33, The Hunter and the Prey. As the foremost clan of carnivorous beasts in the Kayas Mountains, the wolf clan exhibited remarkable reproductive abilities. A few pairs of wolves thrown into the mountains would yield a substantial pack by the following year, frequently admonished by passing students and teachers. Only those wolves that recognized the times could survive. Thus, upon the lead wolf realizing that Murray Green was a formidable opponent, it immediately conveyed the order to retreat, observing the two remaining wolves scurrying away with their tails tucked between their legs. Murray Green felt a twinge of disappointment. He had not been able to test the limits of his firearm or his own capabilities. Nevertheless, he lowered his weapon aimed at their retreating forms. Murray Green was not a slayer of the innocent. His previous actions were merely to assess his combat prowess, and the wolves had posed a threat to him. To strike down a fleeing wolf now would be nothing more than senseless slaughter. Ordinary beasts no longer presented a challenge. Perhaps it was time to seek a first-tier magical beast to truly test himself. Rain Green approached Murray Green and suggested this course of action. Upon hearing these words, Murray Green's eyes lit up, and he readily agreed. Under Rain Green's guidance, the two ventured deeper into the Kayas Mountains, where the trees grew taller and the trails became significantly more rugged. Suddenly, a colossal goat, measuring 2 meters in length, bounded down a precipice, racing along the cliffside. A first-tier magical beast, the Iron Hoof Goat. The sight of the creature instantly brought its name to Murray Green's mind. But before he could ponder further, a youth clad in tight leather armor, wielding a one-handed sword, attempted to chase after the Iron Hoof Goat. However, having grown up on the cliffs, the goat navigated the perilous terrain with ease. While the youth found himself falling further behind, without turning back, the Iron Hoof Goat seemed aware that the youth could not catch up and began to bleat mockingly. Hearing the sound, the youth could not help but curse in frustration. Yet it did nothing to alter the fact that he was being left in the dust. The Iron Hoof Goat continued its frenzied dash along the cliff, when suddenly an arrow shot forth from the underbrush. Striking the goat squarely in its flank, the wounded creature, in excruciating pain, lost its footing and plummeted down the cliff. Even as a first-tier magical beast, a fall from such heights would leave it battered and bruised. With a feeble bleat, the Iron Hoof Goat struggled to rise, but at that moment a heavily armored warrior leaped from the nearby foliage, bringing down his greatsword upon the goat's neck, severing its head. Blood sprayed forth, yet the warrior paid no heed, instead standing vigilant, his gaze fixed toward the direction where Murray Green and Rain Green were located, as if on guard. "Let us depart," Rain Green said. Having witnessed the entire hunting spectacle, Murray Green followed closely behind, frequently glancing back. He observed the youth approaching the warrior for a discussion, and shortly thereafter a tall maiden wielding a short bow emerged from the thicket. The trio began to process their hard-earned spoils, yet they often cast wary glances in the direction of the two brothers. The hooves of the Iron Hoof Goat could be used to concoct potions. They were likely students on a gathering mission, second-year students of average strength ahead. Rain Green resumed his role as an instructor, elucidating the situation to Murray Green, who had questions of his own. "All who enter the mountains are students. Yet they remain so vigilant around us, as if fearing we might strike. Is it truly permissible to seize another's spoils in the mountains?" "Why not?" Rain Green replied. "If a wounded quarry flees into my hunting grounds and I slay it, who does the prey belong to then? Shall we split it evenly? Or if I desire their spoils, it may seem unreasonable, yet if my strength surpasses theirs, I can simply take it and flee. Or drive them away. What recourse would they have? Seek a teacher? Impossible. Once in the mountains, instructors only concern themselves with their students' safety. As for the spoils, can a teacher act as a judge to determine fairness? In this world, power speaks volumes. Many issues become moot in the face of strength. The Kayas Mountains serve as a hunting ground established by Ellis Academy, where only students and magical beasts exist. Who is the hunter, and who is the prey? How can one distinguish between them? At this point, Rain Green chuckled softly, casting a knowing glance at Murray Green, who felt a tingle of unease at his brother's unfamiliar demeanor. Unsure how to respond, it is rather simple to discern. The strong are the hunters, the Iron Hoof Goat is prey before them, yet why can they not be prey before me, in the Kayas Mountains? Each relies on their own abilities. The Academy established this terrain precisely to provide students with an environment for rapid development. Those who can adapt to the Kayas Mountains will not falter elsewhere. Murray Green bowed his head, absorbing the teachings imparted to him, marveling at the harsh realities of this world, where even students engaged in learning must confront such brutality. However, to prevent incidents in the Kayas Mountains from affecting the Academy's internal environment, There is a rule stating that matters that occur within the mountains remain within them. This means if they are robbed of their quarry by Rain Green while in the mountains and fail to reclaim it, seeking vengeance upon exiting the mountains would not serve as an excuse if they were caught. As they proceeded, Rain Green shared a wealth of experiences with Murray Green. Yet the essence remained: strength reigns supreme. As long as one possesses sufficient power, any place can be a paradise. After a considerable time, Rain Green halted, narrowing his eyes as he gazed in a particular direction. Noticing this, Murray Green also turned his focus there, peering through the branches and thickets, hazily spotting a cave behind them. Recalling his previous hunting knowledge, Murray Green deduced that this must be a bear's den. Upon further inspection of the area surrounding the cave, he noted numerous freshly broken branches and a significant reduction of grass at the entrance compared to other spots. It was evident that a bear resided within. Murray Green looked to Rain Green, only to see him shrug and tilt his head, suggesting that Murray should handle the situation himself. Realizing his brother intended to watch, Murray Green inhaled deeply, lowered his head, and picked up a fist-sized rock, steeling himself to hurl it into the 2-meter-high bear's den. With a resounding thud, the stone struck the ground. Murray Green quickly distanced himself from the cave, yet after a lengthy wait, no sounds emanated from within. He surmised that the bear had ventured out to hunt. Whether to wait for the bear or to actively seek it out posed a dilemma. As an ordinary person, it would be quite perilous to provoke a magical beast, yet remaining here felt like a waste of time. Murray Green tapped his head, glancing back at Rain Green, only to find that the sizable figure had vanished without a trace. This only heightened Murray Green's agitation, prompting him to pace anxiously in place, his gaze fixated on the bear's den, trying to discern the bear's whereabouts. With his formidable mental prowess, Murray Green soon noticed some details that led him to infer the bear's direction. Raising his leg, he prepared to pursue, but just then, he took a deep breath, suppressing his impulsive urge, and climbed a nearby tree, settling on a branch with his back against the trunk, squinting as he scanned the surroundings. Chapter 34, Slaying a First-Tier Magical Beast. In his quest for safety, he chose to grow stronger, and in pursuit of strength, he delved into the study of firearms. Yet, in testing his weaponry, he found himself courting danger. Even though Murray Green was acutely aware that his brother Rain Green was nearby and would intervene should he find himself in peril, a gentleman does not place himself beneath a precarious wall. Certain matters, even if seemingly manageable, should not be recklessly pursued. This time, with Rain Green providing a safety net, he would face minimal danger. However, who would be there to catch him next time? Thus, during this hunt, even with Rain Green close at hand, he resolved to act as if he were alone, ensuring he was in optimal condition. Exhaling and inhaling, as Murray Green slowed his breathing, each breath elongated, his body gradually calmed. Yet his mind raced with heightened awareness, eyes scanning the surroundings, ears attuned to every sound. An indeterminate amount of time passed when Murray Green heard a faint, dull thud, akin to a heavy object striking the earth, followed by the subtle rustling of grass and twigs. His eyes brightened, akin to a hawk locking onto its prey. As he focused on the source of the sound, slowly, the underbrush began to sway, the movement intensifying until finally, a black bear emerged grasping a deer in its jaws. As it advanced, Murray Green noticed the silvery fur adorning its chest. A silver-furred black bear, recognizing the creature's identity, sent a jolt through Murray Green, prompting him to scrutinize its form. Standing just over a meter tall at the shoulder, it could easily reach 3 meters if it stood upright, a colossal behemoth. However, upon realizing this, Murray Green let out a sigh of relief. The silver-haired black bear, classified as a first-level magical beast, possesses exceptional individuals capable of evolving into second-level magical beasts. However, these second-level silver-haired black bears reach a towering height of 5 meters, with their silvery fur extending down to their bellies. The silver fur of the silver-haired black bear is both robust and supple, making it an excellent material for crafting close-fitting protective gear. Even first-level swords or the claws of other magical beasts struggle to pierce it. Yet, while it remains attached to the bear, this fur serves to diminish one of its fatal weaknesses. Aside from a select few powerful spells, very few forms of damage can breach the bear's defenses and strike its heart. Upon perceiving the formidable opponent before him, Murray Green tightened his grip on the gun handle, released, then tightened it again, drawing his weapon with his eyes fixated on the bear's head. At bang, the sound of the gunshot reverberated through the forest of the Kayas Mountains. However, Murray Green's expression grew grave as he realized that his sudden attack had missed its mark. The whistling bullet zipped past the silver-haired black bear's ear. It was not due to a lack of aim on Murray's part, but rather the bear exhibited a reflex that belied its appearance, deftly dodging the shot as soon as it was fired. With a fierce growl, the silver-haired black bear dropped its food and stood on its hind legs. Its massive jaws wide open in a display of rage directed at Murray Green, it slammed its forepaws onto the ground, creating a small crater with its tremendous strength, propelled by all fours. Its enormous body charged towards Murray Green like a freight truck. Faced with such an onslaught, Murray Green did not falter. In an instant, he reloaded his weapon and aimed at the bear. Warriors possess instincts. Mages have senses, and magical beasts rely on instinct. Although these three are fundamentally different, they all share the ability to anticipate and perceive danger. This was precisely why the silver-haired black bear managed to evade Murray Green's surprise shot. Sensing imminent danger, the silver-haired black bear altered its course, moving irregularly towards Murray Green, occasionally ducking behind trees in an attempt to shake off the perceived threat. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green resolutely pulled the trigger. And amidst a scream, he reloaded, aiming once more at the bear. A small bloodied crater appeared on the bear's back. While not lethal to its robust physique, it was certainly painful. Infuriated by the injury, the bear's eyes turned crimson as it let out an enraged roar, accompanied by the sound of a gunshot that struck its shoulder, causing blood to spray forth. Having sustained 2 shots, the bear's fury reached a boiling point, increasing its speed, but just then, it felt a surge of lethal danger approaching. Instinctively, it turned its head to evade, yet its previously wounded shoulder was hit again, forcing its body to sag, nearly toppling over. Splendid! Murray Green reloaded once more, gripping the gun firmly as he aimed for the bear's head. The moment he fired, the gun's muzzle shifted slightly, and the third bullet struck the bear's shoulder, staining its fur a deep crimson as blood flowed down its coat onto the ground. The substantial blood loss significantly drained the bear's stamina, rendering its injured shoulder useless and reducing its speed considerably. Stripping it of its prior agility, click, the bullet was chambered. Bang, the bullet was discharged. The silver-haired black bear attempted to evade, but its diminished agility rendered it unable to escape, resulting in a direct hit to its lower back. The bullet penetrated its flesh, rolling within and damaging its internal organs. The bear's legs buckled, nearly collapsing on the spot. Nevertheless, it pressed on, though its speed had already halved, and continued to decline, threatening to bring it to a halt at any moment. With a desperate roar, the silver-haired black bear lunged downward, narrowly dodging the fatal shot aimed at its head. However, despite avoiding that bullet, the bear, now gravely injured, found it impossible to continue moving forward, collapsing in place and gasping for breath as blood seeped from its wounded insides. Murray Green exhaled, his hands trembling as he aimed at the bear's head once more, inhaling sharply, his shaky hands steadied like iron, and with decisive fingers, he pulled the trigger. Instinctively, the bear's head tilted, but its severe injuries and significant blood loss dulled its reactions, allowing the bullet to scream through its eye and exit from the side of its head. Oh, what a formidable adversary! Observing that his opponent had yet to succumb, Murray Green managed a bitter smile inside. Although his body could withstand the recoil of the gun, the rapid succession of shots combined with the extensive use of mental energy had left his hands trembling and his head spinning. Closing his eyes, he expertly reloaded, gripping the gun tightly with a weakened breath. In an instant, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of determination shining within them, as he aimed once more at the bear's head and pulled the trigger. Bang! This bullet, propelled by the last vestiges of his mental strength, sliced through the air with precision, striking the immobile silver-haired black bear squarely in the forehead. Chapter 35, driving away a strong foe with his arms hanging limply. Occasionally twitching, Murray Green leaned against a tree, panting heavily, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes tightly shut as he battled the pain from the extensive use of mental energy. Truly, magical beasts are an entirely different breed compared to ordinary wildlife. Had I not ambushed it at its den, catching it off guard, and had I not been utilizing long-range fire against a beast with relatively slow movement, facing such a creature with merely a simple handgun would have been exceedingly perilous. I must continue to strengthen my arsenal. I need to acquire a fully automatic firearm, and on top of that, perhaps a revolver with 6 shots. If the first fails to fell my opponent, then I might as well accept my fate. I wonder if there exist magical methods to modify firearms. After resting for a while, Murray Green finally regained his composure, descending from the tree to inspect his spoils. Gazing at the fallen silver-haired black bear before him, a wave of satisfaction washed over him. This first-level magical beast would have posed no challenge to a dozen ordinary armed men, yet here he was, an ordinary person, albeit one with considerable mental strength, who had single-handedly taken it down with his own crafted weapon. How could this not excite Murray Green? With exhilaration, he circled the silver-haired black bear, lifting a paw that was larger than his own head. One paw could sustain him for 2 days. He estimated that its silvery fur could be woven into a comfortable yet durable undergarment. Just then, an unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. "Kid, don't touch my silver-haired black bear." A tall man wielding a single-handed axe approached, accompanied by a companion armed with a longbow. Upon hearing the towering man's voice, Murray Green's expression turned icy, his gaze cold as he fixed it upon the two uninvited guests. Without hesitation, he drew both of his guns, one a magical crystal gun and the other a simple firearm, pointing them at the two men. "Take one more step, and I'll put a hole in your forehead. I don't believe your skull is any tougher than that of the silver-haired black bear. Oh, kid, you're confident you can hit me? My brother and I aren't like that bear. We won't stand idly by and let you shoot us." The two men stood their ground, eyes wide with determination. One bent slightly at the knees, leaning forward, while the other drew an arrow, aiming it straight at Murray Green, poised to attack at any moment. Murray Green did not blink, his gaze locked onto the two as the standoff intensified. "You can test it. If you take a bullet from me, you'll either die or be severely wounded. And do you really think a mere ordinary person like me would dare venture into the depths of Kaya's mountain without some form of support? Humph, you must be a first-year freshman. Quite bold of you to dare enter the heart of Kaya's mountain, but all you've got are two magical crystal guns. Do you think we're afraid of you?" The man with the dual axes scoffed, turning to leave. "However, my brother and I never bully the weak. Take care." Watching the two retreat until they disappeared from sight, Murray Green's hands dropped heavily at his sides as he shouted breathlessly, "Ryan, you useless brother, come help me." "Ha, you did well. I thought you'd call me out immediately. I didn't expect you to scare them off all on your own." Murray Green felt a jolt as Ryan Green's hand clapped onto his shoulder, causing his legs to wobble, nearly sending him crashing to the ground. "Come on, can't you see how weak I am right now? My head feels like it's about to explode. If you're not going to help me, at least don't push me down," Murray Green grumbled, while Ryan merely chuckled, seemingly unconcerned, as he gazed at the corpse of the silver-haired black bear. "Your mental strength is truly impressive, and your proficiency in the divine control technique is commendable. Otherwise, even though this black bear is relatively slow, hitting it would be nearly impossible for an ordinary person. Hey, don't forget who I am. It's an honor for it to die at the hands of me." Murray Green nodded. "Why do I see cows flying in the sky?" Ryan Green suddenly looked up, making Murray Green think he had spotted something, only to hear Ryan's teasing remark, leaving him exasperated. After a bout of banter, Murray Green felt slightly alleviated from the fatigue of the standoff. He then plopped down on the black bear's body, closed his eyes, and began to meditate, allowing his mental energy to circulate within him. Gradually restoring some of his vitality, rising to his feet, Murray Green rubbed his painfully throbbing head and grimaced, exclaiming, "It hurts so much, my mental fortitude is utterly insufficient. I am truly at a loss." Hearing Murray Green's lamentations, Ryan Green could only respond with exasperation. "Enough of this. Your fellow freshmen from the same intake might still be diligently practicing their meditation techniques, while you are gallivanting in the Kaya Mountains. You possess mental strength far surpassing that of your peers, not to mention, the feat of slaying a level 1 magical beast would undoubtedly leave many in awe." Initially, those two cowardly adversaries assumed Murray Green was merely a level 1 warrior. But upon closer inspection, they realized he was just an ordinary individual. Upon discovering that this seemingly unremarkable person could vanquish a silver-furred black bear, they surmised that he must have formidable allies behind him. Otherwise, how could he so decisively abandon such a valuable prize? The components of a silver-furred black bear, its fur, paws, heart, gallbladder, hide, and bones, are all highly sought after among level 1 magical beasts. The silver-furred black bear holds considerable value. "How do you intend to deal with this bear? Weren't you the one who insisted on carrying it down the mountain?" Murray Green's eyes widened as he turned to Ryan Green, who, in response, brushed off non-existent dust from his attire and arrogantly declared, "You expect me to haul a mere silver-furred black bear out of here? You do realize that I, your elder brother, refuse to carry any magical beast below level 3. Then what am I to do? I am but an ordinary person, and a magic student at that. I cannot possibly carry it." Ryan Green shrugged. "Just leave it here." Murray Green vehemently opposed this notion. This was his first slain magical beast, laden with sentimental value. Even if he did not intend to preserve it as a trophy for his collection, he was determined to keep its fur and silver pelt. If he merely took the pelt and fur back, he would be compelled to abandon other valuable parts like the paws, heart, gallbladder, and bones, which he could not bear to part with. A level 1 magical beast could fetch no less than a dozen gold coins. And this particular silver-furred black bear, despite his desire to keep the fur and pelt, would still yield a handsome return. Thus Murray Green resolutely replied, "No, absolutely not." Chapter 36, Selling the Bear. "I do not wish to carry it." And you are unable to, so think of an alternative, Ryan Green exclaimed, throwing up his hands and preparing to make his exit. After all, his primary focus during his excursions into the mountains was to hunt level 3 magical beasts. He rarely regarded level 1 creatures as worthy of his attention. Upon hearing Ryan Green's words, Murray Green felt a surge of agony in his already throbbing head and instinctively reached up to rub it. Hoping to alleviate the discomfort, slap, suddenly an idea struck him, and he turned his gaze toward the direction in which the two had departed. Momentarily stunned, evil begets evil. Murray Green turned back to Ryan Green. This is the greater evil. He then proposed a plan, and without hesitation Ryan Green nodded in agreement, stretching his limbs before brandishing his greatsword and pursuing the two. Before long, a confident Ryan Green returned. Flanked by two dejected individuals, those who had attempted to rob Murray Green of his quarry. Big brother, impressive. Murray Green gave a thumbs up, while Ryan Green could only chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. The two cowards had surrendered before even engaging in a confrontation. Upon hearing Ryan Green's remarks, the two men involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths, but soon their expressions turned blank. With two additional strong laborers, the 3-meter-tall, nearly 1-ton silver-furred black bear was hoisted out of the Kaya Mountains and brought back to the entry point. The Kaya Mountains were bustling with students on various quests, hunting, trading, and even leisure activities. As the two men emerged from the mountain with grim faces, they immediately attracted the attention of several passers-by. Oh, is that a silver-furred black bear? I'll buy all of its fur. Money is no object. Along the way, some approached the duo with purchasing propositions, to which they could only respond with sullen faces, as they were mere laborers forced to carry a bear that wasn't theirs. Hence, the more sought after the bear, the more bitter their situation became. I'm sorry, but the silver fur of this silver-furred black bear is not for sale. However, apart from the fur, hide, and paws, everything else is for sale. And the price is negotiable. Seeing the demand for his bear, Murray Green burst into laughter, enthusiastically beckoning customers with buying intentions. Faced with the unexpected appearance of Murray Green, who had previously gone unnoticed, the crowd was taken aback. However, upon realizing that the two laborers were not opposed, they began inquiring about prices. Finding a clear spot, the two laid the carcass of the silver-furred black bear on the ground. And those interested in purchasing or merely spectating quickly surrounded them. Dear handsome seniors and enchanting senior sisters, please bear with us for a moment while we prepare this silver-furred black bear for sale. The two huffed and puffed, glancing around for Ryan Green, yet were disappointed to find no trace of him. Just then, Murray Green turned to the two men, his tone warm, and said, "Would you kindly assist me in processing this bear carcass?" Upon hearing Murray Green's gentle words and witnessing his radiant smile, the burly axe-wielder trembled slightly aside, and nudged his companion to comply. Alas, one must bow one's head in humility. They had initially thought they would seize a great opportunity by targeting a weakling. But this seemingly feeble individual had drawn them into a formidable predicament. Ryan Green, the heir to account, a mid-level warrior, and one of the top 10 experts at the Warrior Academy, when Ryan Green suddenly pursued them from behind. The two nearly lost control of their bladders, prompting them to surrender before he even made a move. Under Murray Green's direction, one man struggled to sever the bear's paw with his axe, while the other carefully removed the silver fur from the bear's chest with a single-handed sword, packing it into a paper bag purchased from a nearby stall and handing it to Murray Green. He then skinned the bear, and despite Murray Green having made several cuts into the bear's massive body, the overall hide remained largely intact. However, the pristine bear hide was smeared with blood, dust, and debris, rendering it quite unsightly. Nonetheless, Murray Green cheerfully bundled it up. Esteemed seniors and sisters, thank you for your patience. Now, regarding this bear, feel free to negotiate with these two for whatever you desire, but please settle payments up front. I will handle the transactions while they provide the goods. The two men exchanged glances, their hearts racing at the unexpected turn of events, before casting incredulous looks at the beaming Murray Green. For heaven's sake, have some decency. Who has ever squeezed two laborers dry like this? Carrying such a heavy bear out of the Kaya Mountains is exhausting, and now you want us to sell it too? Have a heart and let us catch our breath. All proceeds will be divided, with you receiving 40%. The more we sell, the more you earn, Murray Green suddenly whispered in their ears. Upon hearing this, the two men's gloomy expressions brightened instantly, their eyes gleaming with renewed vigor as they stared at Murray Green. He nodded slightly, confirming they hadn't misheard. The two exchanged glances, realizing the shared excitement in each other's eyes, and in unison, they erupted into laughter, inviting those nearby with purchasing intentions. Come, fellow students, what would you like? Bear gall. This bear possesses only one gall, and while ordinary bear gall is valuable, this is a mature silver-furred black bear. Its gall is worth such a sum. The axe wielder set down his axe and extended 5 fingers toward a customer seeking to purchase the gall. Upon seeing the price, the customer frowned. This price is only for high-quality gall. It is evident from the bear's injuries that its entrails have been harmed. Unless you extract the gall and prove its quality, this price is negotiable. Very well, let us extract the gall. Murray Green decisively declared. The axe wielder promptly took hold of his axe with both hands and cleaved open the bear's abdomen, while the other inserted his sword along the incision, eviscerating the silver-furred black bear. Behold, this gall is intact and pristine. Its quality is exceptional. Purchasing it at this price would be a wise investment for either brewing spirits or concocting potions. Truly a bargain. The sound of clinking coins resonated as metal coins fell into the pouch, creating a melodious symphony that delighted Murray Green. In no time, the once massive silver-furred black bear vanished at an observable pace. Even its excrement was sold for use in beast-repelling powders. The total came to 15 gold coins and 48 silver coins. Thus, their share amounted to 6 gold coins and 19 silver coins, rounding up to 6 gold coins and 48 silver coins, with the excess provided to them as a bonus. Murray Green pulled 9 gold coins from the pouch and handed it to the 2 men, who, upon glancing into the pouch, were filled with uncontainable joy. Young Master Murray possesses an impressive demeanor, and both my companion and I hold him in the highest regard. We are both second-year students at the Warrior Academy. I am Nigel Alleran, and he is Walter Riling. Should young Master Murray require assistance while venturing into the mountains, we are at his beck and call. Chapter 37, Particles of Spatial Magic. It was Monday, the 4th week of the new term. Nick Brown entered the meditation classroom with a gloomy expression, sitting alone on his designated cushion, his gaze vacantly fixed upon the cushion of Murray Green. Hey, Nick, did you not invite Murray to class today? The lesson is about to begin. He wouldn't be late, would he? At that moment, Levi Ellis turned his head and suddenly noticed that Murray Green's cushion was unoccupied. Out of the 20 students in the class, only 19 had arrived, leaving Murray Green absent. Consequently, Levi Ellis inquired of Nick Brown, who typically attended class with Murray Green. Upon hearing the question, Nick Brown's face fell, and he replied despondently, "Alas, Murray will not be attending this lesson." What happened? The surrounding students expressed their astonishment, promptly pressing for an explanation. In response to their inquiries, Nick Brown scratched his head and stated plainly, "Murray has grasped the fundamentals of meditation and has been recommended by Professor Linden to meditate independently in the meditation room, so he will no longer attend this class." What? The news elicited expressions of shock from those present, which brought a sense of relief to Nick Brown's heart. Meanwhile, outside the meditation room, Murray Green was registering with the supervising teacher. After completing his application for use, he selected an available meditation chamber. Sitting cross-legged on the central cushion of the meditation room, Murray Green reflected on the morning's events. When he informed Nick Brown of his intent to meditate independently, Nick's incredulous expression had been quite amusing. With a silent smile, Murray Green adjusted his mindset, beginning to regulate his breath to enter an optimal meditative state. His hand brushed against the cold floor before him, and the previously barren ground of the meditation room began to manifest intricate magical patterns, swirling around him and flowing outward, illuminating the entire chamber. Taking a deep breath, Murray Green closed his eyes. Upon the closure of his physical eyes, his inner eye opened within him. Murray Green surveyed his spiritual realm, which was still shrouded in a gray haze. Lacking clarity, however, one must consume food bowl by bowl and progress through cultivation step by step. While he may not yet rival the adept, he believed that one day he would attain the original form. Reciting the meditation technique in his mind, the previously tranquil expanse of his spiritual sea began to ripple, and a surge of spiritual energy departed from the depths of his psyche, entering into circulation. At that moment, this surge of spiritual energy encountered a water element magical particle within his being. Upon sighting this particle, an elation surged within Murray Green, who promptly enveloped it with his spiritual energy, allowing it to circulate throughout his entire being. The immense spiritual force returned to the spiritual sea, with the water element magical particle accompanying it, drifting within his spiritual space. Observing this magical particle, Murray Green felt an exhilarating thrill. He had fortuitously acquired a magical particle at the inception of his meditation. Magical particles traverse the realms of existence, permeating all things in the world, and thus may reside within the human body as well. However, locating them is a matter of luck. After all, the meditation technique Murray Green practiced, Volume 1, contained only 3 circular pathways, making the probability of encountering magical particles along these paths exceedingly slim. Fortunate from the outset. Murray Green fixated on the magical particle, praying fervently that it would not escape his spiritual space during this process, while hastening his circulatory rhythm. Before long, the third cycle was completed, and the spiritual sea began to rotate gently. The spiritual force field generated by this rotation enveloped the entirety of his spiritual space, and the previously wandering water element magical particle was ensnared by the gravitational pull, once free-spirited as a playful pup. The magical particle was now tethered as if by a leash, severely restricting its movements as it spun within the confines of the spiritual sea, having established control over the magical particle with the spiritual force field. Murray Green finally exhaled in relief and began to engage his spiritual energy to connect with the particle. With their contact, Murray Green sensed a fortification of his spiritual energy. This, indeed, is the essence of a cultivator's strength. Magical particles enhance the potency of whatever they touch, and the cultivator's aim is to merge with these particles, where the fusion of spiritual energy yields magical power, and the amalgamation of life force results in combat energy. Murray Green's spiritual energy surged like waves, relentlessly crashing against the water element magical particle, yet it remained steadfast as a rock, showing no signs of yielding. This will not do, my current state cannot sway it with mere spiritual force. I must draw it into the center of my spiritual sea, plunging it into the vortex's core, where I can concentrate all my spiritual energy for fusion. Resolute in his determination, Murray Green quickened his meditative pace, causing the spiritual sea to spin ever faster, intensifying the vortex's destructive force, poised to engulf its target. Under the influence of the spiritual force field, the water element magical particle gradually drifted toward the vortex's center. Murray Green felt a surge of urgency, wishing he could simply reach out and press it into place, yet, at that moment, the water element magical particle seemed to collide with something. Halting abruptly, witnessing this, Murray Green's expression shifted dramatically. Sensing a looming misfortune, sure enough, the moment the magical particle regained its freedom, it dissipated into nothingness. Murray Green hastily summoned his spiritual energy to intervene, but he only managed to intercept a fraction. The portion of spiritual energy that came into contact with the remaining particle grew more powerful, yet the magical particle vanished without a trace. Damn it, how could a cooked duck fly away? Ending his meditation, Murray Green opened his eyes and clenched his fist, striking the ground in frustration. After a brief moment, he regained his composure, reflecting that this was not his first failure. Nonetheless, it had been the closest he had come to success. What had just transpired? Did that water element magical particle encounter something? In my spiritual space, aside from my own spiritual energy, there should be nothing else present to obstruct it. What could it have collided with? After pondering for a moment, growing increasingly perplexed, Murray Green abandoned his thoughts, attributing it to a mere lack of clarity in his vision, as his inner sight was still hazy and indistinct. It was entirely reasonable that he had not seen clearly moments ago. Taking a moment to adjust, Murray Green closed his eyes once more, embarking on another meditation session. Within his spiritual space, a gray magical particle floated aimlessly, sometimes swirling with the spiritual sea and at other times frolicking independently. Suddenly, it began to drift toward the center of the spiritual sea, the vortex's core. However, just as it approached the center, it collided with another gray magical particle. Or upon closer inspection, a cluster of gray magical particles occupied the center of Murray Green's spiritual sea. Yet he was unable to perceive them due to their color. These particles were exceptional concealers, among the most elusive magical particles in existence. Particles of Spatial Magic, Chapter 38, Spatial Magic Power. Once again, Murray Green commenced his meditation, yet this time, fortune did not favor him as it had during his initial attempt to locate the magical particles within his body. As he successfully entered meditation and the spiritual sea began to rotate, a faint gravitational force emerged, radiating outward in all directions as if countless hands reached forth to grasp something. Upon the manifestation of this spiritual gravitational force, the magical particles that had previously floated freely in the air were drawn towards Murray Green. Gradually being pulled closer, however, it did not take long for a red fire element magical particle to break free from the gravitational constraints, regaining its freedom, under the leadership of the first fire element magical particle. Others soon followed suit, liberating themselves from the spiritual gravitational force. Red fire element, yellow earth element, green wind element, and rare attribute particles. In no time, aside from the blue water element magical particle, all others had escaped. 5 or 6 water element magical particles, influenced by the spiritual gravitational force, swirled around Murray Green, adding an air of mystery to his presence, though no one was there to witness this spectacle. At last, one of the water element particles closest to him was drawn into his being. At long last, I've awaited your arrival. Thankfully, I did not give up or remain calm. This is a minor affair, no need to panic. Suppressing his overwhelming joy, Murray Green maintained his composure, methodically applying the meditation technique, focusing intently as he pulled the water element magical particle into his being. Under the pull of the spiritual gravitational force, the water element magical particle was gradually drawn toward the center of the spiritual sea, aiming to integrate it into the vortex's core, having experienced it once. He grew more adept, skillfully using the spiritual gravitational force to draw it even closer, soon nearing the realm occupied by the spatial magical particles. Before long, as he continued to exert the spiritual gravitational force, the water element magical particle plunged into the domain of the spatial magical particles, colliding with one of them in a chaotic dance. The water element magical particle was violently propelled away, and witnessing this, Murray Green, having anticipated such a scenario, exerted all his might to maintain his grip on the water element magical particle. His efforts bore fruit. He successfully resecured the water element particle, which collided once more with the spatial magical particles. This time, Murray Green, through the sensations of introspection and the impact of mental gravity, instantaneously became aware there is something. This sensation of impact undoubtedly signifies the presence of another entity. What exactly resides at the heart of my mental space? However, before he could contemplate this matter further, the third spatial magic particle collided with the water attribute magic particle, having already been deflected by two previous spatial magic particles. The water attribute magic particle, now somewhat weakened, was sent flying. The sudden departure of the water attribute magic particle caused the mental gravity to lose its target, resulting in an overwhelming sense of emptiness. The swirling mental vortex momentarily faltered. What? Upon witnessing the unexpected flight of the water attribute magic particle, Murray Green was taken aback, forcing himself to maintain focus as he attempted to employ mental gravity once more to seize it. Yet, the rhythm was disrupted, and he found himself unable to recapture it, left helplessly watching the water attribute magic particle escape. Damn it, this is my territory. I am in charge here. If it's a dragon, you better coil. If it's a tiger, you must lie low. How dare you unleash your ferocity in my mental space? Just wait until I deal with you. Realizing that his failure stemmed from a multitude of indistinct entities, even the usually composed and deliberate Murray Green felt a surge of irritation. Gritting his teeth, he summoned another water attribute magic particle. Come on, let us see who can strike harder. Murray Green pushed the speed of his meditation to its limits, channeling all his energy into his mental space, reinforcing his mental gravity. The concentrated force of mental gravity ensnared the water attribute magic particle, causing it to spiral wildly around the sea of consciousness, accelerating relentlessly until Murray Green found it increasingly difficult to maintain control. Go, like hurling a hammer, after spinning at high velocity, it was released, generating immense destructive power. The typically gentle water attribute magic particle charged fiercely into the domain of the spatial magic particles. Bang, bang, bang. The collisions of magic particles were silent, yet through the feedback of the impact via mental gravity, Murray Green seemed to hear the sounds of collision. The water attribute magic particle, at maximum intensity, succeeded in knocking away 5 or 6 spatial magic particles before slowing down, yet it continued to advance toward the center of the mental sea, aiming to penetrate the heart of the mental vortex. Just then, a spatial magic particle, repelled by the water attribute magic particle, wobbled uncontrollably and fell into the center of the mental sea. Upon sensing the intrusion at the core of his mental sea, Murray Green's expression shifted in surprise, and through contact, he was astonished to discover that it too was a magic particle. Though he could not immediately discern its attribute, the magic particle settled in the center of the mental sea. Realizing the situation, Murray Green made a decisive choice, abandoning the water attribute magic particle to focus all his energy on annihilating this unfortunate spatial magic particle. Damn it, since you are a magic particle, you can be fused as well. I care not for your attribute. Fusion comes first. Waves of mental power surged forth, assaulting the spatial magic particle, yet it eluded his grasp like a slippery eel. I refuse to believe that a cooked duck can still fly. You've landed in my domain. Do you think you can escape? You clearly underestimate me. Murray Green, discovering that he was merely a step away from successful fusion. With red eyes and gritted teeth, Murray Green's meditation speed surpassed its limits. Faced with the desperate determination of Murray Green and the ever-increasing force of his capture, even the spatial magic particle, renowned for its stealth and evasion, found itself overwhelmed. Mistakes can happen, even the most adept can falter. Confronted with Murray Green's unyielding net, the spatial magic particle inadvertently fell into the encircling mental power. Becoming entangled in a web of mental force that rendered it immobile to fuse, you must fuse now. Under Murray Green's will, the mental power tightly enveloped the spatial magic particle, incessantly compressing inward, seeking to merge with it. Time passed unmeasured, and with eyes reddened and face pale, Murray Green vaguely heard a cracking sound. His mental power had finally penetrated the spatial magic particle, signaling the onset of fusion. With this initiation, the subsequent merging was seamless. The mental power and spatial magic particle intertwined, ultimately forming a gray droplet of water that descended into the mental sea, nurtured by its depths. This was magic power. Having successfully fused magic power, the pallor of Murray Green's face instantly flushed with color, a surge of exhilaration prompting him to leap with joy, yet fatigue from the previous battle rendered him unable to rise. Today, he felt more exhausted than after his first meditation class, yet the effort was undeniably worthwhile, incredibly worthwhile. Chapter 39, The Mentor System. What a remarkable manifestation of spatial magic, observing the gray luminescence that emerged from Murray Green's palm. The typically composed Professor Linden instinctively widened his mouth in astonishment, exclaiming in surprise that he then grasped Murray Green's arm, gazing intently at the spatial magic power in his hand. Murray Green sensed Professor Linden's mental energy enveloping his spatial magic power, the latter being kneaded and scrutinized. Indeed, it was spatial magic power releasing his grip. Professor Linden perceived an ethereal sensation, confirming the presence of spatial magic. This phenomenon is indeed spatial magic. It is spatial magic, simply marvelous. Upon learning that his magic power was spatial in nature, a look of delight spread across Murray Green's face, and had he not been in the presence of his teacher, he might have danced with joy. According to the understanding within the magical realm, the world is composed of 4 fundamental elements: water, wind, earth, and fire. Thus, the majority of individuals possess one of these as their primary attribute. Beyond these 4 elemental foundations, there exist other special elements such as light, darkness, thunder, ice, and wood, among others, alongside 2 supreme elements, time and space. While spatial attributes may appear more frequently than the rare time attributes, both remain exceptionally uncommon. It is important to note that the supremacy of time and space is not merely due to their rarity, but rather their immense power. Time can be accelerated, halted, decelerated, and foreseen, with attacks of time being indefensible, stripping opponents of their time, leading to their untimely demise, or allowing one to glimpse the opponent's actions in the coming seconds, ensuring one is always a step ahead, such as the terror of time. Conversely, space is immensely practical, with powerful and swift spatial attacks that are difficult to defend against, capable of imprisoning or instantly relocating opponents, rendering them unable to pursue. Murray, in less than a month, you have cultivated magic power, spatial magic power. No less, becoming a first-level magician, your mental strength is formidable, and your affinity for magic is commendable. You are truly suited for the art of spatial warfare. Murray Green, elated by Professor Linden's appraisal, immediately responded. It is thanks to your adept guidance, Professor Linden, that I have progressed so swiftly. I am truly grateful. That gold will shine wherever it is found. Your exceptional performance is what truly matters. I merely provided some suggestions. Professor Linden chuckled heartily, then his expression turned serious as he gazed directly at Murray Green. At this juncture, ordinary courses will be of little use to you. You must pursue advanced studies. Do you have any thoughts on seeking a mentor? Upon hearing Professor Linden's inquiry, Murray Green snapped back to reality, lowering his head in contemplation. The study of magic is divided into 2 systems, the course system and the mentor system. The course system refers to classes led by instructors like Linden Beale, who teaches meditation to a class of students, all of whom address him as teacher. In contrast, the mentor system involves selecting a specific teacher to follow for advanced study. For instance, if one were to study under Simona Lind, one could learn the art of potion brewing and become a potion master. Therefore, in order to acquire more magical knowledge and skills, finding a mentor is essential. Of course, securing a mentor is not merely a matter of choice, it also depends on whether the mentor decides to accept you. Even if accepted, a substantial tuition fee is typically required, and ordinary students often find it challenging to attract a mentor's attention. Murray Green certainly wished to choose a mentor. During his time at home, his mother, Penny Campbell, had already devised a plan for him, aspiring for him to develop into a potion master. Thus, upon cultivating magic power, he could inform his family. At that point, his mother would beseech her elder brother, Murray Green's uncle, the first heir of the Campbell family and the future Marquis of Campbell, to write a letter of recommendation. The Campbell family is one of the 4 renowned Marquis families in the North, and it is also a prestigious magical lineage that has produced many magicians, holding a prominent status within the magician community. With his uncle's letter of recommendation, as long as Murray Green did not perform poorly, finding a mentor in potion mastery would not be too difficult. However, that was the previous plan. Now, having cultivated spatial magic power within a month, with both his mental strength and magical affinity remarkably high, he was utterly suited for the art of spatial warfare. To abandon this path and pursue potion mastery would indeed be a gross misallocation of his talents. The term war magician refers to combat magicians who wield devastating magic, possessing formidable combat capabilities. This is the common perception of magicians among ordinary people, yet those with a bit of insight understand that this description applies specifically to war magicians. Simply casting fireballs does not qualify one as a war magician. Upon transitioning to a war magician, through the unique characteristics and talents associated with the profession, the power of a fireball cast by a war magician surpasses that of an ordinary magician in terms of strength, range, casting time, and interval. Ultimately, even the amount of magic consumed may be less in the later stages. Thus, war magicians represent the pinnacle of magic, feared and revered. No magician aspires to be anything less than a war magician, and Murray Green is no exception. However, the conditions for becoming a war magician are exceedingly stringent, necessitating both high mental strength and magical affinity. In the past, Murray Green had contemplated the idea of becoming a battle mage, yet he did not believe his qualifications were up to par. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. He has now unequivocally met the standards. Contemplating this realization, a flicker of fervor ignited within Murray's heart. Who wouldn't he aspire to become a formidable battle mage? After a prolonged period of reflection, before Murray could articulate his thoughts, Lyndon interjected, "I would like to introduce you to someone who would be an excellent mentor for you. Whether you two can establish a fruitful relationship will depend on your discussions." Professor Lyndon took the initiative to make the introduction, and it would be remiss of Murray to decline. Furthermore, the mentoring system is a mutual selection process, requiring agreement from both parties for it to succeed. Should anyone attempt to play deceitful games, luring him in with sweet words only to later treat him like a mere pawn, the esteemed Count Green would not stand idly by. Thank you for the recommendation. But may I ask who this esteemed mentor is? You will find out when they arrive, Lyndon replied with an enigmatic smile, closing his eyes to communicate mentally. Moments later, Murray felt a sudden stir within his spatial magic, prompting him to instinctively glance behind. There, a figure of medium stature, with hair as white as snow and eyes of a similar hue, appeared, a strikingly handsome middle-aged man. "Little Lyndon, is this the student you recommended to me?" The middle-aged man, with eyes that sparkled like lightning, scrutinized Murray, who felt as though he had been encased in a block of ancient ice, his body rendered immobile. Observing the man, Professor Lyndon approached with palpable excitement, bowing respectfully. "Indeed, Directors, Chapter 40, Instant Teleportation. Indeed, it is spatial magic. Little Lyndon, you have spoken true. This young fellow is indeed a remarkable talent." After appraising Murray with a discerning gaze, Webster Ellis, the director of the Magic Academy, nodded, a hint of surprise breaking through his otherwise calm demeanor. The moment his scrutinizing gaze withdrew, Murray regained the ability to move, hastening to bow respectfully before Director Webster. "I am Murray Green, a student at your service." The young scion of the Green family, to possess such talent and wield spatial magic is truly astonishing. The director's expression remained composed as he regarded Murray's light blue eyes, a smile gracing his lips. "You carry the Campbell bloodline within you, yet your innate abilities have suppressed it. If that old codger from the Campbell lineage were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly lose many a night's sleep." "Young man, you are aware of my identity, are you not?" Upon hearing this, Murray eagerly nodded, his eyes wide with admiration. Although he had never before encountered the man, his appearance and Professor Lyndon's title had already allowed him to deduce the director's identity. Webster Ellis, a level 7 ice magic grandmaster, battle mage, head of the magic division at Ellis Academy, reigning sovereign of the Stanley Ellis Tower, the foremost magician of the North, and commander of the Duke Ellis's Mage Corps. Such a renowned figure was impossible to overlook, especially for a student of Ellis Academy like Murray. "Your talent is commendable. Your training speed rivals that of my contemporaries, and notably, you have developed the exceptionally rare spatial magic, which makes you even more distinguished." At this point, a complex array of emotions danced within Director Webster. He had been hailed a genius throughout his life, and his achievements had indeed justified that title. Yet, he had not anticipated encountering someone as extraordinary as Murray Green, a once-in-a-century prodigy. "Thus, I wish to take you under my wing as my student. Would you be willing?" Upon hearing Director Webster's proposal, Murray was elated, ready to accept immediately. However, he restrained his excitement, torn between his eagerness and the gravity of the situation. "I am indeed eager to accept, but such an important decision warrants a discussion with my family." particularly my parents or older brother, before I provide my answer, such as the nature of significant life choices," Director Webster conceded, unfazed by Maria's hesitation to in this world, studying magic is an exceptionally costly endeavor. Even if a mentor is willing to accept a student, the knowledge imparted is not without expense, thus, familial support is crucial. Who would cover the exorbitant tuition? The mentor. That is unlikely. No wise mentor would engage in such folly unless one were to sell themselves into servitude. Given Maria's talent and potential, had he chosen to sell himself to Webster Ellis, the director would have gladly accepted him and nurtured his abilities. However, this would not only bring shame upon the Green family but also compromise Maria's autonomy, reducing him to a mere pawn. Hence, the most prudent course of action would be for someone with authority in the Green family to negotiate with Webster Ellis, crafting a mutually beneficial mentoring arrangement. My brother, Ryan Green, is the primary heir of the Green family, currently studying in the 3rd year at Ellis Academy. May I consult with him first? That would indeed facilitate matters, Director Webster mused, stroking his chin. He then turned to Professor Linden. "Little Linden, you have done commendably. I shall increase your budget for this year's teaching expenses. I hope you can cultivate even more exceptional students." "Thank you, Director." Even Professor Linden, despite his usual composure, could not suppress his joy at the compliment, especially with tangible rewards on the horizon, and he expressed his gratitude exuberantly. No need for thanks, it is well deserved. As soon as the words left his lips, Director Webster's gaze shifted back to Murray, and he placed a hand on his shoulder. Murray, puzzled by this gesture, was about to inquire when Director Webster teasingly asked, "Have you ever experienced instant teleportation?" Instant teleportation. Before Murray could finish his sentence, a gray magical ring enveloped the two, and they vanished before Linden's astonished eyes. Witnessing this spectacle left Linden in awe. This is the power of space. Murray felt a sudden darkness envelop him as the spatial magic within him surged to in the blink of an eye. He found himself in a vast room, starkly different from the cozy confines of Linden's magical tower. This chamber was so spacious that aside from a jade stone platform, it contained nothing else. "Take a moment to recuperate here. I will fetch your brother, Ryan Green." Murray opened his mouth, brimming with questions he wished to pose to Director Webster. Yet before he could voice any, the director's figure vanished into thin air. Instant teleportation. This was undoubtedly a spatial skill. If the director could teleport, it was clear he had mastered spatial magic. No wonder Professor Linden had spoken of introducing him to a suitable mentor. A battle mage skilled in spatial magic was indeed the ideal guide. Overwhelmed with exhilaration, Murray found the surprise almost too much to contain. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was strong. After taking a deep breath, he forced himself to calm down and began surveying his surroundings to discern his location. He approached the window and peered out, discovering myriad magical towers of varying heights surrounding him, none taller than the one he occupied. In the distance, countless buildings sprawled beneath him. Wow, I am inside the Stanley Ellis Tower. Indeed, only from within the esteemed Stanley Ellis Tower could one behold such a magnificent vista. The several hundred meters of elevation rendered everything below diminutive, as if he were standing amidst the clouds. Surveying the world beneath, from such heights, one can truly appreciate the grandeur of the landscape. As he gazed down upon the world, a surge of ambition welled within Murray's heart. One day, I shall construct a tower of equal height, overlooking all creation. No, my tower will soar even higher, piercing the heavens. Chapter 41, Out of Sync. Murray, what are you doing here? Not long after, while lost in the beauty of the view, Murray heard a familiar voice. Turning, he was met with the bewildered expression of his older brother, Ryan Green. Just moments ago, Ryan had been engaged in a practical combat class, where his mentor had arranged for several formidable upperclassmen to challenge him. Yet, before the sparring could commence, he had been whisked away by Director Webster. Where am I? What is happening? Before Ryan could gather his thoughts, he was transported to this unfamiliar place, yet upon spotting Murray's familiar silhouette, his confusion only deepened. What is going on? Did my little brother get into trouble, prompting a parental conference? No way, I'm merely a third-year student, only 2 years his senior. Upon contemplating the situation, Ryan Green felt a wave of melancholy wash over him, his expression darkening. Very well, your elder brother is here. You may confer with him and subsequently inform Count Green of this matter. It would be best to have him join us for a discussion. What error could warrant summoning our father? Could it be that rascal Murray has been discovered courting his granddaughter? No, that cannot be. Dean Webster is over a century old, and his granddaughter has long surpassed 50. Could it be his great-granddaughter? Ryan Green's thoughts began to wander. Once Dean Webster departed from the room, Ryan Green composed himself, his demeanor turning serious as he fixed a solemn gaze upon Murray Green. Brother, there is a significant matter regarding your life that I wish to discuss with you. Seeing the jubilant expression on Murray Green's face, Ryan Green felt a sense of validation regarding his earlier suspicions. Well done, young Murray. Who would have thought you possessed such prowess, managing to win the affections of Webster's great-granddaughter? Splendid work. Ryan Green immediately nodded in agreement, excitement bubbling forth. This is remarkable. Murray, establishing a connection with Dean Webster is something my father, mother, and I wholeheartedly support. Believing that Dean Webster had already conveyed his intention to take him on as a student to Ryan Green, Murray Green was overwhelmed with emotion upon receiving his brother's unequivocal support. He stepped forward, embracing Ryan Green and laughing heartily as he patted his brother's back. Ha, brother, I am grateful for your support. Initially, I feared you would not back me and pondered how to persuade you. Yet here you are, so kind, and I shall repay you all in due time. Upon hearing Murray Green's heartfelt words, Ryan Green furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous undertone. Is it possible that this lad intends to marry into the family? Thus seeking our endorsement, this thought flashed through Ryan Green's mind, causing his heart to constrict with reluctance. His younger brother had grown up under his watchful eye, always obedient and sensible. Ryan Green had even planned to take him to the battlefield in hopes of securing him some military accolades and a noble title. Now it seemed he wished to marry into another family. No, even if she is the great-granddaughter of Webster Ellis, I cannot allow my brother to enter into such an arrangement. While Webster Ellis may be formidable, our Green family is not a soft target to be easily manipulated. Ryan Green opened his mouth, intending to express his disapproval of Murray's choice to marry into the family, but upon observing his brother's exuberance, he hesitated. A harsh rejection might sway Murray in the moment, but Ryan Green knew his brother well. Despite his outwardly gentle demeanor, he was steadfast and might react defiantly later. Cough. As your elder brother, I offer you my moral support, but do temper your enthusiasm. The approval of our parents may not come easily. Why don't you share your thoughts and the specifics of the situation with me? I can assist you in persuading them. Ryan Green contemplated approaching the matter from a different angle, eager to uncover the true circumstances and whether Murray felt pressured by Webster Ellis, or if his great-granddaughter had some remarkable charm that had ensnared his brother's heart. Understanding the problem, analyzing it, and resolving it, this was Ryan Green's proposed course of action. However, in his excitement, Murray Green was oblivious to Ryan Green's tumultuous thoughts. With one hand resting on Ryan's shoulder, he extended his other hand before him, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. Brother, allow me to show you something marvelous. Before the words had fully left his lips, a gray luminescence emanated from Murray Green's hand. Upon witnessing this spectacle, Ryan Green's pupils dilated in shock, his complexion shifting dramatically as he fixated on the gray light. This is mana. The hue is not that of water. Attribute mana. Gray signifies space. This is spatial mana, Ryan Green exclaimed in astonishment, a tempest of fury igniting within him. In less than a month, his brother had cultivated mana. This was the essence of a battle mage. Ryan Green pondered the honor of the Green family, which despite its noble standing, had never produced a battle mage of its own due to insufficient resources. Now, his younger brother held the potential to become a battle mage, possessing the formidable spatial mana. The audacity of that old codger Webster Ellis to attempt to claim their family's glory was intolerable. Absolutely not, regardless of his lineage, whether he is from the Ellis family or not, or even if he is the North's foremost mage or the dean of the Magic Academy. Our Green family has endured countless sacrifices on the battlefield over the past 2 centuries to avoid being trampled upon. We shall not allow Webster Ellis' schemes to succeed. Ryan Green gazed down at the beaming face of Murray Green, his expression laden with complexity. Murray has truly grown. For the stability of our family, he is willing to endure humiliation. No, I cannot sacrifice Murray, brother. Why do you appear so glum? Are you perhaps envious of me? Noticing Ryan Green's discontent, Murray Green inquired. Perplexed, Ryan Green sighed, realizing that Murray was attempting to comfort him despite his own struggles. Thus, he resolved to clarify matters and assure his younger brother that he was not alone in shouldering the burden of family expectations. Murray, you need not feel burdened. You must be envious of me, but alas, what can be done? I am simply gifted. The spatial mana was easily acquired, and I have been accepted as a student by the Dean of the Magic Academy. Ryan Green was taken aback by this revelation, while Murray continued, but fear not, I shall repay your kindness. Once I become strong, I will ensure you enjoy a life of luxury. What? Did you just say that old Webster Ellis intends to take you on as a student? Shoo, keep your voice down. While it is true that Dean Webster is quite aged, brother, could you perhaps exhibit a bit more decorum? Refrain from referring to him in such a manner. He is to be my future mentor.
Offending him would make our future quite difficult. Meanwhile, outside, Dean Webster Ellis, sipping tea and awaiting news, raised an eyebrow, narrowing his eyes as he observed the two brothers in their meditation chamber. Chapter 42. The arrival of the Countess. As Murray Green recounted every detail, Ryan Green's ire towards Webster Ellis dissipated, replaced by overwhelming joy. This is splendid news. You have cultivated spatial mana and secured a place as Dean Webster's student, truly a double blessing. Our Green family is finally on the brink of producing its own battle mage. One with spatial capabilities. Ryan Green's excitement was palpable, while Murray Green looked on in confusion at his brother's sudden shift in demeanor. Just moments ago, Ryan had appeared quite displeased, and now he was beaming with joy. The stark contrast in Ryan's attitude towards Dean Webster was perplexing. Rest assured, brother, the family has invested considerable resources in my training. I shall ensure that we reap 100-fold, 1,000-fold return, Murray Green declared boldly. Thumping his chest. To this, Ryan Green remained non-committal, believing that Murray achieving the status of a battle mage would already serve as the greatest boon to their family. The decision to have Dean Webster as his mentor was undoubtedly one the family would support. It would simply depend on the resources allocated for his development. Fear not, the family will do everything in its power to support you, helping you reach greater heights and strength. Thank you, brother, Murray Green exclaimed. Embracing Ryan Green once more, Ryan, patting his brother's back, gently pulled away and placed his hands on Murray's shoulders, gazing into his eyes with calm resolve. We are family, there is no need for gratitude. Now let us accept Dean Webster's invitation, and afterward, I will write to father or mother, urging them to visit the academy to meet your future mentor and discuss your training. The two brothers exited the meditation chamber and made their way to the living room, where they stood before Dean Webster and respectfully bowed. Thank you, Dean, for recognizing Murray's potential. It is a stroke of fortune for him to have you as a mentor, and our Green family wholeheartedly supports this endeavor. Rest assured, we will do everything possible to cover the tuition and training expenses, ensuring your satisfaction. Ryan Green paused, then turned to Murray, giving his shoulder a reassuring pat before returning his gaze to Dean Webster. I, Ryan Green, the first heir of the Green family, hereby entrust Murray Green into your guidance. I humbly request your care in his training henceforth. It is my pleasure. To have such a talented student as Murray is equally a stroke of luck for me. As he spoke, Dean Webster gestured towards the chairs in front of the brothers, which smoothly repositioned themselves to a suitable distance, inviting them to take a seat. Once the brothers complied, Dean Webster waved his hand, and 2 cups of fragrant tea floated before them. Inhaling the aroma, Murray Green's eyes sparkled, convinced that it was indeed a fine brew. They enjoyed several cups of tea together, and after offering a few words of advice to Murray, Dean Webster bid them farewell. As Murray Green descended the stairs, he stumbled upon a magical elevator, which elicited a sigh of relief from him. Otherwise, navigating down from the towering magical spire would have been quite a cumbersome endeavor. After departing from Stanley Ellis's tower, Ryan Green promptly inscribed all pertinent details onto a letter, dispatching a magical beast, a messenger hawk, to return the missive to the Green family. Days later, a cavalry squadron of 50, escorting Countess Penny Campbell, arrived at Ellis Academy. Mother, the gentle-faced Penny Campbell tenderly patted the heads of her 2 sons, then turned her gaze to Murray Green's eyes and said, Little Murray, splendid, you truly are my darling. The Countess's forthright praise caused Murray Green's fair complexion to flush a deep crimson, sending shivers across his skin. He felt a blend of embarrassment and delight. Unsure of how to respond, he merely lowered his head and smiled. The sight of his bashful demeanor elicited a melodious laugh from the Countess, attracting playful glances from passing students, who quickly averted their gaze upon realizing that it was merely a parental visit. Come, let us pay a visit to Dean Webster. After exchanging pleasantries, the cavalry squadron awaited near the academy's entrance, while the Countess led her 2 sons through the familiar path towards Stanley Ellis's tower. It had been quite some time since she last visited Ellis Academy, recalling her previous attendance during her 2nd year. A wistful look flickered in Penny Campbell's eyes as her sons exchanged knowing glances, each pondering the intricate tale of their mother, a story steeped in ethical dilemmas and complexities. Penny Campbell, daughter of a marquis, emerged from the Pure Blood Project, endowed with the esteemed Campbell lineage, characterized by her light blue hair and dual-colored eyes. Logically, her bloodline possessed formidable strength, suggesting she would become a powerful water mage. However, fate had other plans. The very source of her potential, the Pure Blood Project, brought forth tribulations. The project aimed to enhance the bloodline purity of families with notable warriors or grand magi, enabling them to pass down their attributes to future generations. The Campbell family had once boasted a water grand mage in its ancestry, leading to a lineage with inherently stronger water affinity. Yet, As time passed, the purity diminished, rendering subsequent generations' talents latent. Thus arose the Pure Blood Project, which sought to remedy this through consanguineous unions, supplemented by potions or methods designed to purify bloodlines, while this plan could enhance offspring's innate abilities. It bore its own set of drawbacks, of which Penny Campbell was a living testament. Although she possessed extraordinary potential, her frail constitution rendered her at risk of premature demise from birth. Perhaps it was due to the Marquis's substantial influence that Penny was nurtured with costly treasures to ensure her survival. Nonetheless, during her second year, her health compelled her to withdraw from her studies, obstructing her from graduating normally from Ellis Academy. Upon reaching adulthood, Penny Campbell's congenital frailty was deemed a significant barrier to childbirth. Dissuading noble suitors from courting her, despite her status as a marquis's daughter, nobility placed great emphasis on progeny. Without heirs, titles would revert to siblings, a fate akin to familial obliteration for those groomed in noble traditions. Thus, Penny Campbell remained sequestered, unable to secure a noble husband despite her father's generous dowry. Concurrently, the Green family faced an unprecedented and brutal conflict against the barbaric orcs along the northern frontier, resulting in the death of the previous head of the Green family. Murray Green's grandfather, the current head Count Green, was thrust into leadership amid peril, confronted with two choices: to retreat and preserve some legacy, or to press forward. True to his character, he unhesitatingly chose the latter, simultaneously seeking Penny Campbell's hand in marriage. Equipping a cavalry squadron with the generous dowry to end this war, the Count wagered his noble title, ultimately emerging victorious and ascending to the rank of Count. Yet, across the northern realms and the entirety of the Lanyas kingdom, he became the subject of ridicule for marrying a woman with near-zero fertility, leaving no heirs to inherit his title, while everyone acknowledged Count Green's triumph in battle. They lamented that he had lost everything else. Under such circumstances, Penny Campbell's congenital weakness, compounded by the pressures of being unable to conceive, led her to a state of both physical and mental fragility. However, against all odds, she became pregnant and, risking her life, gave birth to Ryan Green, revitalizing the Green family. The arrival of Ryan Green filled Penny Campbell with renewed vigor, even rejuvenating her health, enabling her to endure for several more years. Initially believing that merely accompanying Ryan through his upbringing was a fanciful notion, she was astonished when, a year later, she conceived and safely delivered Murray Green. A woman once deemed frail and unlikely to bear children had birthed two sons. In her exhilaration, Penny Campbell's latent magical prowess began to manifest, leading her to become a mage and subsequently an apothecary. Regrettably, she missed the optimal period for training, later assuming responsibility for the financial matters of the Green fief, which curtailed her magical studies, ultimately stalling her progress at the intermediate level. The trio traversed past numerous magical towers, finally arriving before the towering edifice of Stanley Ellis, gazing upward at the majestic spire. The Countess's expression became a tapestry of emotions. Who in their youth did not aspire to be a powerful mage? She was no exception. Despite her physical frailty, she sought admission to Ellis Academy. This tower symbolized the pinnacle of magic in the north. Who would not wish to claim it as their own? Alas, she had lost her chance to compete. Turning to Murray Green, the Countess gently ruffled his hair and smiled warmly. "Come, little Murray, let us meet your future mentor, the foremost mage of the north." The grand entrance of Stanley Ellis's tower opened silently, as if welcoming guests. The trio stepped inside, and the door closed quietly behind them. A floating stone platform glided towards their feet. Witnessing this, Murray Green's eyes widened in astonishment. He had previously perceived the platform as merely a magical elevator, but now realized its capabilities far exceeded that of a conventional lift. As they stood upon the platform, it steadied yet swiftly traversed the flight path, what Murray initially took for an elevator shaft, ascending toward the tower's pinnacle. Before long, the platform came to a smooth halt. Penny Campbell led the way, with her two sons closely following. Upon entering the hall, they beheld Webster Ellis, resplendent in white, seated behind a tea table, pouring tea into a third cup without lifting his gaze. With a casual wave, 3 chairs levitated into position. Once seated, the dean's icy blue eyes scrutinized the Countess and Murray Green, his snow-white brows knitting together in contemplation. "What captivates your attention, Dean?" Penny Campbell inquired after taking a sip of her tea. "Merely observing something intriguing," Dean Webster Ellis replied with a faint smile. "Penny Campbell, I have heard of you. Your magical aptitude is said to rival that of your elder brother, yet your frailty has hindered your training. Indeed, some statements warrant listening to, while others should be taken with caution. What can be trusted, and what cannot?" Murray Green pondered, sensing that the seemingly composed Dean of the North might not be as reliable as he had initially believed.
Your bloodline's potential surpasses that of your brother, yet it appears your lineage could not contain this little one, the Dean noted. Thank you for your kind words, esteemed Dean, replied Murray Green, smiling sheepishly at the Countess. Regaining her composure, fixed her gaze upon Dean Webster Ellis, her lips parting to speak. A fine material requires a skilled and suitable blacksmith to forge it into an unparalleled sword. Murray possesses extraordinary talent. Yet he necessitates a proficient mentor to unlock his full potential. Pausing momentarily, the Countess rose, prompting her sons to stand as well. However, she gently restrained Ryan Green's shoulder, allowing only Murray to rise in unison with her. The Countess placed her hand on Murray Green's back, exerting a slight pressure as they both bowed respectfully to Dean Webster Ellis. With boldness characteristic of youth, the junior humbly ventures to request the esteemed Dean to accept Murray as a student and to guide him. Upon hearing the words of the Countess, Dean Webster beamed, gesturing with his right hand, and Murray Green felt an invisible force supporting his body, gently urging him to stand upright. Students pursue powerful mentors, and mentors equally seek out gifted students. Murray's talents are rare in this world, and to have the privilege of being his mentor is indeed a blessing, so there is no need for such formality. My lady, while using his mental prowess to assist both individuals, Dean Webster continued, yet the Countess, once helped to her feet, did not resume her seat. Suddenly she grasped at the air, and a sheet of white paper materialized in her pristine hand. Recognizing this familiar scene, Murray Green's attention was instantly drawn to the spatial ring adorning the Countess's finger. This is the tuition we discussed with the child's father. I hope, esteemed Dean, that you will not find it lacking. As she spoke, the Countess, under the astonished gazes of Murray Green and his brother Ryan Green, removed the spatial ring and placed it upon the white paper, sliding it towards Dean Webster. Chapter 44, Spatial Feedback. After the Countess escorted the two brothers out of the Stanley Ellis Tower, their expressions remained somewhat dazed. Murray Green could only think three words: too damn expensive. The payment of this tuition pained him. More than once he contemplated reaching out to retrieve that spatial ring. Yet it remained nothing more than a fleeting thought, never materializing into action. Mother, this tuition. Before Murray Green could finish his sentence, the Countess interrupted him with a smile, speaking earnestly. This tuition is indeed worth it. Ryan Murray, you must understand that the most precious knowledge is magic, and spatial magic is among the rarest and most valuable of magical knowledge. Many clutching bricks of gold find themselves unable to acquire the knowledge they desire. Now that the esteemed Dean intends to instruct Murray, this is not only Murray's fortune but also a blessing for the Green family. The Countess sighed softly as she spoke. You are well aware of the situation in the Green territory. The northern barbarian orcs, having recovered over the years, now covet the lands your father once secured. He had planned to accompany me to visit you, but upon receiving reports of the orcs' presence near the territory, he altered his course to inspect the situation at the front lines. These barbaric orcs, truly oblivious to their own demise, dare to offend the Green territory. Just wait, I shall see to their end. Upon hearing this news, Ryan Green let out an angry huff, his demeanor fervent as he declared, eager to charge into battle against the barbarian orcs, sword in hand. Ryan, the young lion of the Green family, you shall have your chance at the front lines. At that moment, you will prove to be even more valiant than your father, achieving greater feats. The Countess reached out, gently ruffling Ryan's hair, instantly transforming the lion-like Ryan Green into a feeble little kitten. She then turned her gaze to Murray Green, locking eyes with his light blue orbs, and spoke with grave seriousness. The magical power of the Green territory is feeble, and in times of war, without mages, we can only rely on the flesh and blood of soldiers to resist. Neither your father nor I wish to see such a fate unfold. Murray, you bear the hopes of our entire Green family and territory. We trust you will grow strong and assist your elder brother, aiding the Green territory faced with his mother's expectations. And please, Murray Green felt a swell of emotions, his eyes reddening as he opened his mouth. Yet words eluded him. Murray, you must diligently study magic under the Dean. Once you have mastered it, we brothers shall join forces and surely vanquish those barbarian orcs, securing a noble title for you from father. I care not for the title father grants me. When I grow, I shall establish my own household, ensuring the king himself bestows upon me a noble title, ideally near the Green territory, so I can return to visit mother daily. Murray Green suppressed his emotions, concealing his feelings, and replied, while the two others did not take his grandiose words to heart, for according to his words, he intended to forge a new path, following in the footsteps of their ancestors. To establish a noble power anew, an endeavor fraught with unimaginable challenges. Their forebears had faced death for not persevering, and neither believed that Murray Green possessed the fortitude to tread such a path.
Murray splendid, however, to establish a noble power, one cannot do so alone. Have you recently taken a liking to any young lady? Since we are here, I could facilitate a proposal, allowing you to marry early and bear children. I could help care for them, and when they grow, they could fight alongside you. The Countess jested playfully, but upon hearing this, Murray Green's expression grew serious, his eyes widening as he looked at the Countess. Then at his brother Ryan Green, utterly bewildered. Mother, I am merely 16, just coming of age. In another world, I would still be considered a child. Why do you urge marriage upon me, seeking grandchildren, and yet you do not press my elder brother, but instead focus on me? Is this not rather inappropriate? Moreover, given my brother's reckless nature, if he does not marry soon and secure offspring, stability shall elude us. After spending several days in Ellis City with the two brothers, the Countess, having enjoyed their familial bonds, hurriedly returned to the Green territory with her cavalry. Following his acceptance as a student of Dean Webster, Murray Green's life remained largely unchanged, still adhering to a routine of meals, sleep, classes, and meditation in the dormitory and meditation room. The only alteration was his meditation now taking place in the Stanley Ellis Tower. Yet, despite the lack of significant change, Murray Green felt his training advancing at an accelerated pace. The previously small orb of magical energy had grown to the size of an egg, and this seemingly extraordinary rate of progress astonished even Dean Webster. Your magical power is now sufficient to support the use of magic. It is time I teach you a spell. Dean Webster paused, appreciating Murray Green's eager expression, reminiscent of a dog anticipating a bone. However, Murray Green thought to himself, you old coot, so eager to collect tuition fees, yet now only teaching me one spell. Surely you should teach me 17 or 18 to justify such exorbitant tuition. This spell is a level 1 spatial magic. Spatial magic. Murray Green's heart leapt, promptly retracting his previous thoughts, realizing his mentor was indeed quite generous. Individuals possessing spatial attributes are rare, and even rarer is spatial magic. Coupled with the uniqueness and mystery of spatial magic, it is something everyone wishes to explore. Therefore, the cost of learning spatial magic is extraordinary, leading to a frustrating reality for many, possessing magical power without the means to wield magic. The level 1 spatial magic I am about to teach you is called spatial feedback. It enables the caster to keenly perceive their surroundings. Ahem, teacher, might I request a more offensive spell instead? Murray Green suggested delicately. However, Dean Webster replied quite directly, the least effective offensive spatial magic is the level 4 spatial blade. A blade crafted from spatial energy. Not only is it unrivaled among spells of the same level, but it is also incredibly formidable. Even the mightiest of level 5 or 6 warriors cannot withstand a level 4 spatial blade. That sounds excellent. Alas, I cannot learn it just yet. Once I reach level 4, it shall be my first priority. Just a reminder, teleportation is also a level 4 spatial magic, Dean Webster kindly reminded, leaving Murray Green in silence. The spatial blade and teleportation. 1 is the foundational offensive magic of spatial magic. Mastering it would allow for challenges beyond one's level to become a feasible dream, while teleportation offers both offensive and defensive capabilities. Hailed as the divine skill among spatial magics, heavens, this is truly a difficult choice. Smack, Dean Webster flicked Murray Green's forehead. Pay attention, do not lose focus. Now let us begin learning spatial feedback. Chapter 45. Practicing magic. Murray Green chanted softly, his right hand clenched into a fist as he extended his index finger, a flicker of gray light appearing at its tip. He traced the air with his finger, leaving behind a peculiar trajectory of gray light. Condense, the gray light solidified into an unusual geometric pattern in mid-air, reminiscent of a mirage, ethereal and illusory. Upon seeing this image, Murray Green's heart soared, and he called out, disperse. At his command, the gray pattern swiftly expanded, enveloping his entire being, continuously spreading in all directions. The moment he was enveloped, Murray Green felt his consciousness rise from his body, extending outward alongside the magic. The magical energy spread to a range of approximately 50 meters from his body, reaching its limit before retracting, ultimately flooding Murray Green's mind with the information gathered from his surroundings. Murray Green felt as though a torrent of complex information was being crammed into his mind. Akin to a computer bombarded with excessive data, he momentarily found himself unable to process it, caught in a state of paralysis. The information brought forth by spatial feedback was overwhelming, causing him to momentarily stagnate in thought. Frozen in place, after a brief respite, Murray Green finally managed to sift through the influx of information that had been integrated into his mind. The time taken to cast spells, coupled with the moment of regaining composure, exceeded 10 seconds, a duration ample enough for an adversary to vanquish me several times over in the heat of battle. This is unacceptable. I must persist in my training and compress that time. After a moment of self-reflection, Murray Green resumed his previous actions, sketching patterns in the air. However, this time, his drawing speed was only slightly quicker than before. Just then, the gray light on his fingertips flickered like a light bulb struggling with unstable voltage. Yet, a flickering bulb does not impede its function. In contrast, unstable magical supply directly disrupts the continuity of spellcasting, causing the ethereal patterns Murray crafted in the air to shatter and dissipate into the ether. Alas, frustrated, Murray sighed, reflecting on his failures. After a period of meditation, he continued his practice. This time, his drawing was steadier, albeit at a considerably slower pace than during his initial attempts. Success, and then failure, after several days of diligent practice. Murray managed to condense the casting time of this spell down to 2 seconds, while his reaction time was curtailed to 3 seconds, achieving a flawless success rate on the most recent day. He had made preliminary strides in mastering the spell of spatial feedback. However, he felt a tinge of regret, for this was merely a reconnaissance spell, lacking offensive capabilities. He thought to seek out his mentor. Hoping to learn an offensive spell as well, that is not possible. Without even raising his eyelids from the paperwork he was handling, Webster Ellis outright rejected Murray's request upon hearing his mentor's refusal. A chill ran through Murray. Before he could voice any questions, Webster tossed aside his pen and began scribbling on the documents before him. The Mage's Hand, a first-level mental support spell, quite a nifty little magic. Indeed, a useful ally for any magician. With the Mage's Hand wielding the pen, Webster leaned back, his gaze fixed on Murray Green, and inquired, "How is your practice with spatial feedback progressing?" "Quite well, I can succeed 8 or 9 times out of 10. With an overall time around 5 seconds, Webster maintained his impassive expression, though internally he was astonished. He had not anticipated that Murray could advance so significantly in such a short span. "Then continue your practice until you achieve a 100% success rate, followed by hastening your casting speed and reducing the intervals between casts. As for your desire for offensive spells, there is no need to rush. Your most pressing concern at this juncture is to cultivate your magical power. To expend energy pursuing an offensive spell while neglecting your primary training would be a fool's errand. In this world, wizards are categorized by attributes. For instance, Murray Green is a spatial attribute magician, while Webster Ellis is an ice attribute magician. Nevertheless, being of a particular attribute does not confine a magician to only utilizing spells of that attribute. Webster's main attribute is ice, with spatial magic as a secondary focus, thus making him most formidable with ice spells. While spatial spells are secondary, however, he can still cast some lower-tier spells of different attributes, such as conjuring a fireball with ease. This is known as cross-attribute spellcasting. Cross-attribute casting allows one to transcend the limitations of their own physical attributes and wield spells of other types. The most adept can command spells of all attributes. It sounds impressive, yet the reality is quite arduous. It requires several times the effort to acquire a single spell of a different attribute, while the same effort could yield multiple spells of one's primary attribute, for a novice like Murray Green. There is no necessity to delve into cross-attribute casting, as his primary focus should be on honing his craft during this golden period of training to become stronger. This is the most cost-effective approach. Only when one's progress stagnates does it become opportune to diversify one's combat abilities and techniques. Thus, the rare individuals capable of mastering all attributes are generally those who have reached a plateau in their potential for growth. Were it not for the necessity of empowering students to harness their own abilities and bolster their self-defense, many instructors would refrain from teaching magic altogether, instead urging students to concentrate solely on their cultivation. However, now there exists an anomaly: an individual with astonishing training speed. Should he accelerate any further, he risks overexerting himself. Currently, the only first-level spatial magic suitable for his learning is the reconnaissance spell of spatial feedback. Contemplating this, Webster Ellis extended his fingers and gestured through the air, and Murray felt a gentle tap on his forehead, suddenly gaining new insights in his mind. This is a portion of the methods for combat techniques. You may reference it while practicing spatial feedback as preparation for transitioning into combat techniques later on. Combat techniques? Thank you, mentor. Elated at acquiring such valuable information, Murray's face lit up. He glanced at the pen, now writing on its own, and, with a hint of envy, continued, "Do you not think that having just one spell is rather meager? Moreover, practicing a single spell repetitively can become quite tiresome. Why not teach me that little spell as well? With spatial feedback, I could practice interchangeably. Who wouldn't desire a spell that could do their homework without lifting a finger?" Webster Ellis chuckled lightly before shaking his head with a smile. "Very well, I shall teach it to you as well." He then raised his hand, and Murray felt a sharp thump on his forehead, instinctively letting out a pained yelp. "Mentor, could you refrain from striking my forehead next time?" If this continues, I might truly develop a prominent bump. If you utter another word, I shall bestow upon you a head full of lumps. Thank you, mentor, farewell. Sensing Webster Ellis's growing impatience, Murray swiftly suppressed any lingering thoughts and hurriedly took his leave. Chapter 46, The Revolver with Two Spells, a Spatial Feedback, a Reconnaissance Spell of the Spatial Attribute, and a Mage's Hand, a Mental Support Spell. Murray Green practiced incessantly, yet his anxiety only intensified in this extraordinary world. Despite having cultivated magical energy and become a first-level magician, he possessed spells that were far from impressive. In a combat scenario, the fighting prowess he could unleash was merely marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. His opponents were either warriors capable of defeating multiple ordinary individuals with bare hands or sorcerers who could eliminate foes from dozens of meters away. At present, despite being the rare spatial magician, Murray's actual combat effectiveness was undoubtedly the weakest among first-level magicians. Any basic offensive spell would surpass his capabilities. This left Murray reluctant to inform Nick Brown of his newly acquired status as a magician. Fearing the moment Nick would ask him to demonstrate, should he rely on spatial feedback to analyze Nick's mocking expression or utilize the Mage's Hand to pluck Nick's nose hair, and such force might not suffice to remove Nick's nose hair. Murray pondered, ugh, nose hair, this won't do. I must seek some sense of security. Murray touched the two guns at his waist, feeling a fleeting sense of calm wash over his restless and anxious heart. He then decisively drew out a compact pistol, employing the Mage's Hand to grasp a pen, sketching design plans while continuously revising them in his mind. Time passed unmeasured as the Mage's Hand deftly maneuvered the pen across the white paper, ultimately culminating in a refined design blueprint. Holding the design before him, Murray scrutinized it several times, finally breaking into a smile. Indeed, this was it. With a resolution in mind, Murray requested a 2-day leave from Mentor Webster over the weekend, claiming he wished to return home, specifically to the manor outside the city, for some rest and to recalibrate his state of being. Webster Ellis, who regularly monitored Murray's academic progress, recognized the rigors Murray had endured lately and deemed a brief respite a commendable choice. After all, the cultivation of a magician hinges not on haste but on tranquility. A magician unable to attain calmness cannot hope to grow stronger. Having secured his leave, Murray entered the independent forging chamber of the manor. Laden with a large bag from it, he extracted several items, methodically arranging them on the empty platform: a 10-kilogram rectangular copper block, 3 1-kilogram silver ingots, 10 gold coins, various molds, a small pouch of powdered magic crystal, a large bag of ordinary gunpowder, and a sheet of paper adorned with sketches of firearm structures. Affixing the firearm blueprint before him on a wooden board, Murray retrieved the existing molds, made slight adjustments with a carving knife, and then utilized the forging chamber's clay to create several new molds. Once all the molds were positioned on the platform, Murray extended his index finger and invoked a spatial feedback spell, this time consciously narrowing the casting range to focus solely on the molds laid out before him. Closing his eyes, he began to sift through the incoming feedback information. The bullet mold required modifications, as the produced bullets were slightly undersized and did not fit the cartridge. The barrel mold needed to be smoothed out, otherwise, the resulting barrel would be too bent to be functional. Employing spatial feedback, typically not a combat spell, Murray utilized it as a scanning tool, transmitting minute details into his mind, allowing him to grasp numerous subtleties he had previously overlooked. After amending the molds, Murray ignited the smelting furnace and tossed the copper block inside. Once it melted into liquid copper, he poured it out and proceeded to melt the silver ingots and gold coins in succession. Extracting a portion of the molten copper, he heated it until it boiled within the furnace, subsequently adding in some silver and gold liquid, stirring continuously to ensure the three metals amalgamated seamlessly before pouring them into the molds. Then he crafted a metallic amalgam of varying proportions and poured it into several other molds. Given the diverse structures, the requirements for strength varied accordingly, necessitating the creation of alloys of gold, silver, and copper with differing levels of durability. Of course, this was a consequence of Murray Green's insufficient budget. Otherwise, he would have opted for pure gold or even forged a pistol from enchanted metal, which would have rendered the adjustment of metal ratios unnecessary. While awaiting the molds to set, Murray Green took the opportunity to further refine some magical crystal powder, rendering it more delicate. To achieve this finer powder, he painstakingly ground it grain by grain with his own magical hands. Never before had he realized how useful his two magical abilities could be. Once he polished the final firearm component and placed it on the workbench, Murray Green turned to gaze out the window. Noting that night had fallen, stretching his stiff body, he redirected his focus to the platform before him. Grasping the grip, cylinder, locking mechanism, and trigger, he interlaced his fingers and, with a firm push, began assembling the parts without hesitation. In a brief span, the components were united, and a silver-yellow revolver emerged in his hands. This was a revolver featuring a metallic body and a 6-round cylinder, exuding an aura of mechanical ferocity. The silver-copper alloy formed its core, infused with a touch of gold to enhance its structural integrity. The bullets, however, were his own painstakingly modified creations. Previously, they consisted of a shell, a projectile, and a mixture of magical crystal powder for gunpowder. By using a carving tool to thin the base of the shell, he had made it easier to ignite, albeit with instability. The newly manufactured bullets, however, closely resembled modern craftsmanship, comprising a projectile, shell, gunpowder, and primer. Murray Green had restructured and altered the materials of the shell's base, facilitating ignition and enabling the shell to be reused. He augmented the primer with finely ground pure magical crystal powder, layering it thinly at the shell's base to enhance the likelihood of ignition and ensure a smoother firing process. Although its power still paled in comparison to that of a magical crystal gun, this optimized revolver boasted a 30% increase in potency compared to simpler firearms, and most importantly, it was capable of firing 6 rounds in succession. The metal felt cold against his skin, yet warmth enveloped Murray Green's heart. The anxiety that had plagued him vanished as he grasped the gun's handle. Without any ammunition, he pulled the trigger several times to test its fluidity. Immediately disassembling the components upon detecting any irregularities and meticulously refining them with his tools, after numerous adjustments, the revolver's smoothness finally met his exacting standards. He then disassembled all parts, soaking them thrice in beast oil, wrapping them in cloth before placing them in an exquisite wooden box. Finally, cradling the box, a smile graced Murray Green's face as he drifted off to sleep. Chapter 47, An invitation from Elizabeth. The following day, after indulging in a leisurely slumber, Murray Green replicated the process of crafting his first firearm to create a second one. However, this new revolver bore some differences from the first, while it retained the revolver design. The barrel was significantly shorter. Attempting to conceal it within his sleeve or pocket, he discovered that if he wore looser clothing, it would be quite effortless to hide this firearm on his person. Upon completing this more portable revolver, he fashioned the remaining materials into bullets. Retiring the simpler firearm, he secured the magical crystal gun and the longer revolver in his waist holster, while the shorter revolver found refuge within his left sleeve. Feeling an unprecedented sense of security wash over him, perhaps I should venture to the Cayas Mountains to test my gun, Murray Green mused, yet ultimately dismissed the thought. Unlike warriors, early-stage magicians, despite possessing greater physicality than ordinary folk, were still not vastly superior. Even defeating 2 or 3 unarmed individuals might leave them bruised and battered at a significant cost. Moreover, the magical capacity of novice magicians and the spells they could wield were limited. Should they fail to eliminate their opponent with a few spells, the chance to flee would be non-existent, especially for one as feeble as himself. Thus, before a magician matures to the point of independent ventures, they typically opt to team up for adventures. Within a group, the magician serves as the primary source of damage, casting spells while being safeguarded by companions, ensuring a high level of safety and enjoying a lifestyle akin to that of a lord. He considered inviting his elder brother, Ryan Green, to join him at the Cayas Mountains, but recalled that since their mother mentioned the instability at the borders, Ryan had begun recruiting allies within the academy to establish his own faction. Leaving no time for leisure, sighing, Murray Green felt a twinge of helplessness. While his peers remained in classrooms diligently practicing meditation, some even memorizing meditation techniques, he was unfamiliar with any upperclassmen and lacking connections. No one would take a burden like him into the mountains for tasks or hunting. Suddenly, he recalled the 2 second-year seniors who had attempted to rob him, only to be taught a lesson by Ryan Green. Never mind, he thought, today is the weekend, they are likely in the Cayas Mountains. Searching for them now would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and quite perilous. Disheartened, Murray Green returned to the academy. Entering his dormitory. As he closed the door, he noticed an invitation letter in the mail slot. It was an ice blue missive adorned with elegant floral patterns, and upon closer inspection, his pupils constricted. This invitation was from the Ellis family, a prestigious lineage of considerable standing. Picking up the formal invitation, exclusively reserved for direct descendants of the Ellis family, Murray Green slapped his forehead, suddenly recalling a name, Elizabeth Ellis, upon opening the invitation. He confirmed it was indeed an invitation to a banquet hosted by Her Highness, the Ice Lotus of the North. Elizabeth, reading the missive, he felt a headache coming on. He was not one to seek out trouble. preferring to amuse himself within his own little world. Yet the host of this banquet was currently the greatest source of turmoil in the north. However, due to her elevated status, he felt compelled to approach this source of trouble. Unless he wished to sever ties with the Green family in the north. Sighing, he lamented, "Yesterday's joy has turned into today's sorrow." After perusing the invitation, Murray Green collapsed onto his bed, sprawled out in despair. Unwilling to move and knock, 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 before he could warm his blankets, a rapid series of knocks echoed, further dampening his spirits. Reluctant to rise and open the door, he eventually crawled out of bed, knowing that neglecting the visitor would lead to greater complications. "Enough already. If you keep knocking, you'll break the door. Not only will you owe me for the repair costs, but you'll also have to compensate for my emotional distress." "Well, Murray, why are you still inside?" "Delaying opening the door. You think I'll pay for the door when it's not even there, and you dare to disregard your uncle. That's simply outrageous. Just wait until I see your mother. I'll make sure to tell her about your behavior." Upon opening the door, Nick Brown hurriedly stepped into the room, checking Murray Green's bedding as was his usual practice. Meanwhile, Murray Green sat there with a sullen expression. Utterly speechless as he stared at Nick. "Is it really necessary for you to do this? Even if I had done those things, what concern is it of yours, you single dog?" Murray, I am your uncle. It is my duty to care for my younger relatives, ensuring your healthy and joyful growth. With your parents absent, as your elder, it is my responsibility to keep an eye on you, so you don't stray and develop bad habits." As he spoke, Nick dramatically clutched his chest, feigning utter devastation. Observing this theatrical display, Murray Green rolled his eyes, interrupting his performance and directly inquiring, "How did you know I was in the dormitory? Shouldn't you be discussing strategies with your comrades or dealing with those out-of-town students instead of bothering me?" Ever since that banquet, Nick Brown had formed connections with his fellow Northern classmates, establishing an organization dedicated to protecting Her Highness Elizabeth from outsiders. They perceived this as a silent war, referring to one another as comrades. With their daily mission being to find ways to handle those out-of-town students. Initially, Murray Green had been curious about their organization, but upon learning that their primary tactic involved inviting those students out for excessive drinking, he lost interest. Ironically, as noble heirs striving to capture Elizabeth's attention, every action they took had to exude elegance and nobility. Thus, petty antics like spitting, gluing benches, or throwing insects at opponents were simply out of the question, as such behavior would easily lead to their own downfall. Moreover, as they had been in school for less than 2 months and lacked the magical talent of someone like Murray Green, they were not yet magicians, rendering any magic duels a distant prospect. As for close-quarters combat, they were future noble magicians, who loathed the use of brute strength. Thus, excessive drinking surprisingly emerged as the most straightforward solution, being simple, direct, and effective in discomforting their opponents. Thus, every day they pondered how to ply that group of out-of-town classmates with alcohol. Consequently, in the face of Nick Brown's repeated invitations, Murray Green consistently chose to decline. The weekend was typically the time for organizational duties, and generally, Nick Brown would accompany his comrades to seek out the out-of-town classmates for drinks, without disturbing him. Upon hearing Murray Green's inquiry, Nick Brown rolled his eyes and casually settled onto the sofa opposite him. Lifting the teapot to pour himself a cup of chilled black tea, after sipping his tea, he leaned back, crossed his legs, and began to peruse the invitation that Murray Green had carelessly placed on the table. "Hey, have you not seen the invitation? You should have received one as well. Is it necessary to scrutinize it so closely, as if it were a classified document?" Noticing that Nick Brown had flipped through his invitation 5 or 6 times and was now examining its envelope, Murray Green felt compelled to intervene, although he was reluctant to attend this rather troublesome banquet. Damaging the invitation and thereby missing it would lead to even greater complications. Of course, I also possess an invitation from Her Highness Elizabeth. Aside from the name of the invitee differing from yours, everything else is identical. That's hardly a revelation. Aside from the name, is there truly anything else that could be different? Murray Green poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip, somewhat perplexed about Nick Brown's purpose in visiting him today. Meanwhile, Nick Brown sighed and gently placed the invitation on the table. Gazing intently at Murray Green, faced with Nick Brown's sudden seriousness, Murray Green raised an eyebrow and silently met his gaze. "Alas, I came here merely to ascertain whether the first invitation from the School of Magic differed from mine, hoping to glimpse the handwriting of Her Highness herself, but to my dismay, it appears to be the same. Penned by the same individual." Sighing, Nick Brown leaned forward, preparing to rise and leave Murray Green's room. However, upon hearing those words, Murray Green's expression shifted, and he placed a hand on Nick Brown's shoulder, although Nick Brown was taller. Murray Green, now a first-level magician, had enhanced his physique, making him no less powerful than Nick Brown at that moment. Nick Brown, momentarily caught off guard by Murray Green's sudden action, remained seated on the sofa. Obliged to endure Murray Green's interrogation, "You claim this is the first invitation from the School of Magic. From where did you acquire such inside information?" Murray Green casually picked up the invitation, waved it in front of Nick Brown, and then tossed it onto the table. Observing the surprise on Nick Brown's face this morning, the courier from the Ellis family rushed directly to the dormitory building. Placing the first invitation into your mailbox before proceeding to deliver to others, many classmates witnessed it distinctly, so it's hardly a rumor. Furrowing his brow at this revelation, Murray Green released Nick Brown and settled back onto the sofa. His hands clasped, resting lightly against his nose as he fell into contemplation. The first invitation from the School of Magic came from Her Highness, the second heir to the Northern Duke, Elizabeth Ellis. Anyone with a modicum of understanding regarding invitations would know the basic protocol. When invitees reside within the same city, the order of invitation delivery is determined by the status of the invitees. Given Elizabeth Ellis's standing in the North, currently ranking third, aside from her grandfather and father, her status is notably elevated. In her eyes, all others are beneath her, and the hierarchy of invitations is typically arranged according to the degree of importance. The first invitation from the School of Magic signifies that Murray Green is the individual of utmost significance to Elizabeth Ellis within the institution. Thus, upon receiving this invitation, Murray Green found himself entangled in the very troubles he had long wished to avoid. "Oh dear, what are you doing, Murray? As your uncle, upon hearing of your return to school, I rushed over to remind you, and you treat me this way. It's disheartening. I truly feel quite heartbroken." Nick Brown, recovering from the shock of being restrained by Murray Green, regarded him with a bewildered expression, crossing his arms and adopting the demeanor of one who has been insulted by a brute. "Enough, let us speak civilly. I am in a rather foul mood and have no time for your antics." Upon returning to school and encountering such a terrifying piece of news, Murray Green's emotions were in disarray, unsure of how to proceed. Elizabeth Ellis's favor, if bestowed upon another, would have elicited elation, yet for Murray Green, he had no intention of becoming a mere consort, as it would entail a lack of freedom and a risk of being ensnared in a web of complications. As for the partial powers of a duke, he would gladly accept them, but not at such a heavy cost. He would prefer to forego them altogether. Tsk. Is this not the illustrious Murray Green, favored by Her Highness Elizabeth, a mere day apart? And you already exude such authority. I am quite fearful. Alas. Murray Green suddenly rose to his feet, and upon witnessing this, Nick Brown instinctively thought better of provoking him further, realizing he had inadvertently riled him. It seemed Murray Green's mood was indeed quite dire. All right, I shall cease my jesting. Please sit down." Nick Brown straightened his posture, his expression turning earnest, his gaze fixed ahead. Observing Nick Brown's newfound seriousness, Murray Green exhaled, drained his cup of tea, and suppressed his frustration as he resumed his seat. "According to my investigations, Her Highness has issued over 100 invitations within the School of Magic, encompassing students from the 1st through the 4th year, including both noble heirs and non-heirs, with their families primarily being earls or above. Moreover, renowned talents in magic, combat, potion-making, and artifact crafting, all distinguished students within the academy, regardless of their noble or commoner status, have received invitations." Nick Brown blinked, lifting his teacup for a sip, reflecting, "Her Highness's banquet is truly a grand affair, hosted in the student hall. I estimate that 400 to 500 students may attend, capturing the finest talents of the entire academy." As he spoke, Nick Brown's eyes widened, scrutinizing Murray Green for any distinctive traits, for he could not comprehend why this individual before him ranked first within the School of Magic. Yet, while Murray Green's expression remained unchanging, a tempest brewed within him. Why does he hold the first position? A student of Webster Ellis, space combat magic, why should he not be ranked first? Yet, he merely wished to cultivate discreetly. The first invitation from Elizabeth Ellis had thrust him into a conspicuous position, much to his vexation. Chapter 49, with a mage's hand, I pluck your nasal hair. The School of Magic boasts prodigious talents who ascend to senior magician status by their 4th year, alongside the heirs of dukes. Thus, regardless of magical talent or social standing, one cannot claim the top spot. Why, then, was the first invitation extended to you? Nick Brown posed this perplexing question, while Murray Green's thoughts drifted to a figure clad in pure white, the true instigator. Webster Ellis. It must be the fault of the mentor. Surely Webster Ellis informed Elizabeth Ellis of his existence, or else how could she have known that within the modest Ellis Academy lay such a formidable talent? Frustrated, Murray Green reclined against the sofa, adopting a despondent demeanor as he remarked, "Who knows? Perhaps it's my boundless potential that caught Her Highness's eye, or it may simply be my association as a student of Webster Ellis.
Most likely, it is because I am rather handsome. What did you say? Who? Nick Brown, mid-sip of his tea, nearly choked on it. Webster Ellis, the foremost magician of the North. Webster Ellis, the Dean, is that the name you speak of? Surely, there cannot be another Webster Ellis. As a student of the School of Magic, you are a student of Webster Ellis. Does that mean I am not? Spare me the nonsense. Besides, Nick Brown patted his chest to ease the lingering discomfort from choking, scrutinizing Murray Green from head to toe before finally resting a hand on his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Murray, I assure you, Her Highness Elizabeth is no superficial individual. As a Duchess heir, she has encountered all manner of people. While I concede that you are indeed handsome, that alone may suffice as a lover, but to ascend in status is a formidable challenge. However, I have noted a significant increase in your physical strength. The impact of my hand upon your shoulder was met with a rebound. Such rapid improvement cannot stem solely from regular training. You must have made substantial progress in your meditation techniques, enhancing your physique. No wonder you were able to restrain me just now. After briefly assessing Murray Green's physical prowess, Nick Brown acknowledged his swift advancement in meditation, granting some validation to Murray Green's first claim. However, no matter how swift one may be, without the substantial breakthrough to become a mage, one cannot gauge the meditative progress of Murray Green. As for why he believes that Murray Green has not transcended to the status of a mage, it is because, based on his understanding of Murray, if Murray were to ascend to that level, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to flaunt it to him. At that moment, with a mere lift of his hand, a water arrow would shoot forth, exuding both flair and charm, a spectacle no man could resist. The absence of such a display from Murray indicates that he has not yet reached the rank of mage. Without this ascension, how could one select a mentor, and how would a mentor accept such a student? For until a student achieves mage status, no one can assert with absolute certainty the nature of their attributes. Take Murray Green, for instance. 99% of people, including Murray himself, believed he would cultivate water attribute magic and learn water-based spells, yet he has emerged as a spatial mage. Life is replete with surprises, and the path of cultivation is not fixed. Only upon clarifying one's own attributes does one choose a mentor, which serves as the first basis for his rejection of Murray Green's second argument. The second basis is that Webster Ellis is an ice attribute mage who has solely instructed members of the Ellis family in ice magic, given that Murray Green is not of the Ellis lineage. What grounds does he have to receive Webster Ellis's guidance? Is it merely due to his boundless potential, or perhaps because of his striking good looks? This Murray has grown increasingly cunning. 3 reasons, 2.5 of which are fabrications. Were it not for my own cleverness, I might have fallen for this trickery by my wretched nephew. Nick Brown mused to himself, secretly commending his own astuteness. Upon hearing Nick Brown's skepticism, Murray Green refrained from self-justification, for there was little to prove. Would he truly resort to using a mage's hand to pluck his nose hairs as a testament to his successful ascension? Ridiculous. Yet, as he considered this matter, a glint of mischief sparked in Murray Green's eyes, accompanied by a surge of impulsiveness. Perhaps it was not entirely out of the question. Honestly, if you think I'm joking, then I am at a loss for how to communicate with you. Should I really seek out Her Highness Elizabeth in person to clarify matters? Murray Green shrugged and continued, the issue at hand is not why I was the first recipient of this invitation, but rather what consequences this will entail and how we ought to confront it. Upon hearing Murray's words, Nick Brown nearly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What do you mean we? You are currently the most wanted person in the school. Everyone with designs on Her Highness would relish the chance to see you gone. So you are you, and I am I. We have no connection whatsoever. By heavens," Murray Green internally exclaimed, his earlier hesitations now transformed into resolute determination. "Since you have shown no mercy, do not blame me for my lack of righteousness." With a steely gaze, Murray unleashed his mental energy, manifesting it as a tangible mage's hand that soared toward Nick Brown's nostrils. Just the other day, you referred to yourself as my uncle, and now you wish to sever ties? Let me assure you, that notion is utterly preposterous. A sly grin spread across Murray's face, leaving Nick Brown feeling a chill run down his spine. "Tomorrow, I shall post a notice in the teaching building declaring that you, Nick Brown, are my uncle, that we grew up together, and that anyone wishing to cause me trouble must first contend with you." I refuse. Such a shameless proclamation sent shivers of dread through Nick Brown, for if Murray truly followed through, he could only imagine the torment that awaited him. "I was raised in the Brown family, while you hail from the Green family. Our ties are merely those of shared Campbell blood, hardly intimate. Nick Brown rubbed his nose, feeling inexplicably itchy, as if someone were tugging at his nasal hairs, leaving a lingering irritation. "I cannot abide the air in your room.
I must take my leave." With that, Nick Brown stood vigorously rubbing his nose to dispel the discomfort as he turned toward the door, adding, "Farewell, Murray. I actually enjoy our playful banter, but regrettably not taking action against you is my greatest boundary. Consider this my final act of kindness. Relish your remaining moments of joy." Chapter 50. Utter madness watching Nick Brown's retreating figure. Murray Green felt an overwhelming urge to draw a firearm and shoot a hole in his large round head. "Stay calm, don't rush, don't act rashly. After all, he is my relative, my good friend." I cannot lose my composure. Ever since he had crafted his revolver, Murray Green had often felt the impulse to draw it and aim at a target, perhaps a consequence of bearing a lethal weapon. Inciting thoughts of violence, lowering his gaze to the invitation letter sprawled upon the table, he felt an urge to shoot it as well, for it had become a bane, disrupting the tranquility of his life. "Forget it, I shall focus on my magical cultivation. I will not dwell on pointless matters. When the soldiers come, I shall meet them, and when the waters rise, I shall damn them. As long as those upperclassmen do not bully the younger ones, I shall have little trouble dealing with my peers." Murray Green patted the revolver at his waist, the earlier unease dissipating. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed from Murray Green's room once more. He assumed it was Nick Brown returning. But upon opening the door, he was greeted by a student from another region. "Hello, Murray Green. I am Marlon Reed, grandson of the Duke of the South." Greetings. Their eyes met, and Marlon Reed's gaze was filled with curiosity. Eager to discern the nature of this unexpectedly formidable adversary, yet, within Murray Green's pale blue eyes, Marlon perceived first a flicker of confusion at his presence, followed by calmness, and ultimately unwavering determination. This revelation left Marlon Reed uncertain of his opponent's disposition. The conviction he saw was not stubborn perseverance but a profound confidence, one that hinted at a latent lethal intent. After successfully meditating, Marlon Reed's mental acuity had notably improved, enabling him to notice subtle details and cultivate a keen intuition. Thus, recognizing this situation, Marlon Reed narrowed his eyes, understanding that the seemingly harmless and handsome contender before him was, in fact, a formidable character. The fact that he received the first invitation only served to underscore the truth of this observation. "Ha, Murray, we are classmates in the foundational course on magical flora and fauna. I hear you have successfully meditated and can now enter the independent meditation chamber for cultivation. Your progress is truly remarkable. Might you share some of your techniques?" Seeing his fierce opponent suddenly adopt a friendly demeanor perplexed Murray Green. "It's quite simple. Think less about trivial matters and focus more on cultivation." Murray Green offered a few offhand remarks, yet upon hearing this dismissive response, Marlon Reed's face lit up with unrestrained joy as he laughed heartily in return. "Thank you, Murray. Your words have opened my eyes. I can hardly wait to begin my training." With hands clasped and a slight bow, he continued earnestly, "Murray, my sincerest apologies. Your guidance has been invaluable, but at this moment, I feel compelled to commence my training. I shall express my gratitude over a meal another time. Until we meet again." Murray Green discerned that Marlon was merely seeking an excuse to depart, and feeling a bit chaotic himself, he was inclined to let him go. However, just as he was about to speak, his powerful mental energy sensed numerous onlookers nearby. "These fellows." Murray's thoughts shifted, and a plan formed in his mind. Resolutely, he made a challenging decision. He raised his gaze to scrutinize Marlon Reed's appearance. As the grandson of a duke, he certainly possessed the looks and stature befitting his lineage. So it shall be you. It seems fate has brought us together. Murray Green erupted into laughter, firmly slapping Marlon Reed on the shoulder, throwing an arm around him as he casually shut the door, leading the bewildered Marlon Reed outside. "Fate has intertwined our paths. Why wait for another day to dine together? Today shall suffice. And as for cultivation, one must not rush. Haste is futile." With a firm grip, Murray restrained Marlon Reed, who was attempting to resist. "How about treating me to a meal right now? I possess a wealth of cultivation tips that I can share with you over dinner." At that moment, Marlon Reed was utterly bewildered, unsure of Murray Green's current eccentric behavior. "Are we that familiar? I was merely being polite. Treat you to a meal, as if." Marlon Reed's mind raced, instinctively struggling once more. But soon enough, he was overpowered by Murray's sheer strength, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. "Fine, it's just a meal. It's not a big deal." How absurdly eager this northern brute is. Even over a simple meal. Suddenly Marlon felt a hand brush against his lower back, causing his previously relaxed body to tense up in an instant, his hairs standing on end. What's happening? Is he really? He felt another touch, this time lower than before. As he perceived an increasing number of onlookers surrounding him, Murray Green suppressed his nausea and chuckled heartily. "Classmate Marlon, your figure is quite commendable, and your skin so smooth to the touch. I hear the southern climate is quite beneficial for skin care. When might I have the pleasure of visiting your home?" With that, Murray Green playfully patted Marlon Reed on the back. At that moment, Marlon Reed truly wished to flee but was firmly held in place by Murray Green, unable to escape. What a joke, the props have disappeared. How can I perform behind me? Murray silently mused, contemplating whether he could resolve all matters today and avoid future troubles. He led Marlon Reed towards the cafeteria, ordered 2 meals, and seated himself at the center of the room with a visibly pale Marlon. Haha, classmate Marlon, you look rather pale. Are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to check on you? Murray exclaimed, seizing Marlon Reed's hand to prevent any chance of escape, while casting a lingering gaze at those across from him, making sure the surrounding crowd caught the intensity of his expression. No, I'm fine, let us eat. This food is quite delicious, come on, let us eat, Marlon protested, attempting to maintain composure. Classmate Marlon certainly has a hearty appetite, then do indulge further. Fill your stomach and you will have the strength for tonight. I shall teach you how to cultivate your skills then, Murray Green continued, seemingly oblivious to his peers, his voice loud and overly affectionate, stirring the imagination of those nearby. Oh, how utterly embarrassing, that wretched Elizabeth Ellis. It is you who compelled me to act thus. When I fully develop, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. I shall no longer be known as Murray Green. Chapter 51, reporting upon Murray Green's return to the dormitory. He noticed a significant decrease in the attention directed towards him. This revelation brought him relief, confirming the effectiveness of his previous scheme, a stroke of genius indeed, aside from its somewhat distasteful nature. The plan proved beneficial. Today, he owed much to classmate Marlon's selfless performance. He resolved to treat him to a meal in gratitude, if only he dared to accept. Shaking his head, Murray Green cast aside the nearly petrified Marlon Reed from his thoughts. Muttering an incantation for spatial feedback while tracing a magical circle with his fingers to assess his surroundings, indeed, the crowd had thinned considerably. Once normalcy returned, his gaze fell upon a frosty blue invitation that floated gracefully in the air. With a flicker of his eyes, Murray Green commanded a magical hand to grasp the invitation, sending it soaring through the air as he vented his frustrations. After a moment's respite, he sighed deeply and settled into a meditative pose on his bed. At this juncture, his magical power was roughly the size of an egg, merely the level of a novice mage. Achieving the status of a first-level mage held no insurmountable barriers, it merely required the passage of time to accumulate sufficient magical energy. Ideally until it reached the size of a head. Having completed his training session for the day, Murray Green commenced practice on the combat techniques imparted by Webster Ellis, honing the spells of spatial feedback and the magical hand. Following the application of these combat techniques, his spellcasting speed saw a remarkable increase. He had merely scratched the surface of the teachings. Should he master the rapid casting techniques, he could unleash these 2 spells in an instant. Thankfully, both spells lack lethal force, allowing him to practice within the confines of his dormitory. The bittersweet nature of verbosity. Observing the invitation flitting about in the air, Murray Green momentarily lost focus, and in a careless moment, it drifted 5 meters away from his. Control of the invitation descended to the floor, yet he remained frozen in place, his expression a canvas of fluctuating emotions, joy, furrowed brows, and melancholy, lost in contemplation. My pace of cultivation is commendable. Yet even with such speed, attaining the 4th level, thereby becoming a high-level mage, would require my 4th year. Dedicating myself solely to the cultivation of magical power, without the practice of spells, could yield results by my 3rd year. 2 to 3 years spent in seclusion, solely honing my skills at home, this is a task I could undertake, yet I seek no trouble. Alas, trouble finds me. At 16, I stand as a mere pawn. Despite my cleverness today, diverting the attention of many, relying on wits alone cannot resolve every predicament. The crux lies in raw strength. At present, I possess potential, yet I am unable to manifest it in the face of peril. I can only depend on the revolver at my side. However, my revolver is but an ordinary creation, possessing only minimal advantages. By enhancing its power with magical crystal powder, I might gain an edge against 1st or 2nd level warriors or mages. Yet against 3rd or 4th level opponents, it is akin to wielding a toy at such a lengthy span of time, it feels interminable. With a sigh, Murray Green's gaze fixated on the invitation lying on the ground. He reached out, grasping it with an invisible hand, then drew his revolver from his waist, placing both items before him. Here lie the 2 paths I have discovered. 1. To specialize in mental attributes and transition into a telekinetic. The other, to study crafting techniques and become an artificer, forging magical weaponry. As for the path of spatial combat techniques, before reaching the 4th level, I anticipate little progress, as the absence of attack spells renders the terrifying potential of these techniques moot. Yet, endowed with a talent for combat techniques, coupled with high mental strength and magical affinity, most professions present no significant challenges for me, save for a select few that are particularly demanding. Thus, I can temporarily transition into other professions to navigate this period of vulnerability. Until I advance to high-level mage status and master attack spells such as the Spatial Blade and the miraculous technique of instantaneous movement, I shall demonstrate to others the true terror of spatial combat techniques. With a fervent heart and two hands prepared, I shall openly pursue the path of the telekinetic while secretly dabbling as an artificer, crafting magical weapons. Truly, it is ingenious of me to devise such a formidable plan. With newfound determination, Murray Green promptly set forth, leaving the dormitory. As he exited the building, he felt an even greater surge of attention directed his way, albeit differing from the prior hostility. Now it was met with cold gazes and playful jests. Turning to survey his surroundings, he noticed male classmates avoiding his gaze, bowing their heads in apprehension, fearful of being remembered by him. This realization left Murray with mixed emotions, yet he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief and hastened towards Stanley Ellis Tower. Seeking out Webster Ellis, casting a woeful glance at his mentor, observing the pitiable and deeply aggrieved expression on Murray Green's face, Webster Ellis furrowed his brow. Yet, before he could speak, Murray Green produced the invitation. Lamenting mentor, upon receiving this invitation today, I was immensely delighted, for it signifies that His Highness holds me in esteem. However, Murray's voice trembled, his body tense as though he had been wronged, his mouth agape yet unable to continue. Casting a calming spell upon Murray, Webster Ellis inquired, "But what? His Highness has placed me in the foremost position. I am both thrilled and grateful for this acknowledgement, yet some classmates, envious of His Highness's favor towards me, have taken to bullying me, claiming I am unworthy of such affection." Taking a deep breath, Murray Green suddenly proclaimed with fervor, "His Highness shows me such favor. I am taken aback, yet others claim I do not deserve such privilege, and I cannot allow their slanders to go unchallenged." Thus I stood my ground against them. They could not best me in argument, yet when they attempted to resort to violence, I am, after all, your student. They are no match for me. Just when I thought the matter had concluded, a senior came forth applying pressure upon me, resorting to bullying, devoid of martial ethics. What? Upon hearing this, Webster Ellis's expression shifted. For peace among practitioners is rarely attainable unless one submits to the other. Competition between students is entirely natural, and institutions often provide privileges to exceptional students to stimulate competitive spirit and unlock potential. However, when upperclassmen bully underclassmen, it is no longer competition, it is oppression. Such behavior would inflict significant harm upon the academic environment and the learning atmosphere, and as the head of the Magic Academy, Webster Ellis would never permit such occurrences. Chapter 52, The Will of the Dean. Some schools advocate equality, while others elevate the strong. Each institution reflects the differing wills of its leadership. Webster Ellis's inclination towards stability shapes the culture of the Magic Academy accordingly. While extending certain privileges to gifted students is a universally acknowledged principle, the following day, Nick Brown entered the meditation classroom with ease, greeting his classmates and engaging in playful banter as they awaited the sound of the class bell. However, at that moment, Lyndon Beale, known for rarely entering the classroom before the bell rang, floated unexpectedly into the room. The students, taken aback by this unusual occurrence, quickly scurried to their seats. "Good day, everyone, please take your seats." 19 students settled down, while Lyndon Beale stood at the podium, narrowing his eyes, leaning slightly forward, casting a heavy, oppressive aura over the entire classroom. Nick Brown felt as if a mountain had settled upon his chest, rendering him breathless. Lyndon Beale coughed softly, and in an instant, the tension within the classroom dissipated without a trace. The sound of heavy breathing echoed throughout the room, after a brief pause of 7 or 8 seconds. As the crowd regained their composure, Lyndon Beale finally spoke. "Last night, the esteemed dean convened a brief meeting with all the faculty, the content of which was straightforward: to maintain the stability of the Magic Academy. Today, I shall also hold a brief meeting echoing the dean's request for us to uphold the stability of the Magic Academy." At this point, Lyndon Beale's tone softened, the air in the meditation room became palpable. And then his deep voice inquired, "Can this be accomplished?" "Yes, it cannot. We assure you that the dean's will is our mission. We pledge to fulfill the command." "Excellent." With a stern expression, Lyndon Beale nodded and revealed a hint of a smile. After class, as they observed Lyndon Beale's retreating figure, Nick Brown and the others let out a collective sigh of relief and began to chatter among themselves. Do you know what has transpired? Why has Professor Lyndon suddenly become so severe? During the meeting, my heart nearly leapt from my chest, one student exclaimed, patting his chest and taking a few calming breaths. Nick Brown shook his head in response. "I have no idea. Everything seemed fine before. How could such a drastic change occur? Li Wei, you are usually well-informed. Do you have any insider news to share with us? A wry smile crossed Li Wei Ellis's pale face as he furrowed his brow in contemplation before finally shaking his head.
I am unaware of the specifics. I only know that last night, the dean unexpectedly summoned all the teachers for a meeting to convey certain requirements. However, I did not anticipate such a strong reaction from Professor Linden today. It seems something has occurred to provoke the dean's ire. So the question arises, who possesses the audacity to provoke the dean? As the crowd regained their composure, they began to exit the classroom in clusters, discussing the recent events and speculating on the cause behind today's occurrences. Along the way, students from other classes also began to mention related matters, their astonishment palpable as information circulated among them. Do you think this could be related to the invitation issued by His Highness yesterday? Suddenly someone suggested this possibility, though it was swiftly dismissed, yet, before the dismissal could take hold, another voice chimed in. It is entirely possible that this incident was triggered by that very matter. One of our seniors apparently visited the dormitory building yesterday. I heard he intended to find Murray Green to inquire why His Highness bestowed the first invitation from the Magic Academy upon him. Instead, he stumbled upon quite the spectacle, discovering that Murray Green has a preference for men, and he has now been assigned by the dean for wilderness training in the Kayas Mountains. What, at that moment? Another voice interjected loudly. I also know of a senior who has similarly been assigned for wilderness training in Kayas. The collective power of the crowd brought forth a wealth of information. And soon they were all gathered around the teaching building, engaged in animated discussion, piecing together the events. Several seniors had indeed been dispatched to the Kayas Mountains, and unsurprisingly, all had witnessed the commotion at the dormitory the previous day. This led them to deduce that the incident must be connected to Princess Elizabeth's invitation, and they inferred that the dean wished to prevent the students from jeopardizing the stability of the Magic Academy over the matter of the invitation. Hence the establishment of regulations by the faculty. Nick Brown nodded thoughtfully in agreement with this theory, and then recalled the central figure of the invitation incident. I wonder where that fellow Murray has scurried off to. The dean is actually backing him. Could it be that he is truly the dean's student? No, who isn't? It must be that the dean issued the order suddenly to ensure the academy's stability. Meanwhile, as they continued discussing the events surrounding the invitation and today's occurrences, Murray Green was diligently practicing the new magic he had acquired from his mentor within the Stanley Ellis Tower. Spiritual materialization. This is a unique, unranked enhancement magic skill. It can strengthen mental fortitude, allowing the user's mental power to manifest and directly assault opponents, making it nearly impossible to defend against once the materialized mental power reaches a certain intensity. It is referred to as telekinesis. A thought gives rise to power, and power ceases with thought. Although its might may not rival that of offensive magic, its peculiar nature far exceeds that of conventional spells. To transition into a telekinesis practitioner, one must meet two essential criteria: formidable mental power and mastery of the art of mental control over the body. Coincidentally, Murray Green fulfills both conditions. Of course, this is not mere coincidence, but rather that he possesses such qualifications that he chooses to pursue the path of a telekinesis practitioner. Exhaling deeply, Murray Green allowed his body to relax gradually before taking a deep breath, causing the mental power within his mental sea to begin compressing. Much like how a cotton blanket becomes firm when pressed, the appropriate means of compression will elevate the intensity of mental power. Suddenly he opened his eyes, extending his hand to grasp a stone 3 meters away. The materialized mental power surged forth, seizing the 2-kilogram stone. Under Murray Green's control, the stone was slowly lifted before him. Watching the stone, which weighed double his previous limit, float effortlessly in front of him, a grin broke across his face as he burst into joyous laughter. Ha ha ha! After practicing spiritual materialization, employing the mage's hand indeed shows immense improvement. Now, with my 2-kilogram strength, manipulating flying needles to take down a few ordinary individuals is a breeze. If I possess 20 kilograms of strength, I could potentially slay a first-tier warrior head-on. Chapter 53, Silken Combos. What do you think is going on? Why has the dean suddenly arranged for us to undergo trials in the mountains? Deep within the Kayas Mountains, a young man clad in a red magical robe, wielding a fire magic staff, conversed with his companions as they journeyed. Just then, he shifted his gaze and casually hurled a fireball the size of a head into the woods. A rustle echoed from within the trees, followed by the emergence of a gigantic python. This serpent boasted a girth of roughly 1 meter, most of its body concealed within the underbrush, yet its extended length exceeded 10 meters, adorned with scales the size of basins. The scales shimmered with a red and green pattern, the crimson hues faintly glowing, clearly a formidable creature. The fireball struck the giant python, which swayed slightly, revealing a singed spot, yet it remained unharmed. The serpent's vertical pupils locked onto the one who had thrown the fireball. Its maw gaping wide as the red patterns on its body glimmered, returning the favor with a fireball of its own, also the size of a basin. An eye for an eye, however, the red-robed young man stood unflinching in the face of the incoming fireball. One of his companions, clad in a green magical robe, waved his staff with a flick of his wrist. A gust of wind materialized from thin air, lifting the fireball launched by the giant python upward, sending it careening uncontrollably into the sky. The green-robed youth then waved his staff once more, redirecting the airborne fireball back toward the red-green giant python. The serpent's tongue flicked out as its gaze fixated on the fireball. A massive shadow suddenly lashed out, obliterating the fireball mid-air. The shadow belonged to the giant python's tail, and having accomplished this, the red-green serpent appeared to recognize the formidable nature of its opponent. Slowly retracting its head from the trees, without a warrior to engage this fiery green forest python up close, it's truly a challenge. The red-robed mage rubbed his slightly aching head, glancing around at the group, 4 mages, all of whom hesitated to approach the woods. While the destructive power of mages is immense, the fiery green forest python concealed itself within the underbrush, leaving the 4 fragile mages at a loss. Let us take action. We must deal with this fiery green forest python first. The green-robed youth stepped forward a few paces, muttering an incantation, as a gentle breeze swept into the woods, binding winds. Under his spell, the gentle wind that had caressed the giant python's body swiftly wove into several binding strands, ensnaring the python's massive form tightly. SSSSS, the fiery green forest python let out a fierce roar, its immense power shattering the binding strands. Yet at that moment, countless fireballs rained down from above, striking its body and the surrounding trees. Although the powerful serpent remained unscathed, the foliage that had provided its cover was reduced to ashes, revealing its entire form. An enormous creature, measuring 40 to 50 meters in length, coiled its body and glared fiercely at its attackers, but the youth it focused on displayed no fear. SSSS, a level 4 magical beast. The fiery green forest python, what a splendid quarry! Realizing its escape was thwarted, the furious fiery green forest python surged forward, its massive body darting like lightning toward its adversaries, while the 4 mages simultaneously raised their staffs. With a resounding explosion that echoed through the skies, flames erupted toward the heavens. As the students honing their skills and undertaking tasks on Mount Caius turned their gazes deeper into the mountain, towards the battleground of a snake and 4 individuals, another towering youth in a different direction, also fixated on the spot where flames leaped skyward. They were indeed fortunate to encounter a level 4 magical beast so swiftly. Let us proceed, he declared, raising his hand adorned with 5 ornate rings, each pulsating with a magical aura, a testament to their enchanted nature. Under the directive of the esteemed headmaster, coupled with the expulsion of rebellious students into the depths of Mount Caius, the entire magical academy remained shrouded in an eerie quietude. None dared to defy the headmaster's commands, thus Murray Green enjoyed a relatively tranquil existence in recent days. In this environment, his mental fortitude grew increasingly robust, and upon materializing his mental essence, he found himself capable of lifting weights of up to 5 pounds, significantly enhancing his prowess. During this period, he also mastered a new spell, an enchantment devoid of elemental affinity. As the term implies, enchanting involves imbuing one's magical energy into a weapon, thereby bestowing it with magical properties. Fire attributes allow weapons to inflict burning and scalding damage, earth attributes enhance sturdiness and defense, while air attributes lighten objects in hand and augment attack speed. The varying types of magical energy confer distinct attributes, all of which bolster combat efficacy, making it a highly sought-after auxiliary skill among teams. Although Murray Green lacked a team, he recognized the necessity of this magic to enchant his bullets, thereby amplifying their lethality. Consequently, he expended over 10 gold coins to procure 5 level 1 throwing knives, each weighing approximately half a pound. He also disassembled his firearm to have an armorer inscribe a shock absorption magic array upon it, transforming his revolver into a makeshift magical weapon. Otherwise, utilizing a standard weapon of such formidable power would inevitably draw unwarranted attention. Conversely, a magical weapon of lesser potency would render any scrutiny unnecessary. Within his quarters, Murray Green abruptly drew his firearm, mimicking a firing motion, then flicked his left hand, sending a throwing knife soaring from his sleeve. Encircling him and attacking at his command, suddenly one of the knives clattered to the ground, prompting him to hurl his revolver aside and retreat 2 steps, as though pursued by an unseen assailant.
At that moment, a knife radiating a grayish hue shot forth from his sleeve, piercing the air ahead. The speed of the gray knife was several times that of a standard one, as it sliced through the space around it. It seemed as if the very fabric of reality was cleaved. Subsequently, he drew a revolver from his waist, aiming forward, with his handgun's range extending 10 meters and the dual assault of throwing knives and firearm within 5 meters. Even a level 1 warrior would struggle to withstand such an onslaught. Within a 5-meter radius, the enchanted throwing knife would be inescapable, and the outcome of his final shot remained uncertain, after perfecting his combination techniques. Murray Green exhaled, revealing a radiant smile, finally feeling a semblance of self-defense. Chapter 54, Campus Turmoil. Just as Murray Green prepared to practice his combo once more, he was startled by the clamor erupting outside his dormitory. What on earth is happening? He mused, furrowing his brow. Upon opening his door, he discovered a throng of classmates hastily departing, and he followed suit, swept along to the entrance of the Magical Academy. There, a multitude of students had gathered. And at the center lay the corpse of a colossal python measuring 40 to 50 meters in length, gruesomely severed into 3 sections, its scales marred and battered, indicative of a fierce battle. Upon witnessing the massive serpent, Murray Green's expression faltered, his eyes widening as he scrutinized it closely before he could ponder its name. Someone nearby shouted, "It's a crimson fire-green forest python. Judging by its length and size, it's a level 4 beast." Senior Morpheus actually managed to slay a level 4 magical beast. How astonishing! Such rarity piqued intrigue. Morpheus was a mid-level, fully realized mage, just a step away from the advanced tier. Asa fire element warrior. His destructive capacity was immense, making it no trivial task to vanquish a level 4 creature. Listening to the surrounding discussions, Murray Green shifted his gaze from the slain python to the confident young man draped in a crimson magical robe. Morpheus clan. A senior in his 4th year, an accomplished fire element warrior whose prowess was indeed formidable, ranked among the top 10 experts of the Magical Academy, renowned for his unparalleled offensive capabilities. Murray Green briefly compared him to Ryan Green. Realizing that Ryan, a top contender in the Warrior Academy, would likely fall short against Morpheus, there was no denying the overwhelming lethality of a warrior, even as Murray Green began to grasp certain combat techniques. Morpheus wielded authentic fire element magic capable of obliterating his opponents, although Ryan was no ordinary warrior, having transitioned into a war knight, specialists in warfare who could amplify the combat effectiveness of allied cavalry while suppressing enemies. This role suited Ryan's ambitions perfectly. As he aspired to become the consort of Count Green, tasked with leading troops to defend their territory against marauding orcs, a responsibility he could not evade, despite war knights excelling in battle. Warriors possessed an all-encompassing might. In one-on-one confrontations where cultivation levels were comparable, warriors could easily outmatch war knights. Of course, if a war knight's mount were a dragon, the equation would shift significantly, as the superiority of a mount profoundly impacts a knight's combat prowess. Damn it, that fellow is a fire element warrior. When will I reach the level of advanced mage and become a fully realized spatial warrior? I would undoubtedly surpass him, Murray Green lamented, observing Morpheus clan encircled by classmates. Basking in their admiration, jealousy and envy welled within him. At that moment, he even found himself resenting the spatial attribute for hindering his progress, yet, should anyone suggest he relinquish the spatial attribute, he would vehemently reject such an idea. For spatial magic was genuinely powerful, albeit more suited for later stages of development. Reorienting his mindset, Murray Green watched the spectacle for a while longer before turning to depart. After all, envying others was far less productive than honing his own skills. Time flew, and 7 weeks had passed since the semester commenced, with only 1 week remaining until the banquet hosted by Her Highness Princess Elizabeth. During this interval, numerous prodigies had emerged among the new enrollees from both academies. Swiftly attaining level 1 status as warriors or mages, showcasing remarkable talents. Notably, Murray Green was the first to conclude his meditation course and enter the independent meditation chamber, publicly demonstrating the mage's hand to affirm his enduring aptitude. Undiminished by the newcomers, however, as he revealed his pursuit of knowledge related to telekinesis, the attention he garnered diminished considerably. Though transitioning to a telekinetic mage was indeed powerful, this cohort had witnessed the emergence of 3 exceptional warriors, one from an external class, another a noble heir from the Northern Territories, and the last a surprising contender from the merchant class. Upon the announcement of the merchant class warrior, within 2 hours, Princess Elizabeth had dispatched a supplementary invitation to him. As a budding warrior in possession of this coveted invitation, the merchant class student basked in his newfound acclaim, overshadowing Murray Green's previous prominence. Indeed, my friend, that's how it is. Shine brightly and may Princess Elizabeth take notice of you. While I remain a mere footnote, he mused, rising from his leopard skin seat and stepping barefoot onto a carpet crafted from the pelts of silver-haired black bears. Murray Green approached the full-length mirror. With handsome features and skin fairer than the silken garments adorning him, he admired his reflection, striking several dashing poses. Truly, good looks render any pose appealing. Muttering to himself, he fastened a belt around his waist, securing his revolver at his right hip and a magic crystal gun at his left, donning a snug holster for a short-barreled revolver tucked beneath his right arm. Additionally, he strapped a sheath for his throwing knives to his left hand, methodically placing 4 knives within, while the 5th was tucked under his left arm. Finally, he donned a loose-fitting trench coat to conceal his array of weapons. Fully prepared, Murray Green exited his dormitory and rendezvoused with Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylan at the entrance of Ellis Academy. Nigel and Walter were the very individuals who had previously attempted to rob Murray Green, only to be thwarted by Ryan Green. Following Murray's profitable bear sale, he had generously shared the spoils, earning their respect and admiration, leading them to gravitate towards the Green brothers. While Ryan Green had no need for their assistance, Murray, lacking allies, considered them viable companions for their expedition into Mount Caius. Murray Green's choice of companions was not born of trust, rather, he was unfamiliar with other upperclassmen from the Warrior Academy and recognized he could easily manage these two, without fear of betrayal. "Hey, Murray, word has it that you've been progressing quite rapidly, now a level 1 mage," Nigel Alleran exclaimed jovially, greeting him with a hearty laugh. Murray Green nodded in response. "Indeed, only recently, having acquired some new knowledge. I yearned to venture into the mountains for a test. Naturally, the spoils of our hunt would be split evenly." As he spoke, Murray Green patted the waist of his coat, pulling aside a flap to reveal the handle of a revolver. Upon sighting the weapon, both individuals exchanged knowing glances, reminiscent of the silver-furred black bear they had once carried out of the mountains. The bear had fallen, and they had feasted, once an ordinary man. Murray Green had slain the silver-furred black bear with the weapon in his hand. Now, having ascended to the rank of a mage, he would undoubtedly be able to hunt even greater prey, thus allowing them to share in more substantial rewards. Chapter 55, 3 Shots, 2 Beasts. A trio of riders swiftly approached the entrance at the foot of Caius Mountain, noticing a greater influx of people entering the mountain compared to their last visit. Murray Green understood the cause. Ever since Morpheus' clan returned to Ellis Academy with his prize, the 4-tier magical beast, the fiery green forest python, many skilled hunters had followed suit, eager to enter Caius Mountain and slay formidable magical creatures to showcase their exploits at the academy. However, the elite were but a minority, while the majority were mere spectators, thus not affecting Murray Green's trial. Seeking a more secluded path, Nigel Alleran led the way with his twin axes, followed closely by Walter Raylan and Murray Green. After traversing for over an hour, they passed through the outermost perimeter of Caius Mountain, the domain of ordinary beasts, and entered the territory inhabited by magical creatures. At this juncture, Nigel Alleran slowed his pace considerably, while Walter Raylan raised his longbow, entering a state of vigilance, his eyes scanning the surroundings, incessantly observing this. Murray Green also remained alert, extending his left hand to catch a flying knife, narrowing his eyes and focusing intently, bracing for an imminent attack. After advancing a short distance, a beastly roar echoed from ahead. Walter Raylan exchanged glances with the others before inhaling deeply, stepping silently toward the source of the roar. Soon he returned with news from his reconnaissance. 2 first-tier magical beasts, a steelback wild boar and a gentle wind ape, were locked in a territorial dispute. The gentle wind ape was unable to contend with the steelback wild boar, and vice versa, resulting in a stalemate. The trio exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Though they faced 2 magical beasts, neither posed a significant threat, especially when compared to the silver-furred black bear Murray Green had previously felled. So they prepared to take them down together. I will team up with Senior Walter to first deal with the gentle wind ape, otherwise it might flee at the first sign of danger. The gentle wind ape moves like the wind through the trees, and if it decides to escape, capturing it will be quite the challenge, Murray Green instructed, turning to Nigel Alleran. Senior Nigel, you must intercept the steelback wild boar and ensure it does not disturb our hunt of the gentle wind ape, nor allow it to escape. I can take it down by myself, Nigel Alleran replied confidently, weighing his axes. Given this assurance, Murray Green refrained from further admonitions, as it was their first collaboration and neither was fully aware of the other's capabilities. The trio stealthily approached their targets and soon beheld a chaotic battlefield. The steelback wild boar lay panting on the ground, several gashes marring its hind legs, evidently inflicted by the gentle wind ape. Though the amount of blood lost was minimal, merely a minor wound for the resilient creature. As the gentle wind ape darted between the branches, it suddenly sensed something amiss and shrieked, glancing sideways. It spotted an arrow hurtling directly toward its head. With agile grace, the gentle wind ape leaped downward, evading the lethal shot with fluidity. However, before it could react further, a thunderous roar erupted nearby. A bullet struck the gentle wind ape squarely in the forehead. Shattering its skull, the 2-meter-tall figure lost control and collapsed to the ground. Following the kill, Murray Green swiftly redirected his aim toward the eyes of the steelback wild boar. Sensing danger, the boar lunged downward, its immense weight seemingly accelerating its descent. Narrowly avoiding the shot aimed at its eye, the bullet grazed the back of its head, leaving a gash on its tough hide before ricocheting away. Though it had evaded Murray Green's attack, the steelback wild boar had squandered its chance to flee. Nigel Alleran seized the opportunity, launching himself forward with his axes, delivering a powerful strike to its head. After leaving deep gashes, he kicked the boar squarely in the snout, nearly misaligning its nostrils before deftly withdrawing his axes. Despite its robust constitution, the steelback wild boar staggered backward from the onslaught. At that moment, Murray Green, holding his revolver in one hand, aimed at the boar's gaping mouth as it gasped for breath. Pulling the trigger, a wisp of white smoke emerged from the barrel, followed by a thunderous report. Yet, as the gunfire erupted, the bullet, surpassing the speed of sound, pierced through the boar's throat, wreaking havoc within its innards. Blood gushed from its mouth as the steelback wild boar let out a final mournful cry. Collapsing heavily onto the grass, its breath extinguished. "Well done," Walter Raylan exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration for Murray Green's swift dispatch of two magical beasts. Had it been just the two of them, the battle would have been arduous, and while they might have prevailed, the gentle wind ape would likely have escaped. However, with Murray Green's involvement, the surprise assault concluded within mere seconds, claiming both beasts' lives. After blowing away the smoke from the revolver's muzzle, Murray Green twirled the weapon thrice in his hand before holstering it. "Thank you," he replied with a smile to Walter Raylan's praise, then turned his gaze to the carcasses of the two magical beasts, inquiring, "What shall we do with these two? Should we transport them back to the mountain entrance first, or continue deeper and retrieve all our spoils at once?" Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylan exchanged hesitant glances. Stepping aside to deliberate. In the past, they typically retreated after each hunt or when their time in the mountains extended too long, yet today, the ease with which they had taken down the two beasts left them sweat-free and invigorated. Still in peak condition. If they chose to head back, the round trip, coupled with the time spent selling their catch, would consume most of the day, allowing for at most 2 excursions today. Never before had they considered entering the mountains twice in a single day. But with Murray Green's inclusion, a lucrative opportunity loomed. Missing out on such a chance would be regrettable. With his formidable combat prowess, slaying first-tier magical beasts was akin to swatting flies the next time he ventured into the mountains. His targets would likely escalate to second-tier beasts. As mere first-tier warriors, without any formidable classes, such an endeavor would be exceedingly perilous for them, while they could summon their instructors in case of danger during advanced trials. Kaya's Mountain was not without its fatal incidents. As their discussion reached this point, they devised a mutually beneficial plan and approached Murray Green to confer with him. Chapter 56, The Beast Merchant. Not every student granted entry to Ellis Academy hails from the noble lineage of someone like Murray Green. Within the academy, Murray's circumstances are considered quite favorable. The majority of Ellis Academy's students are the non-heirs of minor nobility or the offspring of merchants, and some are even exceptionally talented students poached from other northern academies. Lacking the substantial training budgets that Murray enjoys, the tuition for the Warrior Academy is 100 gold coins, while the Magic Academy charges 300. Though the Warrior Academy's fees are significantly lower. For many families, this sum represents a considerable expense each year. Students from both academies drop out due to an inability to pay tuition, and there are also those who voluntarily withdraw due to unsatisfactory training outcomes. Seeking to conserve costs, talented students recruited from other institutions enjoy waived tuition fees but are only exempt from basic courses. Any expenses related to specialized training remain their responsibility, thus, financial constraints profoundly impact their training. In light of this, Ellis Academy established a student task hall, artificially creating Kaya's Mountain to enable students to gain experience while reaping rewards to support their studies. In this competitive environment, those who can earn back several hundred gold coins from a mere investment of 1 or 300 in tuition fees are common. Individuals of ability, even if they face initial hardships, can ultimately thrive after entering Kaya's Mountain and reaping benefits. To continue studying at Ellis Academy is to be considered a genius in the Northern Territories. However, the gap between geniuses can be vast. Some can earn a living through their prowess, while others rely on intelligence or sheer strength. Consequently, numerous job opportunities have emerged around Kaya's Mountain, including information merchants selling valuable tips on rare materials and magical beasts, as well as beast merchants profiting from trading magical creatures, not to mention laborers assisting in transporting beasts out of the mountains or vendors selling goods. The solution they conceived was to collaborate with the beast merchants. Nigel Alleran and Walter Reiling had never collaborated with the beast merchants, for they had always preferred to hunt the beasts themselves, carrying their quarry out of the mountains for sale. This method, albeit cumbersome, allowed them to reap the maximum profit. Now, with Murray Green's intervention involving two beasts, the old ways were evidently no longer applicable. Partnering with the beast merchants would permit them to retrieve the beasts from the mountains, ensuring a straightforward exchange of goods and currency. The merchants would then handle the transportation of the beasts, allowing them to continue their hunting endeavors. However, the merchants could only offer 50 to 60% of the original price for the beasts collected from the mountains. If they transported the beasts themselves and sold them to the merchants, they could fetch 80% of the price. A first-level beast's value varied according to its species. For instance, the price of a Qingfeng monkey was somewhat lower, approximately 11 gold coins, while the steelback boar commanded around 14 gold coins. Should they allow the merchants to collect the beasts, they would incur a loss of about 10 gold coins, based on their prior agreement of a 50-50 split. They would lose 5 to 6 gold coins on each. After a moment's contemplation of this arrangement, Murray Green readily agreed and instructed the beast merchants to enter the mountains for the collection, absolving them of the burden of carrying the beasts themselves. It would take them at least 3 hours to haul the two beasts out of the mountains, consuming a significant portion of their day. Unlike his peers, who were preoccupied with earning tuition, Murray Green had ventured into the mountains to assess his current combat prowess rather than to hunt beasts for gold. The 4-year period of intensive training seemed lengthy, yet it was fleeting. He was not in dire need of gold, thus reluctant to squander precious training time for monetary gain. Had it not been for Elizabeth Ellis's invitation incident, he would have heeded Webster Ellis's advice to focus solely on his training until he attained the status of a high-level mage before pursuing other endeavors. Once Murray Green consented, Walter Reiling departed towards the beast merchant's established base in the Kayas Mountains. During the wait, Murray Green instructed Nigel Alleran to assist him in extracting the bullets from the beasts' bodies. Shortly after completing this task, Walter Reiling arrived with 4 senior warriors, 1 from the 3rd year and 3 from the 2nd year. These 4 seniors were robust and well-built, clearly suited for carrying beasts. "Senior, these are the 2 beasts. Can you provide an estimate? If the price is reasonable, you may take them away," Murray Green stated, lacking acumen in such transactions, thus entrusting Nigel Alleran to negotiate while he observed. "Let us take a look." The 4 seniors encircled the 2 beasts, inspecting them with practiced ease. After a brief discussion among themselves, they soon presented a price. "Fellow juniors, after deliberation, we concluded that the Qingfeng monkey's pelt holds some value, but the rest is negligible. Given its small size, it won't fetch much by weight, so we can only offer 11 gold coins." The 3rd-year senior then shifted his gaze to the steelback boar, extending his left hand with fingers spread wide. "This boar is not yet fully grown, and many of its materials do not meet the standard, resulting in a reduced price. Thus, it is worth 13 gold coins. Considering the remoteness of this area, transporting these 2 beasts back to the mountain entrance will require considerable effort, so we propose a 50-50 split with immediate payment. 11 gold coins for the Qingfeng monkey, 13 gold coins for the steelback boar. 50-50 split, immediate payment, they summarized, meaning a total of 24 gold coins, yielding 12 gold coins to them. Nigel Alleran, clearly dissatisfied with this valuation, raised his voice in protest. "Senior, please reassess these 2 beasts. We were meticulous in our kill. Aside from the fatal wounds on their heads, the rest of their bodies are largely unscathed, and their pelts are in excellent condition." He gestured towards the 2 beasts. The back-and-forth bargaining between Nigel Alleran and the merchants created a lively exchange, and Murray Green, observing from the sidelines, found the spectacle quite thrilling. Minutes later, an agreement was reached: 12 gold coins for the Qingfeng monkey and 14 for the steelback boar, with immediate payment and a split of 45 to 55%. Thus, the 3 would receive 14 gold coins and 30 silver coins, rounding off their sale to 14 gold coins due to the immediate settlement. "Take care, seniors. We may collaborate again in the future." As they watched the 4 seniors depart with the 2 beasts, the trio exchanged farewells before dividing the gold coins among themselves, with 7 gold coins resting in his palm. Murray Green weighed them, the delightful sound of clinking coins filling the air, bringing him immense joy as he pocketed the 7 gold coins. "Let us proceed. I am certain we will secure a substantial profit today. Chapter 57, The Black Mist Serpent. The territory of the beasts was vast, thus, after slaying the two beasts, the trio continued their journey for over half an hour before encountering a third beast, a blue rabbit. Standing half a man's height. At that moment, they were still over 100 meters away when Murray Green drew his revolver, and in an instant, the rabbit vanished like a fleeting shadow, the Windrunner rabbit. A first-level beast, was timid and exceedingly swift, fleeing at the slightest sign of disturbance, making it a rare catch. Observing Murray Green's disappointment at the creature's escape, Walter Riling offered words of comfort. In response, Murray Green could only shake his head, reholstering his revolver. Suddenly, a thought struck Murray Green, and he furrowed his brow, promptly casting a spell with his left hand. Utilizing his combat techniques, this spell was executed in just over a second. Soon, spatial feedback returned information from a radius of 50 meters to Murray Green's mind. He swiftly dispersed the information flow with his formidable mental power, wrapping it for thorough digestion. Trees, underbrush, swarming insects, and a quietly slithering venomous snake. A snake. Noticing the stealthy approach of the serpent towards them, Murray Green whispered, "A snake is approaching, 40 meters to my left. Be cautious, it may be venomous." Upon hearing Murray Green's warning, Nigel Alleran and Walter Riling immediately turned in the indicated direction. It found nothing amiss. Walter Riling, undeterred, swiftly drew an arrow, knocking it and releasing it in one fluid motion. The arrow whistled through the air, swiftly reaching its target, slicing through the grass in its path with a jarring noise. The grass was disturbed, startling the venomous snake, which hissed threateningly and revealed its head from the foliage. Upon sighting the serpent, all three exclaimed its name in unison: "Black Mist Serpent, the Black Mist Serpent." A first-level beast, is highly venomous and a rare dark attribute creature, adept at silently approaching its prey and dispatching it with its deadly black mist. It possesses a cruel disposition, reveling in the torment of its victims, and exhibits aggressive tendencies. With a menacing flick of its tongue, the Black Mist Serpent coiled, concealing itself among the grass. Witnessing this, Murray Green gestured with his left hand, casting another spatial feedback spell to discover the serpent retreating. "It is fleeing. Should we pursue?" The two exchanged glances before nodding in agreement with Murray Green. "It is rare and valuable. We must chase it." After voicing this, Nigel Alleran brandished his twin axes, issuing a fierce shout as he hurled the axe directed by Murray Green. The sharp blade, empowered by his strength, traversed the terrain like a scythe, cleaving through the underbrush. Sensing the impending attack, the Black Mist Serpent swiftly twisted its body, evading the deadly blow with a calculated maneuver as the axe struck the earth before it. The previous strike had nearly incapacitated the serpent, inciting its wrath as its eyes gleamed with hatred. Fixating on the trio, with the surrounding grass now cleared by Nigel Alleran's earlier strike, the serpent's form was revealed. Its body was entirely black, adorned with mist-like patterns, and measuring approximately 7 to 8 meters in length. As an adult, the Black Mist Serpent's venom, gallbladder, fangs, and scales were immensely valuable. It could not be allowed to escape. With this declaration, Nigel Alleran charged forward, axe in hand, while Walter Riling raised his longbow, firing arrows in rapid succession to suppress the serpent's movements and prevent its escape. Under Walter Riling's control, the Black Mist Serpent had only managed to move 5 steps when Nigel Alleran reached it. "Die!" The single-handed axe, imbued with tremendous force, whistled ominously as it descended upon the serpent's dark body. In a moment of peril, the Black Mist Serpent twisted its formidable form, narrowly evading the lethal strike. Its jaws agape as it lunged towards Nigel Alleran's arm from 40 meters away. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, fingers twitching as he subtly revealed the gun's grip at his hip, swiftly drawing and firing. Bang! The Black Mist Serpent felt a tremendous force strike it, its head uncontrollably jerking to the side as the dark scales on its neck were shattered by the bullet. However, the once unstoppable bullet, after fracturing several scales, became lodged within the serpent's muscle, failing to penetrate further. This serpent is formidable. A single shot is insufficient to kill it. Dazed by the gunshot, the Black Mist Serpent was still reeling when Nigel Alleran retaliated with another axe strike aimed at its body. The axe struck with remarkable force, causing the Black Mist Serpent to bleed profusely from the location of the blow, nearly severing a third of its body. With a pained hiss, the gravely injured serpent instinctively opened its mouth, emitting a cry of agony. In that critical moment, another bullet, propelled by an unstoppable momentum, struck its gaping jaw. Unlike its scales, the serpent's jaw was not fortified, and the bullet fired by Murray Green shattered it with brutal precision. Taking a deep breath, he focused his gaze on the serpent's vital point, channeling his mental energy into his gun-wielding right hand. Through the power of his will, he made slight adjustments, redirecting the aim of his weapon. Pulling the trigger, the hammer fell, unleashing the bullet. With a resounding bang, a plume of white smoke erupted from the muzzle, and the bullet flew straight toward the serpent's fatal spot. The bullet collided with the serpent's scales, producing a sharp ringing sound, before piercing through, embedding itself deep within its flesh. Struck in its vital area, the black mist serpent's body stiffened momentarily, as if frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Nigel Araland's eyes brightened. Gripping the axe tightly, he summoned all his strength and executed a powerful downward strike at the previously wounded spot. The already grievously injured serpent was cleaved in two by this terrifying blow. Its severed halves thrashed violently on the ground, prompting Nigel to swiftly retreat several steps to avoid being bitten during its death throes. Fortunately, the near-death serpent had lost all rationality, spiraling into a frenzy while instinctively attempting to escape with its upper body. However, before it could make any significant movement, Nigel hurled his axe, striking it back down. This seemed to be the final straw for the creature, as its thrashing gradually subsided, ultimately leading to its demise. Upon witnessing the serpent's death, Murray Green turned his gaze toward Nigel Araland, mentally acknowledging their prowess. No wonder they dare to engage in robbery within the mountains. These two possess considerable skill. Chapter 58. Another encounter with robbery. Though the black mist serpent appeared small in stature, its danger level ranked high among first-tier magical beasts. It was only through the seamless cooperation of Nigel Araland and Walter Riling, combined with Murray Green's commanding presence on the battlefield, that they managed to bring it down without sustaining injuries. Had it been merely the two of them working together, they might not have captured the serpent, and there was even the possibility of being counterattacked. This black mist serpent is a treasure. Immensely valuable. After confirming the serpent's death, Nigel Araland retrieved his weapon and positioned himself beside the carcass, grasping its head and prying open its mangled jaws to reveal two sharp venomous fangs. It had not released any venom, indicating that its poison sac still contained a significant amount, which could fetch a handsome price. Turning to the reloaded Murray Green, Nigel proposed, "Murray, this black mist serpent is quite valuable. More so than the two magical beasts we encountered earlier combined. Its lightweight makes it easy to carry out of the mountains. If we hand it over to those magical beast merchants, we will incur a substantial loss." "How much do you think this serpent is worth?" Murray Green inquired, and upon hearing the question, Walter Riling interjected, "It's worth no less than 30 gold coins. The black mist serpent is rare, and many require its materials, which makes it more expensive than some second-tier magical beasts. At least 30 gold coins. Even if it's only that much, we could each pocket 15 coins. If we let the magical beast merchant handle it, we might only end up with 7 or 8 coins. Other more cumbersome magical beasts are difficult to transport out of the mountains, and their lack of demand can lead to a waste of time, but this black mist serpent has none of those drawbacks. Its small size, high value, and desirability make it prudent for us to handle it ourselves." Murray Green pondered briefly before nodding. "Then you two should head out to deal with this serpent. I will rest nearby, and you must return swiftly once you're done." Murray Green, possessing strength only slightly superior to the average individual, opted not to accompany the two warriors in their descent from the mountain. Upon hearing Murray's arrangement, Nigel expressed his disagreement and suggested that Walter handle the serpent alone while he stayed with Murray to continue their training. After some discussion, they ultimately agreed to Nigel's proposal. As Walter Riling departed with the serpent's carcass, striding purposefully into the woods, Murray Green withdrew his gaze and settled down beside Nigel at the base of a large tree for a brief respite. Closing his eyes, he began to reflect. The battle against the formidable first-tier magical beast, the black mist serpent, had been surprisingly unchallenging, as it had not displayed its terrifying lethality before being dispatched by the three of them without suffering any injuries. This was largely due to Murray's initial detection of its stealthy approach, aided by his mental vigilance, which rendered the serpent's concealment ineffective. In the subsequent skirmish, although Nigel and Walter launched fierce assaults, they were initially at a disadvantage. None of Walter's arrows found their mark, and Nigel's axes were effortlessly evaded by the serpent. Just as it seemed poised to counterattack, Murray decisively fired his weapon, interrupting the serpent's retaliation and allowing Nigel to unleash a full-force strike. This was the crux of the encounter, the true reason behind the serpent's demise. Murray Green, feeling a sense of tranquility, touched the revolver at his waist. After about 10 minutes of recuperation, he rose to his feet, ready to continue. The exuberant Nigel Araland, filled with joy from their fruitful hunt, eagerly pressed forward. As the two ventured deeper into the Kayas Mountains, a signal flare suddenly shot up behind them. Nigel turned alarmed, and exclaimed, "Oh no, Walter is in danger. Someone must be trying to claim our black mist serpent. What, someone is stealing our prey? Quick, we must go lend support." Nigel's speed was remarkable, leaving Murray Green struggling to keep pace. In his urgency, Nigel grasped Murray's shoulder, propelling them both back toward the source of the flare. Within 5 or 6 minutes, they reached the location, where they found Walter Riling bruised and battered, lying on the ground, while 4 unfamiliar students greedily eyed the black mist serpent's carcass. Who are these little brats, daring to steal my prey and assault my brother? Do they wish for death? With axes raised, Nigel Ireland bellowed in fury, charging toward them. Although the 4 robbers noticed the approaching aid, they were taken aback that Nigel would audaciously charge at all 4 of them alone. The nearest of the 4, a young man wielding a greatsword, hastily raised his weapon to meet Nigel's axes. The clash rang out sharply as Nigel's axes clashed against the greatsword, forcing the unprepared youth to stagger back 2 steps. A fool who can barely hold his sword dares to steal from Lord Nigel. Truly, he knows not the meaning of danger. Emboldened by his advantage, Nigel swung his axe again, but at that moment, an arrow shot forth from behind the greatsword-wielding youth toward Nigel's shoulder. As Nigel considered whether to trade wounds, he saw the arrow shatter mid-flight, with fragments scattering everywhere. It's Murray, well done. With a surge of exhilaration, Nigel continued his assault, aiming his axe at the shoulder of the greatsword youth. However, the previous arrow had given the youth just enough time to react, gripping the sword's hilt with one hand while stabilizing the blade with the other to block the strike. Impressive, you can block, but can you withstand this? Having barely deflected Nigel's blow, the youth revealed vulnerabilities elsewhere, and Nigel delivered a powerful kick to his chest. The force sent the young man flying 6 or 7 meters away, where he landed and uncontrollably coughed up blood. Chapter 59. The sword dancer observing the fallen Walter Riling in the standoff between Nigel and their adversaries, Murray Green mused inwardly, the Kayas Mountains are truly tumultuous. Everywhere one turns, there are robbers. Are they training bandits or students? Suppressing the doubts within his heart, he rotated the revolver in his hand 3 times before holstering it back at his waist, and shouted towards Walter Riling. Walter, are you alright? I'm fine. Observing Nigel Ireland and Murray Green rushing in for support, Walter Riling gritted his teeth against the pain, retrieved his fallen weapon, and pulled himself up from the ground. Hiss! He hastened to Murray Green's side, the sharp agony causing him to instinctively let out a low groan. Although Walter Riling and Murray Green were not well acquainted, merely temporary teammates, the sight of his comrades so gravely injured ignited a rare fury within the usually composed Murray Green. At that moment, Nigel Ireland faced off against 4 adversaries. The young swordsman, previously sent sprawling by Nigel's kick, had risen with the assistance of his comrades. He spat out the blood lingering in his mouth, glaring fiercely at Nigel Ireland, sword in hand, poised for an imminent strike. You pitiful losers, what are you staring at? While I was away, you dared to ambush my brother. Do you seek death? Upon hearing Nigel Ireland's taunts, a young man of athletic build, wielding a one-handed longsword, replied with a furious laugh, Nigel Ireland, I've heard tales of your arrogance, but witnessing it firsthand is another matter entirely. Yet, before me, you possess no grounds for such arrogance. Ha, you know me, yet what are you, dare to boast before me? If you have the guts, come over and I'll grant you a taste of my blades. Hunter Dunlop. Hunter Dunlop's expression darkened as he uttered his name, causing a jolt of recognition in Nigel Ireland. He had heard of this name. In their second year, Hunter was somewhat of a minor celebrity, known for wielding a one-handed sword with an ability to leave opponents defenseless. Yet now facing him, Nigel's heart sank, realizing that today would not bode well. Despite his gloomy thoughts, Nigel's expression remained defiant, still wearing a brazen facade. What nameless wretch? I've never heard of you. If you're capable, come at me. A lone swordsman, a two-handed warrior, an archer, and presumably an assassin. As Nigel Ireland drew attention forward, Murray Green remained vigilant at the back, quietly inquiring of Walter Riling, they are all first-year warriors? Yes. Are there any particularly troublesome professionals among them? Walter Riling forced a weary smile, replying, they are all second-year students, first-year warriors. I've heard Hunter Dunlop is a sword dancer, but beyond that, I'm unsure. However, I doubt anyone is stronger than him. A sword dancer, that's not too daunting. Rest for now. Nigel and I will handle them. Then I shall assist you with your wounds. With this information about their opponents, and despite being outnumbered, the lack of exceptionally powerful professionals eased Murray Green's fears. He stepped forward, declaring loudly, Nigel, let us engage them. We'll beat them down first. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nigel Ireland was momentarily incredulous. Moreover, the crucial point was that if they could indeed defeat them, would he be engaged in a verbal exchange with the enemy? Clearly, they were no match for their opponents, however, with tensions already high. Murray Green's words unleashed chaos. Hunter Dunlop instantly unsheathed his sword, moving like a swift wind, darting towards Nigel Ireland with a thrust. Caught off guard by Hunter Dunlop's sudden advance, Nigel Ireland had no time to hesitate. He resolved to strike first. Come. The clash of dual axes crossed with a resonant sound as Nigel Ireland surged with excitement, a furious roar escaping him as he swung his axe with formidable force towards Hunter Dunlop. Foolhardy man, seeking your own demise, the thrusting longsword was abruptly withdrawn, avoiding a direct confrontation with Nigel's axe. Then, with a swift sidestep, Hunter Dunlop lunged at Nigel Ireland from an unexpected angle, aiming for his ribs. Bang! Murray Green advanced slowly, his left hand wielding spatial feedback to control the battlefield's information, while his right hand hung loosely at his side, fingers twitching. At that moment, he stepped forward, revealing the handle of his revolver beneath his coat. Without hesitation, he drew the revolver and pulled the trigger. The first bullet soared towards Hunter Dunlop's abdomen. Although engaged with Nigel Ireland, Hunter Dunlop did not neglect to monitor Murray Green's actions. Upon witnessing the gunfire, he abruptly halted, retreating a step to widen the distance between himself and Nigel Ireland. "Humph, a clever little brat, let me show you a thing or two." Just as his words faded, Hunter Dunlop positioned his sword defensively. Clang! As the bullet struck the sword, it deflected off at an angle, veering away. Observing this, Murray Green furrowed his brow but felt no surprise. Unlike the beasts, humans possessed intelligence, allowing them to anticipate and counter. In his first encounter with a human adversary, Murray felt a rush of excitement, yet his exterior remained calm. Suddenly, he revolved the revolver twice, leaving onlookers in a state of confusion. What is happening? Hunter Dunlop's eyes widened in disbelief, his temper flaring. What does this mean? Is he mocking me? But before he could articulate his anger, Murray Green gripped the handle and squeezed the trigger once more. Hunter Dunlop's right hand trembled before coming to a halt, for this shot was not aimed at him. Be careful. Murray Green's peculiar shot flew towards the archer, who was poised to launch an arrow. Completely unable to evade, just in time, a fellow assassin clad in tight leather armor shoved the archer aside, saving him from peril. Chapter 60, Double Kill. Truly, a genius of Ellis Academy, your awareness and abilities are commendable. Yet, regrettably, you have crossed paths with me. Both shots missed their targets, but Murray Green remained unperturbed or disheartened. Instead, he drew the magical crystal gun from his left hip, aiming it at the young swordsman. What? The magical array on the gun illuminated under Murray Green's mental power, poised to fire at any moment. The swordsman felt a chill run down his spine, unprepared for the revelation that Murray Green possessed a second weapon, and one that appeared far more formidable than the first. In a panic, the swordsman rolled aside as Murray Green's left hand twitched. Bang! The gunfire resonated, reaching the swordsman's ears, but simultaneously, the assassin's shriek echoed in response. The swordsman, now on the ground, was bewildered. Turning to look, he saw his assassin companion's thigh punctured, though he remained standing, rendered incapable of further combat. The assassin glared at Murray Green, seething with rage, unable to fathom that Murray had executed a feint. Aiming the magical crystal gun at the swordsman while covertly attacking with the revolver to assist his comrade. A master of stealth, the assassin had now been struck in the thigh, though the injury was not severe. Nonetheless, he was effectively incapacitated, unable to perform at his usual capacity. Of course, this was merely a friendly spar among students, so there was no need for anyone to fight on despite their wounds. Seeing the assassin injured by his shot, Murray Green felt a weight lift from his shoulders. For a mage, the greatest threat was indeed the assassin once the latter approached within a certain distance. The explosive speed of their ambush could leave a mage no chance to react. Eliminating the most significant threat early on was a commendable start. Pathetic. Murray Green twirled the magical crystal gun back into its holster, raised his revolver, blew the smoke from the barrel, and cast a mocking glance at the four opponents. You wretched little brat! Witnessing his assassin comrade ambushed and then belittled by Murray Green incited the archer's rage, and he aimed his bow, releasing 3 consecutive arrows simultaneously. The swordsman regained his footing, gripping his sword tightly as he charged towards the battlefield occupied by Nigel Ireland and Hunter Dunlop. Hunter, you handle that brat. I'll hold them here. Alright, what nonsense, leave all of them to me. The sword dancer's attack speed was astonishing, his movements honed through rigorous training, rendering Hunter Dunlop's strikes exceptionally deceptive. Nigel Ireland found himself unable to counter Hunter Dunlop's relentless onslaught. Thus, he resorted to unleashing his berserker traits, throwing himself into a reckless frenzy, forcing a direct confrontation with Hunter Dunlop, making the latter hesitant to exchange a single strike for Nigel's axe, barely managing to stall Hunter Dunlop. As the greatsword youth prepared to engage and trusting Hant Dunlop to confront Murray Green, Nigel Ireland felt a surge of urgency. In a flash, 3 arrows materialized before Murray Green, however, as they approached within 10 meters. A smile graced Murray Green's lips as he extended a finger from his left hand. Do you know why I did not consider you as a target for a sneak attack? Following the direction of his finger, Murray Green's manifest psychic energy instantaneously enveloped the arrows. With a subtle flick of his finger, he altered their trajectory slightly. A minor deviation at 10 meters could translate into a significant error of 20 to 30 centimeters upon impact. Because to me, you pose no threat, Murray Green remained motionless as the 3 arrows whizzed past him, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the archer, who instinctively screamed, "A telekinetic!" Until now, Murray Green had remained inconspicuous, aside from his peculiar magic crystal gun that could fire consecutively with remarkable accuracy. Which did not suggest extraordinary prowess. Those who focus solely on peculiar gadgets often possess mediocre abilities. Thus, when Murray Green finally revealed his hand, he incapacitated the assailant and shattered the archer's confidence. "What? That lad is actually a telekinetic." Hand Dunlop, who was preparing to confront Murray Green, was equally stunned. It is known that telekinetics are an advanced class of mages, and to become one must first be a magician, with only the most potent psychic energies qualifying for the transition. Thus, even excluding the telekinetic abilities and their peculiarities, this young man was undoubtedly a formidable magician. Why would he forsake the study of magic at the academy to venture into the treacherous Kayas Mountains? First-level magicians typically avoid the mountains, for while they may possess considerable offensive power, they are rife with vulnerabilities and lack the versatility of a warrior. Should a warrior encounter a foe they cannot defeat, they can signal for help while retreating, whereas a magician, upon realizing they are outmatched, often finds escape impossible. Of course, not all first-level magicians shy away from the mountains. Those who dare are either fools or exceptionally skilled individuals. Ellis Academy does not accept fools, leading Hand Dunlop to conclude that Murray Green belonged to the latter category. Contemplating these thoughts left Hand Dunlop feeling as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He had mistaken a soft target for an unyielding one. Just as he pondered a dignified exit, Murray Green showed no signs of relenting. Psychic energy surged into the revolver in Murray Green's grip. Activating its solitary damping magical array in an instant, he discharged the remaining 2 bullets toward the Greatsword Youth. Damn it! As the Greatsword Youth advanced to take over for Nigel Alleran, he noticed the bullets being fired and hastily raised his greatsword in defense while attempting to sidestep. Clang! The first bullet was blocked by his sturdy hands, producing a sharp metallic sound. However, before he could revel in his success, the second bullet struck his calf. Having dispatched another adversary, Murray Green opened the revolver's chamber, allowing the spent casings to tumble out, which he caught with his mage hand. He retrieved a bullet with his left hand, employing enchantment magic to imbue it with spatial magical energy, and placed it into the chamber. Simultaneously, he used his mage hand to insert 5 more bullets into the remaining slots, deftly returning the chamber to its original position. Chapter 61. Sixfold shot. Having reloaded, Murray Green positioned the revolver against his forearm, the chamber resting against his sleeve, and forcefully pulled the trigger. Click, click, click. The chamber spun rapidly until Murray Green raised his right hand, thumb poised over the hammer, aiming at Hand Dunlop. Next, I will fire 6 bullets in quick succession, one of which has been enhanced with enchantment magic, granting it greater potency than the ordinary rounds. With that, Murray Green activated the damping magical array, ensuring the impending 6-shot barrage would be unimpeded by recoil. Now, you have 2 choices. Depart with dignity, leaving behind 40 gold coins as a gesture of apology for our robbery and for the harm caused to Walter Riling, or be knocked down and have compensation extracted from you. The magical symbols emanating from the revolver illuminated Murray Green's face, casting an enigmatic aura over his otherwise calm demeanor. Choose wisely. Upon hearing Murray Green's declaration, Hand Dunlop nearly exploded with rage. He had never imagined that a mere sword dancer of his caliber would be subjected to such threats, let alone be asked for an apology. Not a chance. Observing Hand Dunlop's resolute expression, though no response was offered, Murray Green discerned his choice. Very well, if that is the case, I shall not hold back. Before he could finish his thought, Murray Green pressed the revolver down to his abdomen and swiftly pulled the trigger. Bang! As the first bullet was discharged, his left thumb immediately pressed against the hammer, loading the next round. Bang! The left hand slid back, thumb followed by the index finger, loading the next. Bang! Middle finger loaded. Bang! Ring finger loaded. Bang! Pinky loaded. With the assistance of the damping magical array, Murray Green unleashed 5 conventional bullets alongside 1 enchanted round in less than a second. Witnessing Murray Green fire without hesitation sent chills down Hand Dunlop's spine. Instinctively, he thrust his left hand forward, a short sword slipping from his sleeve into his grasp, while his right hand held a long sword, the left wielding the short sword. With a shout, Hand Dunlop pushed his sword dancer speed to the limit, narrowly evading the first bullet, then slashing downward with his right hand longsword to cleave the second bullet in half. The shattered remnants of the bullet grazed past his form, and Hant Dunlop used the momentum from the swing to spin away, returning with a left-hand slice that deflected the third bullet. Truly, a sword dancer is a sight to behold, wielding their swords with a grace akin to a dance, yet laden with lethal intent. Yet at that moment, the fourth bullet appeared before Hant Dunlop with unreasonable speed. Before he could react, the spatially enchanted bullet struck his right shoulder. The force of the impact tore through Hant Dunlop's shoulder, ripping away a considerable portion of flesh and blood, causing a blossom of crimson to erupt from the injury. Ah! The excruciating pain prompted a scream to escape Hant Dunlop's lips as his body involuntarily lurched backward. In that instant, he felt a numbing sensation in his hands. The agony rendered him incapable of gripping the sword's hilt. The final two shots from Murray Green struck his blades, sending them flying from his grasp. Disarmed and grievously injured, Hant Dunlop collapsed to the ground. The lone archer who had remained unscathed paled at the sight and shouted, "We concede, we concede. We also wish to apologize." As he rushed to Hant Dunlop's side, the archer retrieved a vial of red liquid from a concealed pocket. Popping the vial open, he poured its contents into Hant Dunlop's mouth. Upon swallowing the healing potion, the copious bleeding from his shoulder ceased, and a hint of color returned to his pallid face. Despite their conflict, they were all classmates, and upon hearing the concession, Nigel Alleran sheathed his dual axes and sprinted to Walter Ryling's side. Producing a similar red potion and offering it to him, Walter Ryling accepted the healing potion and drank it, beginning his own recovery. Having reloaded, Murray Green spun the revolver in his hand before returning it to its holster. He approached Walter Ryling, joining Nigel Alleran in wrapping his wounds with bandages. Approximately half an hour later, the opposing trio had their injuries treated. The archer, shouldering his longbow, approached within 10 meters of Murray Green and his companions. With a complex expression, he cast a reluctant pouch of coins toward Murray Green, extending his right hand. Murray Green caught the gesture of apology, weighing the pouch in his hand. The melodic sound of clinking coins filled the air, igniting a spark of joy in Murray Green and his companions. "We have lost this time. May I inquire your esteemed name?" Although defeated, they were curious to learn the identity of the one who had triumphed over them. In response to the archer's inquiry, Murray Green tossed the pouch to Nigel Alleran, adopting a serious countenance as he enunciated his name clearly. "Murray Green, you are the younger brother of Ryan Green, aren't you?" Before the archer could voice his inner doubts, Murray Green promptly provided an answer. Upon hearing this response, the archer appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought, and ultimately blurted out, "This can't be right. Ryan Green's younger brother? How come I've never heard of you before? Could it be that you're a fresh first-year student? Indeed, is there a problem?" The other three individuals present, overhearing their exchange, displayed expressions of disbelief, their gazes fixated on Murray Green. "What are you saying? Is there an issue? That's a significant concern. It's barely been 2 months since the semester began." Reflecting on their own initiation, they had been sweating it out on the training grounds of the Warrior Academy, striving to master the breathing techniques necessary to join the ranks of warriors, and now look at you. In less than 2 months, you've already become a mind master and defeated all 4 of them. The quartet, realizing that their opponent was merely a new student, felt a wave of sorrow wash over them, almost to the point of tears. However, they managed to muster up a bitter smile and replied to Murray Green, No problem at all. You truly are a genius." Chapter 62. The 3 major alliances of new students. The Black Mist Serpent was undeniably in high demand. As soon as it appeared at the mountain's entrance, before Murray Green and his companions could start hawking it, numerous buyers surrounded them, brandishing bags filled with gold coins, eager to purchase it. All the materials from the Black Mist Serpent were hotly contested, prompting Murray Green and his friends to organize a makeshift auction, with the highest bidder winning. Ultimately, the Serpent fetched an astonishing 38 gold coins. Murray Green had never seen a first-level magical beast valued so highly. This experience truly broadened his horizons. After accounting for the 40 gold coins he had to pay as an apology and the 38 from the Serpent, the total came to 78 gold coins, meaning each party received 39 coins, along with the previous 7 coins. He now had 46 coins. This mountain trial not only yielded magical beasts for Murray Green but also humans, resulting in a handsome profit of 46 gold coins, an undeniable triumph. While Murray Green's joy was expressed through quiet smiles, Nigel Alleran and Walter Raylan's happiness was exuberant, hugging each other and laughing joyously. The earnings of this day could sustain them for an entire month. Initially, they planned to celebrate by lifting Murray Green in jubilation, but recalling his earlier fearsome demeanor, they ultimately discarded that audacious thought. Back at the academy, after agreeing to prioritize them on the next trip to the mountains, Murray Green cheerfully headed to the cafeteria, eager to indulge in a good meal. Nick, why are you alone? where are your comrades? Upon entering the cafeteria, Murray Green was surprised to find Nick Brown dining alone. He grabbed a few pieces of magical beast meat and took a seat across from him. Oh, it's you, Murray. Huh, Murray, we're not familiar, so please keep your distance. Nick Brown jumped back in shock at the sudden appearance of Murray Green. Leaning back defensively, arms crossed over his chest, his eyes warily fixed on him, having witnessed the unfortunate fate of Marlon Reed at the hands of Murray Green in the cafeteria, Nick was understandably apprehensive. Just a few days prior, Marlon had rushed back to his dormitory after class, avoiding contact with others, and only recently had he started to improve. Defeated by Nick Brown's demeanor, Murray Green sighed, pressed his fingers to his throbbing temples, and clenched his fists on the table. You're still pulling that same stunt. How about I replicate the way I tormented Marlon Reed on you? What do you say, dear Nick? Upon hearing Murray Green's last remark, Nick Brown's scalp tingled with fear. He hadn't anticipated that the seemingly charming and handsome Murray Green harbored such twisted inclinations. Had he truly developed such a penchant, but in such a scenario, shouldn't he be the submissive one? Yet based on Marlon Reed's later account, it seemed that Murray Green was indeed a strong attacker. No, Nick Brown placed his hands down, sitting up straight with knife and fork in hand. Seeing Nick finally appear somewhat normal, Murray Green let out a sigh of relief and cut a piece of magical beast meat, shoving it into his mouth. So, what's the situation with you guys? I can't shake the feeling that you're on the brink of defeat. Although he hadn't been keeping track of Nick Brown's Northern Nobility Boys Defense Alliance, he could vaguely sense a decrease in the frequency of their battles recently. Now, with the Alliance's backbone Nick Brown dining alone, it seemed that their coalition was on the verge of collapse. Who says we are defeated? We are merely accumulating power, like a fist that must first retract before it can deliver a stronger blow. Nick Brown spoke somewhat defiantly, but upon seeing Murray Green's skeptical expression, he realized that his words had fallen flat. At that moment, Murray Green candidly remarked, confession brings leniency, resistance brings severity. If you honestly confess, I might even be able to offer you some advice. Why can't you guys hold your ground? You need to rally. The more intense the conflict, the more attention Elizabeth Ellis will divert to you. Allowing her to momentarily overlook me, Murray Green mused. Hearing his words, Nick Brown sighed, perhaps having his psychological defenses breached or needing to vent. He began to recount the recent upheavals, with only a week left until Elizabeth Ellis's banquet. 3 contenders for the position of combat strategist had emerged from the Magic Academy, the previously mentioned 3.1 from the Northern Nobility, 1 from an external student, and 1 from a local merchant's offspring. Among these 3, the noble heir did not participate in the competition, as he already possessed noble rights and had no reason to relinquish them for a position as a son-in-law. Better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. Although his territory was small, he was the sovereign of that land, a satisfaction that a son-in-law could never comprehend. Eliminating 1 formidable competitor left 2 remaining. The external student had originally come to the north for Elizabeth Ellis, and now, as a contender for the combat strategist, he had strengthened his position and was determined to succeed. With such a strong individual among the external students, no one in the Northern Nobility Boys Alliance could rival him. Currently, the Alliance leader, Hayden Majeri, remained an ordinary first-level magician, lacking even a clear direction for his future career path. Given such a disparity in their respective leaders' strengths, how could they dare to initiate an attack? Moreover, as more individuals ascended to the rank of magician, who would prefer drinking over engaging in magic, which was far simpler, more direct, and effective, strength was the foremost persuasive power. Yet within the Alliance, who could match the combat strategist? In terms of magic, only another combat strategist could rival them. The remaining contender was merely a merchant's offspring. When the Alliance was formed, it was comprised entirely of noble heirs, with no merchants among them. Initially, the merchant offspring had expressed interest in joining, but they were turned away, as the noble heirs looked down upon them. Now that a combat strategist had emerged from the merchant class, the nobles wished to accept him. However, that strategist was no fool. After previously ignoring him, now that his value had risen, the nobles sought to woo him, hoping he would serve as their enforcer. There was no way he would comply. Thus, leveraging their natural status as merchants, they established a third alliance of merchant offspring. Now, the 3 major alliances faced an extremely awkward situation. The once overlooked external student alliance had sounded the horn of counterattack, while the merchant offspring, previously scorned, had transformed from humble beginnings to a position of power, flaunting their newfound status. What could the nobles do? What could they possibly do? To this, Murray Green could only respond with a resigned, "What a pickle." Chapter 63. First encounter with Elizabeth. The Northern Nobility Alliance currently faced its greatest shortcoming. the absence of a powerful leader such as Murray Green were he to step forward and reveal his identity as a combat strategist. The Northern Nobility Alliance would undoubtedly become the most formidable faction among the incoming freshmen. However, Murray Green's intention in bolstering this alliance was to generate commotion that would draw attention away from himself. By assisting them in gaining strength, he would only further attract attention. Moreover, joining the Noble Alliance could lead to sinking alongside that sinking ship, which was a risk he could not afford. He feared that if the opposing factions grew overly aggressive and he lost his composure, the situation could become quite complicated. He had no desire to be wed into a duke's family, with Elizabeth Ellis already aware of his talents. If he were to inadvertently overpower his opponents, she might feel compelled to choose him as her betrothed. Such reckless behavior was ill-advised. Therefore, at this moment, Murray Green adhered to the principle of the more one does, the more mistakes one makes. The less one does, the fewer mistakes one makes, and doing nothing results in no mistakes. As long as no one provoked him, he was more than content to remain idle until Elizabeth Ellis selected her fiancé. The matter of the invitation had caused him considerable anxiety for some time now, with two individuals eager to be in the spotlight diverting attention. The low-profile Murray Green found life to be quite manageable. However, after employing a strategy that involved inflicting wounds upon himself while defeating his enemies to shift others' focus, he noticed a significant decline in his appeal to women. Even Burial Pet, who had maintained a good relationship with him not long ago, had begun to distance herself. Alas, this was indeed a sorrowful tale. Upon recalling the words of Murray Green, a faint smile of bitterness appeared on his face. After letting out a sigh, he uttered this statement. Upon hearing Murray Green's words, Nick Brown mistakenly believed that Murray was commenting on the matters concerning the Noble Alliance, and thus nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Who could argue otherwise? As it stands, we in the North have virtually no competitive edge against the Magic Academy. I sincerely hope that the Warrior Academy can produce a few prodigies to uphold the honor of our Northern nobility. Let us hope for the best." After engaging in conversation with Nick Brown, who then departed for the Warrior Academy to inquire about the situation there, Murray Green felt a notable alleviation of his fatigue from the mountain expedition after consuming several pieces of magical beast meat. He decided to visit the Tower of Stanley Ellis to discuss with his mentor, Webster Ellis, and seek a recommendation for a formidable telekinesis instructor. Currently, he had only mastered the essence of mental manifestation, and if he aspired to grow stronger, he knew he would require the guidance of a professional mentor. Solitary endeavors would not foster his development. Ascending in the magical elevator, Murray Green was swiftly transported to the top floor. Several hundred meters high, upon entering the hall, he noticed that the door to his mentor's reception room was closed, indicating the presence of a guest. How unfortunate! Should he wait, or return another time? With a furrowed brow, he found himself uncertain about the identity of the visitor and how long the conversation with his mentor would last, leading to his internal conflict over what to do. Waiting seemed the only appropriate course. It would be discourteous to leave without so much as a greeting. Resolving to wait, Murray Green decided to go to the meditation room to utilize the time for practice, ensuring it would not be wasted. Just then, the voice of his mentor, Webster Ellis, echoed in his mind. "Murray, please come to the reception room." Caught off guard by the summons, Murray Green pondered, "Why summon me while you are with a guest? Do you need a tea servant?" Despite his confusion, he understood that he must obey his mentor's command. Thus, he approached the door of the reception room, clenched his right hand into a fist, and knocked twice with the knuckles of his index and middle fingers. "Come in," came the calm voice of his mentor from within. Gently pushing the door open, Murray Green stepped inside, only to lift his gaze and behold a figure clad in pristine white. She wore an ice-white female warrioress attire, her long snow-white hair tied into a high ponytail, exuding an air of simplicity, yet, from her straightened back and graceful waistline, it was evident that her appearance was striking. However, upon catching sight of this silhouette, Murray Green's pupils constricted, his heart racing, for the form before him conjured a name in his mind. He fervently prayed that the name he had in mind was not the one associated with this person. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly composed himself, lightening his steps and proceeding with caution. The reception room was neither too large nor too small. Regardless of how slowly he walked, he soon found himself beside the figure. Respectfully performing a student-esque bow to his mentor, the more respectful his outward demeanor, the more profane his inner dialogue became. "You wretched old man, why did you summon me? Why didn't you just leave a minute ago instead of bothering with pleasantries? This old man does not deserve such respect." After completing the bow, Murray Green stiffly turned to regard the person beside him. She was undeniably beautiful, with elegantly arched brows, rosy lips, and pearly white teeth. Her skin resembled pure cream, and her figure was both graceful and proportionate. However, her demeanor was strikingly aloof, akin to an ice mountain snow lotus, beautiful yet unattainable. Even seated, her long legs suggested that if she stood, she would surely tower over him. In this world, Murray Green's height, while relatively short among his peers, was still a respectable 1.75 meters, and by the age of 20, he could very well reach 180 meters. As he gazed at this stunning and haughty woman, she slightly tilted her head, her snow-white eyes now fixed upon him, scrutinizing him. The moment her gaze met his, Murray Green felt a disconcerting sense of being looked down upon. Seeing her countenance, he sighed internally, ultimately letting out a desperate cry. "Old man, please say this is your great-granddaughter." Murray Green had no knowledge of whether Webster Ellis had a great-granddaughter, but this was his last shred of hope. Meanwhile, Webster Ellis, dressed in a similarly white attire, seemed utterly oblivious to the tumult of emotions swirling within Murray Green. He simply raised his hand and pointed toward the aloof young woman, proclaiming, "Ah, Murray, this is the illustrious Princess Elizabeth, whom you have longed to see but have not encountered for quite some time. Now that you stand before her, do you not feel joyous?" Murray Green's heart shattered completely. "What do you mean, long to see? Old man, do not add your own embellishments." Your Highness, I am Murray Green, and it is a pleasure to meet you." Murray Green donned a radiant smile, respectfully performing a noblesse bow. Greeting her with an attitude that was 3 parts joy, 3 parts excitement, and 4 parts fervor. "Greetings, Murray Green." Princess Elizabeth Ellis replied with a slight nod, her gaze moving up and down, causing him to feel a shiver run down his spine. "I have heard that you are a practitioner of spatial combat techniques," she inquired directly, and upon hearing this, Murray Green felt no surprise. After all, his mentor, Webster Ellis, was related to Elizabeth, leaving him with little room for secrets. How else could an obscure figure like him have received the first invitation from the Magic Academy? "Yes, by the grace of the heavens, I have awakened spatial magic and become a spatial combat practitioner. Alas, my current strength is insufficient to unleash the full potential of spatial techniques." Initially displaying excitement, his expression soon shifted to one of regret before he changed the subject. "Might I have the honor of inviting your Highness to dance at the banquet next week?" As a wielder of spatial attributes, Murray Green's talents likely earned him high marks in Elizabeth's eyes. Thus, he felt compelled to downplay his other abilities, lest he inadvertently reveal a lack of competition among his peers, which could lead him to an undesirable fate of marrying into the family. In truth, Murray Green found Elizabeth Ellis breathtakingly beautiful. She was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. If beauty were the sole criterion for choosing a spouse, Elizabeth would undoubtedly be his first choice. However, this world was far more complex than a mere selection of preferences. Elizabeth's noble lineage meant that her husband would not bask in any glory. While Murray Green did not care for glory, he did care for his reputation. The Ranyes kingdom was a realm where the king and nobility governed jointly, resulting in the elevated status of the aristocracy, which simplified many matters. Even actions that defied societal morals, such as infidelity, were often overlooked, with many believing that such conduct was to be expected of nobles. Thus, the romantic escapades of nobility were numerous, with male nobles indulging in affairs and female nobles playing the field. These were common occurrences. So, Murray Green harbored fears. Should he marry into the Ellis family and become Elizabeth's husband, he might unwittingly find himself betrayed. Such a fate was utterly unacceptable to him. Given Elizabeth's grace and beauty, he would not hesitate to become her lover. However, he could not bear the thought of being her husband, yet, given her noble status, it would be impossible for Murray Green to directly express his concerns. "You might betray me in the future, you wretched woman, keep your distance." If he were to voice such thoughts, while Elizabeth might remain indifferent, Count Green would surely appear before him, ready to exact retribution. Therefore, faced with the undeniable brilliance of his own talents, Murray Green opted to present himself as inconspicuous as possible. "Prepare yourself, future Queen of the Seas," he thought inwardly. In response to Murray Green's candid invitation to dance, Elizabeth Ellis remained composed, replying in a formulaic manner, "I shall consider it and respond in due time. Thank you, Your Highness, for bestowing upon me the honor of being your first invitation. I shall endeavor to demonstrate my worth and prove that you have not erred in your choice." Murray Green's excitement surged, his voice escalating, yet upon hearing his words Elizabeth felt an uncomfortable sensation within her. "This person is overly confident, basking in my favor, exhibiting poor character." Observing Murray Green, who continued to speak animatedly, Elizabeth raised her delicate hand, signaling him to cease. Perplexed, he turned to her in confusion. "Murray Green, my great-grandfather has spoken of your remarkable magical talent, which is why I chose to extend the first invitation to you. I hope you will study diligently and strive to master the essence of spatial combat techniques to protect the Northern Territories." Speaking thus, Elizabeth Ellis turned directly to Webster Ellis, no longer facing Murray Green. While Elizabeth Ellis's words ostensibly carried an air of praise, Murray Green discerned an undercurrent of coldness and detachment within them. This realization filled Murray Green with delight, and he eagerly seized upon her words. "Thank you for your kind words, Your Highness. I shall strive to learn diligently and improve daily, safeguarding the North and protecting Your Highness. Your commands are my mission, and I shall serve you." Murray Green's flattery was reaching a crescendo when Elizabeth Ellis raised a hand, interrupting his forthcoming exuberant remarks. "Enough, Murray Green. I comprehend your sentiments, but your paramount task now is to focus on your studies. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand, Your Highness. That is all I require." A hint of irritation flickered across Elizabeth Ellis's features, as she realized she had perhaps set her expectations for Murray Green too high. After all, who wouldn't be eager about spatial combat techniques? She, too, was no exception. However, this encounter shattered the exalted image she held of such techniques. Consequently, her tone towards Murray Green grew frosty, and she refrained from even casting a glance in his direction. "Great-grandfather, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." Webster Ellis glanced at Murray Green with disappointment, pondering his lackluster performance today. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, recognizing that it was commonplace to falter in the presence of Elizabeth Ellis. With a sigh, he relinquished his earlier intentions and kindly nodded at Elizabeth Ellis. "Your affairs are of greater importance, so do attend to them, but do visit your great-grandfather whenever you have the opportunity." "Certainly, great-grandfather." With that, Elizabeth Ellis slightly inclined her body forward and gracefully rose. As she stood, Murray Green discreetly admired her from head to toe. Her exquisite features, statuesque form, and graceful curves were truly the handiwork of a divine creator. He gazed at her with a hint of infatuation. Although only 17, Elizabeth Ellis was already an intermediate warrior and effortlessly noticed Murray Green's covert scrutiny. This individual possesses considerable talent, yet his character and resolve leave much to be desired. Contemplating this, Elizabeth Ellis turned and departed. "Your Highness, please take care, and if something troubles you, do share it with me. No need, you should focus on your studies." Chapter 65. Teacher Payne observing Elizabeth Ellis hastening away due to his words, Murray Green was filled with a sense of reluctance. However, a closer inspection of his expression would reveal a slight upward curve of his lips. "So, you wish to challenge me? Let us see how I can make you uncomfortable." As the heir to the Duke of the North, Elizabeth Ellis had grown accustomed to adulation since childhood, having encountered countless sycophants. A goddess does not lack for admirers and remains indifferent to them. Thus, even a sycophant of spatial prowess would be just that, a sycophant. If such a sycophant possessed a particularly unpleasant disposition, her impression of him would only worsen. As the door to the reception room closed, Elizabeth Ellis's silhouette vanished entirely. Murray Green reluctantly turned back, swallowing hard. Indeed, Elizabeth Ellis deserved her reputation as the most beautiful woman of the North. Even her departure was captivating. "Mentor, thank you for speaking kindly of me to Her Highness." After handling the matter with Elizabeth Ellis, it was now his turn. Alas, witnessing the preceding events, Webster Ellis was unsure whether his words had aided or hindered his student. Had he remained silent, he would not have inflated Elizabeth Ellis's expectations, which led to a significant disparity between her hopes and Murray Green's performance, tarnishing his first impression. Yet, failing to intervene may have prevented Murray Green from piquing Elizabeth Ellis's interest so swiftly, earning him the first invitation. Such is the nature of fate. To encounter such a dismal outcome on their first meeting, while his student remained infatuated, was likely to lead to his downfall. With a slight shake of his head, Mentor Webster Ellis sighed, his gaze towards Murray Green becoming somewhat complex. After contemplating for a few seconds, he spoke. "You should focus on your studies. I will now impart to you one of the 3 fundamental skills of combat techniques: rapid casting. Concentrate your efforts on mastering it." "Thank you, Mentor. I will certainly practice diligently, living up to your and Her Highness's expectations." Observing the fervor in Murray Green's every word, laced with references to Her Highness, Webster Ellis recognized that he had succumbed. A 16-year-old boy, at the tender age of budding emotions, encountering a woman of high status and breathtaking beauty who had actively shown interest in him, it was entirely natural in Webster Ellis's eyes. Having witnessed countless such situations over a century, were it anyone else, Webster Ellis would not have intervened, as it would merely attest to the allure of their Elizabeth. However, this was his student, a prodigiously talented one at that. While he would wholeheartedly support their union, based on recent events, he judged the likelihood of them becoming a couple to be exceedingly slim. The greater his initial enthusiasm, the more profound the subsequent disappointment would be. Webster Ellis could almost envision Murray Green broken and despondent upon realizing his shattered hopes. Mentor, I wish to discuss something with you regarding my studies in telekinesis. As Murray Green spoke, he scrutinized Webster Ellis's expression and, finding no displeasure, continued, today, during my practice in the mountains, I realized that my current techniques are too limited, and thus I have conceived a desire to request a telekinesis instructor for guidance in my training. Webster Ellis was aware that Murray Green had studied magic crystals and crafted some weapons based on that knowledge. However, to a 7th-level mage like himself, such creations seemed no more than toys. Were toys considered viable techniques? Certainly not. Hence, upon hearing Murray Green's self-assessment, Webster Ellis nodded in agreement. However, when Murray Green's subsequent words escaped his lips, Webster Ellis furrowed his brow, preparing to admonish him, having just imparted to you a fundamental skill of combat techniques. You wish to pursue telekinesis? That is an imprudent notion. One cannot bite off more than they can chew. You are currently at a foundational stage. Other matters. As Webster Ellis contemplated this, a sudden idea struck him. If he were to immerse Murray Green in rigorous training, he would scarcely have the time or inclination to dwell on matters of love. During that time, even if Elizabeth Ellis were to select a future husband, he would have no time for sorrow. Furthermore, learning additional skills could also serve as a beneficial approach. I fully support your idea. I shall now draft a recommendation letter for Teacher Payne, requesting that he guide you in telekinesis. In his efforts to persuade Webster Ellis, Murray Green had made numerous preparations, even contemplating the passage of time should he fail today. The initial opposition from Webster Ellis had not surprised him. Yet the subsequent pivot was utterly unexpected, akin to a slap in the face. Just as some navigate bends in drainage ditches, others might drive cars up trees or pull multiple companions with a single motorcycle. Absurdities that somehow transpire. Accepting the letter, he was instructed to seek out Teacher Payne. As Murray Green stepped out of Stanley Ellis's tower, bewilderment clouded his mind. Feeling as though he were in a dream, he resolutely pinched himself. Ouch, that hurts. So it is real, not a dream. He exhaled onto the pinched area, massaging it to regain his senses. Puzzled, he scratched his head and turned to gaze at the tower's summit where Webster Ellis resided. Never mind, this is a fortuitous opportunity. There's no need to overthink it. I am not a detective, and discerning the intricacies of cause and effect serves little purpose. Discarding all doubts, he grasped the recommendation letter from Webster Ellis tightly and strode purposefully towards the magical tower of Paindubin. The foremost telekinesis master of Ellis Academy, along the way, he occasionally leapt with joy, reflecting his exuberant mood. Before long, Paindubin perused the recommendation letter from the dean, and a flurry of questions erupted in his mind. With his proud mental prowess as assurance, he confirmed that it was indeed a handwritten letter from Dean Webster Ellis, devoid of errors or revisions, and his vision remained sharp. Yet, he found it hard to believe the contents of the letter. You are a student of Dean Webster Ellis, indeed, Teacher Payne. Then why do you seek me for telekinesis knowledge instead of studying combat techniques with the dean? Because I wish to diversify my offensive capabilities. Combat techniques, diversifying offensive capabilities. Each character is familiar to him, yet when combined, it becomes somewhat incomprehensible. Pray tell, do you speak in a manner that is intelligible to humans? Chapter 66, The Secrets of the Telekinetic Master. When it comes to offensive techniques, the combat strategist boasts that he ranks second, leaving no one daring enough to claim the third position. Among magicians, he is truly a singular entity, even a first-level fireball spell, in the hands of a combat strategist, can transform into a spectacular display akin to a celestial maiden scattering flowers, incinerating foes on the spot. Observing the pale blue eyes of Murray Green, Paindubin speculated that he must be a water attribute combat strategist, but then recalled that Murray Green is a student of the esteemed dean, thus indicating a mutation in the water attribute, making him an ice attribute strategist. Ice attributes are indeed special. Although their destructive capability may not rival that of fire attributes, their lethality can surpass it, making their offensive means quite plentiful. After a moment of contemplation, Paindubin forcibly suppressed his doubts and took Murray Green to the training room to assess his current abilities. When Paindubin discovered that Murray Green could lift a 10-pound iron block from a distance of 10 meters using the materialized mage's hand, he was astounded. Good heavens, why didn't you cultivate your telekinesis before seeking my guidance? Upon realizing Murray Green's remarkable innate mental strength, Paindubin felt a mix of astonishment and frustration. Such a talented telekinetic prospect, and yet I cannot claim him as my own. It is truly disheartening. Had Murray Green been the student of another instructor, he might have used some favors to acquire him, but alas, he is the pupil of the dean. Now, the dean had extended a small favor to Payne Dubin by writing a recommendation letter, allowing him to impart knowledge to Murray Green. If the dean were aware of Payne Dubin's attempts to snatch a student from his grasp, he could only imagine the size of the shoes Payne would be forced to wear. Murray Green, your mental aptitude is commendable and indeed suitable for the study of telekinesis. However, since you are already a student of the dean, many combat techniques will solely be at your disposal for learning. Thus, I estimate that the majority of your time and energy will be devoted to the dean. With a smile, Payne Dubin continued to regard Murray Green. Of course, if you can allocate sufficient time and energy to learn all my knowledge, I would gladly share it with you, considering that he was merely providing casual guidance to Murray Green. Payne Dubin generously offered a discount on the consultation fee, charging only 500 gold coins. The tuition fee for the Magic Academy is 300 gold coins per year, which, while it covers only basic magical knowledge, adheres to the curriculum of Ellis Academy, ensuring that those who keep pace and study diligently will typically graduate as intermediate magicians within 4 years. An ordinary 20-year-old intermediate magician is regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of common folk. But within the walls of Ellis Academy, if one merely aspires to be an ordinary magician, why spend 1,200 gold coins to study magic here, as Murray Green's friend Sam pointed out? A decade-long magic school might offer greater value, for his goal was simply to become an ordinary magician. Initially, Murray Green had enrolled in Ellis Academy with the ambition of becoming a potion master. But fate had other plans. Instead of achieving that goal, he found himself on the path of a combat strategist. However, the spatial attributes are exceedingly demanding, with even the most basic offensive spells starting at level 4. Leaving Murray Green in an awkward predicament of having no magic at his disposal, becoming a telekinetic master serves as a fitting transition, for the status of telekinetic masters among magicians is sufficiently elevated, and their power allows Murray Green to smoothly transition into level 4. Yet, the path to becoming a telekinetic master is equally costly. Considering the favor of Dean Webster Ellis, Payne Dubin charged only 500 gold coins, making it a significant bargain for Murray Green. Thank you, Teacher Payne, Murray Green said, producing his student card to promptly pay the consultation fee, anxious that Payne Dubin might change his mind. It's no trouble at all. After all, it's just a bit of casual guidance. After the assessment and fee payment, Payne Dubin instructed Murray Green to sit cross-legged on the training room floor, mirroring him as they faced each other with solemn expressions. Your time is limited, so I shall refrain from superfluous words. Your mental aptitude is exceptional. You can currently lift a 10-pound object with some effort, but how long do you believe it will take, following your present training method, to lift 100 or even 1,000 pounds? Upon hearing this question, Murray Green pondered, recalling the specific time it took him to learn the mage's hand and materialization. Beginning to estimate the duration, however, before he could articulate a response, Payne Dubin interjected, even with your extraordinary talent, using such rudimentary methods, the quickest time to reach 100 pounds would be 5 years. And 1,000 pounds would forever remain an impossibility. Payne Dubin candidly conveyed this conclusion to Murray Green, who was not taken aback, for he understood that since Payne had raised this issue, there must be a solution. Nodding in acknowledgement, he continued to listen as Payne Dubin elaborated. The skill of materialization is quite simple. It involves compressing mental strength and enhancing its intensity, transforming the intangible into the tangible. As he spoke, Payne Dubin slightly lifted his gaze, causing Murray Green to inexplicably levitate off the ground, astonished to find himself 50 centimeters above the floor. The materialized mental force serves as our magician's third hand. Indeed, once you master the art of multitasking, it is akin to having several robust and powerful hands. The aim of telekinetic masters is to fortify this one or several hands, augmenting their strength. Hence, enhancing both mental quantity and intensity is our ultimate goal. No sooner had he finished speaking than everything in the training room began to float silently into the air, witnessing this spectacle. The previously composed Murray Green finally displayed a look of astonishment. Even if you are a combat strategist, what of it? We telekinetic masters possess our own unique delights that combat strategists cannot fathom. Observing the astonishment on Murray Green's face, Payne Dubin smiled with satisfaction before gently lowering everything back down, including Murray Green. So, how do you find my telekinesis? It's simply marvelous, Teacher Payne, Murray Green exclaimed, gazing at Payne Dubin with admiration. Delighted by Murray Green's keen appreciation, Payne Dubin proceeded to impart the method of mental refinement to him, urging him to practice on the spot. The fusion of blood energy with magical particles yields battle energy. While the merging of mental strength with magical particles results in magic power, the telekinetic master's refinement of mental strength is also conducted through magical particles. By employing mental power to interact with magical particles. Allowing the two to collide without merging, one can significantly enhance mental intensity and perhaps even transform mental strength into telekinesis. Upon hearing this method, Murray Green was suddenly struck by an analogy: if the thirst of mental strength for magical particles resembled a lecher's desire for beauty, then binding a lecher to a pillar while a beautiful woman seduces him would create quite the predicament. In such a scenario, whoever is the lecher would surely become deranged. It is no wonder that mental strength can transform into telekinesis.
It is, after all, born from such a twisted desire. With this realization, a look of enlightenment washed over Murray Green. Chapter 67, Attraction and Repulsion. In essence, many things are easier said than done, even with Murray Green's aptitude for combat strategy.
The refinement of mental strength presented considerable challenges. The source of his difficulty lay in his combat strategist capabilities. To become a combat strategist, both mental strength and magical particle affinity must be high, a stringent requirement. This dual necessity caused Murray Green's mental strength to seamlessly merge with magical particles upon contact, thereby converting into magic power, ultimately failing to achieve the goal of mere interaction without fusion. Thus, before Payne Dubin, Murray Green had unwittingly transformed the refinement of mental strength into a meditative exercise. An hour later, he had completed his training tasks for the day, yet had scarcely made any headway in the refinement of mental strength. Observing the entire process, Payne Dubin maintained a stoic expression, though his heart brimmed with envy and resentment, as telekinetic masters possess merely powerful mental strength, yet their affinity for magical particles is not particularly high. Consequently, during meditation, their rate of merging with magical particles is slow, and it is precisely at this juncture that the step of refining the mental aspect is interjected, capitalizing on the moment before mental strength and magical particles fuse to fulfill the refining objective. Thus, a telekinetic master typically requires several hours to complete their daily training tasks. In contrast, Murray Green accomplished his training in just a couple of hours, showcasing an astonishing efficiency that allowed him to save ample time for other studies, truly befitting a combat strategist. You must reduce the rate of fusion between your mental strength and magical particles, otherwise, the insufficient contact time will hinder the refinement of your mental strength. Upon hearing Payne Dubin's guidance, Murray Green felt despondent. For aside from the initial stages of his training, he had been accelerating the fusion process all along. Presently, he was able to instinctively cause them to merge at the very moment of contact. Now, however, he must reverse his approach. Murray Green needed to shatter his established training habits, slow his practice, and even allow himself to fail in meditation. This truly presents a painful challenge. I strive to slow down my cultivation speed. However, the moment my mental energy makes contact with the magical particles, they begin to merge. Even if I attempt to control my mental energy to prevent this fusion, the magical particles will still assimilate my mental energy in return. With a wry smile, Murray Green's expression grew somewhat sorrowful. Upon hearing these words, Payne Dubois felt his composure nearly shatter. Do you even hear yourself? It's as if you don't speak human language. Just previously, you were boasting about your combat techniques, and now you're flaunting your cultivation speed. Is your combat technique truly extraordinary? Abba. And as for the magical particles being proactive, how shameless. It's clear that your mental energy lacks control. If your mental energy could achieve the state of serene composure, I refuse to believe those magical particles could still forcefully integrate with it. He internally scoffed but maintained a serious demeanor as he spoke. Given that your affinity is sufficiently high, leading to a rapid fusion of magical particles with your mental energy, you should refrain from using your mental energy to control the magical particles. Instead, employ alternative methods to maintain their distance. Remember, the solution lies within your mental sea. I hope you discover it soon. With a mysterious expression, Professor Payne declared, then closed his eyes, signaling his unwillingness to delve deeper into the discussion with Murray Green. Understood. Grateful for the guidance, Murray Green summoned a spatial magical particle from above his mental space. Strangely enough, this exceedingly rare spatial magical particle was abundant within his mental realm, allowing Murray Green to bypass the step of drawing magical particles into his body entirely. This resulted in a cultivation speed that not only surpassed that of a telekinetic master but even outpaced other combat techniques, leaving Murray Green's peers perplexed, observing the magical particles guided by mental gravity toward his mental sea. And recalling Professor Payne's earlier hints, Murray Green quickly realized how to maintain distance between the two. As the spatial magical particle descended, nearing his mental sea, had he followed his previous method, he would have employed his mental energy to obstruct the magical particle's descent. However, this time, he resolved not to allow contact between the magical particle and his mental energy. Instead, with sheer will, he stirred up a tumultuous wave within his mental sea, disrupting the mental gravity and prolonging the magical particle's descent into the mental sea effective. Canceling the mental gravity yields significant results. If I reverse the rotation of my mental sea, could it create an opposing mental repulsion? With this thought, Murray Green promptly took action, summoning another magical particle and initiating a reverse meditation technique. Causing his mental sea to rotate in the opposite direction, following this reversal, an invisible repulsive force emerged, supporting the descending magical particle, just like that. Witnessing the efficacy of his approach, Murray Green's heart surged with triumph. While Professor Payne, who had been monitoring him, suddenly sensed the shift from attraction to repulsion emanating from Murray Green. What on earth, this lad, he not only fails to speak coherently but also seems disinclined to act like a human. Realizing that his mere suggestion had led Murray Green to discover the key, Payne Dubois was momentarily stunned, astonished by Murray Green's remarkable talent. Fortunately, I'm merely a part-time instructor. If I were his official mentor, I shudder to think of the pressure involved. May the headmaster endure, previously disheartened by missing out on Murray Green's potential. Payne now found himself relishing in Schadenfreude. When students are dull, teachers are frustrated. When students are brilliant, teachers feel a lack of accomplishment. As the magical particles were pushed away by the mental repulsion, Murray Green skillfully pulled them back with mental attraction, pushing them away once more, alternating between attraction and repulsion. Growing increasingly adept at the process, under his control, the magical particles oscillated just above the surface of the mental sea. Floating upon the sea's surface, the magical particles radiated a soft glow, illuminating the area, and Murray Green sensed a burgeoning strength within himself. Yes, it should be like this. Prior to achieving successful meditation, all mages enhanced their mental energy through such means, enabling their mental energy to accommodate the fusion of magical particles. However, upon successful meditation, most mages accelerated the fusion to amplify their magical power, while telekinetic masters retained this process and meticulously refined it into a mental tempering technique. Chapter 68. Finding you a sister-in-law in the dormitory. Murray Green sat cross-legged upon a leopard print cushion, three palm-sized throwing knives swirling around him like nimble fish. At that moment, his gaze shifted to a wooden target to his right. A throwing knife shot forth like lightning, striking the bullseye, its blade embedding entirely into the target. The materialized mage's hand, coupled with mental repulsion, could unleash the striking power of a level 1 warrior. When a single throwing knife possessed lethality on par with a level 1 warrior, and it was under the control of a mage, Murray Green was indeed among the elite of ordinary level 1 practitioners. Naturally, when faced with formidable opponents such as sword dancers, he remained at a disadvantage. After his training, Murray Green gazed out the window, where the sunset painted the land in hues of crimson. Tonight promised to be extraordinary. After freshening up, he retrieved a newly tailored noble outfit from his wardrobe, designed as per Murray Green's request. The attire was refreshingly simple, predominantly black, woven from the silk of monster spiders, adorned with the Green family crest embroidered in golden threads, and featuring gold clasps. In comparison to other noble garments, this outfit exuded understated luxury. Moreover, unlike the tight-fitting attire favored by other nobles, this outfit's sleeves were notably spacious, allowing for a touch of elegance with each movement. Equipped with a magic crystal gun, a long-barreled revolver, a short-barreled revolver, and 5 throwing knives, Murray Green donned all his gear, for tonight was the evening of Elizabeth Ellis's banquet, which might prove more perilous than venturing into the Kayas Mountains. Once dressed, he layered a level 1 magical robe over his ensemble. This robe boasted formidable defenses, inscribed with a level 1 defensive magic array, rendering it impervious to ordinary blades upon activation. Having completed his preparations, Murray Green grasped the invitation and stepped out of the dormitory. At the foot of the dormitory, several fellow students, also dressed as mages, stood waiting. Upon spotting Murray Green, they cast him fleeting glances before turning away. Ignoring him, these individuals were members of the Noble Alliance, who had gathered to attend the banquet. While Murray Green was not part of their circle, so he passed them by straight to the grand hall where the banquet was to take place. After presenting his invitation and entering the grand hall, the soothing melodies of music enveloped him. Glancing around, he beheld the expansive hall, soaring approximately 30 meters high, with a capacity to accommodate thousands. It was ample enough that one could move without feeling cramped. After casually speaking, Murray Green instinctively strolled through the dining area. The Ellis family, as a ducal lineage, indeed possessed immense wealth. Creatures from the skies, land, and sea were all present, with everything sourced from magical beasts, including seafood, which was particularly rare given that the entire Reyes kingdom lacked access to the sea, making such imports exceedingly costly. Knowing he had a tough battle ahead, he resolved to fill his belly first, unhesitatingly pointing to a lobster-like seafood over a meter long, requesting the chef to prepare a plate of lobster meat. While dining, numerous invitees entered the grand hall in groups, engaging in conversation, punctuated by bursts of hearty laughter that struck Murray Green as rather insincere. "Murray, you truly are here." Initially focused on his meal, savoring the rare opportunity to indulge, he was drawn from his thoughts by a familiar voice. Turning swiftly at the sound of his name, he found Levi Ellis approaching. Clad in an extravagant robe. "Levi, you made it too, darn it. I now have another formidable competitor. Life is but a play, dependent solely on performance." Although Murray Green had no desire to become Elizabeth Ellis's husband or engage in competition, he felt compelled to represent the Green family. "Murray, for you, I am hardly a rival. It is merely that you could effortlessly crush an ant." Levi Ellis wore a smile, yet upon hearing his words, Murray Green felt a flicker of confusion. "What have I exposed?" Sighing, he retorted, "Levi, that's rather ungrateful of you. If that statement were to circulate, it would place me on the hot seat." With indignation, he bit into a piece of meat and continued, "And as for your unwarranted flattery, you owe me 3 cups of wine. You were the one who praised me first. I merely returned the favor. If there are penalties to be paid, you should drink 3 cups first, and then I'll follow suit. What do you say? Ready for the challenge?" Levi Ellis raised an eyebrow and remarked with a hint of jest, casually placing his wineglass before Murray Green. "I believe that fine wine should be dedicated to your highness." As Murray Green dined, he exchanged a few words with Levi Ellis, who then lifted his glass and elegantly strolled towards another classmate. Watching Levi Ellis's retreating figure, Murray Green turned back and ordered some previously untried delicacies. After indulging in the lavish feast, Murray Green settled onto a sofa, reclining slightly and squinting his eyes as he surveyed the happenings in the grand hall. The Noble Alliance, led by Nick Brown, had already made their entrance, while the out-of-town students mingled with their comrades from the Warrior Academy. Judging by their skin tones and physiques, those classmates likely hailed from distant lands. At that moment, the side door of the hall swung open, and a group of elegantly attired female students entered, creating a lively atmosphere. Upon their arrival, the male attendees of the hall unexpectedly adopted a demeanor of restraint. Appearing serious and aloof, embodying the image of refined gentlemen, this behavior was not due to a lack of interest in the ladies, rather, it was because today marked the grand soiree of Elizabeth Ellis. Their primary focus, the last thing they wanted was to be caught stealing glances at other girls by Elizabeth Ellis, who might take offense at such indiscretions. Once the female students had settled in, Murray Green noticed 2 or 3 dozen young men emerging from the back of the hall. "Oh, my elder brother has arrived as well." Spotting Ryan Green's entrance, Murray Green was taken aback and quickly rose to approach him. Seeking clarification. "Brother, what brings you here?" Hearing Murray Green's inquiry, Ryan Green smiled, lifting his glass to gently clink it with Murray's. After taking a sip of wine, Ryan Green chuckled, "I have come to find you a sister-in-law." Chapter 69. The opening of the banquet. Men have their close companions, and women have their confidants. Elizabeth Ellis, a figure of nobility and the third power of the North, surrounds herself with equally remarkable friends, whether they be prodigious maidens or highborn aristocratic daughters. The soiree personally hosted by Elizabeth Ellis, her closest friends would undoubtedly be present to support her. Ryan Green's objective was straightforward: to secure a marquis's daughter as his bride. "I just met with Her Highness Elizabeth, and in her company, I discovered a most suitable target, beautiful, intelligent, and reputedly quite clever. Murray, you shall soon have a sister-in-law. With my brother in the fray, success is assured. I wish you triumph." Although barely 20, Ryan Green, as a noble heir, was already contemplating the significant matters of his future. A suitable future countess was of paramount importance for the entire Green estate. Just as the Count's marriage to Penny Campbell brought substantial assistance from the Campbell family, which later enabled the Countess to manage the estate's finances and bolster the Count's military, ensuring the prosperity of the Green territory. This union provided financial support to the Green family while the Campbell family benefited from the military backing. The Count's gamble resulted in a mutually beneficial arrangement, following closely behind Ryan Green. Murray Green observed the female students who had earlier entered the hall, as several of them persistently raised their glasses to Ryan Green, occasionally casting flirtatious glances, revealing their less than innocent intentions. Scanning the room, Murray Green noted an intriguing phenomenon. The initially entered male guest stood solemnly in the center of the hall, awaiting Elizabeth Ellis, while the second wave of female entrants clustered around Ryan Green and his companions. Those who accompanied my brother must all be heirs of nobility. This banquet is essentially a matchmaking event, a gathering for the heirs of northern nobility. The focal point of the soiree was Elizabeth Ellis and Ryan Green, who were to select their desired partners. The Ellis family truly exemplifies northern leadership, even concerning the lifelong affairs of their subordinates. Murray Green resolved to distance himself from Ryan Green, recognizing that remaining too close would likely result in being sidelined by the throng of female classmates. However, before he could take more than a couple of steps, a familiar voice called out to him, "Murray, good evening." Turning to the source of the voice, he beheld Marcy Clemens, clad in a flowing black gown, adorned with a large ruby at her snowy bosom, wineglass in hand. "Good evening, Marcy." After exchanging pleasantries, Murray Green attempted to withdraw, yet Marcy Clemens positioned herself before him, engaging him in awkward conversation, her gaze frequently darting toward Ryan Green. Understanding Marcy Clemens's intent, Murray Green inwardly sighed, "Dear girl, give it up. My brother has already set his sights on someone." Although aware that Marcy Clemens had little chance, he nonetheless politely introduced her to Ryan Green. "Brother, this is my classmate, Marcy Clemens." After fulfilling this duty, which bore no fruit, Murray Green exited the matchmaking corner and blended into the crowd in the hall, awaiting the appearance of the day's main attraction. It wasn't long before Murray Green noticed the music shift dramatically, turning more spirited before abruptly halting, followed by a crisp voice resonating through the amplification and transmission magic array. "Welcome, everyone, to my soiree. I hope you enjoy your time here." Simultaneously, the curtain on the stage slowly drew back, focusing all lights upon it, revealing a tall figure. Elizabeth Ellis strode forward with confidence, flanked by 6 enchanting beauties. Her close-knit circle of friends, upon witnessing Elizabeth Ellis and her entourage's entrance, Ryan Green and his companions momentarily disregarded their romantic pursuits with the surrounding female classmates and rushed to her side. Resembling a protective guard around Elizabeth Ellis as they safeguarded her, they were accompanied by a throng of female classmates, moving in unison with Elizabeth Ellis to the center of the hall. When Elizabeth Ellis reached the hall's center, the guests no longer clustered in batches but began to mingle freely, male and female alike. This was the essence of a proper soiree. "Thank you all for attending my banquet. I raise a toast to you." Grabbing a wineglass, Elizabeth Ellis lifted it high, prompting everyone present to do the same. "To your highness." They all drank heartily, and as this toast was consumed, the music transitioned once more, gradually mellowing, yet devoid of the initial lightheartedness. The next segment would likely involve dance invitations. A typical soiree, following the opening toast, transitions into the dance invitation phase, where attendees invite members of the opposite sex to dance and agree upon a time to do so. However, this segment often breeds the most conflict and rivalry throughout the evening. An exceptionally beautiful woman typically receives several dance invitations, while she may dance with several different gentlemen during the soiree. Her first dance is usually reserved for the person she is closest to. Thus, when multiple suitors invite the same girl for the first dance, should she have a preference for one, she will indicate her choice. If none appeal to her, the gentlemen vying for the first dance must resolve the matter amongst themselves. Typically, they resort to influence, offer benefits, appeal to camaraderie, or leverage threats to eliminate their rivals. Only when these civilized methods fail may they resort to more barbaric means, dueling. The music remained melodious, yet to Murray Green's ears, it sounded like the clarion call of war. He glanced at Ryan Green and then at Elizabeth Ellis, who stood out among the crowd like a crane among chickens. And he sighed, touching the Green family crest embroidered on his chest. Murray Green took a deep breath, raised his glass, and strode purposefully toward Elizabeth Ellis. Simultaneously, numerous others began to approach her, much like Murray Green. Approximately 30 individuals prepared to invite Elizabeth Ellis to dance, and as they drew nearer, they began to recognize their competitors' faces. Meanwhile, all eyes in the hall subtly focused upon them. Chapter 70. The first test. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Newman Jeffrey. Before Murray Green could advance any further toward Elizabeth Ellis, a handsome gentleman appeared before him, blocking his path with a wineglass in hand. Murray Green narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying his surroundings, and realized that those heading toward Elizabeth Ellis were largely impeded by a group of noble heirs. The test has commenced. I wonder how many rounds it will entail. Noticing Ryan Green engaged in conversation with a rival, Murray Green grasped the situation. The performance had begun. With the spirit of professionalism, Murray Green smiled, extending his wineglass to gently clink with the obstructive Newman Jeffrey.
Greetings, esteemed Newman. I am Murray Green, a first-year student. You are indeed Murray Green. Upon hearing the self-introduction of Murray Green, Newman Jeffrey displayed an expression of astonishment, leaving Murray Green somewhat perplexed. Could it be that he is so renowned? Earlier, when I sought an audience with His Highness, I conversed with Ryan, who mentioned having a prodigious younger brother named Murray Green. It turns out that it is you. My elder brother is quite reliable. Having facilitated this connection effortlessly, you flatter me. My brother enjoys embellishing the truth, and the title of prodigious magician is merely an exaggeration of his, feeling a touch of embarrassment from the praise of an imagined rival. Murray Green modestly replied, while Newman Jeffrey, slapping his forehead, exclaimed with exaggerated enthusiasm, Murray Green, no wonder this name sounds familiar. You are the one who received that much talked about invitation from the Magic Academy. Stunned by Newman Jeffrey's words, Murray Green was momentarily speechless. Brother, has Ryan bribed you? Elizabeth Ellis is right here watching. Is it truly acceptable for you to let me off so easily? Yes, indeed, it is I. Though reluctant to admit it. Murray Green could only express pride, casting a grateful glance at Elizabeth Ellis before turning to Newman Jeffrey and nodding in affirmation. Under Murray Green's gaze, Elizabeth Ellis felt a chill, her brows knitting together. Upon realizing it was indeed Murray Green, her emotions became complex and restless. Elizabeth, today is your splendid day. Why do you appear so discontent? A striking woman in a fiery red gown, with alabaster skin adorned with ruby earrings, noted the subtle shift in Elizabeth Ellis's demeanor and inquired. Those heirs were clearly instructed to exercise strict scrutiny during the selection process, yet they disregarded my words and showed blatant favoritism towards the northern aristocracy. Elizabeth Ellis spoke softly, her voice audible only to her close companions. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis's words, her friends exchanged glances and soon recognized that the challengers were indeed scions of the northern nobility. Engaging amiably with the heirs, some even acting as sycophants, lavishing praise upon the challengers. In contrast, the outsiders and commoners faced harsh scrutiny and were often reprimanded by the heirs. The noble heirs, being the hopes of their families, received far more resources for cultivation than the challengers, resulting in their superior strength within the same year. Faced with the incessant nitpicking from the heirs, the challengers could only endure in silence. Mustering the courage to engage in conversation while occasionally offering mild rebuttals, yet refraining from overstepping, fearing a duel might ensue at any moment, they truly overstepped their bounds, jesting about your lifelong commitment and so easily letting those noble scions off the hook. However, they have their own considerations. At that moment, a graceful woman clad in a white and green evening gown, with a well-proportioned figure and gentle features, spoke up, defending Ryan Green and the others. Forget about them. They are merely at the initial screening stage. You must ensure thorough oversight. If anyone unqualified slips through, you must assist me in expelling them. Elizabeth, you can rest assured, we guarantee the task will be accomplished. However, if we expel all suitors, do not hide under the covers and weep. Several women laughed in unison, their melodious giggles attracting attention. Those who can be dismissed by you are all inept. Elizabeth, disdain to have them. Now someone approaches, who will handle it? Just as the group engaged in light-hearted banter, Morphy Clan, donned in a crimson magical robe, approached Elizabeth Ellis after bidding farewell to the heir who had intercepted him. Morphy Clan, a fire-type warrior, I shall take this one. At that moment, a striking woman in a snow-white gown, with snow-white eyes and a visage reminiscent of Elizabeth, stepped forward confidently. Cousin Melody, it's your turn, fear not. Elizabeth, with an air of confidence. Morphy Clan's expression stiffened upon seeing Melody Patrick gracefully approach him. As a fire-type warrior, he had never feared anyone at school, yet Melody Patrick, an ice-type warrior 2 levels above him, posed a different challenge. Recalling the days when he first entered school, Melody Patrick had already been a prominent figure in the Magic Academy, and now, 2 years after her graduation, Morphy Clan wondered just how much she had grown in strength. Morphy, long time no see. I've heard you've become quite the sensation at school. Senior Morphy Clan replied with a wry smile, reminiscing about their shared past. Newman, I've ventured into the Kayas Mountains a few times. Perhaps we could team up for an expedition. Certainly, ever since I successfully changed my profession, I've longed to explore the Kayas Mountains. With your brilliance as a magician by my side, we shall conquer it together. Murray Green and Newman Jeffrey conversed animatedly, even scheduling their next journey into the Kayas Mountains. Well, time is of the essence. I must attend to the next individual. Best of luck, my dear brother Murray. Strive for a commendable outcome. Newman Jeffrey patted Murray Green on the shoulder, clearing the path. As he contemplated the road ahead, Murray Green yearned to call out, No, our conversation is so engaging. Let us discuss for another gold coin's worth. Alas, Newman Jeffrey had already departed to seek trouble with the next challenger, leaving Murray Green to steel himself as he stepped forward. Chapter 71.
Joanna Stewart, a dashing young man, has arrived. How bold of him to invite a dance so soon. I must introduce myself. Observing Murray Green navigate the first hurdle, the woman in the red dress's eyes sparkled with interest as she scrutinized him before addressing Elizabeth Ellis. Murray Green, the prodigious magician. Do take note. Upon hearing Elizabeth Ellis refer to Murray Green as a prodigious magician, Joanna Stewart raised an eyebrow, showcasing a proud demeanor. No matter how talented a magician he may be, he cannot withstand my blade. I wonder if this young lad will inspire in me the desire to draw my sword. With that, Joanna Stewart raised a glass of red wine, her body twisting gracefully, leaving behind a vibrant crimson afterimage that soon vanished. Suddenly sensing a presence approaching, Murray Green instinctively raised his left hand to shield himself, readying a concealed dagger within his sleeve. His right hand held the wineglass close to his chest, poised to draw a weapon from beneath his arm. In an instant, Joanna Stewart, adorned in her fiery red gown, appeared before Murray Green. Upon recognizing her, he relaxed, dispelling his combat readiness. You must be Murray Green. I've heard you are a prodigious magician. I am Joanna Stewart, and I delight in conversing with geniuses. Who has spread the title of prodigious magician? It seems every time I meet someone, they proclaim it. Leaving the other three warriors to ponder. Point 4 So-called prodigious magicians for merely 3 warriors. Surely, they will be curious enough to test me. I dare say the sun rises in the west tomorrow. Yet being praised by a beautiful woman left Murray Green feeling rather pleased, and he chose to overlook her forwardness, responding with a smile. It's merely a nickname bestowed by close friends. It should not be taken seriously. If we are to speak of genius, it is my sister who truly deserves the title. I hardly noticed you as you approached. Hearing Murray Green's words, Joanna Stewart narrowed her eyes slightly. Her intuition as a woman told her he was not entirely truthful. As a warrior, she sensed that he was not without means to defend himself. His defensive posture was evident before she even settled in place. Despite the fact that a magician's physical defenses are of little consequence, she, being at the pinnacle of level 2 and on the verge of breaking into level 3, acknowledged that he had perceived her presence at such close range. The title of prodigious magician indeed held merit. At that moment, Murray Green remained oblivious to the fact that Joanna Stewart had discerned some of his capabilities and continued to feign humility. Hoping she would dismiss him as too weak and eliminate him from the competition. There are no misnamed individuals, only misnamed nicknames, and your moniker has indeed garnered Elizabeth's endorsement. Besides, I have noticed you possess some intriguing qualities. Unlike her other friends, Joanna Stewart was fiery in nature, often straightforward in her approach. Faced with Joanna Stewart's candid revelation, Murray Green could only stand there with a forced chuckle, inwardly seething. It appears that the virtue of humility holds little weight in this world. Perhaps I must alter my strategy. Thus, after a couple of awkward chuckles, Murray Green composed himself, revealing an air of confidence as he burst into laughter and gradually spoke. Truly deserving of the title of Sister Joanna. Your insight is piercing, and your discerning eye is remarkable indeed. Since my very first class upon entering the academy, I have been praised by Professor Linden for my formidable spiritual strength, and my progress in meditation has consistently outpaced my peers. As Murray Green spoke, his voice became low and imbued with a compelling gravitas. In fact, I might very well be the foremost mage among the new entrants to the academy, and it is due to my outstanding performance that Her Highness Elizabeth bestowed upon me the first invitation to the Magical Academy. Murray Green's voice grew louder and more resonant, capturing the attention of those engaged in conversation around him. In the face of their gazes, he smiled warmly, casting a lingering look at Elizabeth Ellis, and continued. A week ago, I had the pleasure of meeting Her Highness and extended an invitation to dance. What, is that truly the case? The busy heirs and challengers nearby, upon hearing Murray Green's declaration, momentarily set aside their own affairs, their eyes focused intently on him. This fellow had the audacity to meet with Her Highness prior to the banquet and even extend a dance invitation. Who exactly was he to garner such favor from the princess? It seemed as if Murray Green was oblivious to all the attention, lost in his own world as he recounted to Joanna Stewart the events of a week prior. At that time, Her Highness had mentioned she would consider it and respond later. Now that it was the time of the banquet, I wished to confirm whether I could be so fortunate as to invite Her Highness to dance the first dance. Since subtlety proved ineffective, I decided to take the opposite approach. Previously, it had merely been an invitation to dance, but now I was directly requesting the honor of the first dance. Should Elizabeth Ellis acquiesce to Murray Green's invitation, it would leave the others with no choice but to concede defeat to goodness. I never imagined there would be such an arrangement between you and Elizabeth. How utterly astonishing. Observing the transformation in Murray Green, who had once resembled a timid lamb now shedding his wool to reveal a fiercely ambitious wolf, Joanna Stuart thought to herself. Indeed, if you don't believe me, you may inquire with Her Highness, or you may listen in when I ask. With a fleeting glance at Elizabeth Ellis, who, as an intermediate warrior, should have heard Murray Green's proclamation despite the din of the banquet, Joanna Stuart noted Elizabeth's slight displeasure, but since she did not openly refute him, it was clear there was some truth to his words. Then, casting another look at the self-satisfied Murray Green, Joanna Stuart began to understand why Elizabeth Ellis held such reservations about this so-called prodigy of magic. "Oh, little one, how utterly lacking in guile you are. I once thought highly of you, yet after receiving mere compliments, you have become so arrogant, showing no semblance of composure. In light of this, little one, do not blame me for being unkind." Joanna Stuart's previously affable expression suddenly fell away, replaced by a stern gaze directed at Murray Green. Meanwhile, Murray Green felt a chill run down his spine, even as waves of heat surged around him, threatening to engulf him in fervor. "Yes, just like that, dear sister, come and eliminate me." Perceiving the sudden pressure emanating from Joanna Stuart, Murray Green felt a thrill of excitement, maintaining his composure as he extended his glass. Continuing, "Senior Joanna, I have some matters to discuss with Her Highness." With that, he raised his glass, signaling for a toast. The timing of toasts held different meanings. A toast at the commencement of the banquet signified welcome, while a toast amidst lively conversation indicated continuity, and a toast accompanying a request denoted agreement. By extending his glass, in conjunction with his prior statement, Murray Green sought to bid farewell to Joanna Stuart and approach Elizabeth Ellis, seeking her approval. In response to Murray Green's straightforward request for a toast, Joanna Stuart's lips curled into a frosty smile. "If it were that simple to let you pass, then I, as the gatekeeper, would be woefully inadequate, and I would surely incur Elizabeth's wrath." With a light chuckle, Joanna Stuart intensified her commanding presence, making Murray Green feel as though he had been thrust into a furnace. Instinctively, he considered employing his mental strength to create a barrier, but quickly retracted that thought. "I don't quite know why, but I suddenly feel a bit warm." Before Joanna Stuart could speak, Murray Green fanned himself with his left hand and loosened the top two buttons of his collar, revealing his Adam's apple and the area below. Observing this, Joanna Stuart's eyes widened. What was this little rascal attempting? Was he trying to suggest something? Typically, banquets were rife with flirtations, yet many attendees maintained an air of decorum. It was unusual for someone to suddenly imply an intimate encounter. Such gestures often indicated interest, like revealing skin or subtle touches during a handshake. If the recipient remained unresponsive, it suggested disinterest, a positive response, however, indicated potential for the evening. Is he genuinely feeling warm, or is he attempting to hint at something? Joanna Stuart mused. Regardless, one lacks patience while the other harbors ulterior motives. Either way, both are poor habits, and his elimination would not be unwarranted. With this thought, Joanna Stuart smiled coyly, seizing Murray Green by the collar, her expression radiant as she looked at him, her lips slightly parted. "Junior, I have a few matters I wish to discuss with you privately. Let us find a quieter spot." With a firm grip on Murray Green's collar, she pulled him away, eliciting bemused expressions from onlookers. Some regarded Murray Green with pity, while others looked on enviously. "Sister, dear sister, I have no intention of resisting. Could you be a tad gentler?" The banquet hall was a singular entity, yet for those who preferred discretion or wished to engage in clandestine activities, side rooms and back halls were provided. Some areas even featured second-floor guest rooms for inebriated guests to rest, along with secluded gardens for romantic rendezvous and private balconies for moonlit encounters. Joanna Stuart, undeterred by the setting, dragged Murray Green into a side room, where a few individuals enjoying a moment of peace were left dumbfounded by the sudden entrance of the two. "Please continue. I shall step out for another drink." A rather shy male classmate blushed and exited hastily, followed by others. Yet as they left, they noticed many eyes fixated on the scene. Alas, Joanna's temperament is far too fiery. She lacks the finesse for normal deterrent methods. "That Junior may find himself in for a rough time today," remarked a gentlewoman beside Elizabeth Ellis, who, upon hearing those words, furrowed her brow, feeling quite conflicted. Space manipulation is a remarkable talent, but the individual himself leaves much to be desired. At this moment, Murray Green is nearly akin to a useless trinket, discardable yet regrettable. According to my great-grandfather, mastery of space manipulation requires one to reach the level of a high mage to truly shine, yet I fear that given Murray Green's temperament, he may not survive long enough to achieve that. With a sigh, Elizabeth Ellis dismissed the minor incident from her mind and turned her attention to the fire mage Morphy clan, then glanced at the artificer Harlan Hollis, the storm swordsman Quincy Collins,
And the sharpshooter Rory Clements Jr., what is the meaning of unbuttoning your collar? Joanna Stewart inquired coldly, having released Murray Green. He feigned ignorance as he replied, I'm feeling warm, is that so? Then let me see if you truly are warm. Without further ado, Joanna Stewart suppressed her power to the first level, then pinched her fingers together, forming a blade-like gesture, and suddenly jabbed at Murray Green's shoulder. Sensing the imminent danger, Murray Green instinctively activated his mental strength. Forcing his shoulder to evade Joanna Stewart's sudden assault. He stepped back several paces, distancing himself from her by 4 or 5 meters. Ah, what are you doing, senior? Realizing that this mage had managed to dodge her unexpected attack, Joanna Stewart, despite having moderated her strength, recognized that even a mere novice mage should not have evaded her strike. Thus, her alluring visage broke into a smile, revealing a glimmer of interest. Junior, your reflexes are quite impressive. Allow me to see more of your capabilities. I am indeed a prodigy of magic. I possess these abilities, he declared with an air of bravado. But senior, this is Her Highness's banquet. Engaging in combat here might not be appropriate. At this moment, Murray Green behaved with audacity, realizing that his strength could not remain concealed. A mere casual test would expose him, unless he was determined to endure a beating. Murray Green was certainly not one to willingly submit. Thus, Murray Green could only allow his demeanor to become somewhat more unpleasant in order to dissuade Elizabeth Ellis. With this thought, Murray Green's mental energy stirred, and 2 wine glasses flew to his side, followed by a bottle of red wine that was raised by his mage's hand to fill the glasses. He then unbuttoned one of his coat buttons and adjusted his slightly disheveled collar, which had been tugged by Joanna Stewart, transforming his appearance from that of a suave gentleman to that of a charming young man. He reached for a glass of red wine, extending the other glass towards Joanna Stewart with his mage's hand. Senior, one must engage in the festivities at a banquet, he remarked, a teasing glint in his eyes. Chapter 73, Confrontation. You certainly possess quite the audacity. Junior, moderate, really, gazing at the floating wineglass before her, Joanna Stewart extended her finger, delicately tracing the rim of the glass twice. I am not interested in knowing how bold you truly are, I merely wish to discern whether your strength suffices. As her words fell, Joanna Stewart's lips curled into a radiant smile, and with a flick of her middle finger against her thumb, she struck the wineglass. In an instant, the glass that hovered beside her exploded like a thunderous detonation, sending shards and red wine hurtling towards Murray Green. The crystalline fragments and the crimson liquid danced through the air like autumn leaves, creating a scene of exquisite beauty, unperturbed by Joanna Stewart's stunning yet fierce onslaught. Murray Green extended his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, palm facing the incoming attack. Psychic repulsion, activate. The shards and wine appeared to be ensnared in a mire, their velocity diminishing until they floated in the air. Telekinetic master, commendable, but such tricks hardly impress me. Seeing Murray Green effortlessly neutralize her strike, Joanna Stewart smiled with satisfaction, quickly locating a feather duster nearby and advancing towards Murray Green with it raised like a weapon. Go! The mage's hand encased the glass shards, and under the influence of psychic repulsion, they scattered towards Joanna Stewart like petals in the wind. Explode! Joanna Stewart unleashed a fierce strike with her feather duster, generating an explosive force that shattered the incoming glass fragments into a myriad of pieces. As the remnants flew about, Joanna Stewart, sensing the encroaching danger, deftly dodged one shard while using her feather duster to swat another away, expertly managing to evade Murray Green's initial wave of assault. Not disheartened by the lack of success, Murray Green continued to retreat while maintaining control over the shards, launching a second wave of attack. However, due to the varying positions of the 3 pieces, he was unable to coordinate a simultaneous offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Joanna Stewart executed a rapid succession of strikes. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 fragments were instantly reduced to dust by Joanna Stewart's feather duster. Following this, Joanna Stewart delivered a vertical slash, carving a path through the debris, her movements swift as she charged at Murray Green, her crimson dress swirling around her like a captivating flame. How frightful! Senior, do you not fear scaring your junior and tarnishing the image of the beauty you hold in your heart? That is because you do not yet know me, and now, stand still while I deepen your impression of me. With a casual gesture, he placed the wineglass on the table, where a set of recently used cutlery lay uncollected. Murray Green then struck the table, causing the silver knife and fork to levitate. Go! The knife shot forth, aimed directly at Joanna Stewart's face, while the fork targeted her thigh, the plate spinning and revolving around Murray Green's form. Well done! Joanna Stewart pivoted, evading the knife with the grace of a dancing butterfly, her red gown billowing beautifully. At the same time, she flicked her feather duster upward, sending the fork soaring away, and with a swift kick she returned the fork to Murray Green. Stop! As the fork was kicked back towards him,
Murray Green exerted his psychic repulsion, gripping the fork tightly with his mage's hand. Just as it was a meter away, he managed to halt it in mid-air before he could exhale in relief. Joanna Stewart's fiery figure surged within 5 meters, closing the distance he had just created. Counterattack. The knife that Joanna Stewart had dodged traced an elegant arc in the air, aiming for her rear flank.
Sensing the movement, Joanna Stewart leapt into the air, executing a flawless 720-degree spin, allowing the knife to pass harmlessly by her waist. Impressive. Seizing the moment, Murray Green both admired Joanna Stewart's graceful form and retreated to the side, launching the fork before him. Ha, not bad at all. You've pushed me to this extent. I concede the title of genius magician to you. In mid-air, Joanna Stewart waved her feather duster and thrust it forward, pressing down on the incoming fork. The fork and feather duster locked in a stalemate, but before Murray Green could apply more force, Joanna Stewart miraculously stepped forward in mid-air, landing a foot on the fork while aiming her feather duster squarely at Murray Green. Celestial strike. Gazing up at the radiant figure in red descending upon him, Murray Green was momentarily mesmerized and then extended his thumb, grinning. Senior, your legs are truly exquisite. Upon hearing his words, Joanna Stewart's eyes widened in indignation. Yet at that moment, the plate that had been orbiting Murray Green darted toward her at an uncanny angle of facing the onslaught of the plate. Joanna Stewart instinctively swung her feather duster, but just then, the knife shot straight towards it. Gritting her teeth, Joanna Stewart deflected the knife and aimed for the plate. Slow. Just as the two were about to collide, the plate inexplicably paused mid-air, slowing down to evade Joanna Stewart's strike. After narrowly avoiding the attack, the plate continued its trajectory towards Joanna Stewart's neck. Mere parlor tricks. Joanna Stewart, with her powerful and supple form, twisted to evade the plate's assault, then descended to the ground. Raising her head, she was met with a flash of red light. Chapter 74. Halfway champagne. In response to the oncoming attack, Joanna Stewart instinctively swung her feather duster, only to be struck by the fork that shot from behind, momentarily halting her movements. Not bad. Clever tactic. With her actions interrupted, Joanna Stewart quickly extended her left hand, ready to shatter Murray Green's next assault, but that red light remained suspended by her side, observing the wineglass floating before her. Joanna Stewart initially paused, then smiled widely, her laughter ringing like silver bells. Murray Green, very impressive indeed. I am aware of my prowess. Otherwise, how could I be deemed a genius magician? At that moment, Murray Green wore an expression of pride, brimming with confidence. In this encounter with Joanna Stewart, he had relied solely on his strength to suppress her, leaving him exhilarated and yearning to shout to the heavens. My talents and abilities are unparalleled, and my appearance is nothing short of breathtaking. Thus, I am destined to be a perfect pair with Her Highness. Senior, could you kindly speak a few words in my favor to her, so she may grant me the honor of dancing the first waltz with her tonight? Watching Murray Green become increasingly self-satisfied, Joanna Stewart gazed at the wineglass beside her, bemused. The genius magician who had previously managed to suppress her with a single move had transformed into someone so full of himself. Joanna Stewart found it challenging to accept the glass floated beside her, yet she remained hesitant to grasp it, prompting Murray Green to press on. Senior, if you could assist me in mentioning this to Her Highness, I shall forever be grateful for your kindness. When I wed Her Highness, I will ensure you are seated at the head table. Upon hearing the words of Murray Green, Joanna Stewart's expression darkened, and she looked at him in disbelief. Young man, I am aware of your lofty ambitions, but I never anticipated you could soar so swiftly, and so far, you have yet to even begin. And already you are contemplating matters of marriage, painting grandiose visions for her. This is utterly absurd. Hey, senior, why does your complexion seem rather off? Did I perhaps injure you during our sparring session? Surely not. I distinctly remember holding back and refraining from using excessive force. Murray Green expressed his confusion, however. The already fiery-tempered Joanna Stewart was incensed by his words. To hell with your red wine and your so-called restraint. I am eager to see just how formidable you truly are. To think you could dare to hold back against me. With a swift motion, she shattered the wineglass floating at her side and brandished a feather duster, deftly stripping it of its feathers until only the bamboo handle remained. Holding the stick in her right hand, she danced it through the air, adjusting her grip, her bright and furious eyes fixed on Murray Green. Angered, are we? Very well, even if I receive a beating today, it shall still be a day rich in experience. Having offended her personally and then her friend, Murray Green doubted that this disastrous start could culminate in victory. If it did, he would gladly wash his hair upside down. Thus, he extended his right hand, fingers gathered, signaling Joanna Stewart to come at him. Seeing this, Joanna Stewart had no reason to hold back. With a swift motion,
She lunged at him like a wildfire spreading through a field. Murray Green immediately summoned a set of 3 utensils, launching an unrelenting assault on Joanna Stewart. Without feathers, the duster in her hands became swifter. And fueled by her anger, her strikes gained tremendous force. Murray Green deftly called back the flying knife with his mental prowess, causing it to hover between his hands. He flicked the back of the knife, and it began to spin like a blade of a cutting machine, whirling rapidly around him before he hurled it towards Joanna Stewart with the force of a mage's hand. Joanna Stewart, managing to deflect a fork with a fierce strike, advanced 1 step, yet was forced back 3 steps by the ferocity of Murray Green's onslaught. Gritting her teeth, she violently swung the bamboo stick. The spinning silver knife collided with the bamboo stick. Although the knife was not particularly sharp, the combination of mental power and its rotation severed the bamboo with ease, despite having her weapon shattered.
Joanna Stewart channeled the explosive force through the remnants, striking the knife and significantly altering its speed and trajectory. Tilting her head, she evaded the now errant knife effortlessly and hurled the remaining piece of bamboo towards Murray Green. He caught the flying stick with his mage's hand, feeling the immense power coursing through it, and inwardly marveled, thinking that if it struck him, it would surely pierce through a senior. It's merely a friendly spar. Why the excessive force? As he spoke, Murray Green manipulated his mage's hand to twist the bamboo stick aside. Although he could not fully stop the blow, he ensured it would not strike him. Standing still, he continued to command the fork and plate in his attack, while the bamboo narrowly missed him, the resulting gust ruffling his hair and lending him an air of nonchalance. However, Joanna Stewart, unarmed and without time to admire him, retreated swiftly, skillfully dodging 2 attacks before distancing herself from Murray Green by 10 meters. He maintained control over his utensils, refraining from further assault, although his mental power spanned only 10 meters. It was the distance within which he could deftly manipulate objects. If possible, he could use a solidified mage's hand combined with mental repulsion to easily attack foes 50 meters away, possessing lethal capability within 100 meters. Yet, such an attack would be too predictable for an opponent of equal standing, easily evaded or intercepted, much like the simplicity of eating or drinking. I refuse to believe I cannot prevail against you today. As an explosive swordsman, Joanna Stewart was capable of delivering devastating damage with each of her moves, thus demanding high standards from her weaponry. Even a single bamboo stick in her hands left her wary of an accidental explosion. With a flick of her mind, Joanna Stewart surveyed her surroundings, taking 3 swift strides to the fireplace, where she seized a pair of copper tongs used for handling firewood and swung them a few times. A bit light and somewhat short, but it will suffice. Turning her gaze to Murray Green, she was taken aback to find him pouring champagne into 2 glasses. What this, senior? Have you not yet conceded? Murray Green regarded her with a look of curiosity. Concede? In my life motto, the words to concede do not exist. Joanna Stewart, already ill-tempered, found herself further provoked by Murray Green's mind games, igniting her fury to a boiling point. With the tongs held high before her chest and her left hand forming a pointed gesture towards him, she declared, "You, Murray Green, will pay for your insolence." Murray Green blinked, setting down the champagne bottle. "Senior, today is a banquet meant for enjoyment. Tomi, combat is but a form of joy." Before he could finish, Joanna Stewart interjected, silencing him with an assertive kick that sent a nearby chair hurtling towards him. With great force and precision, the chair hurtled toward Murray Green, who quickly employed his mental repulsion to intercept it, pressing down to ensure it landed safely on the ground. "Senior, while we may spar, damaging public property incurs a cost. I'll pay for it. I have plenty of money," she retorted, implying that the subsequent expenses would be on him. With the tongs, Joanna Stewart swept aside the chair, blocking her path, sending the remnants of the one Murray Green had just protected scattering in the air. Yet, he paid no mind to the debris, instead pondering Joanna Stewart's wealth, wondering how she could be so extravagantly reckless. Once more, the trio of utensils appeared before Joanna Stewart. This time, wielding the tongs, she cast aside any hesitations regarding her weapon and attacked with renewed ferocity. The explosive energy surged within her, and without hesitation, she struck the plate with the tongs. The resounding clang echoed throughout the side hall, drawing the attention of those outside. The plate, struck by Joanna Stewart's powerful blow, flew out of Murray Green's control. Simultaneously, a wave of searing energy coursed through Murray Green's mental power, shocking him for a moment as he realized the terrifying strength of a powerful professional. Swiftly, he summoned the knife to spin in the air. "Senior, catch!" Murray Green launched the rapidly spinning knife without mercy, then seized the champagne bottle to throw it at Joanna Stewart. "I've been waiting for this move." Joanna Stewart twirled the tongs, her right arm bending as she thrust forward with precision.
Akin to a snake poised to strike its prey, at the high-velocity knife, resembling a bird, was caught in her strike and lost Murray Green's control. At that moment, the champagne bottle he threw soared toward Joanna Stewart. But she reacted with a jolt, sending the knife flying, and surprisingly, the tongs opened to capture the champagne bottle. What cunning trick is this, Junior? Just a little winning tactic. No need to concern yourself, Senior, Murray Green replied with a mysterious smile. Behind Joanna Stewart, a piece of the chair she had shattered lifted into the air, launching a surprise attack from behind. Sensing the movement, Joanna Stewart deftly shifted to the side, allowing the chair fragment to fly past her waist and strike the champagne bottle. With a resounding crack, the bottle shattered, and at that moment, Murray Green pressed his palms together, facing Joanna Stewart, and forcefully pushed forward. The mental repulsion was unleashed in full force. The shards of the champagne bottle, accompanied by the crimson liquid, surged toward Joanna Stewart. Facing the imminent threat, she raised the tongs defiantly, her demeanor one of disdain. Is that all you've got? After propelling the shards and whined towards Joanna Stewart, Murray Green did not linger for the outcome. With a flick of his left hand, the sole survivor of his utensils, the fork, floated into his grasp, while he began casting an enchanting spell with his right hand, causing the three mages' hands to whir around the fork. In an instant, the silver fork spun like a power drill, rapidly gaining momentum as the enchantment took effect. Upon the silver fork, a subtle gray luminescence emerged. Almost imperceptible to the untrained eye, the space-infused spiral fork, under the deft manipulation of the mage, erupted with astonishing velocity, appearing in close proximity to Joanna Stewart in the blink of an eye. Confronted by Murray Green's assault, Joanna Stewart wielded the fire clamp, striking down with force, shattering the wine bottle into fragments, which, along with the liquid, soared past her in two waves. Just then, before Joanna Stewart could catch her breath, her pupils dilated sharply as an overwhelming sense of mortal danger surged within her. In an unexpected turn, Joanna Stewart, caught off guard, had not yet reacted to defend herself when a razor-sharp gust swept past her alabaster neck, severing several strands of her hair. Following this, a faint sound of air being sliced through reached her ears. Regaining her composure, Joanna Stewart was taken aback, her hand instinctively reaching to touch her pristine neck. As if still lingering with the aura of the space-infused fork, it took a few moments for Joanna Stewart to gather her wits, her gaze fixed intently on Murray Green as she inquired coldly, "What was that move just now?" It instilled in me a profound sense of threat. In response to Joanna Stewart's question, Murray Green shrugged, his hands on his hips as he laughed heartily. "Ah, that is the unparalleled technique of this genius, the ultimate invincible rotational destruction drill. Gods fall before it. So, what do you think? Did I pass your test? You can rest assured, entrust the prince to me. With my ultimate rotational invincible destruction drill, I will ensure his absolute safety." "You wait a moment," Joanna Stewart interjected, her brow furrowing as she sensed that matters were more complicated than they seemed. "What did you call that technique? What drill?" "The ultimate invincible rotational destruction drill. What of it? Interested in learning?" Murray Green replied, feigning pride while internally regretting his own words. "If you sweet-talk me in front of the prince, I might consider teaching you." After exchanging a few words with Murray Green, Joanna Stewart contemplated resuming her earlier stance with the fire clamp, intent on silencing his boastful tongue. What a striking young man he was, yet his words left much to be desired.